Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Is it too much to ask to be left alone? Grace 1, adventurer once, now undead, dead and back anew. Adventurers. People who explored the dungeons and earned fame and fortune through exploration and the killing of monsters. The dungeon is a complex labyrinth divided into many floors. Each floor contained monsters, and more powerful monsters began to appear the more an adventurer goes down a floor. Of course, this isn't always the case. It all happened so fast for him. He was a newbie adventurer, having started out about half a month ago. A rookie as green as grass. Receiving the blessings of his goddess and with some armor and additional gear, he's been tackling the dungeon for quite some time. He had been in here for a while now, fighting monsters and getting stronger along the way. Nothing new. While he couldn't see the skies, which was obvious considering he was underground, he knew that it was approaching lunch hours and now was a good time to return to the surface for a break before coming back. But after half a month spending his time here, he thought it was time to try some of the lower floors to see where he stood. So that's what he did. He traveled down to the 5th floor. It was only about half an hour later that he came to regret this. He ran and screamed. A roar echoed behind him, prompting him to run faster and scream louder. It was catching up to him. He was pretty well known back in his village for being quite fast, but even he wasn't confident that he could outrun the beast that was chasing him. A Minotaur. A monster found in the deeper parts of the dungeon. What the heck it was doing all the way up here in the 5th floor, he didn't know. And right now, he didn't care as he concentrated on running for his life. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He had come here to get strong and maybe find a cute girl to hook up with, just like his grandfather wanted. He knew there were risks to becoming an adventurer, everyone who became one knew that. The monster down here were defiantly strong, but he made sure to keep a level head when fighting, and he's been doing pretty well so far, earning prizes and experience. And that's when a Minotaur appeared. Knowing that the monster was way out of his league, he did the smart thing and run. But the Minotaur pursued him endlessly, and it was only through sheer dumb luck that he was still alive right now. But his luck soon came to an end as he, much to his horror, ran into a dead end. Panting with exhaustion and shaking with fear, he could only push his back against the stone wall and drop down to his butt as he stared up at the monster in terror. This was it. He was going to die now. In another time, someone would have come to his rescue. This Minotaur had fled from a party of high-ranking adventurers and would be killed by a beautiful blonde swordswoman, which results in feelings growing within the boy. He would then continue to grow stronger from there, achieving a great many things alongside friends. Unfortunately, in this time, his savior, his salvation, was a few minutes behind and would not be able to save him in time. So the boy could only scream as the Minotaur raised a fist and brought it down. The last thing he heard was the crushing of his skull. Crush splat. Oh, you're no hollow, eh? Well, what do we have here? You must be a new arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. You. Yes, you. Here, over here. Please, you must help me. You are undead, as well? Then we've no time to fraternize. I have my mission, and you no doubt have yours. We must not let this curse overcome us. Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me. But cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorius? My advice true, forget this. The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark? 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine own respect, go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say. Why not join me, as a warrior of the sun? Righteous knights, guardians of all that is good, in the name of the Lord of Sunlight. Only if it would please you, of course. Well? Oh dear, what have we here? Are you a new servant? Kalog? Please, sister, do not cry. I am happy, truly. I have you, don't I? Chosen undead. Your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn. Chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment? I can guide thee, and illuminate the truth. Undead warrior, conqueror of the 4 kings, is this not your wish? To know the truth of men, and the undead. Thou art strong, human, surely thine kind are more than pure dark. I beg of thee, the spread of the abyss must be stopped. A mere undead, yet you can see me? Fascinating. I am Clena of Azalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift. Are you, too, one who seeks my pyromancy? Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astra, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. I am Laurentius, of the Great Swamp. I will not forget my debt to you. Forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Oscar of Astra. In case you have not heard, I am Rhea of Thoralland. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. What dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Your ambitions have sealed your fate. But, who'd have thought I'd be the traitor? Sometimes you never know, do you? Keh. My father, all hollow now, has been subdued. He will cause no more trouble. Who are you? Stay clear of my work, curses upon you. How dare you disturb me? Finally, I have found it, I have. My very own Sunday. I am the sun. I've done it, I have. Yes, I did it, I did. I ask just one thing. If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you. I have waited for thee. Foolish slave of the gods, and pawn of Frampt. I will kill you. And become the true Dark Lord. The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers, linked by lords past. Ashen one, hearest thou my voice, still? A pair of eyes snapped open. A mouth opened to gasp for air even though the lungs of the person have long since rotted. Instead of sitting up or trying to stand, the body rolled to the side before quickly getting up to the knees as hands reached for a weapon, a sword. Due to how the hands moved to the side, only the hands grasped empty air when they reached the person's waist. Hi! Confused while also letting out the first noise it had since waking up, a pair of red eyes looked down in confusion as to why there wasn't a sword his side. He then quickly remembered that he wasn't using a straight sword at the moment but a great sword and reached for his back only to grasp empty air once again. He reached behind him with both hands but much to his dismay, there was no sword or shield on his back, only a decent-sized backpack. That alone was cause for concern for him. Before the boy could freak out, he took a deep breath in before letting it out, calming his nerves. Calm down, Bell Cranel. Don't panic and access the situation. The now named Bell Cranel first checked himself, and to both his confusion and horror, he was not wearing armor and was instead dressed in familiar clothing. He wore a brown coat with a small black patch on the right side above his chest along with a long-sleeved black shirt underneath. He also wore black pants, a beige belt with a silver buckle, and brown shin-high boots. A small chest plate covered his chest while a decent-sized backpack was slung over his back, as mentioned before. Finally, hanging from the back of his waist was a dagger. These clothes, Bell said to himself as he finally stood up on his feet, looking at himself and blinking to make sure he was not seeing things. These clothes, I haven't worn these in ages. I thought I threw them away. Bell clearly remembered these clothes being torn and withered by time and threw them away in favor of wearing the knight armor of the corpse that had been literally dropped in his cell. It certainly provided more protection than his clothes. He looked at the armor and equipment on him and had only 2 words to say. This sucks. Bell could feel his face form an expression of disappointment as he looked at himself. The only piece of armor on him was the chest plate. He didn't have any gauntlets, greaves, or anything else that could protect his body. Hell, he didn't even have a helmet on him. The chest plate was of low quality and he doubted it could stand 3 attacks against the hollowed and demon monsters he faced in Lordran. Hell, he bet if he showed this to Andre the old blacksmith would have thrown it in the trash. And don't even get him started with the dagger. It too was of low quality and would instantly break if used against an armored opponent or someone with tough skin. That he was sure of. And he was pretty sure he abandoned the use of backpacks in favor of multiple pouches that would hang on his belt. They were less likely to get grabbed by an opponent, and even if they were to be grabbed, his arms were close enough to prevent it. What was my younger self thinking coming into the dungeon like this? Bell said as he spoke a familiar word that he hasn't said in forever. Dungeon. Now that's a word he hasn't heard himself speak in so long. No matter how many years have passed, he still remembered his time in the dungeon, and how naive he was. Seriously, going into the dungeon just so I could pick up girls? What was I thinking? I don't care if it was for my grandfather, the desire alone is just stupid. Bell thought to himself. The plan was simple. Go into a dungeon and get stronger fighting monsters. If he continued to do so, there was a chance a girl might find herself in trouble and he would save her. From there, the girl would no doubt fall in love and grand adventures would ensue. Bell sighed as he thought about how stupid he was. This was a dungeon, a nest of monsters. The only people that dared to come here were adventurers. There was little to no chance of there being a damsel in distress in a place like this. The fantasy his younger self dreamed of was a work of fiction. A hero's tale. And he was no hero. Bell quickly shook his head to bring himself back to reality before he brooded any further. He tended to do that a lot from time to time. It was a bad habit he formed whenever he would find himself alone, which was nearly all the time during his journey through Lordran. So yeah, he brooded a lot. And if people knew what he's been through, they wouldn't blame him. Now then, time to see where he was and wonder how many times he'll die this time. He appeared to be in a cave-like area as the said area was quite spacious, allowing maximum movement. To his surprise, green glowing lights lined the walls, illuminating the place and allowing him to see in this place which would have no doubt been dark without the lights. The lights seemed natural and not man-made, which confused him, but he didn't question it in favor of checking his surroundings for any enemies that wanted his head. Strangely enough, as he looked around, he couldn't help but think the place was oddly familiar to him. This place looks like the dungeon, the 5th floor to be exact. Bell thought as he couldn't help but feel mocked. It wouldn't be the first time. He clearly remembered this place despite his many years as an undead. The dungeon is where he died, struck down by a monster, as his helpless younger self could only scream for help. It never came, and the next thing he knew, he was in the Undead Asylum and later learned that he was an undead, a corpse brought back to life. It was quite vexing that he couldn't remember what had killed him. He remembered seeing horns, but that was about it. And with how many times he's died in his journey, he was not about to keep track of how exactly he died, only if it benefited him, such as learning an enemy's attack pattern. Unconsciously, Bell reached for the thing that proved and reminded him of his undead status. The dark sign, located on the right side of his neck near his jugular vein. It was warm to touch, as if to signify that he was alive right now. It should have been the only spot to be warm, as the rest of his body was cold as a corpse, which wasn't surprising considering what he really looked like under the illusion cast over him by using humanity to reverse hollowing. But as he felt around his body, he was surprised at the faint feeling of body heat from under his clothes. It was like there was a faint fire burning right underneath his skin, providing warmth. But how was that possible? Bell was soon brought out of his thoughts at the sound of a roar. Quickly, he turns to his left and sees the sight of a bull-like monster charging straight towards him. The battle instincts that have been ingrained into him kicked in instantly, and he jumped back to avoid the charging monster as it crashed into a wall. As the monster took a moment to pick itself back up, Bell took this chance to see what was attacking him. As said before, it was a bull-like monster. Its body was that of a man whose muscles gave the impression of a bodybuilder. Other than that, the legs and head were that of a bull with fur covering the legs and shoulders, as powerful-looking horns were situated from the sides of the skull. In all honesty, it looked like a mini-Taurus demon. Man, had that been a long time ago. Red glowing eyes stared right at Bell, but he didn't freeze up. Rather, he was struck with a sense of déjà vu. Why do I feel like I know this thing? Bell thought, but pushed the thought aside in favor of making battle plans as he drew the only weapon he had on him. Okay, let's see. Shield, don't have it. Armor, don't have that either. Weapons, a dagger that would possibly do no damage to the foe in front of him. Once again, Bell cursed his younger self at his lack of proper equipment, but didn't panic. He's been in worse situations before. The monster before him soon recovered and roared at him. Bell didn't even flinch as he sent a cold, hard gaze back at the monster, as said monster actually flinched back. That's never happened before, Bell noted. But the monster recovered quickly and roared again as it charged towards him. As it charged, Bell looked at the monster's body from top to bottom. The skin of the monster was no doubt tough, so he doubted his dagger would do any sufficient damage. If anything, it would probably break upon contact. So since he couldn't attack the beast directly, he'll search for weak points, and last he checked, the eyes were always a good spot to attack. To any other person not a high-class adventurer, the monster before Bell would have appeared fast. But to the undead himself, the monster was as fast as an armored boar. He dodged the thing quite easily before he reached his hand out and grabbed one of the monster's horns and swung himself onto the monster. He then raised his dagger and stabbed it into the monster's right eye with no hesitation. The monster's screams of pain echoed through the area as it tried to buck Bell off of it. But the undead held on tight as he tried to pull the dagger out, but it seems he underestimated his strength as he found the dagger stuck, probably lodged in the monster's skull. Trying again with one last pull, Bell managed to free the dagger, or rather its hilt that is. The blade had broken off as the said blade was still in the monster's eye. Bell once again cursed his younger self's choice of equipment before being forced to jump off the monster as it attempted to shake him off by slamming its back against a wall. Bell jumped off before it could do it as the undead landed safely before throwing the dagger hilt away. It was useless to him now, as was any weapon that broke. Should he resort to his bare fists? He was pretty strong with how many souls he spent in order to use the great shield of Artorias and to use weapons such as great swords and greataxes. But then again, he preferred if he had a weapon on him. Deciding to abandon the bare fist idea, he decided to use a different plan. It was one of his oldest ones, but its effectiveness has always shown itself during his most dire times. With that plan in mind, he began the process. First, he needed to find a cliff. He didn't know if there were any in this place, but he'll search. Turning around, he ran and the bull monster followed after him. Good. Bell thought. He needed the monster to follow him. This was the plan. Once he found a cliff, he would lead the monster close to it and use the miracle force to knock the monster down to its death. It was a simple battle tactic, but one he greatly loved. It certainly showed its worth against those Silver Knight archers at Ana Orlando, fucking bastards. Now once he found a cliff, all he needed to do was use his talisman and... Bell's eyes greatly widened in pure horror. He patted the right side of his belt, but there was no talisman. No. Bell mutters in horror as he comes to a stop and looks. Still no talisman. Along with him not having his preferred shield, sword, and armor, he didn't have his talisman. And if he didn't have his talisman, then, Bell reached for his back and concentrated. But no matter how much he willed it, the familiar feeling of wood never came into his hand. He did not have his catalyst either. At this point, Bell felt like hyperventilating, which should have been impossible as he was undead, meaning he was probably just copying the action to show off his panic. Hey, calm down. No panicking during a fight. A voice in his head snapped Bell back to reality. He just made a huge blunder. Never ever panic during a fight. It'll cost you your life. If he didn't have access to his miracles and sorceries, then, what about his pyromancy? Bell raised his right hand up to his face and concentrated while also begging for the familiar flame to appear. To his relief and delight, a flame was produced, one he was fairly familiar with. After all, the flame was a part of himself and was given to him by a precious friend. A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill. When I gave you that flame, I gave you a part of myself. Please take good care of it. Laurentius. The flame in his hand brought both joy and sadness to Bell. No matter how many times he died, he still remembered the day the pyromancer of the Great Swamp gave him his flame. It had started out small, but now, the flame before him was strong, clearly showing the accumulation of his teachings with Laurentius, Clina, his service to the fair lady, and of course, his experience. Thank the sun that I still have this. Bell thought to himself before turning towards the direction the bull-like monster would no doubt come from. Since he had no access to either his miracles or sorceries, and since he had no weapons, his pyromancy is right now his strongest weapon against this monster. A few fire orbs should do the trick. Bell thought as he set the pyromancy spell in his mind. Now all he needed to do was wait for the monster, and when it appeared, it would be greeted with fire to the face. I don't think it's coming, said the voice in Bell's head. Bell raised an eyebrow in confusion but did not dare deactivate the flame in his hand. Had he outrun the monster? He doesn't remember being that fast, but then again, his friends had always commented on how fast he was even when wearing armor. And since he was wearing light clothing, his speed had increased. He certainly didn't notice. After waiting about another minute, Bell finally relaxed seeing that he had indeed outrun the monster, but he did not dare deactivate his flame. He still had no idea where he was right now, and it was always better to have a weapon drawn out and ready to be used in a split second. But first, he had another matter to attend to. Such as, "Who are you?" Bell thought, addressing the voice that was in his head. Last time he checked, his head was voice-free. It didn't help that this mysterious voice sounded a lot like him. "Who am I?" "I'm you, of course. Don't play games with me. Who are you and why are you inside my head?" Bell raised his flame to his head as if to threaten whatever the voice was. "You're not seriously thinking of frying your brain, right?" A moment of silence. "By Gwyn's beard, are you insane?" "That's currently up for debate since I have a voice in my head. I'm telling you, I'm you. If you're me then tell me, what's the last thing I did before I woke up?" Bell thought/asked. Truth be told, he can't remember what he had been doing before he woke up. He remembers that he had been wearing armor based on the very armor of Ardorius the Abyss Walker, along with wielding the Abyss Greatsword and Great Shield of said Abyss Walker. But why he was equipped in that set, he can't recall. "You don't remember? You defeated the Hallowed Lord of Cinder, Gwyn, and linked the first flame." At that did it all come rushing back to Bell. With armor providing the best fire defense, with a shield that provided great stability, and a sword he had grown to be quite proficient with, Bell had fought against the former Lord of Sunlight and triumphed over the Hallowed Lord. Soon after he stood before the first flame and planned to use his very self to strengthen it, preserving the Age of Gods for a bit longer. But before he could even extend his hand towards the flame, "I should have left you to rot in the Undead Asylum. My dream. My purpose. You took everything from me." Bell instinctively slammed his eyes shut as the memory appeared in his head. He remembered now. The event that took place before he could link the fire. The event that broke his very beliefs. "Do you believe me now?" the voice asked. "Yeah." Bell spoke as he let out a sigh, or perhaps he was mimicking one. Undead don't need air, so the act of sighing was nothing more than a false act. "So that's how it is." "How what is?" In an overdramatic fashion, Bell fell to his knees and let out a long, dramatic sigh. "I've finally lost my mind." "What?" "After all the deaths I've experienced, after all I've been through, my mind has finally been broken. I've finally gone insane. I'm surprised it took this long, but it was bound to happen eventually. Dying multiple times is not good for the mind. And I've been dying for years. Perhaps the final straw was when I willingly set myself on fire. Yes, that must be it. Hey! Get a hold of yourself. You're panicking." "I'm not panicking," Bell said as he calms down again. While he was surprised at the new voice in his head, he didn't bother with it as he had priorities to deal with. The first being finding the one who took my equipment and burned them to death. Bell thought while holding up his flaming hand. "Yeah, wait, what? Shouldn't your first concern be finding a way out of this place?" "That can wait. First I must get back my armor, my weapons, my items, and especially my catalyst and talisman. Especially those last two items. He'd sooner face the 4 Knights of Gwyn all at the same time than lose those 2 precious items. He would even go as far as to say that they were, to him, more important than his own life. That's how important they were to him. I know you want to get your stuff back, but think about it. You're all alone in some unknown area with little to no armor and your only weapon is your pyromancy. Your flame may be strong but you have a limit to how much magic you can cast." Bell grunted in annoyance but knew that voice in his head had a point. What he had right now was not ideal, and while he was confident he could take down anything that attacked him with his flame, there was a limit to it. And said limit was the reason why he rarely used magic during a fight. His magic was strong, that he was confident of, but his reserves were average at best, maybe a little above average considering his level, which meant he could only cast some of his more powerful arts a few times. Truly, his situation right now was not ideal, and it would only be suicide to venture through this area with what he has right now. Bell sighed. As much as it pained him to do, he'll have to prioritize getting out of here than finding his equipment. But he swore that once he was prepared, he'll come back here and look for his stuff. And seeing as he couldn't summon his precious bottomless box, meaning he didn't have said box with him, said stuff was all his stuff. Bell let out another sigh, this one filled with annoyance before he began to search for an exit out of here. Along the way, he ran into more monsters. Such mentions were ants the size of a human child, creatures made of literal shadows, frogs with one eye, men with dog heads, and what Bell could tell were literal goblins. All these monsters gave Bell a huge wave of nostalgia. He knew what these things were, but for his undead life he couldn't explain why he knew. The same went for the area he was in. He had found a set of stairs that went up, and seeing as he had nowhere else to go, he went up, and as he did the surroundings changed as the monsters in the area were getting weaker and weaker to the point where he could beat most with simply his fists. For some reason, he felt as if he should have dug for something from the monsters he beat to death, but seeing as he had nothing to cut said monsters up, he left them alone. There was no way he was going to rip them apart just to satisfy his curiosity. He wasn't a dark wraith, may those souls rest in peace and their idiot kings burn in hell. These things are surprisingly weak. The voice in Bell's head commented as the white-haired undead punched a pouncing goblin, dislocating its jaw and snapping its neck, killing it. Even hollows wearing no armor could take at least one of my punches. Bell thought as he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed at the strength of these monsters before him. But he was able to limit the use of his flames, so there was a plus side. As he walked, each step filled in caution as he never trusted a situation to be as easy as it was right now. He noticed that the appearance of monsters had become less and less. He wasn't complaining, but that just made the undead even more conscious of his surroundings. If there had been a bonfire nearby, he would have taken this chance to have a small break, but seeing as he didn't have his Estus flask with him, the boon of all undead, he didn't stop. Eventually, he came upon more stairs and soon went up them. This was the 5th time he's come upon a flight of stairs, and he was starting to wonder if he was going the right way. Many times he's taken a wrong direction during his journey through Lordran, which ended with him getting lost within the capital of the gods. Though said missteps have led him to some interesting encounters, some more enjoyable than others. After some time, Bell finally reached the top and came upon a new sight. A door. Now a door meant a lot of things, especially if one was found in a place like this. Once he entered through the door, he would either find himself outside, in a room, facing a trap, and slash or etc. The list was long, and Bell wished he had a shield on him just in case he did come upon a trap. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? At least it's not a fog gate. Bell silently agreed with the voice in his head, especially about the fog gate. Whenever he came upon one, there was a high % chance that he would face a being much larger than him or much more powerful. It would not be a lie to say that Bell had developed a sense of paranoia towards fog gates. But back to the story, Bell went to reach for the doorknob when suddenly, said door opened on its own, causing Bell to jump back and summon his flame in preparation for an enemy. He expected to see a hollow warrior, another monster, a demon on fire, or some new monster he's never seen before that would attack him on sight. What appeared from the door was, in fact, none of these things. To Bell's utter surprise, what came through the door was, in fact, oh, hello. It was a human man. And he could tell it was a human, for it was almost impossible for undead skin to get as tanned as the man before him unless one used a bunch of humanity and stayed under the sun's rays for long periods of hours. Most undead tend to be quite pale under their armor, and Bell was no different. Back from the dungeons. The man, wearing a chest plate and shoulder pads while carrying a claymore on his back, said to Bell as 2 more people appeared by the man's side. A woman wearing robes and wielding a staff that identified her as a mage of sorts, and another man, slightly younger than the other 2, who had a pair of cat ears on his head. Does that man have honest to flames cat ears on his head? Bell didn't respond back as he simply blinked in surprise. Excuse us then, we're going down ourselves. The man, no doubt the leader of this trio, said, snapping Bell out of his stupor before moving to the side to allow the trio to move down into the dungeon. Bell said, noticing the word that came from the man. Bell could feel his eyes widening as he looked towards the door, left open for him by the trio. He glanced back down to where the trio had left before quickly turning and sprinting out of the exit. The undead only got 10 steps out of the exit before he came to a stop as he came upon a sight that left him speechless. Cat and dog ears on top of heads. Big beefy men, both big and small height-wise. Pointed ears that identified some as elves. And last but not least, more humans. The sight of the great number of people around him left Bell reasonably shocked. For one, he hasn't seen these many people in years. Another reason, he recognized the likes of elves, dwarves, cat people, Chianthropes, and other kinds of races. The last reason why he was shocked is that the area he was at right now was familiar. It can't be. A feeling similar to adrenaline surged through Bell as he ran, sprinting past people, bumping and pushing a few, which resulted in some hateful cries, before he came upon a flight of stairs that spiraled upwards and immediately ran up them. Once at the top, he came upon even more people, but he ignored this as he raced towards one of the exits. He was in such a rush that he didn't know that to the eyes of other people, he was a complete blur. Finally, he reached the end of the exit and came to stop once he felt his feet slam down on soil ground, kicking sand and pebbles as he skidded to a stop. Mimicking the act of being out of breath, Bell looked at his surroundings with eyes in total disbelief. It can't be, there's no way. What? What is it? Where are we? From a bird's eye view, Bell would have been a simple dot amongst others in the vast city area. Shaped like a circle, the city was divided into 8 sections with many different buildings filling each section. And at the center of the city was a huge tower that looked like it reached past the clouds and gave the illusion that it might even reach the heavens themselves. Bell turned his head to look up at the said tower. He knew this tower. It was the Tower, Babel. And if this was here, then... I'm back. Bell breathed out. He couldn't believe it. He was back. He was back in the labyrinth city Orario. He was home. Guild. Bang. The loud banging of the guild door opening made everyone in the building jump up in surprise. Now, something like the door opening loudly would not have bothered most people that much. But when the doors were kicked open so hard that they were torn off their hinges and flew over the reception desks, forcing the employees to duck for cover, then it was only natural for everyone to jump in surprise. A pair of slender pointy ears poked out from under the desk, followed by a pair of emerald green eyes peeking out. The owner of these eyes then stood up along with the rest of the guild workers. Dusting any splinters off of her shoulder-length brown hair, Inatul adjusted her glasses as she and everyone else looked to see who had literally kicked the doors off. The half-elf blinked in surprise, for she knew the person standing by the now doorless entrance who was looking around the building frantically. Bell. Hearing his name, Bell snapped his head towards Ina, and the half-elf could not help but jump in surprise again when Bell turned to her. His eyes were practically bloodshot as dirt and blood covered his clothes and body. By the gods and goddesses above, the boy looked like he had just escaped from hell itself. Zoom. Before Ina could blink, Bell covered the distance between him and her, practically slamming into her assigned desk as she jumped for the 3rd time today. It seemed she was not the only one surprised by the boy's speed, as everyone blinked once before snapping their heads to the white-haired boy. Or was it teen? Ina couldn't help but notice Bell seemed a lot taller and older than she remembered. He didn't look like a 14-year-old boy anymore, but rather a 16-year-old teenager. Did puberty hit him? You. Bell pointed a shaking finger at the woman and looked at her in a way that made it seem like he was trying to remember something. You're Ina, right? Yes, I'm Ina, said the woman, as she also couldn't help but notice that, besides his appearance, Bell's voice seemed slightly deeper too. There was only a tad bit of change in his voice, a tiny drop so small that it was barely noticeable, but it was there. Just how hard had puberty hit him? Are you okay, Bell? You're a mess. Ina voiced her concerns. She wasn't sure if it was because she was Bell's advisor or not, but she felt greatly concerned about the way the white-haired boy, teen, was acting. I'm fine, Bell said, but Ina didn't believe him for a second. She grabbed him and dragged Bell upstairs to go take a shower. After practically shoving the boy in, did she then go and waits for him in a small room that was separated from the guild. It was here that she would talk to Bell, giving him advice and teaching him the ups and downs of adventuring and diving into the dungeon. After half an hour of waiting, Bell entered the room, clean and looking a lot calmer than he previously was. His coat was gone, leaving Bell with just his shirt and pants. Have you calmed down a bit? Ina asks. Yes. He nodded, taking a seat across from her with the only thing separating them was a table in the middle. Thank you for letting me use the showers. Don't mention it. Ina said before asking, Bell, did something happen? What do you mean? He raised an eyebrow at her as if he didn't know what she was asking. Bell, you kicked the door so hard it flew off its hinges, and you looked like you just escaped from hell itself, Ina said, voicing her earlier thoughts. Did something happen in the dungeon? After Ina had finished asking her question, did Belle go silent? The half-elf crossed her arms and waited for the boy to speak. She was patient, but fortunately, she didn't have to wait long as, after a minute or so, Belle spoke. I ran into a Minotaur. You what? Ina screamed the last part as she looked at Belle in alarm. For Belle's part, he didn't seem that fazed by the half-elf screaming in his face. What happened? Well, I went to the 5th floor. Belle began, looking like he was struggling to remember what had happened, which confused Ina. While I was there, a Minotaur appeared and I fought it. You fought it? Ina exclaimed loudly, looking at Belle like he was crazy. Yes. Belle nodded without hesitation. I took my dagger and stabbed it into its eyes, but it broke when I tried to take it out. Weaponless, I then decided to run and escape. As you can see, I was successful in escaping it. Okay. Ina said, unsure of what Belle had told her. For one thing, how did he, a LV1 adventurer, outrun a Minotaur, a LV2 mid-floor monster? It should have been impossible, but when Ina thought back to Belle's display of speed earlier, his story held weight. But where did he gain such speed from? So you went to the 5th floor, encountered a Minotaur, fought it, before managing to escape it. Yeah, that about sums it up, Belle said almost nonchalantly, making Ina let out an exasperated sigh. Geez, it's bad enough that you're going into the dungeons by yourself, but going into the lower floors? How many times have I told you taking risks is absolutely not allowed? Adventurers must not go on an adventure, remember? Ina said. Adventurers must not go on an adventure. Belle repeated, seemingly deep in thought before saying, always be careful and well prepared. That's right. Ina nodded, glad that Belle had remembered the hidden meaning to her words. You're still new to being an adventurer, Belle. You could easily die if you're not careful. Belle for his part just nodded at Ina's words. So, how did you escape the dungeons? You said your weapon broke, so I'm guessing you managed to avoid encountering any monsters along the way. Ina asked. Belle opened his mouth as if to say something, but then suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. He then said, yes, that's right. The half-elf raised an eyebrow at the young man. The way he had said that was suspicious, as if he was hiding something. Anyway, Belle began. If it's okay with you, may I leave now? I have places to be at. Ina wanted to protest, saying that weren't done talking yet, but she knew she could not keep Belle here forever and she needed to get back to work. Alright, you may leave. Make sure to cash in your items before going home. You wouldn't want to worry your goddess, Hestia, now, right? Now Ina expected a reply like, I know, or even a small laugh nervous from her charge. Cash in. A confused reply was not what she expected, nor was the confused look Belle gave her. Cash in your items. You know, exchanging items for Valis from your dungeon run. Ina explained. Belle continued to give her a look of confusion which was starting to worry the half-elf until a look of realization formed on the teen's face. Right. Cash in my items for Valis. Belle said as he took out a pouch from his side, jiggling it to make the contents inside rattle. Magic stones were no doubt what was inside the pouch, and from the sound of it, there wasn't a lot in there, which made sense to Ina. Going by Belle's story, the young man's usual time in the dungeon was cut short, which meant he didn't get as much as he usually did. Anyway, I best be going now. Wouldn't want to keep Hestia waiting, Belle said before he left the room. Ina watched him go with worried eyes when suddenly, Belle stopped and turned back to her. Thanks, Ina. I'm glad we could talk like this, he said before he finally took his leave, leaving a surprised Ina. She then realized something. Wait, Hestia. For the while Ina's known Belle, he's never referred to his goddess by name before. She looked towards the door Belle had just left through, wondering what was going on with the boyar, teen. Gods, this was getting confusing. With Belle walking down the streets of Orario, Belle stared down at the gold coins in his hands he had exchanged for the stones he had in his bag. Valis is what they were called, and what he had on hand was worth 1,200. If these were souls, this would barely be enough to buy 2 black fire bombs or a green blossom. Belle could only nod in agreement with the voice in his head as he stashed away the money and focused his attention on his surroundings. Various species of people passed by him as he minded his own business. Houses and stores lined the vast city area, making it feel like one could get lost if they didn't know the place, or weren't careful. This was natural as the city was known famously as the Labyrinth City. It certainly was a better place to live than Lordran, Belle thought, but to be fair, that place was dying out. How long has it been since I've last walked through these streets? Belle thought to himself, taking in everything around him. A feeling of nostalgia came over him like a wave as he continued walking with no destination in mind. Or so he thought as hours of walking later, he found himself standing before an abandoned church. This two-story building that used to pay respects to the gods was almost completely broken. From the appearance alone, one could see broken stone everywhere. One can easily tell this building has gone through many years of disrepair, having faded from the memories of the people. A sad fate, much like the undead. On top of the entrance, which had no door, was a statue of a goddess, though which Belle couldn't even begin to guess as the body of the statue was tattered and a smile could be seen on the goddess' face even though half of the said face was missing. Walking inside, Belle could see the interior of the building was just as bad as the exterior. Dense weed can be seen growing out of the broken floor, most of the ceiling had already fallen apart, and a big hole could be seen through the roof, allowing sunshine to come through and fall upon the altar that had somehow managed to keep its original appearance. Clad in his armor, but with his weapon and shield put away, he approaches the woman praying by the altar. She hears him coming from the clanking of his armor and turns to face him with a smile. I was wondering when you might return. It is a great relief to see you. Now, let us speak of miracles. Belle winces and grunts in pain, bringing a hand to his head as the memories come rushing in. He expected tears to start forming from his eyes, but nothing comes. That's to be expected, he's last since cried the last of his tears back in Lordran. But that didn't lessen the pain in his chest. Ria. Belle mutters, lowering his hand as he looks down sadly. There's no changing the past. I know, Belle said before his body begins to move to a wall next to the altar. From afar, no one would have noticed, but up close, there was a gap in the wall. A secret entrance, Belle deduced. Reaching his hand forward, he pulled open the secret door to reveal stairs that led down to a basement. Once again, just like at the guild, memories of his younger self came to him. The previous ones showed him doing things like walking through Orario or exchanging items for Valis. Others told him the names of people such as Withina. The memory that showed up this time was him going down the stairs to another door that led to a spacious basement room. And when he opened the door, there was someone waiting for him. Following his memory, Belle climbs down the steps to the door below. Slowly, he reached for the handle of the door, but just before he could touch it, the door flew open, making Belle jump. The feeling of wanting to jump back and go for a weapon that was not on him came over him, but it was soon squashed down when he saw who had opened the door. A youthful female stood before him. Petite and beautiful, her appearance looked to be between a little girl and a female teenager. She was quite short too. Even if Belle had looked like his 14-year-old self, the girl would still be shorter. Her black hair is tied into two twin tails which reach down to her mid-thighs, and keeping her hair tied are accessories that feature blue and white petals along with bell-shaped ornaments. Her attire, which Belle couldn't help but be appalled at, is a white mini dress with a blue ribbon around her neck and one tied under her breasts around her arms, and a pair of white gloves. Belle couldn't help but notice that due to her small frame, the size of her breasts was quite emphasized. The ribbon the girl was using certainly didn't help to change any of that. What is with that outfit? It seems the voice in his head was also quite appalled by the girl's outfit. Blue eyes blinked at him before the girl's raised her head to his. Oh! Belle, welcome home. I wasn't expecting you to come home this early. The second Belle heard the girl's voice, memories came rushing back to him. The girl before him was Hestia, a goddess. His goddess. The one who took him in when no other familia wanted him. The one who graced him with a foulness so that he could become an adventurer. Hestia, so that was the name. Belle thought, finally remembering the name of the person who had kept him going through Lordran in the beginning. When he woke up in the Undead Asylum, he wanted nothing more than to return to his goddess. When he had been given the task to ring the bells of awakening, her image kept him going through the toughest of situations. But that soon changed the more times he kept dying. Slowly, he had forgotten about her. The first thing that went was the name. After that was her face. Finally, after many years, he could only remember the shape of her figure, but even that was a blur in his mind. He didn't know what kept him going after that. A sense of duty? A desire to do what he believed at the time was the right thing? Or perhaps when he finally reached his destination, he just wanted everything to end. But as he stood before this goddess, everything he had forgotten was slowly starting to come back. For an undead like him, this was quite the miracle. Belle? Are you all right? Hestia asked, looking worried when the young man hadn't said anything for a while and just stared at her. She soon started to fidget a little under his gaze. As the memories finally finished flowing into his head, Belle expected to feel happy now that he was home and back with his goddess. Instead, he felt nothing. He didn't smile out of joy, nor did he want to just hug the small goddess before him. None of those feelings came over him as he had expected. Perhaps his time in Lordran had changed him more than he thought. Nevertheless, Belle knew he couldn't just keep staring down at the goddess forever. So he put on a small smile, an action that greatly surprised him more than he thought, and finally spoke. I'm home. The words that came out of his mouth felt so foreign to him. And by the great sun, when was the last time he actually smiled? It felt like it took everything from him just to produce that small smile on his face. Why yet, Hestia said as she moved out of the way for Belle to enter the room. To the right of him, there was a small sofa that he remembers he used to sleep on. To the left was bed big enough for 2 people, 3 if you squeezed in. In between, there was a small table Belle remembers where he and Hestia would eat together. All in all, Belle was reminded of how poor they were. So that's what that earlier compulsion was. Belle thought, having felt the need to dig something out from the bodies of monsters he had killed. It was the need to dig out the magic stones which he would then later trade for money. Yeah, welcome back, Hestia said as she closed the door and turned to him. You're back earlier than usual. Did something happen? Ah, well. Belle, who had conquered every challenge Lordran had thrown at him, found himself stumped while he pondered on what to tell the little goddess. He couldn't exactly say that he died and became an undead. How about just telling her the lie you told Ina? You know, about the Minotaur. Belle thought about what the voice in his head suggested and later did as told. You encountered a Minotaur. Hestia exclaimed as she ran her hands all over Belle. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I am fine. I managed to escape with no injuries. Belle said, feeling awkward with the goddess running her hands all over him. I lost my dagger though when I tried to fight it. You fought it? Hestia exclaimed loudly again, practically screaming in his face. Belle, for his part, didn't even blink. Yes, Belle said, having no need to hide that part of the story. Like with Ina earlier, he was telling half-truths and half-lies. He did not mention how he did not plan to outrun the Minotaur, and he did not mention his pyromancy as his previous self never had such an ability. Hestia, once she was done checking him, narrowed her eyes at him, searching for any lies in what he said. Finding none, she relaxed a little. Well, as long as you're alright and alive, then I guess everything's okay. Just promise me that you'll be careful next time. I will. Belle nodded his head as he said that. During his time in Lordran, he was nothing but careful. He always made sure his armor was in top condition, his weapons were sharpened and durable, checked his shield to make sure they were still strong, he had enough estus in his flask, equipped any rings that might help him, and made sure to carry any items that might help him in the long run. No matter the enemy, and no matter the situation, Belle always made sure he was ready for anything. So, how much did you make today? Hestia casually asked. The undead simply took out the coins he had on him to answer. Less than usual, huh? Well, I guess that's to be expected. But don't you worry, Belle. Belle raised an eyebrow at the goddess' excitement before she suddenly placed on the table 2 mugs of water and a plate full of, what were they called again? Ta-da! I made a lot of small contributions today at the store's revenue, so I got a lot of potato croquettes. Today's dinner is a feast of potato croquettes. What do you think, Belle? Honestly, Belle didn't know what to feel. It's been years, possibly centuries since he last laid eyes on proper-looking food. These potato croquettes certainly looked and smelled better than a dung pie. But then again, anything was better than a dung pie. He was also reminded that because they were so poor, Hestia herself had to work as well in order to earn money. This looks great. Belle decided on saying as he grabbed a nearby wooden chair and sat down. Hestia herself took a seat on the sofa, sitting right across him as she smiled and laughed happily at his words. Well, dig in before they get cold. Right. Taking a croquette from the pile, Belle could not help but stare at it. When was the last time he had actually eaten? He remembered eating dirt during his time in the asylum when he was hungry and desperate. He also remembered eating fruits and plants from the Darkroot garden during his time as a forest hunter. But after that, as the years went by, Belle eventually stopped eating altogether. He was an undead, and undead don't get hungry. The only things that sustained undead were estus, humanity, and souls. Do my taste buds even still work? Belle thought as he continued to stare down at the croquette in his hands. Is something wrong? Belle was snapped out of his thoughts by the voice of Hestia, who was looking at him worriedly while eating. And no, it's nothing. Belle insisted before he looked down at the croquette and finally took a bite of it. The taste, there was none. Despite the fact that the treat in his hand looked and smelled good, he could taste nothing. As he chewed, he felt like he was chewing on warmed mush. So even my taste buds have been lost. Belle thought as he continued eating despite not tasting anything. When had he lost his sense of taste? Was it during his time in Blighttown? There were many times when he tripped and fell headfirst into those treacherous poisonous swamps. Perhaps it was when he traversed the demon ruins and fell into the pools of magma? Or maybe it was that one time he ate a dung pie. Why he did such a thing, the reasons were lost to him. But his gut told him it had something to do with a bet with one of his friends. Perhaps it's not that I lost my sense of taste, but rather it was just slowly destroyed during my time in Lordran. Belle thought. It certainly seemed plausible. I'm sorry, Belle. Belle stopped eating when Hestia suddenly apologized. Looking up, Belle saw the goddess looking down sadly. Hi. Naturally, Belle was confused. We haven't found anyone yet willing to join my familia. It's probably because my name isn't widely known. Familia. A type of faction under a god or goddess made up of adventurers and supporters headed by said god or goddess. And because familias is headed by gods, they are thus named after them. For example, because he served under Hestia, he was a part of the Hestia familia. Thinking about it now, Belle felt that familias were similar to covenants. I've certainly been through a lot of them. Belle thought to himself, thinking back to his services to Alvina, the fair lady, and working alongside his fellow warriors of sunlight. You get the same blessing no matter which god you serve. Belle pointed out. Since it didn't matter which god or goddess one served, the remaining factor left when picking who to serve under was popularity. He tried recalling just what were the most popular familias in Orario R, but it seems that bit of memory had yet to resurface. I hate having to force you to do all of the work though. Hestia said, looking down saddened. I don't mind. And you're working hard too. Belle said before stuffing the entire fried potato into his mouth. Since he couldn't taste a thing, he might as well just finish the thing instead of continuing to take small, pointless bites. I'm sorry you struck a contract with a rookie goddess like me, Hestia said, tearing up a little. Belle jumped a little at the sight of Hestia tearing up. Shit. She's crying. What do I do? Belle thought to himself, trying to figure out how he should cheer up to the divine being in front of him. It was quite ironic, really. He has fought and killed literal gods before, and now here he is, trying to cheer up one. It's fine. Even if it's just the two of us, I'm sure things will work out. Belle said. Even if it was just him and Hestia, Belle didn't see any problems with that. Back during his time as a chaos servant, minusing II, he was literally the only one serving and helping the fair lady in providing her humanities when she needed them. It may not have cured her sickness, but it did help alleviate her pain, and that was enough for him. Belle. Somehow moved by his words, Hestia wiped away her tears and cheered up. You're right. We're still just starting out as a familia. Once we manage to get a more comfortable life, more people will surely begin to join us. I didn't say any of that. Belle thought. He. Hestia laughed and smiled at Belle. I'm really blessed to have met someone like you. I'm glad to have been of some help, Belle said, taking a sip of his water. Since water didn't have a flavor to begin with, drinking the cool liquid was oddly satisfying, like he was taking a sip of Estus. The only difference being he wasn't in a life-threatening situation. Alright, let's update your status and make ourselves a better future. Hestia said, standing up. Status. Bell thought, confused at first until he realized what Hestia was talking about. She must mean my stats. Status, God's grace, or fauna. Being the only legal power gods can use in the mortal world, they can improve a target's stats by carving hieroglyphs through the medium of fresh blood. With this, by using Exilia, experience points, a person's basic abilities, skills, and level can go up. It's powers like these that make people worship the gods. Should I let her see my status? Bell thought to himself. Though the use of bonfires, Bell has technically been modifying his own stats all on his own, picking which stat he wanted to increase. By that logic, he didn't need an update in his status, though thinking about it now, when was the last time he actually sat down and looked at his stats? It felt like a long time since he had actually needed to increase anything. Seeing as I don't have my armor anymore, perhaps an increase to my natural resistance is needed. Bell thought before nodding to himself. All right, Bell said, agreeing with Hestia as he got up, and was soon at a loss at what to do. So, how did this go again? Bell thought. What are you waiting for, Bell? Take your shirt off and get on the bed. Hestia said. All right. So he was stripping? Well, he already felt naked without his armor with him, so might as well. Taking his shirt off, he threw it to the sofa and went to the bed. Digging through his recovered memories, he then laid down on his stomach and waited for Hestia to jump on his back. After 5 minutes of nothing happening, Bell raised an eyebrow in confusion as he got up and turned to see Hestia staring at him, blushing beet red while a line of drool was dripping down from her mouth. Hestia? Is something the matter? Hestia soon snapped out of whatever daze she was in, shaking her head and quickly wiping away the drool from her mouth. I am fine. Everything's fine. Now just lay down. Okay. Still a little confused, Bell laid back down and seconds later, Hestia was on his back. Hestia blinked once. Then twice. A third time. And a fourth and fifth for extra measure. But no matter how many times she blinked, the numbers before her did not change. Bell Cranel level, 7. Strength, S999. Endurance, Resistance S999. Dexterity, S999. Agility, S999. Magic, Intelligence/Faith S999. Development abilities, Abnormal Resistance A, Hunter A, Luck D, Escape B, Magic Resistance B. Skills, Pyromancy, Sorcery, Miracles, Chosen Undead, Unkindled, Lord of Cinder, Soul of Cinder. What is this? This level, these stats, these skills, what is all this? This was impossible. These stats are unreal. Hestia mentally screamed in her head, and who could blame her? Bell, her child, was a level 7 and was S rank across the board. Not only that, but they were all of equal number, each stat reaching to the absolute maximum of the rank. How does one even achieve that? And what was that question mark right next to the level 4? This doesn't make sense. Where did all this power come from? And just what are these skills? Miracles? Lord of Cinder? Just what were those? Something wasn't right. She met and knew Bell, lived with him even, for half a month. The human wasn't even nowhere near ready to break through the first level, and yet his status showed him being on the same level as the strongest adventurer in Orario. Not mention some of his stats and skills weren't right. Why were intelligence and faith grouped together with magic? Just what is that anyway? And what are these skills? She read the description, but it just left her with more questions than answers. Pyromancy, the art of conjuring fire. Must have pyromancy flame in order to use. Sorcery, the art of casting magic. A catalyst is needed to use this art. Miracles, the art of casting magic through the use of faith. A talisman is needed in order to use. The first 3 skills seemed simple enough to Hestia, if a bit confusing. They all seemed to be a form of magic, though the second Hestia laid eyes on the list of things her child could do, she was overwhelmed. Chaos Storm? Homing Crystal Soul Mass? Sunlight Spear? Just what was all this, and where did her child learn these? Don't even get her started on the next 3 skills. Chosen Undead, Unkindled. Lord of Cinder, augment power of pyromancy, sorceries, and miracles. Augment damage from weapons. Decrease damage taken from fire. Soul of Cinder. For some reason, the first and last skills were locked and hidden away from her, no matter how many times she tried to pry for information. The only one she was allowed to see was this Lord of Cinder skill. From the description, besides powering up his magic skills, it also increases the damage Bell can dish out should he ever wield a weapon of any kind, such as a sword or knife, while also decreasing any damage taken from anything fire-related. All in all, it sounded like a very powerful skill. But still, what does this chosen undead, unkindled, and soul of cinder skills even mean and do? The latter skill seemed related to the Lord of Cinder skill while the former just left Hestia greatly worried. Something wasn't right here. These stats, these skills, nothing about them made sense. She tried looking into Bell's experience. This was another power gods had. Besides granting Falna, they had the ability to look into the experiences of their blessed child as if they were reading a book. Hestia herself considered this a breach of privacy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Like Bell had mentioned before, he had gone down to the 5th floor and ran into a Minotaur. He then ran away from it and then, nothing. The words that told Hestia of Bell's experience just stopped there, as if something were blocking it. Hestia. Hearing her name, the goddess was brought out of her musing by Bell. She must have been lost in thought longer than she realized. Is something the matter? You tell me. Hestia thought as she looked down at Bell's outrageous stats on the stat sheet in her hands. A second later, Hestia snapped her head back at Bell, having noticed something. What did you just say? Hi. Bell glanced over in confusion. What did you just call me? Hestia asked again. Hestia. Bang. At that moment, Hestia felt like an arrow had shot through her heart. Her name. Bell had called her by her name. Before it was just goddess and nothing more. Sure, it was just Bell being formal and kind, but after half a month of living together, she expected Bell to get used to living with her and start calling her by her name. She's been using his since the day they met. Frankly, she had almost given up on getting Bell to call her by her actual name, but now. Hestia. Hestia felt another arrow go through her chest. Is something the matter? You're acting strangely. It's nothing. Hestia said, trying her best to come down from cloud 9 and failing miserably. Are you sure? Your face is all red. Bell pointed out. Indeed, Hestia's face was completely beet red from blushing. From Bell's point of view, it looked like she had a fever. The small trail of steam coming from her head certainly played a part in that assumption. I am fine dash. Hestia began to say until she glanced back at the stat sheet in her head. Looking back at Bell, she then made a decision. Actually, I am feeling a bit under the weather. It's making me unable to properly read your stats. Hestia lied, folding up the sheet and stuffing it in between her breasts. But who was she really lying to? Bell, or herself? Oh, okay, Bell said, getting up from the bed and allowing Hestia to see the newly developed muscles of her child. Bell's physique before hadn't been so developed, so to see this new change. Despite being a goddess, Hestia thanked the high heavens for granting her this gift. She tried not to pout when her child put back on his shirt, though she couldn't help but notice that said shirt looked a little small on Bell. In fact, was it her imagination, or did her child look older? Must be that thing humans call puberty. Hestia thought. As a divine being, she would forever retain her current appearance, never aging. One of the biggest reasons gods such as herself came down from the upper world was because of their deep interest in humans. But just because they were interested in them, doesn't mean they technically know about them. All Hestia knows is that humans age, grow bigger, and eventually die. It's not like she knows human biology. Compared to the life of a god, human life was fleeting. That was just facts. I'm gonna step outside for a bit. Hestia was brought out of her thoughts when Bell spoke up, heading towards the door. Hestia blinks before looking back at the plate full of potato croquettes on the table. She then looks back at Bell. What about dinner? You're not gonna eat more. I'm not feeling all that hungry tonight. You can have the rest. Bell said before opening the door and taking his leave. Hestia watched as Bell left in worry. Her child wasn't hungry? That couldn't be right. They were quite poor right now, so any food they could put on the table was a blessing. Perhaps his encounter with the Minotaur had shaken him more than she thought? Maybe that was it. If so, then she could give her child space, and when it was time for sleep, sneak into his bed and cuddle up next to him. When Belle made it up the stairs, night had fallen as through the holes in the roof of the building, he could see the stars. Going outside, the chosen undead was greeted by the night sky and the cool air brushing against his face. He breathes in the cool air through his nose before letting it out through his mouth before he sets his sights on the tower that acts as the lid over the dungeon, Babel. With the tower lit up and the lights of the buildings surrounding it, it made for quite the sight. "I'm really back," Belle said to himself as he took in everything. "It is pretty hard to believe. After everything we've been through." Belle agreed with the voice in his head. He was quite tempted to pick up a rock and bash his head just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. But then again, undead don't dream, for they don't need sleep. The only form of sleep an undead got was the brief period of death whenever an undead was killed before being revived at a bonfire. Even then, no dreams ever came during those periods. Or maybe they did, but Belle had just stopped dreaming after becoming numb to the experience. So, what now? What now? Yes, that is the big question. Here he is, back home and away from Lordran. No more would he have to traverse the ruined kingdom that was plagued with demons and death, fighting for his very life at every second. He was free to do whatever he wanted. But that's the thing, just what did he want to do? Should he follow Hestia's example and get a job? Or perhaps he should take up the sword and shield again and traverse the dungeon as an adventurer, the very thing he had come here to do when he was younger. He certainly wasn't going to go out and try to find damsels in distress. And going to the dungeons didn't quite appeal to him as it did when he was a naive boy. He was free, thus he could choose to not have to fight anymore. But the fact remains is, Belle thought to himself as he looked back at the abandoned church building. He was back home, but there had been no change. Time was still the same as when he was 14. Both he and Hestia were still poor. Now personally, Belle had no problems with his living arrangement. After living in Lordran for who knows how long, something like this was normal for him. But the same could not be said for Hestia. She was a goddess that had come down from Tenkai, the upper world, to start a familia and become famous. She would find humans who wanted to join her, grant her grace to them, and bond with them as they went adventuring through the dungeon. But with the way things are right now, with how poor they are, such a thing will never happen. So the goal he needed to accomplish was to help raise money so they could afford to live a better lifestyle. By getting a job, he would certainly earn money, and if everything went well, they could be rid of this church in a good couple of years. But Belle turns and stares at the Tower of Babel in the distance. Raising his right hand, Belle called forth a flame the size of a small ball and stared at it. Adventuring. By going into the dungeon and coming back with a large number of magic stones, the amount of money he could gain would be more profitable than getting a job. And with his strength and skill sets, Belle was quite confident he could make it big. But therein lies the problem. Fame and fortune. The old Belle had come to the labyrinth city for those very things, but the Belle right now had no need for such things. His passions and ambitions, his hopes and dreams, they had all been washed away during his time in Lordran. That place had done a good job in smashing such things from him. It wouldn't be a lie to say that the Belle right now was a completely different person from the Belle that wanted to be an adventurer, inspired by the stories his grandpa, whose face and name he could no longer remember, had told him during his childhood. Making it big in the city, becoming famous and making a name for himself, such things did not interest Belle in the slightest. If he was asked what he wanted, then, to be frank, he just wanted to be left alone. Being left to his lonesome and enjoying the peace around him. Compared to his experience in Lordran, such a thing was bliss to him, but no matter how he looked at it, by being an adventurer, he'd be able to make more money faster and thus be able to help Hestia move away from this poor life and into a better one. The sooner that happens, the sooner Belle can finally hang up the sword and enjoy peace for however long he can. Looks like there's no other way, Belle says to himself before sighing. Just when he thought he could finally stop fighting. I'll just have to be careful. Careful, like he'd always been in Lordran. Except this time, instead of being careful not to die to whatever wanted him dead, he had to be careful of showing people his abilities. No matter what, he must make sure to not let others see just what he was truly capable of, for that would only attract attention to himself. Well, guess I better head back inside, Belle said, dismissing the flame in his hand as he headed back into the church to turn in for the night. As an undead, he didn't need to sleep, but that didn't mean he shouldn't watch over Hestia in case of an attack. As unlikely as that was to happen, Belle would still watch over her. Expect the unexpected, calculating the highly unlikely variable, imagining scenarios that could happen no matter how unlikely or unbelievable. It was this way of thinking that's kept Belle from hollowing and dying not as often compared to other undeads. Had he not been taught to think like this, Belle was confident the number of times he met death would have happened more times than not. Of course, this way of thinking was hammered into him rather than properly taught. Belle lets out a pained cry as his head was smacked by a wooden sword before he falls to the ground, holding his head in pain as his teacher stood over him. You have no talent, you don't have vast amounts of intelligence, and you're not some high-class noble with status. You're just an average bumpkin with nothing to his name. Your strength's not enough to break rock, your intelligence is lacking the skill for magic, you can barely take a hit before keeling over, and if you think for a moment that speed of yours will get you out of any situation, then you're wrong. Belle grits his teeth in frustration as he gets up and glares at the man. But, Belle stops and blinks at that. What you do still have is that brain of yours. That thing in your head has been with you since the day you were born, so use it. Always keep thinking. Think of ways to defeat your opponents. Think of plans on how to fight your next opponent. Think of scenarios that are unlikely to happen, but could happen anyways. Think of how you can improve what you lack. With enough souls and a bonfire, you can cover your weaknesses and perhaps one day, you will gain weapons and armor that put the rest of us here to shame, but at the end of the day, your brain shall forever be the greatest weapon you have. So always keep thinking, and never stop planning. If you do that, the chances of you dying will start to decrease. Keep thinking and keep planning. For years those words have kept Belle from giving up when there were so many times he could have. The man he was back then couldn't even compare to the way he is now, but no matter how much stronger he was now, he didn't let it go to his head. By following those words, Belle had overcome any challenge thrown at him. A sad smile forms on Belle's face as he thinks back to the man as well as those that have helped him during his time in Lordran. The fact remains, without the teachings of those people, Belle couldn't have gained the strength and power he has right now. For that, he will forever be grateful. But right now, he had a goddess to look after. And tomorrow, Belle Cranel, the chosen undead, would go back to adventuring. The thought alone made him want to smile and laugh, but that urge was dashed when he came upon a wooden crate sitting in front of the altar. Was that always there? No. Belle narrows his eyes as he approaches the crate that hadn't been there before cautiously. His hands went to his side to grab a sword that was not there, being reminded once again at his lack of proper equipment. He'll have to buy a sword later. Though with his current budget, the best he could afford was probably a knife. Well, better than nothing. He felt naked as it is. Approaching the crate, he instantly saw a card on top of the crate. Picking it up, he saw the card depicting some sort of clown or jester. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Belle turns the card over to see a small message. Thought you should have this back. M.C. M.C. Belle mutters in confusion, staring at the message on the card for a good minute before he looks back down at the crate before him. Throwing away the card, Belle grabs the lid, using his strength to tear it off. He paused, making sure the noise hadn't attracted Hestia's attention before Belle calmed down a bit and moved the lid aside before looking to see what was inside. Belle's body froze as his eyes widened in surprise. Unfreezing himself, Belle reaches in the wooden box and pulls out a metal helmet, an elite knight helmet. This is... Belle ran his thumb over the helmet's surface, feeling the metal as the moonlight above shined over him and the helmet. From the way it gleamed, the helmet was clean, cleaner than Belle has ever seen a helmet be. Not a lot of equipment Belle found had been clean, having been found on the ground discarded or on the body of a corpse. The way the helmet shined under the moonlight almost captivated Belle, and he thought the helmet was just made, having come right out of a blacksmith. But no, the helmet was not new. Despite its clean and new look, Belle could spot multiple tiny scratches all over the helmet, some bigger than most. They were barely noticeable, showing the care that had been put in to repair it. And that's when Belle knew. This is mine. The helmet in Belle's hands, it was his own elite knight helmet, the same one he found along with the rest of the elite knight set all those years ago. All the scratches on it, he recognized all of them. Looking inside the box, Belle found the rest of the set, the gauntlets, the leggings, greaves, the chainmail shirt, the leather armor he would wear over the chainmail shirt, even the surcoat was there as well as his belt of pouches. Sitting on top of it all were 2 bags with one that seemed stuffed full of something. But no sword or shield. Belle noticed as the only thing in the crate was his elite knight armor and the bag. Picking it up one of the bags, the jingling sound of coins was heard from within. Untying the knot, Belle looked inside and found a good amount of valise inside. There's enough in here to buy me a sword as well as a shield maybe. Belle noted, setting down the bag before grabbing the other one and opening it up. His eyes widened when he saw 2 familiar-looking bottles. An Estus flask. And, what is this? Inside the bag was indeed an Estus flask, the great boon of all undead. But along with the Estus flask was another flask, though instead of being filled with the orange life liquid, a bright blue liquid filled the flask's content. Taking the unknown flask from the bag, the second Belle laid his fingers on it, the familiar sensation of information pouring into his head came over him. It was a sensation Belle had grown used to. It happened every time he laid his hands on an item. Ashen flask. The name came to Belle's mind as what the blue flask could do filled his mind. Placing the flask back in the bag, he looked at the card he had thrown away which had landed on the side to allow the gesture pick to be displayed. A gesture, and the initials M.C. Suddenly, it clicked. Eyes widening again, only this time filled with more caution, Belle looks around frantically before rushing outside. He looks around but sees no sign of who may have dropped Belle's armor. MC, there was only one man Belle knew that had those initials. Granted, the M part was more a self-claimed title, but that's all Belle knew him by. Chester. Belle muttered the name of the man who may have been here. Marvelous Chester, a shady man he had met when he had been dragged through time. He was here. He was in Orario, like him. And he was out there somewhere, doing who knows what. Looking down at the helmet in his hand, Belle looks over to Babel Tower. He just found another reason to go adventuring. Grace 2, regular day, to hell and back. Clack clack clack. MMM. The sound of clacking metal woke Hestia from her sleep. Slowly, with droopy eyes, the goddess of hearth, home, and family rose from her bed and looked to see what was making all that noise. Oh, Hestia, you're awake. With sleepy eyes, Hestia blinked at what could only be described as a knight, leaned over the table about to write something. I'm sorry if I woke you. You were still sleeping when I came down, so I was gonna write a letter before I left. I'm heading out to buy some weapons before heading to the dungeon. I'll be back later. Okay, Hestia said, still half asleep. In her mind, she only registered 2 things in her mind. 1. There was a knight in her room. 2. Belle's voice was coming from the said knight. Her Belle was dressed up like a knight. Thus, her still tired mind came to a conclusion. She was still dreaming. With that in mind, the goddess laid back down in her bed and muttered a quiet, "Have a good day." With a clack sound, Belle nodded his head before taking his leave, his armor clanking as he moved up the stairs and out of the room. Bang! When the doors of the guild opened up with a big banging sound, almost everyone who was here yesterday dropped down in fear of the door being sent flying again. And they just got it fixed last night too. Lucky for them though, the doors did not fly off, and when Ina looked up over her assigned desk, the people who were not here yesterday during the incident were looking at those that dropped down in confusion. Flustered and embarrassed, everyone that ducked stood back up and looked to see who had kicked the door. Slam! This time everyone in the guild right now jumped with the slamming of boots hitting the floor sounded. Looking forward, everyone in the guild froze at who they saw at the door. It was a man decked out head to toe in armor. He wore greaves and knee guards over brown boots with the ends of his black trousers tucked into said boots. His left arm was completely armored with a shoulder guard over the said shoulder. The upper part of his right arm was armored lightly when compared to the left arm, while the rest of the forearm was covered by a light brown glove. The rest of his body was covered by a blue surcoat with golden accents that gave it a noble feel. Looking closely, some could make out a chainmail shirt under the surcoat, though none knew that behind the surcoat laid leather armor that covered the entirety of the man's upper body and was worn over the chainmail. Even then, a steel plate armor that covered the breast area was worn over the leather armor and was hidden by the surcoat, as a multitude of belts held everything together, as well as an assortment of pouches hung around the waist. Finally, to finish the armor set, a knight helmet was worn over the head, strapped securely so that it wouldn't spin or fall off, and hiding what the man looked like. With bold and confident strides that made the person look quite arrogant, the armored man approached the counter of guild advisors and stopped right where Ina was stationed at. Now Ina was not that surprised to see the armored man. Rare as it may be, a few adventurers sometimes covered themselves in armor like the man before her. It was even rarer for an adventurer to wear a helmet, since one of the main reasons why someone became an adventurer was to earn fame, and thus a person's face had to be seen in order to be well known and recognized should they gather enough fame. Yet the man standing over her now, he was different. The aura he was projecting was, if she were being honest, downright terrifying. Also, she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she could have sworn she saw a red glowing eye coming from the small slit where the man's eyes would be at. "See, can I help you?" Now Ina has been a guild advisor for quite a good number of years, so she liked to consider herself a mature professional. Yet under the intimidating gaze of the armored man before her, she couldn't help but stutter like a newbie speaking to her first adventurer. "Miss Ina, calm down." For the first time since arriving, the man spoke, and out came a voice the half-elf was quite familiar with. That voice, Bell. At Ina's question, did the now identified Bell nod his helmeted head as the aura he had projected earlier had disappeared into thin air, like it was never there, leaving Ina more confused than she already was. Wah! Ina was at a loss for words as she looked from head to toe at Bell's new appearance. Finally, the half-elf managed to find her words again and spoke. "Bell, what is all this?" "It's armor," Bell bluntly said, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing ever, which it is, though that wasn't what the half-elf meant. "I mean, where did you get all?" She gestured to the armor Bell was donned in. "This." Not counting the surcoat, a full set of armor was quite expensive. Bell was still a newbie adventurer, so he shouldn't have the money to buy such an expensive-looking set. "I found it," Bell answered immediately. Ina looked at him in disbelief. "You found it?" He nodded. "Yes. You found it? As in, you just found an entire set of armor lying around?" He nodded again. "Yes." At this point, everyone in the guild currently was looking at him in disbelief. Who would believe that an entire set of armor was just laying around on the ground and the boy just took it? Unknown to all, Bell was telling the truth, in more ways than one. Feeling if she questioned the boy, teen? Gods, that was still confusing. Any further, she would only end up with a headache, so she decided to try a different question. "Why did you decide to show up in all of this?" Once again, she gestured to the armor Bell was donned in. "Surely the boy, teen?" You know what, she was gonna stick with calling Bell a boy. Despite his growth spurt, he was still 14, right? Knew that it would be difficult to get recognized if he covered his face? "It'll provide me with better protection," Bell answered right away. "Weren't you the one who said to be cautious when in the dungeon?" Yes, she did say that to the boy. And certainly, the armor Bell was wearing looked quite sturdy and would thus provide a great amount of defense against the monsters of the dungeon. Against Bell's logic, Ina dropped the subject of Bell's new armor and decided to move on. "So, Bell, what can I help you with today?" First off, reaching to one of his many pouches, Bell took out a small bag containing valise and placed it on the counter. "This is for the equipment I bought from the guild." When one started out as an adventurer for the first time, if one didn't have their own weapons and armor, new adventurers had the choice of purchasing some equipment from the guild. Depending on how much one was willing to pay, an adventurer could get weapons like a sword or a dagger, some armor, and a kit that included a few potions, a small first aid kit which came with a roll of bandages, and a grappling hook. They even have maps of floors of the dungeon, though most people starting out hardly paid attention to those, being more inclined to explore the dungeon blind. In Ina's opinion, it was kinda stupid, but then again, it's not like the guild had a map of all the dungeon floors. Perhaps that's why most adventurers never bought maps. When Bell had first started out, he had brought some equipment from the guild, specifically the armor and dagger he had until yesterday. He didn't have enough money back then to buy the potions and kit, but it seems like he's gathered enough money to pay back the guild. Checking the bag to see if it had the amount Bell owed to the guild, Ina nodded before handing it over to one of her fellow workers before turning back to Bell. "Is there anything else?" "Yes. Do you know where I can buy weapons?" Ina was a bit surprised at the speed of Bell's question, but she quickly collected herself and answered her charge. "Yes, you did mention that your dagger broke during your encounter with the Minotaur. Well, if you're looking to go buy a new weapon, then you know the guild gives away weapons for new adventurers. However, if that doesn't please you, then I suggest heading to the 4th floor of Babel Tower. You can find weapon shops there." Now that Ina thinks about it, Despite Belle being an adventurer for half a month, there were still a great many things Belle did not know about Orario. Perhaps she should take some time off her work to help her charge get more accustomed to things around here? 4th floor, got it. Belle nodded, turning his head to glance outside. Is there anything else you need? Ina asked, though she felt she's dealt with all of Belle's needs. Turns out, her charge was not done yet. What is the cost of an adventurer's kit and a map of the dungeon? Ina blinked in surprise at Belle's question. Did he want both an adventurer's kit and a map? He certainly wants to be prepared before going into the dungeon today. Ina thought to herself, but couldn't help smiling at her charge. He was finally taking her words to heart. Perhaps his run-in with the Minotaur had actually done some good. Is something wrong? Belle asked, wondering why the half-elf was smiling all of a sudden. Oh, it's nothing, Ina said, trying to wipe away the smile on her face, but a grin managed to stay put on her face as she answered Belle's question. An adventurer's kit is the same when you buy a weapon and armor from the guild, 3,000 valis. If you want potions as well, then that's an extra 2,000 valis, though I suggest you buy them from stores that specialize in making them. They're a lot more effective than the ones the guild gives out. As for maps of the dungeon, that depends on how many floors you're planning to explore. For example, if you're planning on visiting the 5th floor again, which I highly advise against doing so until you're stronger, then we can give you a map of that floor. A single map of any floor costs 1,000 valis each. Placing his index finger and thumb under his chin, Belle hums to himself, no doubt contemplating on whether he should buy the items. To be honest, Ina wanted Belle to have these items as it would no doubt help him in the long run. The fact alone that Belle had brought them up to see if he could purchase them filled the half-elf with great joy in seeing how her charge was taking steps to make sure he increased his chances of survival in the dungeon. Does the guild happen to sell shields to newbies? Belle suddenly asked. Shields? Ina repeated and Belle nodded. I don't think so. I see. Then I'll take the sword the guild gives away to beginners. Okay. Anything else? Is it possible to just buy the first aid kit and the grappling hook? Belle asked after some thinking. Ina blinked at her charge again. Out of things such as the potions and maps, he wanted the first aid kit and the grappling hook? Seeing her confusion, Belle explained. If I buy a kit and a few maps, I won't have enough money to buy the sword. I'm not planning on going down far, so I won't need maps for now. With this armor, I won't have the worry about sustaining any major injuries, so I won't need potions. But injuries, no matter how small, can be lethal, so I'll take the first aid kit. As for the grappling hook, there's a chance I might find myself falling off a cliff or edge, so a grappling hook can be useful to save myself. Do you see what I mean? In the face of Belle's sound reasoning, Ina could only stare and nod silently. The boy made many good points that it left the half-elf stunned. It took a moment for Ina to unfreeze herself. Going to the back, she came back with Belle's requested items. That'll be 2,500 valis. Both the first aid kit and grappling hook cost 500 valis, while the sword cost 1,500 valis. It was simple math. Producing the right amount of money, Belle laid the coins down on the counter before taking his items. He placed the aid kit in one of the pouches while he placed the rope and hook securely to the side of his belt. After that, he grabbed the sword which came with a sheath and strapped it to his left waist side. Checking to make sure everything was in order and secure, Belle nodded in satisfaction before looking back up at Ina. Thank you, Ina. I'll come back for the maps another day. Nodding silently again, Ina watched as Belle turned and took his leave, his stride both bold and confident, the complete opposite of how he used to be. Crash! Ina winced when after a minute Belle left the guild. The doors he had previously kicked went and fell off their hinges. The half-elf felt her left eye twitch a little as she knew the cost of fixing the door again was gonna come out of her paycheck, again. When he was young and naive, excitement was what filled him most of the time. He was excited when he first arrived in Orario. He was excited and grateful to Hestia when she took him into her familia when so many others rejected him. He was excited when he first set out to the dungeon for the first time. Yes, he was quite the excitable boy back then. But he was no longer that same boy. Walking down the street, his steps were filled with confidence that his younger self lacked. The way he strides past other adventurers would make one think he was quite arrogant, but that was far from the truth. From underneath his helmet, Bell's eyes moved in different directions, surveying the area around him as he walked. His time in Lordran had made him distrustful of any area he was in, no matter how safe it looked. Call him paranoid and he'll take it as a compliment. After all, it was his paranoia that's kept him from not dying as much as he should have during his undead journey. So why didn't you take Miss Ina's suggestion to go buy a weapon at Babel Tower? In his mind, the voice that matched his own spoke. Bell had to wonder just how far gone was he that this voice was still around. She said the 4th floor. Bell responded back mentally while looking up at the huge tower just a few blocks away. The number of stairs I would have to climb would take too much time. So I chose to instead buy the one the guild offered to rookies to save time. Strapped to his waist was the sword he had bought earlier from Ina. It was a one-handed short sword. It certainly looked better than his previous dagger, though he knew against tougher opponents, the blade would break. Meaning he'll have to watch what kind of monsters he fought once he got to the dungeon. Bell stopped walking, his right hand going towards his sword as his head snapped back up at Babel Tower. An unpleasant feeling had suddenly come over him. It wasn't killing intent, he would know after coming face to face with it multiple times. The only way to describe it was that a strong foe was breathing down him. Someone's watching us. The voice in his head came to the same conclusion he did. Bell deduced the feeling was coming from Babel Tower. As his head rose up, the feeling got stronger the more he went up, meaning whoever was watching him was situated somewhere on the high upper levels of the tower. No, it was even higher than that. It was as if whoever was watching him was doing so from up top of the very heavens the gods came from. But as soon as Bell deduced this did the feeling of being watched subsided. Excuse me dash. Faster than the blink of an eye, Bell turned around, drew his sword, and swung. Slicing through the air, the blade of Bell's sword stopped just before it could take the neck of a human girl. She was about the same height as Bell. No, she was shorter by an inch or two. The girl has bluish-grey hair that she keeps tied with a small knot in a ponytail style. Her eyes are the same color as her hair and she has light peachy-colored smooth skin. She wore a white blouse and a leaf-colored knee-length long skirt with a slightly long half-apron around her waist. She also wore a pair of brown boots over black stockings. The girl's hair blew from the air pressure of Bell's stop swing. Her eyes were wide with surprise and her body was frozen stiff as her eyes nervously trailed down to the sword at her neck. Realizing what he had just done, Bell snapped out of it and quickly moved his sword away from the girl. Forgive me, I dash. Before Bell could speak an apology, the sound of metal flying through the air was heard. Acting on instinct, Bell ducked and rolled back, dodging whatever was thrown at him, though he noticed that even if he didn't move it wouldn't have hit him, just almost, before rolling back to his feet and turned, taking a stance. Legs spread apart, left arm raised up in front of him and sword pointed forward. The only thing missing was the fact that Bell wasn't holding a shield, making him look quite awkward. You could say the stance he was taking was iconic, though such a fact escaped Bell. I need to get a shield later. Bell thought to himself, still feeling incomplete even with his armor on before looking to see what had been thrown at him. It was a kitchen knife. Blinking, Bell turned to see where it had come from and found himself standing before a pub. It was a 2-story building with the roof hinting at an attic at the top. The building was made out of brick and wood and a sign up above reading, Hostess of Fertility. At the entrance of the tavern were a bunch of girls wearing the same uniform like the girl from before, ranging from other humans to cat people and even an elf. At the center stood a tall woman wearing the same outfit but in blue. Her brown hair was tied in a ponytail and her arm was outstretched, informing Bell that she was the one who threw the knife earlier. The fact that she threw it in a way that it wouldn't have hit him had he not moved told Bell that the knife throw had been an act of intimidation, an attempt to scare him away. Pulling her arm back, the woman, as well as the girls beside her all, glared at Bell while the elf checked up on the human girl he nearly decapitated before she too glared at him. I'm starting to think we should have tried harder in getting a shield. Bell agreed with the voice in his head but did not panic. Yes, the girls and the woman glaring at him were strong, he wouldn't be fooled by their state of dress. But this also wasn't the first time he was outnumbered. By now, adventurers and the locals had all since scattered and left the scene, leaving Bell with the angry women. Seeing as no one was going to speak, Bell decided to break the ice. May I help you? Yes, you can. The woman spoke in a powerful voice. She was obviously the owner of this pub and the strongest one out of the girls here. Mind telling me why you nearly tried to behead one of my employees, sir? Bell looked back to the girl he almost cut up before turning back to the woman. Forgive me, she just surprised me. And your first instinct was to decapitate her. I don't like being snuck up on, Bell said in a way that should have explained everything, but it didn't as the woman continued to glare at him. Everyone, please, calm down. The girl Bell had nearly killed spoke up finally, trying to calm everyone down before approaching the undead. While still nervous, she presented to him a magic stone. I'm sorry for startling you. I was just trying to get your attention because you dropped this. A magic stone. Bell raised an eyebrow from under his helmet. He was certain he traded all his magic stones yesterday. The possibility of him dropping anything was low, for he made sure all his equipment was secure on him. From behind his helmet, Bell narrowed his eyes in suspicion at the girl. Hey, no need to glare at her like that. She's basically giving us free money, so why not take it? Bell wanted to retort, but the voice made a good point, or was this just his psyche telling him to calm down? Well, whatever. Relaxing his stance and sheathing his sword, he accepted the magic stone from the girl. Thank you. I'm sorry for reacting as I did earlier. Oh no. It's okay, I'm the one who snuck up on you and all. The girl said, bowing in apology as the other women finally loosened up as well, but still kept a critical eye on the undead. After exchanging apologies, the girl began to look at Bell from top to bottom, no doubt looking at the armor Bell was donned in. He didn't call her out for staring. Ina was the same when he visited the guild earlier. Are you an adventurer? She asks, seemingly uncertain. I am, Bell responded dispassionately. Are you going to the dungeon so early? She asks. It was just a bit past 5, so it was, like she said, quite early in the morning. The sooner, the better, Bell said. The sooner he went into the dungeon, the sooner he could start making money and searching for Chester. Did you even have breakfast yet? I did not, Bell responded back quickly. He was an undead, he had no need for food. Plus, his taste buds were destroyed, so there wasn't any point in eating food at all. That's no good. Don't you know that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? I'll be fine. The girl hums to herself, staring doubtfully at Bell when her eyes suddenly shine with an idea before she ran into the pub, disappearing inside. Confused, Bell looks at the other women who all shrugged at him. Shortly after, the girl returned, cradling a small basket where Bell could make out bread and cheese in it. Going up to him, she offered him the basket. If you don't mind, please take this. Since the tavern isn't open yet, it's not a regular meal, though. I can't take this, Bell said almost immediately, surprising the girl as well as the other workers. This is your breakfast, isn't it? I can't accept such a thing. Bell had always been awkward when receiving acts of kindness. Even after his experience in Lordran, this little part of him still stuck around. It was simply his nature to do kindness than receive kindness. The girl continued to look at Bell in surprise before a smile made its way to her face that bordered on teasing. Mr. Adventurer, are you saying you're refusing my act of kindness? If I may be blunt, yes, Bell said, once again surprising the girl as well as her fellow workers. It's like they had expected Bell to act differently, but this was how he was, even before he became an undead. Although if he was still his previous self, he'd probably be flustered under the girl's smile. She's quite the beautiful-looking girl, he'll admit to that. Blinking in surprise once again, the girl recollected herself, smiled cutely, and practically shoved the basket into Bell's hands. Please, Mr. Adventurer, I insist. If I were to ignore a hungry person, I'd feel guilty. But I don't need it. Bell practically screamed in his mind. If he still had his sense of taste, he might have taken the basket, but since he was without it, he had no reason to take the basket. Seeing that the armored Bell was still not taking the basket, she tried a different approach. Then how's this then? A coincidence of interests. I'll have a little loss, but you'll fill your stomach. In exchange for that, could you come to this pub where I work tonight for dinner? Bell raised an eyebrow from under his helmet, processing the sentence the girl had spoke before it finally clicked. Add in the fact of how she was acting and smiling. You're quite the cunning one, aren't you? Bell commented as he took the basket from the girl. I have absolutely no idea what you mean, Mr. Adventurer. The girl said, smiling innocently. An amused smile made its way to Bell's face, though no one could see it, of course, due to his helmet. Shall I see you tonight, Mr. Adventurer? Maybe. Was what Bell said, turning to take his leave, but stopped and turned back to the girl. Bell Cranel. My name. May I get yours? Smiling again, the girl finally introduced herself. My name is Seer Fleva. Well then Seer, perhaps I'll see you tonight. Maybe. Safe adventures Bell. She waved goodbye as Bell turned and continued on his way to the dungeon. It's been who knows how long since I became an adventurer. Bell thought to himself as he carried the basket of bread and cheese. He didn't want to waste the food, but him eating it would be the same as wasting too. He was caught in a loop. But he'll deal with it later. He didn't know how many years it's been since he set out to go into the dungeon. Years? Centuries? Time was convoluted in Lordran, so Bell really had no idea. Perhaps he should buy a watch later? From what he remembered so far and the brief time he was in there yesterday, there was absolutely no way to tell time when in the dungeon. Of course, such a thing never bothered Bell thanks to his experience in Lordran, but things were different now. He was back home and with a goddess waiting for him. His feelings towards gods were not positive thanks to, once again, his experience as an undead. But Hestia was different. She was generally kind, that he knew. Bell valued that because there was very little of that back in Lordran. Maybe I'll give these to Hestia. Bell thought, looking at the basket in his hands before shrugging. He'll think about it later. Right now, he had a dungeon to explore and a masked bastard to catch. It was well into the night and the pub known as the Hostess of Fertility was packed and busy. Questionable naming aside, the pub was full of life and cheer. Various adventurers filled the tables, eating and drinking to their heart's content as well as flirting with the many waitresses that ran around serving food and drinks. The decorations and style of the interior of the building gave the place a homey feeling though it was still a bar. Seer, like many of her fellow workers, was working her butt off. With 2 platters in both her hands, she delivered an adventurer's order of ale and fish before moving quickly to another table to set down 2 mugs of ale for another pair of adventurers. Once done, she made her way back to the counter where another order was ready and waiting to be taken. Her friend Ryu got to the platter first and took it away before another order took the spot and she took them. Looking around, it was only adventurers that filled the tables of the pub. Due to how close it was from here to Babel Tower, it made the perfect place for adventurers to visit after a long day in the dungeon. This was one of many things Seer liked about her job. The adventurers that came here always had interesting stories to tell, their experience in the dungeon. She wasn't an adventurer herself, so the stories adventurers told when coming here were just that more interesting. And speaking of adventurers. Bam! Seer nearly dropped the plate she was holding as she jumped in surprise at the sound of the building door opening with a loud bang like someone had kicked it open. Turning, Seer looked to see who had arrived and she, along with everyone else in the building, froze. It was that armored adventurer Seer had met this morning, Bell Cranel if she remembered correctly. He still wore that same armor from before, helmet and all, but it was noticeably less shiny than it was this morning, even when under the lights. Also, the faint smell of blood was noticeable if one got close enough, yet there wasn't a single injury on him. Seer later deduced this smell to come from slain monsters, which meant Bell must have fought a lot to still have the scent on him. I'm here, Bell said in that almost dispassionate tone of his. Seer wasn't a stranger to this tone of voice, though Bell's tone was interesting to her. If she had to take a guess as to what set it apart from others, it sounded like Bell was tired. Unfreezing herself, Seer quickly made her way over to her latest interest. Bell! She called out to him, getting the armored adventurer's attention. Seer! Welcome! I'm glad you could make it. I almost thought you wouldn't come tonight. Seer said with a smile that would have sent some men's heart aflutter. Bell, on the other hand, didn't seem affected in the slightest as that helmet of his hid away his face and thus hiding his expressions. Well, I didn't originally plan on coming here, but the goddess I serve under told me that I had to eat alone for tonight due to being invited to a party. Since I had nothing better to do, I thought I might as well come here. So he was just here because he felt like it. Seer mentally shrugged. He was here and that's all that mattered. Well, I'm glad you came nonetheless, Seer said before turning around and shouting. We've got a customer. After shouting that out, did she then lead Bell over to a seat at the counter, seating him right at the corner of the bar that turned at a right angle, forming an L located right at the corner of the bar, if Bell were to lean back, his back could have touched the wall behind him. Because the seat was right at the corner, there was no other seat next to him and thus no one would come over to sit next to him. Seer had arranged this spot for Bell should he ever come and well, as luck would have it, he did. She had personally picked out this seat for him so he didn't have to worry about the gazes of other people and could focus on enjoying his meal. Though because of the armor, he was already attracting some stares. Well, if it isn't Mr. Knight. The minute Bell was seated did her boss, Mamma Mia, come up from the other side of the counter. At her presence did Seer get back to work, though she kept a close distance to hear what her boss and Bell were saying. So, you actually decided to come? Bell shrugged his shoulders. I didn't have anything else to do at the moment. He then looked around, giving the place an inspecting look. This place looks nice. Why thank you. This building was given to me by a friend, but I did most of the work in setting up this place until it was nice and ready for business. Mia said, giving the place she owned a look of pride before turning back to Bell and waved a hand in front of her face. I can't say the same about you though. I can still smell blood on you. Rough day in the dungeon. I killed a lot of monsters, Bell responded with that dispassionate tone of his. It was like he was making a report. Really now? Then I hope you made a lot of money cause I'm gonna keep the food coming your way. Please don't, my familia is quite poor, Bell responded immediately, making Seer who had been listening to giggle. Despite Bell's refusal, Mamma Mia went and slammed down a big plate of pasta. Sighing, Bell placed a hand on his helmet, catching Seer's attention as she was finally going to see what Bell looked like. But to her displeasure, Bell simply lifted the bottom portion of his helmet up, exposing his mouth to the world as the portion he lifted up hid his eyes from sight, thus preventing Seer from seeing what he looked like. Aren't you gonna take off your helmet? Mamma Mia asked, unknowingly speaking out Seer's thoughts. No, Bell responded quickly. And why not? Safety reasons. He said. One can never be too careful of their surroundings. Aren't you just being paranoid? My teacher once said to me, better paranoid than naive and ignorant. Well, I guess I can see the logic in that. Mamma Mia said before dropping the subject, focusing back on other orders. So it seems Bell was quite the cautious person, Seer noted. That might explain the way he acted this morning. One had to be quite paranoid as to draw a sword when startled. And from how fast he swung, Bell must have been quite the strong individual, which confused Seer. If he was strong, then surely he must be kind of famous, yet as she looked at the adventurers around her, she only saw looks that told her that this was the first time they had seen someone like Bell. Wiping some sweat from her brow, Seer looked around to see what the condition of the place was. Seeing as it was all normal, Seer decided to make her way back to Bell, pulling up a stool and sat to the left of him. He was halfway through his pasta and at some point, he had ordered some ale. Are you enjoying yourself? Seer asked. Taking a moment to chew and swallow, Bell spoke. Well, the food is good, and the service here is better than expected. So, yes, I am enjoying myself a little. But aren't you supposed to be working right now? Seer waved off the question like it didn't matter. The kitchen is a little busy, but the other waitresses have everything covered. Things also seem to be slowing down a little, so I have some free time. Can I? Seer shot her boss a pleading gaze. Mia looked hesitant, probably still miffed about the morning incident. Seer had long since let it go, but the others were still hung up on it if the side glances the girls were giving Bell told her anything. But with a reluctant nod, Mia gave Seer permission, but still kept a close eye on Bell. Thank you. Seer turned to the armored adventurer who had suddenly spoken up. For this food this morning. Oh, that's what he meant. She smiled. No. You coming here was worth my empty stomach. Don't you mean it was worth forcing me here to spend money? Bell asked the girl knowingly. The pasta he was eating was quite expensive, costing 300 valis. Seer simply giggles at Bell's question and bows her head a little. Sorry. From under his helmet, Bell let out a bemused grunt, probably unsure if Seer was honest in her apology, but decided to let it go in favor of chatting. So, what can you tell me about this place? Well, I'm sure you've figured it out already, but Mamma Mia is the owner of this pub. She actually used to be an adventurer herself and got permission from her god to retire before opening up shop. All the employees here are women, and Mamma Mia was willing to accept those with questionable backgrounds. She's very well loved and respected because of that. Is it the same for you? Belle asked. Seer shakes her head and responds with, I work here because of superb working conditions. We're very popular with adventurers because of where we're located, so every day is very busy. The pay is also good because of this. Belle suddenly stops eating and stares silently at the girl. It grew to the point that Seer became nervous under the armored adventurer's gaze, and it looked like Mia and the others were getting ready to act if something happened until he finally spoke. Too much greed will one day lead to your downfall. Seer blinks confusingly at how serious Belle sounded until she interpreted his words and punched his arm, something she soon regretted as she was now nursing her hand due to Belle's armor being tougher than she expected. It's not like that, Seer said while nursing her hand. There are a lot of people gathered here, and where people gather, I can learn a lot of different things. Moving her eyes to glance around, Seer could see a great many things happening around the pub. There was a dwarf making a pass on some of the waitresses, people smacking their lips at Ryu, a pair of beast humans moving their tables together to talk easier with each other, and in the back, 2 men were currently arm wrestling. All in all, it was very lively. Everybody was very passionate, lifting up their mugs with red flushed faces. It was a common sight Seer has grown used to. Compared to this guy though. Seer turned back to Belle. At some point, he had ordered a second mug of ale. Despite being unable to see his face, she guessed Belle to be quite young from the sound of his voice when it wasn't echoing inside his helmet, probably around her age. Seer drank little since she was still young, but from the looks of it, Belle wasn't even drunk yet. Anyway, it's like this. Getting to know strangers has become my interest and hobby. How should I say it, it makes my heart race. To hear all the stories and experiences of the adventurers that came through here, it made her excited. I think I understand how you feel. Belle suddenly said, speaking in a nostalgic tone. This, of course, caught Seer's attention until a group of people walked in and there was suddenly some commotion. Turning to see what the fuss was about, she saw a familiar group of adventurers that consisted of a palom, 2 Amazons, a werewolf, an elf, a dwarf, and many more following them. Of course, the main attraction was one human female. Blonde hair that shined like gold with matching colored eyes, a slender body most women would die for, and over it, she wore a white and black battle cloth, black arm covers, and long blue boots. On top of her head sat a head guard, probably a part of her armor she did not completely take off. Look, it's Loki familia. The giant slayer familia. Isn't this all their top members? Even the sword princess is with them. As all the other people whispered to one another, one of the waitresses welcomed the large group and brought them over to a large space that was directly diagonal from where Seer and Belle were at. No doubt, they had reserved that spot early on. What's all the commotion about? Belle suddenly asked, looking over her shoulder to see what was causing all the commotion. It's Loki familia, Seer answered. So those are the people of the Loki familia. Belle mused as he looked over at the large group, no doubt curious. Seer couldn't blame him. Loki familia was one of the top familia here in Orario, rivaled only by the Freya familia. They're regulars here at our pub. Their goddess loves this place. Seer explained before pointing over to the group. In fact, that redhead over there is her, believe it or not. Dressed in short jeans and a shirt that showed off her belly button, the goddess known as Loki gave off a tomboyish appearance. Her red hair was tied in a ponytail by a black bow and her red eyes were closed, giving off a fox-like appearance, making one think she was quite the trickster, fitting considering what she is. Alright, good work on the dungeon expedition. Today's a feast, so let's get this party started. Cheers! Cheers! And just like that, food was eaten, drinks were flowing, and voices began to blend into the air, becoming one with everyone in the pub. Captain, I'll help you refill. Making me drink so fast, just what are you planning to do to me after I'm drunk? The dishes here are as tasty as always. Gareth. Let's compare our drinking capacity. Humph. Sure, watch me cause you to drink until you fall. Incidentally speaking, whoever wins will earn the right to enjoy Rivera's boobs. Then I will also participate. I will also participate. Me too. Me as well. They're quite the noisy bunch, Belle commented as he watched the group get even rowdier. I guess you can say that. Seer laughed a little at that until she noticed that Belle's gaze lingered on the Loki familia. A devilish smirk appears on Seer's lips as she leans in close to the undead and says, "See something you like?" That snapped him back to reality. Is it the Sword Princess?" Seer asks, gesturing to the mentioned female. "She's quite a beauty, even I'll admit that. But I'd be careful if I were you, she's got quite the fan base." "Sword Princess?" Belle tilts his head in confusion, catching Seer off guard. "The Sword Princess?" Again, Belle looks at her confused. "You know, Ace Wallenstein." "Who?" Okay, now Seer was worried. "The blonde in white over there." Seer had to point to make sure he didn't get confused. "Her? Well, I will admit she's quite the beauty, but I wasn't looking at her specifically." "Then what were you looking at?" Seer asked, honestly curious. He just called the Sword Princess beautiful, a common comment amongst people, yet he didn't seem infatuated, unlike many others from those that admired the blonde swordswoman. "I was just looking at the Loki familia in general," Belle answered as he adopted a nostalgic look despite his face being half covered. "Seeing them like that simply reminded me of a time I spent with my friends." "Oh? Mind telling me more?" Seer asked, curiosity back in full swing. Belle opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by a loud voice coming from Loki familia. "By the way, Ace. Tell us what happened to you the other day." Looking to see who was being so loud, the culprit was a werewolf. He has grey-colored hair, along with amber eyes, as well as a sleek tail coming out from an opening in his pants. He has a blue tattoo on the left side of his face and a muscular physique. His appearance was quite handsome and gave off an air that would make others think he was cool, though it was ruined by the redness on his face, telling Seer that he was currently drunk. "You know, about that Minotaur that escaped when we were returning. That last one that you killed on the 5th floor. I'm talking about that ghost boy." "Minotaur, are you referring to the group that escaped on the 17th floor and was killed?" one of the two Amazonas Seer had seen earlier asked. "Yeah, exactly. They miraculously escaped to the upper floors and we had to frantically chase after them. At that time, guess who they ran into? Some weak little rookie. I laughed my ass off. He was running like a scared rabbit." "So? What happened to that adventurer? Did you save him?" At the last moment, Ace cut it down. But when she looked to see if that brat was okay, he was already gone. The werewolf laughed. "He just took off like a racehorse, I've never seen someone run so fast." The table then burst out laughing and the people that were listening in were either joining them or were trying not to laugh. As for Seer and Belle, they were one of the few who wasn't laughing. "I wonder who it is they're talking about?" Belle asks, taking a sip of his ale. "Who knows?" Seer shrugs. "Though I can't help but feel bad about who they're talking about. It's none of our concern who they choose to insult, but it is in bad taste," Belle said before returning back to his pasta. Seer turned back as well to continue their talk. "So, about those friends of yours." As of right now, Ace wanted Bet to just shut up right now. She knew what Bet was talking about. They were returning from their expedition from the lower floors, having fought tooth and nail against some strange monsters. Like Bet had mentioned, they had run into a mob of Minotaurs, but they weren't a problem for the likes of them. The problem occurred when a few broke off and escaped to the upper floors. Chasing after them, Ace had run into one chasing after a boy her age. Quickly acting, she killed the Minotaur, but when she checked to see if the boy she saved was okay, he was already gone, leaving her quite stunned as to how fast the person ran. She didn't get a good look at the person, only making out white hair and red eyes. He was also unusually fast, though she chalked it up to being fueled by terror. If she ever runs into that same boy, she had to apologize to him. It was the right thing to do, right? But man, it's been a while since I've seen such a worthless person, just thinking about him pisses me off. He was a boy, yet he ran like a pussy." At this point, Ace had to shoot Rivera a pleading look and the high elf stepped in. "That's quite enough. You should shut your noisy mouth, Bet. Letting the Minotaur escape was our fault. Forgetting about the fact that we did not apologize to the boy that got involved, we also have no right to use this as a topic for food and drinks. How shameless." That last one was directed to all who laughed earlier, and from how they all flinched, her message got across. Yeah, as expected from the proud elf, what great manners. But what's the use of defending that worthless case? What's wrong with calling trash trash? Oi, I think that's enough. You're ruining the celebration. Loki said, glancing over. It seems even her goddess was getting uncomfortable. Ace, what do you think? Oh great, now she was getting dragged in. What are your thoughts on that pathetic brat? He's not that much younger than you. Ace thought to herself but gave her answer nonetheless. Under such circumstances, I believe he couldn't help it. Playing good girl? Alright then, let me rephrase the question. Who would you rather mate with? Me or that brat? Bet, do you even know what you're saying? Her captain, Finn, stepped in, but Bet pushed him back. Okay Ace, decide quickly. As a female, who would you wag your tail? Which one would you copulate with? With cold eyes, Ace answered, I wouldn't pick you even if you were the last person on the mortal world, Bet. A cold and brutal rejection. People around her couldn't help but shiver. How disgusting, Rivera commented. Shut it you old hag! Bet exclaimed before turning back to Ace. Alright then, what if that brat was to confess that he loves you, would you accept? Impossible, Ace immediately thought. She didn't have time for things such as love. She was too busy trying to get stronger. She did not have time to care about others. Such a thing, she had no right. Ha! As expected, you can't accept it, right? A brat, who just has feelings but no strength, does not have the qualifications to stand next to you. You of all people can't accept it. That trash does not suit you, Ace Wallenstein. Splash! What the foo dash? Ah! Sorry. Ace blinks in surprise. As if perfectly timed, someone had bumped into one of the waitresses, making her drop a full mug of ale all over Bet. Looking to see who had caused the accident, Ace blinks in surprise again when the person was garbed in full armor. He even wore a helmet that hid his entire head. His armor was unique looking, though it lacked a shine to it as if the person had half-heartedly cleaned it. This seemed to be the case as Ace could faintly smell blood from the armor. You bastard! Angry, Bet stood up and grabbed the man by his surcoat. Ace noticed a small clang sound when Bet went to grab him, telling her that the person was wearing protective armor under the surcoat. Forgive me, it was an accident. The voice that came from the man was surprisingly young. If Ace had to guess, the person must be around her age. You call this an accident? Bet gestured to his wet clothes. As if he didn't stink of alcohol already. In fact, just how many cups did Bet drink? He seemed to have gotten drunk way too quickly. But it was. I was just trying to leave when I bumped into the waitress. I meant you no harm. The man explains as he tries to pull away from Bet, but the drunken werewolf wasn't done with the man. Hey! I'm done talking. In his drunken anger, Bet threw a punch, his fist flying fast as lightning. Pow! It all happened in the blink of an eye. A shadow flew over Ace's head and there was a crash. Blinking, Ace saw that the armored man was fine, but Bet was nowhere to be seen. Blinking again, Ace noticed that the man's fist was outstretched from a punch. Blinking one more time, Ace whips her head around as did the others of her familia and see Bet slumped against a broken wall and table with bits of fallen food and drinks on him. It had all happened so fast. Despite how fast Bet threw his punch, the armored man raised his right arm and parried the blow. Then, in that same instant, with Bet wide open, the man lifted up his armored left hand, balled it into a fist, and punched Bet square in the face, sending the werewolf flying back. Other members of her familia went over to Bet to see if he was all right. Bet pushed them away and stood back up, looking pissed and ready to fight. Gareth and Finn both stood up to go stop the werewolf. Thoom! That's when it happened. A pressure came over the entire pub, forcing almost everyone to their knees. A few even fell unconscious. Ace and those that were on the same level as her or higher in the case of Finn, Rivera, and Gareth, stood their ground, but even they were shaking a little. What is this? Ace thought as she turned to the source. It was the armored man, an adventurer she guessed for no normal man could give off such a feeling. Even then, she wasn't sure if the armored man was indeed a man. From under his helmet, she could make out a glowing red eye that seems to stare straight into her soul. But that wasn't the scary part. Looming over the armored adventurer was a giant of a man, as big as the entire pub room. It too was covered head to toe in armor, though the armor took on a more wolfish design. It had a dark blue tassel coming from the back of the helm. A tattered blue cape hung over the right shoulder and was wrapped around the neck and lower half of the helm, as said helm cast a shadow over the wearer's face, making it impossible to see what the person looked like. The rest of the armor was of impressive-looking steel, yet the entire armor appeared damaged. No, the correct word would be corrosive. The tattered chainmail skirt, as well as the cape and tassel, everything about the suit of armor appeared corrupted. Its left arm seemed broken and disconnected as it just dangled there, yet it didn't seem to bother the giant man. Carried over his shoulder with his right hand, the giant of a man carried a great sword about the size of him, and just like his armor, it appeared damaged and corrupted. Looming over the armored adventurer, the giant knight let out a low wolfish growl, sending chills down the spines of everyone in the pub. Instinctively, Ace went for her weapon but grasped nothing but air. She forgot that she left it for repairs. Around her, every other adventurer was slowly moving towards their weapons. Even the waitress and the owner of the pub looked on edge, ready to attack at a moment's notice. But when Ace blinked, the giant knight, as well as the pressure from before, were all gone, leaving only the armored adventurer as the previous glowing red eye Ace had seen before was gone. Had she imagined that? Turning to Mia, the man bowed in apology before turning around and took his leave. What the fuck was that? Loki pretty much spoke what everyone was thinking right now. Shaking herself out of her stupor, Ace got up and ran to the door. Outside, she looked around, but the armored adventurer was already gone. Who was that? Ace thought. For the entire night, this same thought plagued the Sword Princess until the next day. Well, that's certainly one way to end a night. Bell lets out a sarcastic scoff at the voice in his head as he made his way back to the church. After speaking with Seer for a bit, Bell had finished his food and decided to turn in for the night, not that he could mind you. He didn't need sleep, but if Hestia came back when he was still awake, she would get suspicious as to how he wasn't even tired. So much for keeping a low profile. Bell thought to himself. No doubt his little stunt would attract attention, the one thing he didn't want. But he couldn't help it. His experience in Lordran had trained him to react to any kind of attack sent towards him. When that werewolf had thrown that punch, his body moved on instinct. Bell sighs in exasperation. Perhaps he should lay low and not go to the dungeon for a while? But what would that accomplish? He could be using his time to make money instead of trying to hide. Lying to his dungeon advisor, Bell had gone down as far as the 7th floor in order to earn more money than he would usually be able to get if he stuck around the 2nd or 3rd floors. The monsters he faced there were no match for him, but he didn't try and go down further. He was strong, but he wasn't reckless. His many teachers in Lordran had made sure most of his recklessness had been beaten out of him. Guess I can do nothing until that incident blows over. Now, how far should I go tomorrow? As Bell walked home, he made plans in his head as to how far he'll go down to the dungeon tomorrow. The 8th floor? Perhaps the 10th if he were to push it. He needed no sleep, so he had all night to think about it. Meanwhile, in the dungeon. Hellhounds. Monster dogs that breathed fire and were found on the 13-17th floor. A pack of 10 surrounded her, but she did not cower. She had come too far, sacrificed so much, lost so much just to make it this far. She will not die here. The hellhounds all eyed her hungrily. No doubt, they were after the blood that flowed through her veins. It's always been like this, since days long ago. Monsters, humans, it didn't matter. They were all after her kind's blood. To them, it was a prize, something to make them stronger. Well, they wouldn't get it, not while she still breathed. She was covered in wounds, blood dripped down from her fur. Nevertheless, she tightened her teeth on the sword she had taken from a corpse and growled, staring down the hellhounds and daring them to come at her. And come they did. Half of them pounced at her while the other half breathed fire at her. Howling, the cry of a wolf echoed through the dungeon as a wolf fought for her survival. Grace 3, a familiar face, companion. Bell Cranel level, 7. Strength, S999. Endurance, resistance S999. Dexterity, S999. Agility, S999. Magic, Intelligence/Faith S999. Development abilities, Abnormal Resistance A, Hunter A, Luck D, Escape B, Magic Resistance B. Skills, pyromancy, sorcery, miracles, chosen undead, unkindled, lord of cinder, soul of cinder. Still the same. Hestia thought to herself as she looked down at her child's stats. They were still the same outrageous stats since the first time she saw it. Looking through her child's Exelia to see what he did yesterday, she was informed that her child had gone down as far as the 7th floor. If he were still a rookie, I would have berated him, but with these stats, he could go as far as the deep floors if he wanted. Hestia thought as she scratches her head in frustration. This doesn't make any sense. Half a month is how long Bel's been an adventurer, and just before the Minotaur incident, he was still a normal LV1. Yet when he got back, he was suddenly ranked up to LV7. This unbelievable growth was just unbelievable. It made absolutely no sense at all. Something happened during that Minotaur encounter, is what Hestia deduces. She could still look through Bel's experience just fine, yet it was like there was a gap, a missing piece of a puzzle. Not only that, but her child has been acting quite strangely as well. For example, looking to her left, Hestia stared at the armor set Bel had taken to wearing since the day he found it. According to her child, he had found it in a crate just sitting there in the church and just decided to take it. While Bel seemed happy to have the armor, Hestia was anything but. What the heck is that Loki up to? She thinks. She had found the card that came with the box and instantly recognized the trickster goddess familia emblem. It was no secret that she and Loki didn't have the best relationship with each other, something that had yet to cease even after they both descended from the upper world. Not only that, but the armor. Just by looking at it, even someone like her could tell that it's top quality stuff too. She'd bet it would impress her friends, Hephaestus, high standards on weapons and armor before she had come down from the upper world. She had half a mind to guess that Hephaestus herself made it. She thought about selling the armor as she didn't want anything that came from her hated enemy and in order to solve her familia's money problems, but Bel glared at her when she suggested that. Her own child glared at her. Bel. The kid who was as cute as a rabbit. She could hardly believe it. Just how much did he like that armor? Hestia? Are you done yet? Hestia was brought out of her thoughts when Bel spoke up. Looking down at her child and the stat sheet in her hands, the goddess sighs before getting off her child. She needed to think more about this. Perhaps talk to a friend about this. But who? Hephaestus? Miyake? Takemikazuchi? Whatever the case, Hestia knew she had to hide away this fact from the other gods and goddesses. After all, the main reason gods came down from the upper world was because they were starved for entertainment. Even she'll admit she came down for such a reason. If word about this got out, it would cause a major eruption where everyone would try to get their hands on Bel. After all, before this strange change in levels, there had only been one LV7 adventurer in Orario and he belonged in one of the strongest familias in this city. Considering how bad a liar Bel is, I'll have to keep him in the dark until I know what to do from here. Hestia thought to herself. Now if only she knew just how little she knew about the new Bel. Well then, I'm off. Hestia was brought out of her musing again when Bel spoke up. Looking up, it seems she was lost in her own thoughts longer than she thought as Bel was already finished putting back on his armor. She hadn't even heard him move. Ah! Have a good day. Hestia quickly said. Yeah. Was all Bel said before taking his leave. Waking up early in the morning, Ryuil Lion got out of bed and got ready for today. Making sure her ears were okay during her sleep, not that she was clumsy mind you, the elf fixed her bed before grabbing her equipment and went outside to the back of the pub. Wielding her wooden sword, the elf's Lumina, she begins swinging it around, imagining an opponent in front of her as she practiced. Her swings were fast, a testament to her level as a former second-class adventurer. After about an hour or so of practice, Ryuil finished up and headed back inside, stepping into the bathroom to wash up and brush her teeth. Once she was done with that, she applied green hair dye to change the color of her blonde hair before washing her hands and getting dressed for work. Seeing this, one would find it hard to believe that she used to blubber her way through all this. But after years of practice, she had gotten a routine down. She was a bit uncomfortable with the hair dye, but it was an added precaution in order to hide who she is. Stepping outside the pub, she grabbed a nearby broom and began sweeping the front of the pub. Although looking back inside the pub she called home, the real cleaning needed to be done inside. They had cleaned up most of the mess, but the broken wall from last night was going to be an inconvenience if they didn't get that fixed soon. Clack clack clack. Her elf ears twitched as she caught the sound of clacking metal. Turning her head, she felt her hands grip the broom tightly when she saw the source of the noise. It was that boy again, donned in that same armor since yesterday morning and last night. The way he boldly strides down the street with confidence made Ryu think he was quite arrogant. She perished the thought as soon as it came. From what she saw last night, the adventurer known as Cranel was anything but arrogant. Last night showed her that the armored man was quite the fighter, able to stop and knock back a LV5 adventurer, a famous one at that. It was a mystery as to why she was now just seeing such a man when he should have already been quite famous. Such strength had to have taken years to develop. There was also that thing last night. Ryu thought as she thought back to last night's incident. That strange giant knight looming over Belle. From how everyone acted, she knew she wasn't the only one who saw it. Just what was that anyway? Ryu thought to herself. Never before had she seen anything like that. She knew that the adventurer known as Belle was projecting an act in order to intimidate an opponent, she herself knew how to do it, but for something like that to appear. It was like she was looking at a monster from the deep floors and she can't help but feel like that was a generous term to use. Good morning. Ryu was brought out of her thoughts by a voice. Looking up, it was Belle, standing before her and facing her. Ryu had to hold herself back from drawing one of her Kodaki futable which she kept hidden under her uniform. She had not heard the armored adventurer coming, which surprised her greatly, but made sure she didn't let it show on her face. Yes, good morning. Is there something you need? We're still getting ready, so we're not giving away food just yet. Cold and quick to the point. Such was the way Ryu spoke to the armored adventurer, yet Belle seemed unfazed by her tone. That actually impressed the elf a little. Is Seer or Mia around? I was hoping to talk to either of them. Belle asked, looking over her to look inside. Now that he was closer to her, Ryu noted that they were about the same height. If one wanted to be nitpicky, then Ryu was shorter than Belle by only an inch and a half. Why do you wish to speak to Seer and Mama Mia? Ryu asked, suspicious. She won't lie, she did not trust the armored man one bit. Her option on Belle was not high as he almost killed Seer, something the woman seemed to let go like it didn't matter. And after last night, she was even more suspicious of the man. In short, she didn't trust him, for he was dangerous. Oblivious to the elf's inner thoughts, Belle reached into one of his pouches and produced a bag of valise. The elf raised an eyebrow at it before looking up at the armored adventurer. This is for the damage I caused last night. He gestured to the broken wall as he held up the bag of coins. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you and everyone last night. I'm not sure if this is enough to pay for what I broke, but it should be enough to fix the wall at least. Ryu found herself blinking at the armored man in surprise. She could sense no lies from the armored adventurer's words. What Belle had said were his true feelings. But that doesn't make sense. Ryu thought as last night's incident once again flashed through her mind. The Belle then and the Belle now were too contradictory that it was appalling. Belle. Suddenly, running down from the stairs, was Seer, hurrying down with a basket in her hands. From where she was at, she could make out some sandwiches in the basket. Ah! Seer! I'm sorry about the trouble I caused last night. Belle immediately started apologizing once he saw the grey-haired girl. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Seer insisted until Belle held up the bag of valise. What's this? Money for the stuff I broke. It should be enough to cover repairs for the wall. Oh Belle, you didn't have to do this. It's fine, really. Mama Mia can cover the repairs costs quite easily. Still. Is this really the same person from last night? Ryu thinks to herself as her thoughts were shared by the others who had woken up and came down. Ah, are you going to the dungeon? Seer asked, seeing as Belle was in full armor so early in the morning. Holding up the basket in her hands, she offers it to the knight. If you don't mind, would you please take this? Looking, Belle could see the sandwiches that rested in the basket. Sandwiches? I made them myself, Seer said with a smile. I can't. Just the thought is enough. Belle insisted, waving his hands in front of him. But I want to give it to you. Don't you want it? Seer said that with a smile that would have made any man flustered. Ryu had yet to figure out just how Seer could pull off such a feat. There were even sparkles around her. If I may be so blunt, no. But once again, the entire pub was reminded that Bell was no ordinary man as he readily denied Seer's kindness. What is with this man? Ryu and the other girls of the pub all thought as one, something that was quite rare. To take the full force of Seer's smile and not even stutter once. Anyway, here. Once again, he offered the bag of Valis. I must be getting to the dungeon soon. Seer, still stunned, blinked at the offered money before looking at Bell and smiled. Ryu honestly thought it was amazing that Seer could still smile like that. You're not used to receiving kindness then you are giving it, are you? Seer asked with a knowing smile. Bell, on his part, simply shrugged. It's just my nature. Is that really true? Ryu couldn't help but think. She found it hard to believe that there was such a man who was more inclined to give kindness than receive it. Such a thing was nothing more than a hero of a fairy tale. An act of kindness must be returned in full, Seer said as she practically shoved the basket into Bell's hands. The boy looks down at the given basket before sighing. Something tells me you're not gonna stop until I accept this. You're damn right. Suddenly, coming down the stairs was Mamma Mia, already dressed for work. Ah, Miss Mia. Bell addressed the boss of the pub. Didn't think I'd be seeing you so soon, Mr. Knight, Mia said as she walks up to the boy and taps the back of her knuckle against his chest. There was a dull dinging sound when she did that, informing Ryu that there was more armor hidden under Bell's surcoat. Ryu felt like the amount of armor Bell was wearing was a bit excessive. And you're even here to pay for breaking my wall last night, how kind of you. Mia eyed the bag of Valis as she said that, but Ryu knew that she was keeping a close eye on the knight. The way she eyed him told her as much. Going out to the dungeon, are you? Mia said as she eyed Bell's armor as did everyone. They could tell, despite the lack of proper cleaning, the armor was of high quality, contrasting greatly with the short sword that hung around Bell's left side. So much armor, are you that afraid of getting hurt? Mia said in an almost mocking tone. Ryu deduced that her boss was trying to rile Bell up a little, probably trying to check if this was the same person as last night. Yes, Bell admitted with no shame. I'd feel better if I had a shield with me. He's quite honest. Ryu thought. This man had just admitted to being afraid of getting hurt, something a normal man would deny in order to protect their pride. Anyway, I must get going. Time is money, as they say. Bell said before turning to Seer. Thank you for the sandwiches. Seer simply responded with a smile as Bell turned and took his leave. About to exit the pub, he suddenly stops and turns to Ryu. Before the elf could react, the knight went and grabbed her right hand before placing the bag of Valis on it. I'm off. Bell said, leaving before Ryu could try and give him back the money. Well, he's certainly quick-footed. Mamma Mia commented as she leans over Ryu and watches the knight scurry off to the dungeon. And he left the money too, Seer said as she and Ryu looked down at the bag of money in the elf's hands. Bell Cranel. Ryu looks up to see the knight get further and further away from the pub. He's a strange one. I'm honestly surprised you let him touch you, Seer said. Elves were known to be selective of those who touched them and Ryu was no different. Looking back down at the money bag in her hand, the process played in Ryu's head. Bell had grabbed her hand and gave the money to her. Bell had grabbed her hand. Grabbed her hand. He touched her. Nope. No matter how much she thought about it, no feelings of disgust came over her. Lion. Listen up. If a man is able to grab your hands, don't let go of him. There's no way. Ryu thinks to herself as her eyes follow the knight until she could no longer spot him. Hours later. Bam. For the second time today, the doors of the guild were kicked open. To everyone's credit, they only got jump-scared and didn't drop down like earlier. Ina felt her eyebrows twitch in annoyance while her co-worker, Miss Haflot, shouted the thoughts of everyone in the guild. Stop kicking the door. Yep, that pretty much sums up everyone's feelings. Ina especially since it was her paycheck that went to fixing the door. Sorry, it's a habit. The culprit, Bell, said in an apologizing tone. Ina still wondered what had happened to her charge to make him develop such a strange, and annoying, habit. Everyone sent a glare at the armored adventurer until they noticed something different about him. 1. The short sword he had brought from the guild was nowhere to be seen. Instead, strapped to his back was a claymore sword, something Ina was sure Bell didn't have this morning. 2. His armor was covered in blood, so much so that Ina felt like screaming at the sight. 3. was that he wasn't alone. Carried in the arms of the knight was what appears to be a wolf as big as Bell himself with bandages wrapped around and over wounds that practically decorated the wolf. Miss Ina, you wouldn't happen to still have those potions the guild offers, do you? Bell asks as he adjusts his hold on the wolf in his hands, silently telling who the portions were for. Bell, where did you get that? Ina asked the armored adventurer as she sent Miss Ha to fetch some potions in the back. She was obviously talking about the wolf. The dungeon, Bell answered immediately. The dungeon. The half-elf raised an eyebrow in confusion until her eyes widened in both realization and horror. Wait, is that a monster? At that did everyone look at the wolf in Bell's arms in alarm while the adventurers that were here went for their weapons. As for Bell himself, he didn't seem the least bit worried that he had a monster, the enemy of mankind, in his arms. In fact, in the face of the people's alarm did Bell hold the wolf closer to him. Now if you're wondering just why Bell was carrying a monster from the dungeon in his arms, well, one had to look back at what happened that led up to this point. A few hours ago. Screech. Slash. With one swing of his sword, Bell instantly killed what appeared to be a rabbit with a horn on it. Bell would later learn the name of this monster, a needle rabbit, but that was in the future. Right now, Bell didn't care for what it was called. It had a magic stone inside of it, thus it was his money. Making sure that there were no monsters around to sneak attack him, Bell placed his sword down and drew a knife that came with the adventurer's kit he had bought earlier at the guild. With skill and precision akin to that of a surgeon, Bell sliced open the monster and stuck his fingers in it until he pulled out its magic stone. Once he did, the body disintegrates into black smoke. That is still strange to see. Bell ignored the voice in his head, but he also felt the same. After fighting demons and the like in Lordran for who knows how long, Bell was more used to seeing his enemies disappear into nothing instead of exploding into smoke. He knows he's done this before, but it will take some time to get back into it. Holding up the magic stone in his hand, the thing was only slightly bigger than a fingernail. When I fought monsters from the above floors, they were only the size of fingernails. Bell noted. Seeing how the monsters were getting tougher the further he went down, it was only natural the magic stones would get bigger as well. Though, with his strength, Bell hardly noticed the difference. Dropping the magic stone into a bag that carried his other stones he's collected so far, Bell gets back up to his feet, sword in hand, and turns to a flight of stairs that went down. He was currently on the 9th floor, which meant the stairs led to the 10th floor. Bell hummed to himself. Should he try his luck on the 10th floor? Stronger monsters meant better magic stones, which also meant more money to help him in Hestia's money problems. I don't know. Seems risky if you're still gonna use that sword. It seems to be at its limit. Looking down at the short sword he had bought from the guild yesterday, what the voice in his head said was right. The blade of the double-edged short sword was dull and slightly chipped from all the monsters Bell has killed using it. The bones of the monsters were probably what caused the chipping, while the blood and gore were what dulled the blade. If it was a weapon from Lordran, even a dagger could last a week or two before I have to repair it. Bell thought to himself as he greatly wished he had a catalyst on him right now. He could cast a quick repair spell on the sword and reduce the risk of it breaking. Testing the sword in his hand, Bell calculated that the blade could last about a few more fights before it would break. Might as well scout out the next floor. Bell came to a decision. Gripping his sword in his right hand and igniting the flames of his pyromancy in his left hand, Bell went down the stairs and came upon the 10th floor. The structure of the 10th floor was the same as the 9th and 8th floor, Bell noted. However, what appeared to be morning mist covered the entire floor, making it slightly difficult to see. There were also what appeared to be trees all around the area as grass covered the floor. Well, this isn't what I thought the 10th floor would be like. Bell silently agreed with the voice as he walked and looked around, keeping an eye on his surroundings. With this mist all around him, there was a chance of him getting sneak attacked, though since the mist wasn't that thick, Bell was confident he wouldn't be caught off guard. Compared to the darkness of the catacombs, this was nothing to Bell. Oink oink. What sounded like a pig cry alerted Bell as he quickly turned and saw what looked to be some sort of fat brute with the head of a pig. It also wore what looked like a skirt made from the hide of some creature. This was an orc, though Bell didn't know that nor did he care right now. Readying his sword and flames, Bell waited for the monster to make the first move. Spotting Bell and identifying him as an adventurer, the orc went and grabbed one of the trees and removed it from the ground. As it turns out, it wasn't a tree, but some sort of club. A weapon from the dungeon. Bell noted with some surprise as the orc cried and charged at Bell. It swung its club down with the might of 5 men, but all the club hit was the air and the ground. The monster was confused and looked around to find its enemy. Turning around, it found Bell standing behind it and went to attack again, until its head fell from its body and blood erupted like an open champagne bottle. "Well, that was easy," the voice in Bell's head commented. Bell didn't respond back as he walked up to the body of the orc and poked at it with his sword. He was being cautious as a lot of enemies he faced in Lordran didn't stay dead even when they looked dead. A prime example would be skeletons. He hit them once, they fell down, and the second he turned his back to them, they get back up and hit him across the back. It even led to his death a good couple of times. Once he was sure the orc was dead, did Bell use his sword to cut open the corpse and remove its magic stone, finding it to be the size of a small rock. Perhaps I should return to the surface, Bell thought as he pocketed the magic stone. He'd be returning earlier than yesterday, but the sword he was using was nearing its limit. He was displeased with how low quality it is, but considering that it came from the guild and was sold to newbie adventurers, it was probably made with the idea of dealing with the monsters of the upper floor, not monsters around the middle floor and below. Then again, Bell looked down and eyed the club the orc had used against him. Its size was comparable to a great club, and with his strength, he should be able to wield it. Bell wasn't a big fan of hammer-type weapons, but a weapon is a weapon, and the longer he stayed down here in the dungeon, the more money he could earn. Clang slash. Bell turned his head, hearing the sounds of battle in the distance. Is someone fighting? Bell thought as he moved his body to the sounds, thinking someone might need help. Bell moved at a jogging pace, slowing down as he got closer and closer to the sounds of battle. Finally, through the mist, he could make out the source. It was a band of orc, 5 he counted, while also noticing 3 dead orcs on the ground, as well as 4 bats with sharp-looking fangs. These were known as simply bad bats. Bell would come to know this later on and would comment on how bad the name was. That's quite a lot of monsters. Just who are they fighting? Bell thought as he looked closer and froze. The monsters were not fighting a who but a what. Standing there surrounded by monsters and covered in wounds was a wolf creature about the same size as Bell himself. Its fur was grayish-white and clenched in its mouth was a claymore sword covered in blood, no doubt having been used against the orcs on the ground. Now as for why Bell had frozen up when he saw the wolf creature, it was because he didn't see the creature, but someone else. He let out a grunt as he fell to the ground on his back. Before he could attempt to get up, a giant paw stepped on him and pinned him down as a nose went down and sniffed him. If his heart were able to still beat, it would be hammering in his chest right now as he stared up at the eyes of the giant wolf above him. Suddenly, eyes that were once filled with suspicion and anger turned into recognition and then sadness. It removed its paws off of him, allowing Bell to sit up and look up at the giant wolf. This wolf, he knew it. It was that same wolf he saved and helped him back when he fought Manus. By the lords, she was a lot bigger the last time he saw her. Was this normal for her kind, he wondered. The wolf let out a whine and he was compelled to reach out and pet the wolf, hoping to try and somehow ease its pain. But she wouldn't let him as she moved back and away from him. Raising her head to the night sky, the wolf let out a cry filled with regret, anguish, and sorrow. She knew why he was here and what she had to do, reluctant as she may be. He needed the covenant of Artorias and she wouldn't let him have it. Head hung low, she went and picked up the sword that once belonged to her master, removing it from the ground and holding it in her mouth. Bell could see the sorrow in her eyes, as well as her determination to deny him what he had come here for. With a guilt-filled heart, he drew his weapon and shield. How ironic that he was using her former master's gear. His intentions were to honor the fallen knight by wearing his equipment, but now, it only seemed cruel. Bell was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a whine coming from the wolf. It was the bats. They were sending some sort of sound wave, disrupting the wolf's concentration as it dropped the sword in its mouth and began rolling around to try and stop the noise. The bats then ceased screeching as the orcs all moved in to finish the downed canine. BGM, Goblin Slayer main theme. No. The word seems to scream and echo in his head as Bell took off like a speeding demon. Raising his right hand, he threw his short sword with all his might. The sword flew like an arrow as it struck the back of one of the orcs' head and came out the other end, killing it instantly. The orcs and bats let out cries of surprise as they all turned and freeze. From their point of view, they saw what could only be described as a demon. Its red glowing eye seemed to stare right into their very beings as it charged towards them like an angry dragon. What was worse though was the being that loomed over the demon, a giant of a man with a broken arm carrying a corrupted-looking sword as it let out an animalistic howl. All the monsters on the entire 10th floor found themselves freezing up in fear. A flame ignited in both of Bell's hands and he threw 2 fireballs, striking 2 bats and instantly killing them as all that was left were simply ashes. Reaching down to the club of the orc he killed, he picked it up with no problems, wielded it with 2 hands and leaped towards another orc. Before the monster could even think of doing anything, it found its entire head caved in before its body turned to paste by Bell slamming down the club with the might of Zeus as the blow seemed to shake the entire floor. With rage, but determined-filled eyes, Bell picked up the club, spun around, and batted away another orc, sending it flying until it slammed right into the wall of the floor head first and dying. Seeing 2 orcs killed instantly, the remaining monsters followed their instincts and turned to flee. Unfortunately, they forgot about the wolf as one bad bat found itself in the fangs of the creature, dying as its magic stone was consumed by the wolf. Bell was not about to let the monsters get away either as another fireball manifested in his left hand and he threw it at the last bat, killing it instantly. Picking up its dropped sword, the wolf stood with Bell as they both stared down at the remaining 2 orcs. In the eyes of the monsters, the eyes of their predators seemed to glow as they could feel the magic stone within them shake in fear. In acts of desperation, the 2 pig-like monsters raised their clubs in a vain attempt to kill them and live to see another day. As said before, it was a vain attempt as one orc found itself crushed into paste while the other orc found itself sliced in 2. BGM end. Checking to see if there were any more monsters coming, Bell finally calmed down when he saw nothing coming. The sound of something hitting the ground drew his attention and he turned to see the wolf down on the ground, sword dropped from its mouth once again. Worry instantly flooded Bell's entire body as he dropped the bloody club in his hands and rushed over to the canine. Seeing the armored adventurer approaching, the wolf let out a threatening growl which made Bell stop in his tracks but only for a moment as he then slowly approached the wolf. "It's okay, I won't hurt you," Bell spoke up for the first time since entering the dungeon as he kneeled down to the wolf who was still growling at him, eyes filled with distrust. Seeing that it was still on edge, Bell thought about what to do before he removed both his glove and gauntlet. "See? No weapons." Bell held up both his exposed hands and moved his right hand closer. "I won't hurt you dash. Bite." Just as Bell was about to finish talking, the wolf went and bit down on Bell's hand, hard. Bell flinched as he could almost feel his bones breaking, showing that the wolf had quite the strong jaw. To Bell's surprise, he saw blood oozing from his hand. Blood? Impossible. Undeads don't bleed. He should know. He's gotten stabbed and shot at multiple times yet not a single drop spilled out. Bell's mind was thinking up so many things as to why he was bleeding but pushed such thoughts away as he was more concerned about the wolf. In fact, now that he looked again, the wolf seemed to calm down as its eyes showed surprise. Slowly, the wolf released Bell's hand and looked up at him in confusion. Seeing that the wolf was no longer hostile, Bell placed his left hand over the wolf's head and stroked the creature gently. Slowly, the wolf's eyes closed as it leaned into Bell's hands. Cute. Bell couldn't help but think as he looked down at the wolf. As he continued to stroke the canine, he looked at the sword the wolf had been using before looking at the wounds that it was covered in. What happened to it? Bell thought as he looked down at the wolf. His right hand went to his side and pulled out an Estus flask, getting the wolf's attention, but Bell assured it that it wasn't harmful as he lifted up his helmet a bit and took a sip. Instantly, his hand started healing until there wasn't a single scratch left. Here. Bell offered the flask to the wolf. It'll heal you. Somehow understanding Bell, the wolf took a few quick licks from it and most of its wounds started healing, though not all of it. Bell thought about giving more but decided not to. He only had one flask, not counting the ashen one, and he wanted to save it. There weren't any bonfires as far as Bell knew, so the less he used his flask, the better. Perhaps I should see to getting some of those potions. Bell thought as he took some bandages from the first aid kit he bought yesterday and began covering the wounds that still decorated the wolf. Grabbing the claymore sword and placing it on his back where it seemingly floated there, Bell put back on his glove and gauntlet before picking up the wolf and got up to his feet. Here's hoping Ina doesn't mind I bring a monster up to the surface. Bell thought as he made his way to the exit. Curiosity then came over Bell as he looked down at the wolf and it looked back. Without thinking, Bell began to feel under the wolf, getting a surprised cry from it as Bell felt around and. "Ah, so you're a female," Bell said as the wolf seemed to blush and glare at him. The undead laughed nervously. Perhaps he should have thought that through a bit more. Sorry. Present. So let me get this straight. Ina began as she looked at Bell straight in the eyes, or where she thinks the eyes are. That slit in the helmet was quite small that it made her wonder how Bell was able to see through it. You went to the 10th floor of the dungeon. Bell nodded. Found monsters attacking this, Ina pointed to the wolf who laid on Bell's lap. Bell nodded again. Went and saved it from the monsters. Once again, Bell nodded. And you thought it'd be a good idea to come back to the surface with it. You have potions, don't you? Money's no problem, I have enough for a few. That's not the problem here, Bell. The problem is you brought a monster from the dungeon up to the surface. Ina exclaimed, emphasizing the fact that the wolf on Bell's lap was a monster. Ina and Bell plus the monster were currently in the room Ina used to help teach Bell more about the dungeon. Without having to look, Ina knew that her fellow co-workers, as well as a few adventurers, were just outside with the ladder ready to jump in should anything happen. What were you thinking, Bell? It was injured, I couldn't just leave her there, Bell said. That's not the point. Ina exclaimed rather loudly. Calming down a little, Ina began to explain. Bell, one of the main jobs of adventurers is to make sure monsters don't get to the surface. It's why the gods came down in the first place as well as why Babel Tower was built over the dungeon. You bringing that thing up here goes against everything we stand for. Her. Ina blinked in confusion. Excuse me. Her. Bell pointed down to the wolf. She's a female. Ina blinked again before asking, and just how do you know that? I checked. Bell immediately responded. For a third time, Ina blinked at the armored adventurer. You checked. I checked, Bell said. And the half-elf wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she could have sworn she saw the wolf blush. Did it understand what they were saying? That actually scared Ina a little. Actually, now that she looked at it, Ina didn't know what the wolf was. It obviously looked like a wolf, but as far as she knew, no adventurers have ever reported seeing a wolf-like monster nor has there ever been any documentation of one. If Bell really did find this monster in the dungeon, then from what floor did it originate from? She was getting off topic now. Adjusting her glasses and sighing, she stared at Bell for quite a while until she asked the most important question right now. So, you saved it. What are planning to do with it? Her. Bell instantly corrected her. Again, the half-elf sighed. She could feel a headache coming on. Her. What are planning to do with her? I plan to take care of her, obviously, Bell said with no hesitation. Again, Ina sighs. Who did he think the monster was? A pet? And how do you plan to do that? Ina asks. She's a monster, Bell. Adventurers will try to kill her the moment they lay eyes on her. Should they try, they will find themselves a head shorter than before. For the fourth time, Ina blinks at Bell. Did he just threaten every adventurer in the city? Ina thinks as she stares at her charge in disbelief. Just how much did he care for that monster? Why does he care so much? Bell suddenly gets up after the wolf gets off his lap and stands up. It seems it was strong enough to stand despite its injuries. If we were done talking, Miss Ina, then I would like some potions for. Bell trails off from there as he looks down at the wolf and it stares back at him. I do not know your name, Bell said as he kneels down to the wolf. And since I cannot understand you, I guess I must give you one. Is that all right with you? The wolf stares back at Bell, tilting her head in confusion. A second later, to Ina's disbelief, the wolf nodded her head in acceptance. By the many gods here and above, it did understand them. In that case, how does the name Sif sound to you? The wolf's eyes widen in surprise at Bell. A moment later, her eyes seem to shine as she nods her head enthusiastically. Well, it seems someone likes their new name. Bell smiled under his helmet as he petted the newly named Sif's head. Getting up, he turns to the half-elf again. Well then, I'd like some potions for Sif, Miss Ina, Bell asked the half-elf. Ina looks at both Bell and the newly named Sif back and forth in disbelief before settling on Bell. He was serious. He seriously wanted potions so he could heal the monster. Minutes later, both man and a newly healed monster walked out of the guild together as stunned people watched them leave. Once the armored adventurer left with his new friend, everyone turned to the half-elf in charge of said adventurer. Ina could only sigh as she had to question herself as to why she complied with Bell's request. Suddenly she felt very tired. Sif. That was the name belonging to the great grey wolf of legend. When the adventurer in armor suggested that name to her, she had been quite surprised. When she had first seen the armored adventurer, Bell was his name as the elf called him, she had been suspicious of him from the get-go. Why wouldn't she be? Adventurers have hunted down her kind to the point of extinction. She even feared that she was the last of her kind. But besides suspicion, she was also afraid. She had seen what the human, she wasn't so sure about that as the one known as Bell didn't smell human, had done to the monsters that had tried to kill her earlier. How ruthless he had been when he fought. She honestly thought she had been looking at another monster. Fear then turned to confusion when the adventurer showed great concern for her. Still suspicious, she bit the hand the adventurer practically offered to her. She had seen such a gesture before. She would not be tricked like those before her. But when she bit down on the hand and drew blood, she was surprised at what she tasted. It tasted like human blood, something she was quite familiar with. The sword she had been using once belonged to an adventurer who had tried to kill her only to become her next meal. She didn't like the taste of adventurers, it was disgusting, but she was hungry, so desperate times call for desperate measures. But when she bit down on Bell's hand, she had tasted the blood of a great wolf, of her kind. After letting go of the man's hand did he proceed to help her, bandage up her wounds, and bring her up to the surface, something all monsters of the dungeon had been trying to accomplish for centuries. Ironic how it was an adventurer that helped her do this. The surface had certainly been not what she expected it to be. The first thing she saw when reaching the surface were adventurers. Lots and lots of adventurers. Her first instinct was to escape Bell's arms and run, for she would surely die with so many adventurers around, but Bell held her close and assured her that he would keep her safe. He kept his word as he chased away any adventurer that got near them. Eventually, they came upon a place Bell said was called a guild. It was a weird name. She watched as Bell talked with someone with pointing ears. An elf, she remembered her mother telling her once, though she thought they'd be longer. The elf argued as to why Bell brought her up to the surface, something she too wondered. She did not know what Bell looked like under that armor, she knew what it was called thanks to her father, but when Bell had saved her, she felt feelings of regret from him. In that case, how does the name Sif sound to you? She was greatly surprised when Bell spoke the name of the Great Grey Wolf, an old legend her mother and father would tell her about before sleeping. You could say she grew up listening to the stories of the legendary Sif and her escapades with a warrior that shared her kind's blood. Monsters don't have names, that was a given. Even if she wasn't born like normal monsters from the dungeon, she, like every other, did not have a name to call her own. So when Bell suggested the name Sif, she found herself accepting with excitement. After receiving her new name, Bell got what he called potions. They were like that strange liquid Bell had used earlier. The difference between potions and an estus, something she would later learn, was that the latter was warmer unlike the former. She actually liked the taste a bit. It was certainly different from all the blood, meat and magic stones she's eaten in the past. But since her lasting injuries were healed, she wasn't complaining. After healing her injuries did she and Bell leave the guild, and the armored adventurer took her to someplace else. As they walked, adventurers and humans that didn't look like adventurers kept staring at her. All around her were strange, well, she didn't know what they were, but she had seen them down on the 18th floor. They're called buildings. Bell suddenly said, probably having noticed her stares. So they were called buildings? She'll have to remember that. After a bit more walking, they came upon a building that looked ready to keel over. Going inside, Bell opened a secret passage and she followed him down into a room where waiting for Bell was another human, a female. No, something was different. This short female wasn't human, but something else. You brought a monster from the dungeon. Sif lowered her ears due to how loud the unknown being was. Was she a banshee? She certainly sounded like one. Her name is Sif. She felt her tail wag when Belle spoke her new name. She had underestimated how much she liked her new name. You named it. The banshee looked at Belle in disbelief. Her. It's a female. Belle corrected the banshee. Sif felt herself blushing as the way Belle discovered that fact played in her mind. She would have bitten him if it wasn't for his armor. I found her injured and surrounded by monsters trying to kill her. I saved her. Is that why you're covered in blood? The banshee asked, looking at Belle's blood-covered armor. Sif herself still had some blood on her fur. She would have to find a river somewhere to clean up. I'll make sure to clean up before bed, Belle said as he unclicked a strap that held his helmet in place before taking it off, showing Sif what Belle looked like for the first time. White hair. Red eyes. He looked like a rabbit. But thinking back to the fight on the 10th floor, Sif felt that the comparison didn't do Belle good, for he was anything but a harmless rabbit. If anything, he was like a demon. Wait, that's not the point. You brought a monster from the dungeon up to the surface. Do you know how many rules you broke by doing that? The banshee once again started screaming. Sif was tempted to rip out her throat if only to get her to stop. But Belle, who saw her intention, gave her a look and she backed down. The fact that he could send such messages with just eye contact made her respect the armored adventurer even more. She didn't like talking, it was a hassle. It's why she preferred staying in her current form. Belle, you know monsters are humanity's natural enemy. The first thing any adventurer does when encountering a monster is to kill it. The banshee explained such common knowledge. She then gestured to Sif and asked Belle, why did you go out of your way to save this one? Yes, that was also something she wondered. Just why did Belle save her? She knows they've never met before, so just why? Why did Belle seem to care so much for her? Belle then looks down at Sif. From his eyes, Sif could make out a swarm of emotions in them, confusing her once again as Belle kneeled down and began to stroke her head. She would never admit it out loud, but the way Belle stroked and petted her felt really good. The only clue on what she really felt was her wagging tail. She reminded me of a companion I once knew, Belle said. Well, actually, we were more like acquaintances than long-time companions. But she helped me once with a problem I had been facing for some time. We met again years later and the circumstances back then were not great. Once again, Sif could see the sea of emotions in the eyes of Belle, the strongest ones being the feeling of guilt and regret. We then left one another and that was the last time I ever saw her, Belle explained as he stared down Sif. I guess the reason I saved Sif here was that I thought she was that same acquaintance, but I guess my mind was simply playing tricks with me. Belle. The banshee looked worriedly at Belle, obviously seeing the emotions being displayed on the adventurer's face. Perhaps by saving and assisting Sif here that I was, at the same time, helping that same acquaintance of mine. Belle lets out a sigh and laughs mockingly at himself. I'm quite the fool, aren't I? So that was the reason why he saved her. He thought he was saving somebody else. Perhaps he knew another one like her? It was very unlikely, but considering the great wolf blood in him, the possibility was still there. Was she angry for being saved for such a reason? No, she wasn't. Her goal had been to reach the surface, and she had done it thanks to the person right in front of her. Now here he was, berating himself. Pushing Belle's hand off of her, Sif moved closer to Belle and tried to comfort him by rubbing her head against his face. Are you trying to cheer me up? Belle asked and Sif moved back to let out a cry of confirmation. He smiled and placed a hand on her head. Thank you. Getting back up to his feet, he then turned back to the banshee and spoke. Despite my reasonings, I still plan to take care of her. The banshee looked like she wanted to protest, but she then sighed in reluctant acceptance. Fine, she can stay. Belle smiled again. But it's your job to take care of her. You're responsible for everything she does, okay? Belle nodded. I understand. He then looked back down at Sif and offered another smile. Isn't that great, Sif? She simply let out another cry in response. And so, this is how Sif began her life together with Hestia familia and serving under her new master, Belle Cranel. Grace 4, Banquet of the Gods, a quest outside. When Seer woke up this morning to get ready for work and make breakfast for her latest interest, Belle, she wasn't expecting him to be accompanied by a wolf as big as herself, nor did she expect to feed said wolf with leftovers from last night. So, Seer began as she turned to the armored adventurer who was drinking some water she served since it was still too early in the morning for alcoholic drinks and water was the only thing she could gather on quick notice. Belle looked up from his drink while the wolf whose name is Sif, she couldn't believe he named it, continued to chew at some steak which had been last night's dinner. You said you saved this guy from other monsters? Seer asked. The fact that a monster had been attacked by other monsters had greatly surprised Seer that she could hardly believe it. That's right, Belle said as he looked down at Sif who was drinking from a bowl of water. Since they didn't exactly own any pets, they didn't have much in the way of animal utensils so Seer had to improvise and poured water into a regular bowl. Though with the size of the monster wolf, it probably wouldn't have mattered much. I saved Sif here from monsters trying to kill her and brought her up to the surface so I could heal her injuries. Belle finished explaining. Isn't that, like, against the rules though? Seer asked. The only familia who had permission to bring monsters from the dungeon up to the surface was the Ganesha familia and that's only because they have permission from the guild. She remembered Belle telling her that he was serving under a goddess who was still trying to make a name for herself, the Hestia familia he said, and she didn't think Belle was lying. For one thing, the Ganesha familia was one of the top familias in Orario and was thus rich, which meant that if Belle was a part of that familia, he wouldn't be so worried about paying for food and drinks here as he could have possibly got anything he wanted here and more. Thus, in conclusion, Belle was not lying to her. I got yelled at by my dungeon advisor, but I still plan to take care of Sif here, Belle said. I plan on going to the dungeon later to see what she can do. Sif's ears perked up at that and the wolf looked displeased. Seer noticed this and from the way Belle looked down, it seems he did too. And what can she do? Seer asked, kneeling down to try and pet the wolf, but pulled her hand back quickly to avoid getting bitten by the same wolf. She was starting to think it didn't like her that much. She still found it surprising that Sif was a female. It was pretty hard to tell due to how masculine Sif looked. Well, I saw her use a sword when I found her. Seer looked at Belle in surprise at that before looking down at the wolf again. This thing could use a sword? While that sounded really cool, just how did it even hold a sword much less use it? In fact, this is the same sword she had been using when I ran into her. Belle then displayed the claymore sword Seer had seen him carrying around. It had been an odd sight when he had come here this morning. The sword looked normal if a bit worn out. No, what had been unusual was the fact that Belle had been carrying the two-handed sword without a proper sheath. It had just floated there on his back. Was it some sort of skill or magic? Belle had mentioned he could cast magic though she had yet to see it. You just keep getting more and more interesting, Belle. Seer thought to herself as she tried to pet Sif again only to get the same results as last time. I don't think she likes me very much, Seer comments as she gets up to her feet. Don't take it personally, she was like that with Hestia this morning, Belle said as he finished his water. I'm sure she's like that way with everyone, though I did notice how she was glaring at passing by adventurers. Well, you're an adventurer and she seems to like you. Seer pointed out and as if proving her point, Belle leaned down and scratched behind one of Sif's ears. From the way the wolf's tail wagged, she liked it. Not knowing how to answer Seer, Belle sat back up and shrugged. Looking down again, he saw Sif finishing her steak and got up. Well, we best be going now, Belle said as he pushed the lower part of his helmet back down, once again hiding away his face from the world. Thanks for the food, Seer. I really appreciate it. You're welcome. It's not every day that I feed a monster from the dungeon. Seer said as she grabbed the basket containing the food she prepared and handed it to Belle. With a sigh, the knight reluctantly took it, knowing full well she wasn't going to stop until he took it. Looks like he finally learned his lesson. Safe adventures, Belle. Seer called out to the armored adventurer as he left the pub and walked down the street with Sif by his side. His response was to raise his left hand and clench it into a fist. Strange gestures aside, Seer smiled nonetheless before heading back inside. There was work to be done and money to be made. Bam! Goddammit! Ina thought to herself as once again, Belle had arrived at the guild and kicked open the door. Why did she feel like this was going to be a common occurrence? She hoped that wasn't the case. Ignoring the glares her fellow co-workers sent Belle, the armored adventurer greeted her as if hadn't just kicked open the door. "Good morning, Miss Ina." Belle greeted her politely. By his side was the monster he had saved yesterday, named Sif. Currently, said Wolf was eyeing all the adventurers that were currently here as if expecting them to attack her at any moment. From the way the adventurers eyed Sif, that was a possibility. Nevertheless, Ina returned Belle's greeting. "Good morning, Belle. I see you brought Sif with you." "Yes, I'm planning on taking her to the dungeon to test her combat capabilities since there wasn't much else she could do besides laze around back at my place." Belle explained before he looks down at his companion said, although it seems Sif does not want to go into the dungeon. Ina blinked at that. She doesn't. No. But when one thinks about it, it's only natural. She just escaped the dungeon yesterday so she's probably not looking forward to going back there just yet. Ina nodded at Belle's logic. Sif had been attacked by monsters while it had been trying to reach the surface. With her goal achieved, it was only natural that the wolf didn't want to go back into the dungeon. "So, seeing as I can't go dungeon exploring today, I was wondering if you help me," Belle asked. "If I'm able to, what do you need help with? Do you know of any way I can make some money without going into the dungeon?" A way to make money without having to go into the dungeon. Other than getting a job, such a thing was nearly impossible in the labyrinth city. Placing her thumb and index finger under her chin, Ina hummed to herself as she thought about how to help her charge. He could have just gone down to the dungeon without Sif, but the boy was taking the wolf's feelings into account seeing as it was clearly intelligent, something that still bothered her a little. As the half-elf racked her brain for any ideas, from the corner of her eyes, she sees some adventurers approach the notice board and that's when a magic stone-powered light bulb lit up in her head. Snapping her fingers, Ina pointed at the knight and said, "How about taking a quest?" Ina could practically imagine Belle raising an eyebrow under his helmet, and cutely, Sif mimicked the action. "A quest? What's that?" Ina didn't fault Belle for not knowing. New strength and armor aside, he was still a rookie with only half a month of experience under his belt so she explained. A quest is a request made by someone for adventurers to look out for. The adventurer does the job and the requester, or client, prepares a reward to anyone who can complete the quest. They're usually things like obtaining an item from the dungeon, but we sometimes get quests that take adventurers outside of Orario such as being an escort for a traveling merchant or going to a village to aid it with monster problems. "I see." Belle rubs the chin of his helmet as Ina points over to the notice board. Besides displaying news and adventurer achievements, quests can usually be found over at the notice board. Go take a look if you're curious. "I see," Belle said once again before turning to Ina and nodding. "Thanks, Miss Ina. I'll go see if there's anything that Sif and I can do." "Come on, Sif." The wolf let out a bark before following Belle over to the notice board. An adventurer and a monster side by side, looking at the notice board in order to find a quest to do together. It made for quite the strange sight. "Do you think he's gonna be alright?" Her co-worker and friend, Miss Ha, came over to her and asked. "With that monster with him and all?" "Honestly, I don't know," Ina admitted to the pinkette. It was a monster, an enemy of mankind. Yet this monster had intelligence and understood what people were saying. She's never seen anything like this so it made her nervous for her charge who seemed all too confident that the monster he named Sif could be trusted. As Ina watched Belle stand by and look over the notice board with Sif, did that thing even know how to read? She eventually saw the knight pick a quest and brought it over to her to look over. "How's this?" Belle asked for confirmation. Adjusting her glasses, Ina looked over at the quest Belle had picked out. It was a request from a merchant asking adventurers to be bodyguards while he traveled to a nearby village to sell his wares. Opening up a drawer, Ina took out a map and checked to see just how far this nearby village was. From the map, it seems it was simply a few hours from Orario to the village by horse-drawn carriage. It looked easy enough, nothing too difficult. She had expected Belle to pick out something difficult as most newbie adventurers tend to do when doing a quest for the first time, but perhaps because of Sif, he was limited in his options. Nevertheless, she was satisfied with Belle's pick and put away her map before facing her charge. "Alright, it seems easy enough so I'll allow it. According to the paper, the merchant leaves around noon so you have a lot of time until then." "Noon, hi." Belle crossed his arms and hummed to himself. "What should I do until then?" Maybe restock on any items you might need. Ina suggested. Any monsters you might encounter will not be as strong as those found in the dungeon, but that doesn't mean you should let your guard down. Nodding in understanding, Ina smiled and relaxed in her chair, until Belle started asking. Do you know any shops that happen to sell smoke bombs, fire bombs, potions, weapons, shields, herbs, traps, and traveling equipment? Ina found herself stunned to the number of questions thrown at her all of a sudden. Taking a moment to recover, Ina cleared her voice so she wouldn't stutter when speaking. If you're looking to find those items, perhaps try either the market area or one of the floors on Babel Tower. They might have what you need. I see. Then I'll check those out. Thanks, Miss Ina. Belle said before gesturing Sif to follow him as the two left the guild. As Ina watched her charge leave for preparations, she still had one thought in her mind. Is that sword on his back floating? The morning had been eventful for Ace, in her option at least. She had went shopping with her friends, though she was more or less dragged away. Her friends had good intentions when they brought her along to shop for clothes. She had gotten herself something, a one-piece white dress with gold lining. She had picked it out herself and had left it back at the Twilight Mansion. Donned in her battle gear, Ace headed to the dungeon with the purpose of testing out the sword given to her by Goibniu while he repaired her desperate. The 20th floor would probably be a good place to test out the temporary weapon. That was her plan at least, but... Blasted contraption! How does this work? When she went to Babel Tower, she had come up to an interesting sight. Standing right there on the elevator lift of Babel Tower was the armored adventurer from that one night, now accompanied by a fairly large wolf. It was almost as big as herself. A monster. She immediately identified the wolf as a monster, placing a hand on her weapon. She knew the monster Pelia was almost here, but the Ganesha familia shouldn't have started capturing monsters yet, much less let them out of their cages. Yet the wolf minded its own business as it stood by the knight's side. Looking around, other adventurers were eyeing the wolf as well but were chased away by a glance from the armored adventurer. Is he trying to figure out how to work the elevator? Ace thought. Getting a bit closer, that was indeed the case. She sympathized with the knight for she too was the same the first time she came here. Excuse me. She spoke up before she even realized it. The armored man jumped up in surprise before quickly turning around, hand on the handle of his claymore sword that was somehow floating on his back. It seems she startled him. Ace made no movement even when the wolf looked ready to pounce at her. It calmed down when the knight motioned it to stand down before turning to her. Can I help you? Letting go of his sword and calming down, the knight asked. I couldn't help, but noticed that you were having some trouble, Ace said, pointing over at the elevator. Ah, yes. Turned back to the elevator, the knight clearly missing the control panel to his right as he crossed his arms. I am trying to figure out how to operate this lift. There's no lever so I don't know how to turn this thing on. A lever? Ace raised an eyebrow at that. It seems he really didn't know how to operate the elevator, but such a thing made no sense. He was strong enough to send Bet flying and even project such a deadly aura. Going by that, he should be a top-class adventurer who naturally knew the ins and outs of Orario. Yet he was acting like a rookie adventurer right now. What floor are you heading to? Ace found her asking before she realized what she said. The 4th floor. My dungeon advisor told me that's where I could purchase weapons. The knight explained. I was hoping to take this lift up to make things quicker, but I guess I better take the stairs. The knight turned to head to the stairs, but Ace held up a hand to stop him before pointing over to the panel that controlled the elevator. It's like this. Showing the knight how it's done, Ace pressed a button and the elevator closed before rising, surprising the knight and the wolf. We're moving! The knight exclaimed in surprise before looking over at the panel she had touched. So that's how you turn on the lift. I never would have guessed. Again, Ace sympathized with the knight. When they had arrived at the knight's destination, Ace soon realized that she has ridden the elevator with the knight when she should be down in the dungeon right now. Turning around, Ace went to take her leave when she noticed how nervous the knight looked. This place is quite lavish, the knight said, his tone filled with uneasiness as he looked around the floor nervously. True to the knight's word, the 4th floor of Babel Tower was filled with high-class weapon shops lining entire floor. Such a sight was the norm for Ace, but in all honesty, she preferred the upper floors and the Goibneo Familia workplace more. This floor was just too flashy for her taste, even after all these years. Approaching one of the windows, the knight then quickly backed away while letting out a noise akin to choking. "30 million Valis? That's outrageous. Wow, that's almost half of Tiona's debt. That's a common price around this floor," Ace informed the knight. Why was he so surprised? Didn't he come to this floor because he had the money to buy these weapons? You're kidding. The knight looked at the blonde swordswoman in disbelief. Meanwhile, his wolf friend simply looked confused, no doubt not understanding the value of money. "I can't afford that." "If you can't afford it, then why even come to this floor anyway?" Ace questioned, raising an eyebrow. "My dungeon advisor told me I could buy weapons here. But this is clearly out of my league. If you can't afford anything here, then just try the upper floors." "Upper floors?" Once again, the knight his head in confusion while his wolf friend mimicked the action. Cute. Ace thought but made sure she didn't voice it. "Cheaper weapons are sold above this floor," Ace explained to the knight. "Didn't you know before coming here?" The knight shook his head. How strange. Once again, he was acting like a newbie adventurer. "What familia are you from?" Ace asked without thinking. He was so strong, and yet the way he acted. The knight looked at her in confusion but answered nonetheless. "Hestia familia." Hestia familia. She didn't know such a familia. And if she didn't know, then that means that it must be a new familia just starting out. But that didn't make sense. If he was part of a recently new familia group, then he hasn't been an adventurer for long. Yet he was strong enough to knock back Bet and scare everyone in the Loki familia. Even if he had come from another familia, such a person should have been quite famous already. And yet when she asked around about the armored adventurer, no one knew him. "What are you?" Ace thought as she looked at the mysterious adventurer. Such strength, she had to know how this person got so strong. To do that, she had to stick around a bit more, which meant helping the man. "You know the Hephaestus familia, right?" Ace asked, and the knight nodded his head. "This entire floor is owned by them." "Seriously?" Ace nodded. "No way." Once again, Ace sympathized with the knight. "The Hephaestus familia owns this floor as well, the floors up to the 8th floor. Huh? Why do they need so many floors?" The knight looked at Ace in confusion. "Come." With just saying one word, Ace went back into the elevator and the knight plus the large wolf followed. Pressing a button, the elevator once again moved up. In no time, they reached the 8th floor. Stepping out, the floor was, like the 4th, inundated with shops, all belonging to Hephaestus familia. Swords, spears, axes, hammers, bow and arrows, shields, armor, and much more were on display, much like the 4th floor. The only difference between the 4th floor and here was that there were a lot more customers, or rather, there are more adventurers here. "It's been a while since I've been up here," Ace thought to herself as a small smile briefly appeared on her face. "There's quite a lot more adventurers here than down below." The knight noted as he approached one of the windows and let out a noise of surprise. 12,000 Valis? That's way cheaper. But isn't this a shop owned by the Hephaestus familia?" Ace didn't blame the armored man for being surprised. The Hephaestus familia was famed for producing high-class weapons. Of course, to those who knew, the smithing familia didn't just make high-class weapons all the time. It's true the Hephaestus familia is famed for producing high-quality weapons, but they're still a familia. They have rookies amongst their ranks too. This floor here is to allow rookie blacksmiths to make and display their work for rookie adventurers. This allows them to gain experience. I see. If a rookie blacksmith's items get bought, then the feedback they get, good or bad, can help them improve their craft. The knight said, sounding impressed as he and the wolf picked a random shop and entered. She followed him inside. "Welcome to the Sword Princess." The shop owner, who had been in the process of greeting them, cried out in surprise when he spotted Ace. "Sword Princess?" The knight, in contrast, looked confused. "Don't mind us," Ace said as she looked around the shop. White mannequins wore armor meant to display them as other pieces of armor, and weapons were displayed on either tables, shelves, or the walls. The quality of them wasn't something that impressive, due to her seeing and having better items, but that's to be expected since this was to appeal to rookie adventurers. Sword Princess, Sword Princess. Meanwhile, the knight was muttering to himself until he snapped his fingers and pointed at her. Ah! I thought I recognized you. You're that swollen-something girl from the pub that one night. The way he said that so casually surprised her, as well the fact that he was just now recognizing her. She wasn't blind to her own fame, so she expected the knight to know her, as nearly everyone in the city did. But it seems that wasn't the case. It's Ace Wallenstein. Ace corrected the knight before she soon realized that she never got the knight's name. Quickly acting before she forgets, she asked, "And what's yours?" "Oh. That's right, I never introduced myself." The knight scratched the back of his neck and laughed before offering his gloved hand for a handshake. "My name is Belle Cranel. It's nice to meet you." Belle Cranel. Ace repeated the name in her mind, making sure to remember it. Suddenly, the wolf nudged him. "Oh, how forgetful of me. This is Sif." The now named Belle introduced the wolf, who let out a bark in reply. Sif. Ace played with the name in her mouth as she looked down at the dog for a moment before looking up at Belle. "It's a monster." Yes, Belle didn't even deny it as he started walking around to see what the shop had to offer. The shop owner, having heard them, looked at Sif in alarm. "It's from the dungeon?" Ace asked. There were monsters on the surface as well, but she thought she'd ask to make sure. "Yes," Belle once again said as he picked up a random sword and tested its weight before placing it back down and looking elsewhere. "I saved Sif from some monsters trying to kill her and brought her up to the surface to heal her injuries." "Her?" Ace noticed the word and looked down at Sif, who stuck close to Belle. "It's a girl." "Yes, it's a girl." Ace snapped her head back up at the knight. "How did he dash?" "It's written all over your face," Belle said as he picked up a shield and looked at it, tapping his knuckles against the surface. "And before you ask, yes, I'm sure, I checked." Ace raised an eyebrow at that. "You checked?" "I checked." Ace didn't know if it was her imagination, but she thought the wolf known as Sif blushed for a moment. "Why did you save it?" Ace asked bluntly. "Monsters were the enemy of mankind. There shouldn't be any reason for an adventurer to help a monster." "She reminded me of someone I once knew," Belle said, grabbing another shield and testing it, taking a stance as he held the shield in front of him. "That's all. That's all." He pushed forward, a shield bash. He swung his arm, a parry. Looking at it, it was a simple round shield made of iron. The straps were big enough that he could tie it to his arm, allowing his hand to be free to carry anything else instead of occupying his arm as most shields would do. Nodding in satisfaction, Belle went over to the counter to pay for the shield when he suddenly stopped and turned. Curious as to what caused the knight to freeze up, she looked and saw the knight looking at a barrel filled with swords. Ace guessed these were swords not deemed good enough to be put on display. Faster than Ace could blink, there was a sword in Belle's hands. "Fast," Ace thought in surprise. The man was wearing full body armor, yet he was still so fast. When did he even move? In Belle's hands was a simple straight sword. Compared to some of the items in the shop, the sword looked mediocre with no outlasting colors to make it stand out. It simply looked like a normal steel sword. Testing the weight of the sword, Belle gripped the handle of the sword tightly before swinging it. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew when Belle swung his sword, causing everything in the shop to rattle as they shook from the force of Belle's swing. The shop owner let out a cry of surprise when everything shook, while Ace looked at Belle in surprise. "Strong," she thought. Relaxing his stance, Belle looked at the sword again before nodding in satisfaction and approached the desk where the owner looked at him fearfully. "I'll take these," Belle said as he laid out the needed money before asking, "Do you also happen to have any whetstones?" Nodding dumbly, the owner reached under the counter and took out a decent-sized whetstone as well as a scabbard for the sword. Belle took and paid for both. "Thank you." Belle thanked the man, putting his newly bought sword in its scabbard, and exited the store with both Sif and Ace. He then turned to the latter and bowed, surprising the blonde swordswoman. "Thank you, Ace. I wouldn't have known about all this if it weren't for your help." "Don't mention it." In the face of Belle's pure-hearted thanks, Ace found herself being a bit bashful but quickly pushed it down to ask a question. "Can I ask you something?" "I don't see why not. What do you wish to ask?" Ace decided to be blunt again. How are you so strong? Bell tilted his head. What do you mean? Your speed, your strength, you act like a rookie adventurer but no rookie has such strength. So how are you so strong? For Ace, she needed to know this. Despite fighting so much in the deep floors, her stats weren't increasing as much anymore. She's hit a roadblock, a limit. She can't afford that. She needed to get stronger. Strong enough in order to defeat the one who took her mother. When she first met Bell at the pub that night, she knew from the way he sent Bet flying and how he projected such a deadly aura, she knew that, somehow, he was stronger than her. She didn't know how he obtained such strength, but she needed to know how to do the same. Bell went quiet, simply standing there as he stared at her. Because of the helmet, she didn't know what sort of expression he was making, but Ace was starting to feel uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke in a surprising bitter tone. Let's just say the gods screwed me over. Ace raised an eyebrow in confusion. That had not answered her question in the slightest. It was too vague. She wanted to ask more, to make Bell explain properly, yet she found herself unable to. It was the air around Bell. It had changed. Before, it was normal, cheerful, if a little withdrawn. But now he seemed more withdrawn, depressed, and tired. Such negative feelings, they seemed familiar to her. She's withdrawn herself, speaking more when with her friends and familia. Even still, she was like a raging fire, burning for more strength. She thought of the flame as being the color black, an unclean color. This black flame, its lead her to face death multiple times as it spurred her on to pursue more strength. It was only through the help of her familia that this flame has died down somewhat. But it was still there, raging inside of her. Yet when she looks at Bell now, she can't help but feel something similar from him. A similar black flame from him. But while hers was still burning, Bell's were like embers, the aftermath of a fire. Such similarities between them, it made no sense. And because Ace could not understand it, she could not speak up about it. The trip back down was silent. It turns out Bell had a quest he needed to do and wasn't heading to the dungeon, so they separated. Ace found herself thankful at that, for she needed to be alone right now. She needed to think. She went down to the 20th floor and tested out her new sword, as she had previously planned. She went back to her home but chose not to talk to anybody, keeping to herself in her room until it was time for dinner. For the rest of the day, her mind kept wandering back to the one known as Bell Cranel and the similar, yet different feelings she sensed from him. Bell Cranel, just what are you? Thank you, Mr. Adventurer. I really appreciate you for doing this. Bell simply nodded as he and Sif rested in the back of the cart as the merchant drove them to their destination. Like he had planned earlier, at noon, Bell went to meet up with the merchant he was charged with protecting. He had gone to the marketplace to stock up on any items he might need for the trip. In his pouches were a few smoke bombs, some throwing knives, and a pocket watch he had bought from an antique store. It was a simple silver watch with a few dings and a bit of rust on it, but it still worked, and that's all Bell needed. It was quite the amount of money, but since he's been exploring floors deeper than what rookies are supposed to, he's been making quite the amount of money, though he was careful not to splurge too much. The sword and shield he got plus the scabbard and whetstone costed a total of 10,900 valis. Arriving at the meeting spot, he exchanged greetings with the merchant. He and Sif would have walked, but the merchant insisted they rode on his cart, not wanting to subject them to what was only a few hours of walking. The man was nice, and Bell liked that. So now, here he was, resting in the cart with Sif as the two left the labyrinth city and saw the outside world for the first time in forever. Blue skies with barely any clouds in the sky, allowing the sun to rain down warm rays onto the plant life. Bright green grass, flowers spotted on the side of the road, healthy look trees, and a nice wind blew through, casting a cooling breeze over him. He could spot birds flying through the air as well as bugs buzzing around. Such a sight may be considered mundane to people, but to Bell and Sif, it was an amazingly beautiful sight. Beautiful, isn't it, Sif? Bell asked the wolf, and she let out a bark of confirmation. The wolf then got his attention by tapping her paw against his leg before gesturing to the sun above. The undead instantly knew what Sif was asking. That's called the sun, Sif. Don't look directly at it, or else you'll go blind. Bell said as he looked up at the sun, basking in its warm rays. The sun is a wondrous body. Like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent. Under his helmet, Bel's mouth forms a thin line as he looks down at the straight sword he bought earlier. The blade was of steel and the handle was made of iron with cloth wrapped around the handle. On the guard, the name Welf Krazo was carved into it, no doubt the name of the smith who made the sword. The sword wasn't anything special, he had owned and used much better swords before. But the uncanny resemblance to the sunlight straight sword had made Bel buy it. It was the sentimental value that drew him in. I wonder, if you found your son in the afterlife, Solaire. Bel thought, frowning sadly. Here's hoping he found peace after laying him to rest. Bel mentally nodded with the voice in his head. Bel was brought out of his thoughts when Sif suddenly laid her head on his lap. Smiling under his helmet, he placed his hand on her head and the two continued the watch nature go by. It really is beautiful. Bel thought to himself. In the land of Lordran, Bel didn't see much in the way of nature besides the Darkroot Garden and the area Firelink Shrine was located at. It was mostly buildings and ruins he had to navigate through. His least favorite area was Blight Town, hands down. I'll need to restock on items that cure poison. Bel thought to himself. After his experience in the ruined town, he made sure to always carry items that cure poison. Sure, his natural resistance to it was what some may consider outrageous, but it was always better safe than sorry. How are you so strong? The words of that ace woman appeared in his head and Bel frowns under his helmet. Him? Strong? In a sense, he was quite strong, in a battle that is. Years of fighting, gathering souls, and improving his stats have made him that way. But that was it. When it came to other things outside of battle, he finds himself struggling. And for some reason, he felt that it was the same for Ace. What a strange girl! He thought to himself. How are you doing back there? The merchant, who had minded his own business up to this point, suddenly asked. We're fine. Thank you for letting us ride in your cart even though you have precious items stored back here. Bel placed his left hand over a box to prove his point. Well, I was sure no adventurers were gonna come and help someone like me. The man said. Most quests adventurers take usually involve them going into the dungeon. The guild actually has to assign some random adventurers to look after merchants like me, and even then, they're quite reluctant and awkward to talk to. But you seem different. Well, my friend here and I have been holed up in Orario for quite some time. I took this job to get out of the city for a while in order to see the outside world. It's a lot more beautiful than I remember. The merchant laughs a little before quickly apologizing. You're a strange one. I don't see a lot of nature-loving adventurers. If plain grass and trees are enough to amaze you, then you must have been holed up in that city for quite some time. More than you know. Bel and Sif both thought as one, though for two different reasons. Ah, listen to me, running my mouth. I haven't even introduced myself. Placing the reins that held the horse dragging the cart in one hand, he used the other to lean back and offer a handshake to the armored adventurer. Name's Samson, but feel free to call me Sam. Bel Cranel. Bel returned the handshake before looking down at Sif. And this here is Sif. Said Wolf merely looked at the merchant before going back to resting on Bel's lap and watching the area pass by. Don't mind her. She's like that everyone. That's okay, I'm not that bothered, Sam said before giving Sif an analyzing look. Still, that is one big wolf. Where'd you find her at? Bel contemplated telling the man about Sif's origin, before deciding against it. This was a quest and he didn't want to scare his contractor. So instead, he said, let's just say I found her one misty night. Not wanting to pry, Sam simply shrugged before focusing back on the road and leaving Bel to his thoughts once again as he stroked Sif's head a few times. The wolf was keeping herself busy by looking at the scenery around them. A merchant. Bel stared at Sam's back while the man was busy keeping his eyes on the road. After he improved his and Hestia's living conditions and got more members for Hestia familia, should he try his hand at being a merchant once he finally hangs up his armor? Or perhaps he should simply get a job at a place like the Hostess of Fertility. Wait, that place only hires women. Bel reminded himself. Then how about Dash? Bel. Suddenly, Sam spoke up and Bel noticed how nervous he looked. Looking over the man, Bel saw a group of kobolds in front of the cart, growling at them. In the far back, Bel could see what looked like a boar at least 2 meters tall. Bel would later learn the name of this monster, a battle bore, but now, there were other matters to attend to. Siv. Bell nudged the wolf with his leg and the wolf got up, yawning a little until it saw the monsters up ahead. Turning to Bell, the undead gave the monster the claymore sword. Taking the sword and holding it with her mouth, she and Bell stepped out of the cart and walked forward while telling Sam to not move. Sam nodded as he watched the two walk forward towards the monsters. He checked his equipment first. Sword, check. Shield, check. Estus, check. Armor, everything but his left gauntlet. Right, I gave it to Hestia to take it to that party. Bell thought, remembering this morning. His goddess planned to go to a party in hopes to talk with a friend and wanted a piece of his armor to show. After some debate, Bell allowed her to take his gauntlet, but nothing else. In place over his left hand was a spare glove. I'll make do. Bell thought as he drew his sword and walked towards the monsters up ahead with Sif. It was time to get to work. The Banquet of the Gods. Despite the grandiose name, it was simply a party held by a god or goddess and she had gotten an invitation. Normally this wouldn't have happened since her familia was still new, but Ganesha, eccentric as he may be, was a kind god. The fact she got an invitation to attend this party was proof of that. She still had to question his tastes though. The building she had entered was modeled after the god and the entrance was right between the legs. That had been awkward and she did her best to ignore it. Hestia had come here in her best clothes yet when compared to the suits and dresses of other gods and goddess here, she still felt inadequate. Trying to keep tears and feelings of envy pushed down, the first thing Hestia did when she arrived was head to the buffet table and grabbed as much food as she could to bring back home while also eating some herself. With the new addition of Sif, they now had a new mouth they needed to feed. Normally, this would have been a problem, but Hestia has noticed Bell giving most of his food to Sif while leaving very little for himself. He hid it well, but Hestia knew that her child must be starving. I have to make sure I bring enough for Bell to eat so he doesn't have to share with that wolf. Despite her child's words, she wasn't about to trust a monster from the dungeon, especially a rude one. She tried to give it a chance and pet it, and she almost lost her hand. Oh my, the lowly boobs is here. Hestia froze when she overheard that. In the back, she could hear other gods and goddesses talking amongst one another. What, she's still alive? Speaking of which, I saw her working part-time at a food stand. I heard she was patted by a guest on the head. As expected of the lowly goddess. HNG. Stuffing a piece of meat into her mouth, Hestia tried to ignore the chatter behind her. She had to wonder if they were even trying to be quiet or not. Stuffing your face at the buffet table, I should have expected as much. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up from behind Hestia. Turning around, Hestia came face to face with a familiar red-headed goddess. Her hair reached to her waist and her crimson eye matched perfectly with her sharp face. The red dress that complemented her slender figure made Hestia envious for it was the type she wouldn't be able to afford unless things got better for her familia. As for why she said eye instead of eyes is because of the eye-catching eye patch that covered the forge goddess' right eye. It's been a while, Hestia. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Hephaestus. Hestia immediately cheered up at the sight of her friend. I knew you'd be here. So, I made the right choice coming here. You wanted to see me, huh? Well, let me make it clear, I won't lend you a single valise now. How rude of you! Hestia exclaimed. What kind of goddess do you think I am? You've been leeching off of me ever since you came to Orario, so. That's a thing of the past. I'm no longer willing to swallow my friend's purse. But it seems like you've swallowed a lot of free food there. Hephaestus pointed out, making Hestia flinch. No, I'm just keeping these as leftovers. Hestia said, trying to save face. Fufu, I see you two are still chummy with each other. A voice said from behind Hephaestus who moved aside to show who she was with. Long silver hair, silver eyes and white skin like that of fresh snow. A perfect golden ratio so perfect that the golden ratio term may have originated from her. Even amongst the gods, this goddess beauty was second to none. Freya. Hestia recognized the goddess of beauty. I ran into her earlier, Hephaestus briefly explained. Am I a bother, Hestia? Freya asked whilst holding a glass filled with wine. Not really, but I'm uncomfortable with you around. Hestia bluntly said. Oh, my, Freya laughed a little. You're always so honest. It's what I like about you. Oi! Suddenly, a third voice called out from the distance, one that Hestia recognized. Which reminds me. A part of Hestia was already regretting coming to this party. There's someone else I hate even more than you. Yo, Chibi. Appearing in a flash at Freya's side dressed in a black dress was none other than Loki. Loki, Hestia reluctantly turned to her. What brings you here? What, I can't come without some sort of reason. Isn't it senseless of you to ask that? No one likes a party pooper, you know. TCH. You're making quite the scary face, Hephaestus commented, watching Hestia click her tongue before turning to Loki. Still, it's been a while, Loki. I hear a lot about your familia's reputation these days. Seems you've been doing well. That's flattering coming from someone who's been successful as you are, Hephaestus, Loki said, rubbing the back of her head. But, certainly I'm proud of my children. Hestia wouldn't lie in that she was a bit surprised to see Loki like this, but a lot of gods and goddesses have changed quite a bit when they descended from the upper world. Wait, that's right. Hestia remembered that she wasn't only here for the free food. As much as she didn't want to, she came here to speak with the trickster. Hey, Loki, I want to ask you something. You wanted to ask me something, Chibi? Hestia had to hold herself back from decking the goddess right then and there. Yes, crossing her arms under her boobs which made them bounce, something that got an eye twitched from Loki, Hestia got straight to the point. What do you think you're doing, giving my child armor? Come again. The goddess of mischief looked at Hestia in confusion as did Hephaestus and Freya. Don't you play dumb with me. A few days ago, a crate filled with armor was found at the place I live. There was also a bag full of money, 2 flasks of what I think are high-quality potions, and the armor fits my child to AT. Loki, is this true? Freya asked, knowing Loki and Hestia had quite a bad relationship with each other. To hear that Loki had given a child of Hestia armor sounded unreal. Of course not. Loki immediately denied. Why would I give the chibi some armor for her child? I didn't even know she had someone in her familia. Hestia raised an eyebrow but wasn't convinced. Then how do you explain this? Reaching into her breast, once again getting an eye twitch from the trickster goddess, she pulled out the card that bore her emblem and presented it to the trickster goddess. The hell? Loki swiped the card from the small goddess' hand, instantly recognizing her familia emblem. My child found this on the crate. This is obviously your familia emblem. Hestia explained. I'll say it right now, I don't want your charity. Thought you should have this back m.c. Loki read off the card before looking back at Hestia. Who the hell's m.c? How should I know? That's your emblem, so it's got to be someone from your familia, Hestia said. When I asked Bell, all he told me was that the armor came from a guy calling himself Marvelous Chester. Marvelous Chester? Loki raised an eyebrow at that, until her eyes, which were often closed, shot wide open. Hestia, of course, saw this. Someone you know. I. Loki struggled to form words as she looked down at the card in her hand which was now shaking. Looking up to face the 3 goddesses, she said, I gotta go. And without warning, Loki took off running, bumping into a few gods along the way which she shoved aside in order to make it to the exit. Hey! Hestia called out to the running goddess, but the redhead was already gone. What's with her? I've never seen Loki that shaken up before, Hephaestus commented, surprised at how fast the trickster goddess had run away. Chester. Meanwhile, Freya held her chin as she repeated the name of the mysterious man who had given Bel the armor. You know who gave Hestia's child the armor? Hephaestus asked the goddess of beauty, for she could sense a tone of recognition from how she spoke the name. I do, but the one who I'm thinking of can't be the same person, Freya said. What do you mean? Hestia said. If you know something then spill it out. As blunt as ever, Freya smiles for a brief moment before it vanishes. I recognize the name Chester because it was the name of Loki's first blessed child when she first started her familia. Wait, by Chester, do you mean Chester the Magnificent? Hephaestus asked, getting a confused look from Hestia. Chester the who? Chester the Magnificent, Hephaestus began. I never met the guy myself, but he was the adventurer who first made it to the rank of LV5, becoming the first adventurer to reach first class after Zeus and Hera were banished from the city. The gods called him the Magnificent due to the way he fought. Before that, he was called Chester the Mysterious due to the mask he was always seen wearing. Wow! Hestia couldn't stop herself from being in awe a little. She doesn't know much about the Zeus and Hera familia, but she knew enough to know that, before Loki and Freya, they used to be the strongest familias in Orario. Wait, if this Chester guy is so great, why haven't I heard about him? If this person was so great then she would have no doubt heard Loki brag about him. He died, Hephaestus said suddenly, surprising Hestia as Freya explained. It was when Loki's familia first decided to traverse past the 50th floor of the deep floors. Some of my children participated in the expedition. Freya looked up, remembering that day. They had a decent-sized party and their equipment was second class. A look of sadness then appeared on the goddess' face. However, they had underestimated the ferocity of the dungeon. When the expedition party returned, over half of their members were gone. I even lost some of my children. And Chester? Hestia asked, though she could guess what the answer was. He was a part of the casualties, Freya answered. The only thing they managed to recover was a portion of his mask. Loki was quite devastated that day. She ran around emptying out liquor shops and pubs until her familia had to step in and set her straight. It was that bad. Hestia was honestly surprised. From the sounds of it, Loki was quite attached to this Chester guy. It was, Freya responded. Which is why I don't think the Chester you're talking about is the same Chester I'm talking about. The man is dead. My children that managed to survive that day saw it with their own eyes. Which means there's someone going around using Loki's emblem and the name of her late child, Hephaestus said, imagining Loki's reaction once she realized this. She pictured a lot of blood and hellfire. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave, Freya said, finishing the wine in her hand before setting the glass down on a table. Leaving already? Hephaestus asked. Didn't you say you had some business here? I've already heard what I needed to confirm, so I'm finished that. Hestia didn't know if it was her imagination, but she could have sworn Freya just glanced at her. Plus. I've already devoured every man here, more than enough. At that did every male in the room blush, not making direct eye contact with the goddess as she waved goodbye and left the two. Wow! Was the only comment Hestia could think of at that moment. But she should have expected any less from a goddess of beauty, love, and sex. With how she acted, it was quite easy to forget and a bit hard to believe that Freya was also a goddess of war. That's just like Freya, I guess, Hephaestus said, scratching her cheek before turning to her friend. So, what about you? If you're planning on staying for a bit longer, why don't we drink together like old times? Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that armor I mentioned, Hestia said, turning to face her friend. You mean the one that was given to your child? Hestia nodded before going into her bag, which she brought along to carry the food she would bring home, and pulled out the gauntlet she managed to talk Bell into borrowing. He expected the piece of armor to be returned to him once she got back. Seriously, just how much does he like that armor if he's reluctant to part with even a single piece of it? Hestia thought to herself as she showed the forge goddess the gauntlet. Immediately when she showed her friend the gauntlet did the redhead swipe the piece of armor from her hands and looked at it with a wide, disbelieving eye. This is... Hephaestus. Hestia looked worriedly at the forge goddess. In all the years she's known her, she's never seen her friend react like this. Looking around in alarm, Hephaestus suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Come with me. Wadash. Hey. What gives? Hephaestus never answered back as she dragged Hestia out of the party. Just what had gotten into her friend to make her act like this? Grace 5, Monster Philia, another regular day. Tita what? Hestia stared confusingly at her friend, Hephaestus, who was out of her dress and in her casual/work clothes consisting of black pants that hugged her legs, boots that reached up to her knees, gloves that covered her arms, and a button-up white shirt. After Hephaestus had gone and dragged her away from the banquet of the gods last night, she took her back to her home and told her to stay the night while she checked the gauntlet she had shown her without even giving her a chance to talk back. She just left her in a room and took her leave, leaving Hestia no choice but to spend the night. She wanted to protest since Bell had specifically said he wanted the gauntlet back by last night, but because of the sudden turn of events, she was unable to return home. In short, she had broken her promise to her child. Please don't be mad at me, Belle. I had no control over this. Hestia thought to herself. Seriously, the amount of care he had for the armor was almost insane. He just got it not too long ago and he acted like he had the thing since forever. Titanite, Hephaestus repeated. This gauntlet, Hestia, is reinforced with Titanite. And just what is Titanite? Hestia asked. She noticed that her fellow goddess looked a bit tired, telling her that she didn't get much sleep last night. Had the gauntlet bothered her that much? Is it some special kind of ore or something? Titanite isn't just any regular ore. It's godly ore, as in ore that's found back in the upper world. Hestia's eyes widen in disbelief. What did you say? I didn't stutter. Titanite is what smithing deities like me and Gobniu used back when we still lived in the upper world and made weapons for other gods and goddesses. Hephaestus explained before she holds up the gauntlet she had taken from her. And this gauntlet, Hestia, has been reinforced with a great amount of Titanite. But how? How do you know it's been reinforced with Titanite? Hestia asked as the gauntlet looked like a regular piece of metal. I wasn't sure myself when I saw it last night, so I brought you here and made you stay the night while I checked this gauntlet, Hephaestus explained as she eyed the gauntlet in her hands with a look that was both critical and nostalgic. Toughness, resistance, I even tried to melt this thing and all I managed to do was simply heat it up. You what? Hestia exclaimed loudly. Don't worry, I did little damage to this thing. Things reinforced with Titanite are hard to damage in the first place. Hephaestus said, placing the gauntlet down on her desk. I did everything I could think of to check if this thing was real or not. After staying up all night, I'm certain that Titanite was used to make this thing stronger. And seeing how this came along with an entire set, I'm guessing whoever's going around using the name of Loki's late child just gave your kid a whole set of Titanite reinforced armor. And, just how much is Titanite? Hestia asked nervously. Priceless, Hephaestus said with absolute seriousness. Titanite is precious even in the upper world because of the fact that it came from another forging god whose name has been lost to time and thus there's very little of it anymore, making it ancient. This gauntlet alone is worth millions, maybe even billions. Bil dash. Hestia was absolutely speechless. If just a gauntlet was worth that much, then Belle basically had with him more money on him than he or she knew what to do with. If she could somehow convince Belle to sell his armor, she could instantly pay back her debt to Hephaestus and still have enough to let her live the easy life for centuries to come. I don't know who managed to reinforce this with Titanite, but they clearly knew what they were doing, Hephaestus said mostly to herself as she stared admiringly at the gauntlet, impressed. Hestia was surprised as not a lot of things easily impressed her friend, especially when it came to smithing due to her high standards. Of course, those standards were lowered once she descended to the mortal world and couldn't use her arcanum, but from the looks of it, the gauntlet had passed those previous high standards. As much as I want to buy this off of you, there really isn't much I can do with it, Hephaestus said, handing the gauntlet back to Hestia who was now hesitant to touch it due to now knowing its true value. But knowing that she had to give it back to Belle, she grabbed it and went to pull it away when Hephaestus suddenly tightened her grip on the piece of armor and stopped her. However, Hephaestus began, looking serious. I can't say the same for other gods, especially gods of war. If your kid really is going around wearing Titanite reinforced armor, then you need to keep a close eye on him, got it? Got it. Hestia nodded and went to take the gauntlet back when Hephaestus didn't let go. She pulled and pulled, but her friend would not lessen her grip. Hephaestus. Mind letting go? Hestia pulled back yet Hephaestus still did not release her grip. Hephaestus. As if in some sort of trance, Hephaestus blinked and Hestia used this chance to finally pull the gauntlet back, holding it close and away from her friend who was grasping air now and, was her friend pouting? Well then, I better get back to Belle now. See ya Hephaestus. Hestia said before quickly leaving. If her usual serious friend acted like that all because of this Titanite, then she'd hate to see the other reactions of other gods and goddesses, especially those that governed war. And with Belle walking around in that armor reinforced with that ore. I need to get home quickly. She prayed to the upper world above that her child was currently in the dungeon and not walking around in broad daylight. But as the goddess left the residence of her friend, Hestia froze in her steps at what she saw was currently going on right now. Shit! Hestia didn't come home last night. Bell thought as he walked the streets with Sif by his side. It's been a day since his goddess left for some party. The banquet of gods, as she called it. She had taken his gauntlet in order to show it to a friend she knew and promised she'd be back to return it. But it seems something happened, for the goddess did not return last night. I wonder if I should try looking for her. Bell thought. While he could make do without his left gauntlet just fine, he just didn't feel complete unless he had that gauntlet back on his left arm. Plus he was worried for the short goddess. She said she was going in order to talk to a friend. But anything can happen. The more he thought about it, the more he grew concerned. But on the other hand, there were many times when he didn't see his friends for days and months back in Lordran, only to see them all right in the last place he'd expect to meet them. Of course, that was before. I'll give it one more day. If she doesn't come back by then, I'll go look for her. Bell decided, pushing the issue aside for now and focused on heading towards the guild. After yesterday's quest, he was quite eager to search for a similar quest that would take him out of the city, and judging by how Sif looked, she was excited as well. Oi! Wait up, Mr. Knit. Attracted by the strange manner of speaking, Bell turned and saw a waitress from the hostess of fertility he was about to pass. As for the waitress in question, her cat ears and tail gave away that she was a cat person, as her hair and eyes were brown. Looking left and right, Bell pointed to himself and the cat person nodded. Walking up to the waitress, Bell greeted the woman. Good morning. Is there something I can help you with? Bell thought about what this woman needed. He made sure he returned the basket Seer gave him last night, so nothing came to mind. Good meowing. Sorry if I surprised you. She said before she took out a coin purse and gave it to him. Here, take this. Hi. Was Bell's brilliant response. Please bring it to that klutz girl, Naya. Was all the cat girl told him, making him even more confused? I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're telling me, Bell said. Anya, suddenly, coming around the corner was that one elf Bell gave the money to the day before yesterday, carrying a basket of laundry. That doesn't explain much. You're just troubling Mr. Cranel. Don't be silly, Ryu, the now named Anya said, raising her head as if what she was saying was too smart for people to understand. Clearly he understands that I want him to bring Seer her wallet, which she forgot when she skipped out on her shift and went to Monster Philia. That's what she meant. Bell thought. How was he supposed to know all thought from what little she said earlier? That's the situation. The now named Ryu said. I see. Seer, of course, did not skip out on her shift. She took a vacation day for the festival. I apologize for the confusion. No, it's okay, Bell assured the elf as he placed the purse in one of his pouches. So do you mind helping us? Ryu asked. Seer is no doubt in trouble without her wallet, and we're pretty busy preparing the pub. I don't mind helping, but what is this Monster Philia? From the sounds of it, it obviously involved monsters and was some sort of festival. You don't know about it? Ryu said, looking surprised. I thought everybody in this city knew about it. I'm still quite new to Orario. Bell explained. Then let me teach Naya. Anya stepped in and explained. Monster Philia is a super big festival held every year by the Ganesha familia. They rent the entire Colosseum for a day and tame monsters captured and brought from the dungeon in front of an entire crowd. They tame monsters in front of a crowd? Bell asked. To him, that sounded like a recipe for a bloody disaster. The monsters could escape and go on a rampage, killing many lives. It's not that unusual. I mean, you got that wolf with you. Anya said, gesturing to Sif, who had been minding her own business. I didn't really tame Sif here. Bell knelt down and placed a comforting hand on Sif's head. I just saved and befriended her, that's all. Well, a taming skill is a genuine skill that depends on one's natural ability, Ryu added. So basically, they're simply putting on a show for people where they tame captured monsters. Bell clarified. Exactly. It's a pretty hardcore event, Naya. Anya commented. That's Seer forgetting her wallet when she promised us to buy souvenirs. What a clumsy gal, Naya. Like you're one to talk. Ryu said to the cat girl before turning back to Bell. Anyway, we're counting on you. Seer left a while ago, so you should be able to catch up to her no problem. Got it. Leave it to me, Bell assured them before he and Sif took their leave. Taking out the coin purse, he held it down to Sif. Do you think you can track down her scent? Giving it a try, Sif sniffed the coin purse first. Then, she sniffed the air a few times before walking forward a bit. After a few more seconds of sniffing around, she called out to Belle and gestured with her head. It seems she's found the girl's scent. Smiling under his helmet, Belle put away the coin purse before following his friend. Looking down from the window of the cafe she was in, Freya smiled to herself as she drank her tea in peace. No one dared disturb or approach her, and that was due to the fact that everyone in the cafe, men and women, was captivated by her charm. Despite not having permission to use her arcanum, her charm was one thing she could not control, as the cloak she was wearing to hide did little in hiding away her charm, as evident to those all around her. She wasn't bothered by it, rather she was amused, and it made things easier when she wanted something. Yo, sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, it seems the person she was invited by has finally arrived. Setting down her tea, Freya turned and saw Loki walking up to her, accompanied by who she believed to be the famed sword princess dressed in quite the cute dress. No, I just came a little early, Freya said before turning to the blonde swordswoman. And she is? Ah, right, this is probably the first time you've met. This is Ace from my place, that enough of an introduction for you. Loki introduced her child in such a manner before turning to the sword princess. Ace, she may look like this, but she is a goddess, so at least greet her. Nice to meet you. The girl introduced herself with a faint blush on her cheeks, a sign that her charm had acted on its own again. Luckily, the girl was able to resist before she became completely captivated. That both pleased and impressed her. She's quite cute, I can see why you like her so much, Freya said, making small talk as Loki sat across from her. So why'd you bring her with you? Well, you know, with the monster philia going on, I'm planning on going out to have some fun on my lovey-dovey date with Ace here. Loki laughed as she slapped Ace on the back playfully. Plus, if I leave her alone, she's sure to dive right back into the dungeon. If someone doesn't take care of her, she'll spend her whole life without a break. Freya watched Loki look knowingly at Ace, but she knew her earlier act was made up. She tried to hide it, but she could see it. Her hair was slightly disheveled and she looked like she didn't get a lot of sleep last night. There were bandages covering her hands, telling her that she had hit something with her bare hands, no doubt in anger. The reason was obvious to her. Well then, why don't you tell me the reason why you called me out here? Freya asked the trickster goddess, getting right to the point. Oh come on, it's been a long time. I just wanted to have a little chat. You're lying again. Freya instantly pointed out Loki's lies. At that did a threatening aura emerge from the two goddesses, snapping everyone in the cafe out of their trance. Then I won't waste any more time and just ask. You've been making some strange movements lately. Showing up at the banquet last night as well as going around gathering information. Opening her eyes, Loki stares at Freya. Is it a guy? Freya simply smiles, confirming Loki's assumption. The goddess of mischief sighs and leans back on her chair. Geez, you sex-crazed goddess. You're always like this, acting like you're in heat all the time and ready to jump on any guy you see. Oh my, how rude. I at least make distinctions. Don't try to fool me. You even flirt with male gods. Keeping them under my thumb has its perks. Geez, Loki sighs again. Let me guess, it's someone from someone else's familia, right? So what kind of guy has caught your eye this time? Spit it out. You don't want any trouble between us, right? Freya wasn't the least bit afraid of Loki's threat, but what the trickster goddess said was true. As the strongest familias here in Orario, their presence helped stifle down the crime in the city. Plus, a war between them would result in the many lost lives of her children and she couldn't afford that. So in the end, she spoke. He isn't very strong. Compared to the children in your familia or mine, he's still unreliable. If something hurts him, he'll cry right away. That's what he's like. Freya explained as she could feel a blush coming up to her face. But he was beautiful and clear. He had a color I had never seen. That's why he stole my gaze and I fell for him. Discerning Eye, that was the name of her ability. Freya had the ability to see the color and brilliance of a person's soul. For example, through her eyes, she could see that the color of Ace's soul was colored gold, a rare color. And for that person's soul, the best she could describe it was transparent, something she's never seen before. As said before, she had fallen for that person. Sounds like quite the guy, Loki commented. Yes, but something's changed. Freya's face grew serious, getting Loki's attention. What do you mean? It's his soul, it's changed, Freya said as she thought back to that day when she made the discovery. She was up in her home at Babel Tower, enjoying some wine while she looked down at the people of the city from up above. This was a hobby she did whenever she was bored. Ever since discovering that transparent color, she had been searching for it, but to no avail. Then, one day, she had found it and had then proceeded to drop her drink. The soul, it had changed. No longer was it that same captivating transparent soul. In fact, she wasn't sure if she was really looking at a soul at all, for it looked too much like a flame. A raging, chaotic flame. Freya was flabbergasted. Never before had she seen a soul like this. She should be angry. She should be enraged that the transparent soul which she had fallen in love with was gone. But no. Instead of anger, she was left captivated. Through her eyes, souls had color. But no matter how much she looked, all she saw was that flame burning deep inside that man. A huge flame that threatened to swallow anything that got near it. It left her feeling, well, she didn't really know what to feel. The flame looked chaotic, yet gentle at the same time. Such a contradiction was impossible, yet it was happening right before her eyes. She looked further. She had to know more. She needed to know more about this flame-like soul. But that's when it happened. It was on the same day she had discovered the new soul. Apparently, the man had sensed her presence. She wasn't surprised by that. Her god's mirror was what she used to view those that have caught her interest, reaching down to even the dungeon, to some extent. Of course, despite its name, it wasn't a godly item. If used for too long, the one who was being viewed could sense whoever was watching them. The fact that the man had sensed her told her she had been using the magic mirror for too long now and had to stop soon. But she couldn't. She had to know more about that flaming soul. And that's when it occurred. Flames. Flames appeared from the mirror, surprising Freya as the man's appearance started to change. He grew in size. His armor became worn and charred. The surcoat burned away, revealing armor that resembled a ribcage. The helmet seemed to blend in with his head, appearing skull-like now as a flaming crown formed from the top of the helmet. And in its hand was a flaming, coiled sword. Freya stared wide-eyed as she stared at the unknown, flaming, and ghastly figure in her mirror as a shiver went down her spine. A second later, she realized she was shaking. She, Freya, a goddess of war, was shaking in fear. But she couldn't help it. That figure in her mirror. There was something about it that made her instinctively wary of it. There was something primordial about it. Before she could think more on this, the figure actually moved. It swung its sword at her and her mirror proceeded to break into pieces, leaving Freya shell-shocked. "He's grown stronger," Freya spoke, ending the flashback as she stared out the cafe window. That unknown, dangerous figure. She didn't know what it was, but it told her enough that the man she had her eyes on was both strong and dangerous. "I don't know how he did it," it was like a sudden transformation that came out of nowhere. "How strong are we talking about?" Loki asked, curious no doubt. "Strong enough to rival my champion." Now that got a surprise from both Loki and Ace. She didn't blame them for being surprised. Her champion, Otter the King, was famous for being the only LV7 adventurer in Orario. To hear that there was someone in the city who could match him would no doubt spark interest amongst the gods if word got out. Just how did he gain such power in such little time? It doesn't make sense. Freya thought as she stared out the window. It was strange, really. When she had first discovered that soul, she had been looking out a window like this and from the corner of her eyes. Freya couldn't believe it. There he was. Like some sick joke, there he is, that flaming like soul, shining brightly like a campfire in the night. He was following a wolf she immediately identified as a monster, but she ignored the creature. Instead, she turned her sights on the man that had caught her curiosity and her eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Tonight. She couldn't believe it. That armor he was wearing, it had been reinforced with titanite. Others may not see it, but to a goddess of war like her, she could tell. But how? Titanite was practically extinct, various smithing gods had used up the legendary ore from a bygone age. And how had she missed this when she was viewing him earlier? She sat up. She refused to just sit here while the man of her interest had just grown even more interesting. Forgive me, Loki, but something's come up. Wah dash. Oi. Before Loki could respond back, Freya was already gone. Exiting the cafe, she took the back alleys to avoid as many people as she could. With the monster philia going on, the streets were filled with people, meaning there was a much higher chance of her being discovered, and with her charm always acting on its own, well, she didn't need to think to know the results. Turning a corner, it seems Freya wasn't the only one taking the back alley as she ran into a familiar face. Oh my, is that you, Freya? Hestia. Indeed, the one she had run into was none other than Hestia. Are you heading to the monster philia too? You must be in a hurry if you're using this back alley. Sort of, I can't be seen walking in a crowd. Right. Hestia nodded in understanding. It must be tough being a goddess of beauty. It has its perks, why are you in such a hurry? Ah, right. I'm trying to find my familia child. He's still pretty new to the city, so there's no doubt in my mind he's currently out there enjoying the festivities. Hestia explained. You wouldn't have happened to have seen him, would you? He has white hair, red eyes, though I guess you wouldn't know, would you? What do you mean? Well, lately, he's taken to wearing this full set of armor everywhere he goes. He's even got this wolf with him now that follows him everywhere he goes. So the information her familia gathered was true. Her man of interest was serving under Hestia. That complicates things. I believe I saw someone like that in the East Main Avenue, Freya said, pointing to the direction. Really? Thanks. Hestia waved goodbye before running off. Freya smiled at the running goddess before turned and headed for her destination, the Colosseum. Just how strong are you, Belle Cranel? Allow me to see the extent of your abilities. Moving away from the booth she was visiting, Seer let out a sigh. She had made the biggest blunder ever. Stupid Seer, how do you forget your wallet on the day of your day off? She thought, berating herself. After she had finished her business, she saw an accessory that had caught her eye and went to buy it, only to discover that she did not have her wallet with her. She must have left it with her work clothes back at the pub. Seer sighed to herself once again. She was usually more organized than this. She had worked hard in order to earn a day off in time for the monster philia, and she had promised to bring back gifts for everyone who still had to work. No other choice, I guess, Seer said, turning around and heading back in the direction of the pub. Without her wallet, all she could do was simply window shop, and that wasn't any fun when a girl was all alone. There were quite a lot of people in the streets, so she had to shove her way a few times. Seer. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out the girl's name, and Seer turned her head to see someone waving at her. Belle. Indeed, it was the armored adventurer waving at her as he made his way towards her, pushing past people quite easily until he finally made it to her. He was also accompanied by Sif, who had the bone of a chicken leg in her mouth, telling Seer that they had gotten some food earlier. I'm glad I was able to find you, Belle said before looking down at Sif and petted her. Good job, Sif. Sif let out a noise of satisfaction, and she could have sworn the wolf just smiled. What are you doing here, Belle? Seer asked, curious as to why the adventurer was here. From the looks of it, he had plans to go to the dungeon, but instead, here he is. I was looking for you, Belle said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out her coin purse. A waitress at the pub told me to give this to you, said you forgot it. You came all the way here just to give me this? Seer asked the adventurer, surprised. She was honestly touched that Belle went out of his way to find her. She could even feel a blush forming on her face. It was difficult enough moving through this crowd. I'm sure without Sif here I'd never find you, Belle said, giving the wolf another pat on the head. Seer couldn't help but smile at the way Sif's tail was wagging back and forth. So it had a soft side to it after all. Well, thank you, Belle, for going out of your way to deliver this. You didn't have to, but you did anyway, Seer said, still blushing a little before looking down at Sif. And thank you too, Sif. She reached down to pet the wolf only to quickly pull back when Sif tried to bite her. Sif. Belle looked down at his wolf friend before looking apologetic at Seer, though it was hard to tell due to the helmet, the girl could tell from his voice. Sorry Seer, Sif still has trouble trusting others. No, it's okay. I understand, Seer wasn't the least bit offended. Sif was a monster, after all. She no doubt had little trust for those that aimed to kill her in the past. Well, now that I've successfully delivered to you your wallet, it's time Sif and I get back to work. Wait, he was leaving? Just like that? You're going to the dungeon on a day like this? Seer asked the armored adventurer. It was monster philia for crying out loud. A once-in-a-year festival. I'm not really going to the dungeon. Sif isn't up for that yet. Belle explained and Seer understood. Sif had recently escaped the dungeon. She doubted the wolf wanted to go back so soon. Instead, we're heading to the guild to see if they got any quests that can take us outside the city. He's leaving the city? On monster philia. At first, Seer was touched, now she was worried. Didn't this man know the meaning of taking a break? Belle, be honest with me. You're still new to Orario, right? The knight nodded. So that means you've never experienced something like monster philia before, right? The knight nodded again. From what he told her during his last visit to the pub that one night, he was from the countryside, having lived most of his life with his grandfather until he passed away and came to the city to become an adventurer. It's a common story Seer has heard plenty of times before. There were a few harvest festivals back in my village, but they weren't as grandiose as all of this, Belle said, waving around to the packed streets. To be honest, they really weren't anything special. Okay, then, tell me. Seer began slowly as she stared at the helm of the adventurer, looking at the slit of where Belle's eyes would be looking through. How he was able to see through such a small slit was a question Seer would have to ask another time. Belle, when was the last time you've taken a break? Even though she couldn't see his face, Seer imagined the adventurer had blinked at her. Taken a break? You know, like, relaxing, having fun, things like that, Seer said and awaited the knight's answer. The fact that she had to explain all this to Belle was already making her worried. Oh, gods, it was just as she feared. Come here. Not giving the knight a chance, Seer took his hand and dragged him away, forcing Sif to quickly follow the two. Wait, what? Seer. What are you doing? Helping you relax, Seer spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. I know you're an adventurer, Belle, but life isn't all about fighting monsters. Even adventurers have to take a break once in a while. What Seer said seemed to have an effect on Belle as there was a noticeable shift in the man. Seer didn't know what it was, but she kept going nonetheless. Also, you're planning on going outside the city on a day like this? Not on my watch, mister. But, Seer. No buts. Seer stopped the knight from going any further. You are taking a day off from being an adventurer and are going to accompany me for the rest of the day. Think of this as my thanks for delivering my wallet to me. Seer looks at Belle for quite a while before he finally relents and sighs. Okay, lead the way. Seer smiles and does just that. Gesturing Sif to quickly follow them, Seer wraps her arms around Belle's right and proceeds to drag him around to different booths. The main event was the Colosseum, but that could wait for a while. First, she had to make sure to show Belle a good time. And that's when she realized. Wait, isn't this basically a date? Unknown to Seer, someone had been watching what she had been doing with Belle. It was Hestia. After hours of searching, she had finally found her blessed child only to see him get dragged away by a girl she's never seen before. And from the way the girl clung to his arm, they weren't strangers. A girl. In the time she was gone, Belle had gone and gotten himself a girl. She had been replaced. Belle, you traitor! With tears in her eyes and forgetting just why she had been looking for her child in the first place, Hestia took off running, getting a few weird stares from the people around her. While Seer was ignorant to the crying goddess, Belle was not, and neither was Sif, as they both had noticed the goddess. What's wrong with her? Both Belle and Sif thought. Is something wrong? Seer asked, noticing that Belle was looking behind them. It's nothing. I'll take care of it later. Belle assured the girl. Confused a little, Seer shrugged and took Belle to a nearby booth selling crepes. She wondered if Sif could eat one. Just how had he gotten into this situation? These were Belle's current thoughts as Seer dragged him around the festival, showing him around while also making sure to buy gifts for her fellow co-workers. Belle didn't know why he allowed Seer to drag him around like this. He was stronger than her, he knew that. He could pull away anytime he wanted and continue on with his original plans for today. So why? I know you're an adventurer, Belle, but life isn't all about fighting monsters. As Seer's words echo in his head, Belle sighs, knowing what the answer was. Am I that tired of fighting? Belle thought to himself. For years, or perhaps centuries, he's been fighting ever since he became an undead. He had to fight his way to freedom in order to escape the Undead Asylum. He had to fight his way through Lordran in order to ring the bells of awakening. He had to fight literal gods and demons in order to link the first flame. At the end of it all, just what did he gain? Fame? Recognition? He never fought for those things. He fought to bring an end to the undead curse, to release those who were branded by the sign. But in the end, what was he left with? Bitterness. Loss. He didn't even know what he had done had any positive effects on the world. He had been following the whims of ancient serpents who he couldn't even trust. So to answer his own question, yes. He was tired of fighting. Perhaps Seer is right. Maybe I do need this. Belle thought to himself as he bit into some treat called a crepe. He didn't know what this was, but just by looking at all the ingredients, he could tell that the treat would have tasted very sweet if he still had his taste buds. He had brought this earlier with Seer at her request and she even tried to pay for it, but he quickly stepped in before she even had a chance to pull out her wallet. He still couldn't taste anything, but Seer didn't know that. She didn't need to know that all the food she gave him for breakfast was all given to Sif instead, though judging from how the wolf looked when he did feed her the first time, it told Belle that perhaps his lack of taste was a small blessing in disguise. So in front of Seer, he lied about the food being delicious and when she wasn't looking, discreetly fed portions to Sif. Of course, he made sure not to feed the wolf anything she didn't like and also made sure she didn't overeat. So anything Sif couldn't eat, he just ate them himself. See? Isn't this nice? Seer suddenly asked him, holding her own crepe in her hands. I guess. Was he having fun? Belle honestly wasn't so sure. All they had really done was buy crepes as Seer dragged him around to different booths. Was this what having fun was like before he became an undead? He honestly couldn't remember. Probably sensing that he still wasn't enjoying himself, Seer looked around until her eyes settled on the Colosseum and pointed over towards it. Then why don't we head to the Colosseum to check out the taming show? Aren't you the least bit curious as to how they tame monsters from the dungeon? I am more worried than curious, Belle said, looking towards the Colosseum as he, Seer, and Sif made their way to the structure. They brought monsters here all the way from the dungeon in front of thousands of people. If you ask me, that's just asking for a disaster waiting to happen. You worry too much, Seer said. The Ganesha familia have been doing this long before you came to live here. I've even seen a few shows myself in the past so it's fine. But the risk is still there. Belle insisted as the three arrived at the entrance of the Colosseum where Belle spotted a familiar face. Miss Ina. Belle. Indeed, it was his half-elf dungeon advisor. With her was a short, human female with pink hair. How is one born with pink hair? Is that even natural? Belle didn't answer back to the voice in his head though it made a good point. Thinking about it now, he had seen a lot of different hair colors and styles when he walked around the city. It was quite weird, though he wasn't one to judge since his hair was naturally white. What are you doing here? Belle asked. The half-elf was clearly in her work clothes yet she wasn't at the guild right now. I'm here to help manage the crowd traffic, Ina said. While the whole monster filia was planned and managed by the Ganesha familia, the guild sponsors the event and monitors it. I see. Belle nods in understanding. So why are you here, Belle? Here to see the taming show? Ina asked the undead. Sort of, Belle said, gesturing with his head to Seer, silently telling Ina the real reason he was here. A friend of yours? Ina asks, having never met Seer before. Yes, I think. Belle found himself unsure. Were he and Seer friends? He's only known the girl for a few days, yet their interactions were anything but distant. In fact, he quite enjoyed their little talks. How rude, you don't think of me as a friend. Seer said, looking hurtful. No, it's just that we've only known each other for a few days, so I was just unsure. Belle explained before asking, so, are we friends? I'd like to think we are, Seer said before remembering that they weren't alone and turned to Ina. Right, how rude of me. My name's Seer Fleva, sorry if we forgot you there for a moment. No, it's fine. Ina waved it off before introducing herself. I'm Ina Tool, from the Guild Administration and Belle's Dungeon Advisor. Dungeon Advisor, Seer hummed to herself, looking at Ina from top to bottom before sending Belle a teasing smile. Well, aren't you lucky, Belle? You've got such a beautiful woman looking after you. I guess. Seer's teasing seems to fly right over Belle's head as he looks at Ina. He'll admit, the half-elf was beautiful, having that mature air and beauty to her, but he didn't see a reason to point this out. He had met a lot of beautiful women during his time as an undead. Such faces that came to mind include Dusk of Oalisal and Crossbreed Priscilla. You guess. Seer sent him a disbelieving look before looking towards Ina. Do you have to deal with this every day? As of late, Ina said, silently telling the girl that Belle wasn't always like this. Suddenly, a group of adventurers ran by, looking to be in a hurry. From the badges Belle could spot on their armor, they were from the Ganesha familia. They were in a hurry, Belle comments while narrowing his eyes under his helmet. His instincts were telling him that something was wrong and they were usually right. And as if to prove them right, the girl Ina had been talking to walked up to her and whispered something in her ear. Whatever was said caused the half-elf to gasp. What? Is something the matter? Seer asked, having noticed the half-elf's worried look. No. Just some trouble at the west gates. The adventurers that passed by us just went to check it out, Ina explained before muttering quietly, though. What's at the west gate? Belle suddenly asks, catching his advisor by surprise. Huh? Well. Ina. Belle decided to drop the miss part he usually used when talking with Ina in order to convey his serious tone. The west gate is where the Ganesha familia keep the monsters they captured for the show. Ina finally relented and explained, unable to bear Belle's gaze. I see. Belle said as bells were already going off in his head. Here, he gave his crepe to Seer before pushing down the portion of his helmet that covered his mouth. I'll go check out the west gates. What? Seer said in disbelief. Belle probably guessed she was mad that he was suddenly leaving her when she promised to show him a good time. I don't think you should do that, Belle, Ina said, a worried look still on her face. I have a bad feeling about this. So do I, and that's why I'm going, Belle said before turning to Seer. Sorry to run like this, Seer. You should be. You're leaving a girl all by her lonesome to go play hero, Seer said, sounding a bit bitter. I'll stop by the pub tonight, Belle said, offering that as an apology. Seer hummed to herself, thinking about it, before opening her mouth to speak. Kai. Whatever words Seer said were drowned out by a chorus of screams, followed by a howl of roaring. People turned to the origin, as did he, and saw what had caused the screams. Panic spread like a ripple effect as the people around Belle began to scream and run for their lives, and Belle doesn't blame them for that. Orcs, battle boars, imps, an infant dragon, a bear monster known as a bugbear, a tiger monster known as a liggerfong, a large monkey known as a silverback, basically all monster from the middle floors were rampaging around the festival grounds, destroying booths and sending people flying like ragdolls. Monsters? Why are they dash? Ina cries out in surprise when suddenly, one of the monsters got close to them, an imp, and attacked Ina. The half-elf cries out, but... Rib. The sound of fleshing being torn off was heard as blood was splattered all over Ina, who fell on her butt. Looking up, her savior had been one other than Sif, having used her fangs to bite and tear off the head of the imp clean off. This action caught the attention of all the monsters as they all turned their attention over to them. Seer, Ina, I need you two to run, Belle said, walking forward as Sif soon joined his side, throwing aside the imp head which soon turned to smoke. But what about you? Seer asks as she helps Ina up. The crepes that used to be in her hands had long since been discarded in the chaos. I'll be fine, Belle said, drawing the claymore sword on his back and held it up. Now go. I'll take care of this. Wait, Belle. These monsters are from the middle floor. You can't handle these dash. Ina began but was interrupted by Bell, who raised his voice. I said run. His voice seemed to kick up wind, surprising both Seer and Ina, who jumped at the volume of his voice. Lowering his voice, Bell then said, Sif and I can handle this. But I can't protect you two if there's this many of them. So for my sake, I need you two to get away from this place. Now, go. Leaving no room for argument, the girls nodded before doing as the armored adventurer said. But just before leaving, Seer turns around and says, You better show up at the pub tonight. From under his helmet, Bell smirks and says, I will. Satisfied with that, Seer goes with Ina as the two ran, leaving Bell and Sif to face the monsters. Bell was glad the two had run, but now he faced another problem. There are too many people here. Not everyone had quickly left the area, as there were still people here who had either fallen when making their escape or were too hurt to run. I need to lead them away. Going for his belt, Bell grabs and throws a throwing knife he had bought yesterday, nailing a silverback right in the eye. It roared in pain as its right eye bled and became useless before it and the other monsters glared at him. Now, with all the monsters' attention on him, he quickly ran in a random direction. Sif, this way. Calling out to his friend, the wolf quickly follows after her master while the monsters chased the duo. Something isn't right. The voice in his head spoke up. What do you mean? Bell responded back as he and Sif ran through the back alleyways. Don't those monsters seem a bit too focused on you? Raising an eyebrow, Bell looks behind him to see all the monsters chasing after him, only that there were more than before as he counted a few trolls and sword stags joining the ever-growing pack. Looking closely, he could see a sort of crazed look on their face as they chased after him with reckless abandon. They're after me. Bell deduced. Long before he drew their attention, their sight was on him. It seems someone is aiming for our lives. Nothing new, but did we make any enemies while we were here? I don't believe so. Bell thought back to anyone he could have angered, but no one came to mind. He pretty much minded his own business ever since he came back. Still, this was good. If they were after him, then they won't target any civilians. He just needed to find a place where he could fight without having to worry about civilians. Despite the numbers, Bell was confident he and Sif could take care of all of them. Ah! Turning a corner, Bell ran into someone, stumbling back as the person who bumped into him fell down and landed on their butt. Recovering his footing, Bell looked to see who he ran into while also thinking what they were doing here in the back alleyways. Hestia. Bell. Indeed, it was none other than his goddess, Hestia. There were tears in the corner of her eyes, evidence that she had been crying, and there was something wrapped in cloth in her arms. Hestia, what are you doing here? I was, Hestia stuttered around, wiping the tears from her eyes before she turns the question around. What are you doing here? Before Bell had a chance to answer, there was a crash behind him. Turning around, it was that silverback from before still looked pretty pissed. It roared and Bell was quick to act, grabbing Hestia and throwing her over his shoulder as he and Sif took off running again, dodging a chain that was connected to one of the shackles around its arm. What's going on? Hestia, confused, grabbed onto Bell before crying out in surprise at the sight of the monsters chasing after them. Monsters! And so many of them! Bell, what did you do? Bell didn't answer back, not because he couldn't answer, but because he was too focused on finding a safe place to fight. Having Hestia here was an inconvenience, but it was just one person. Even with his track record, protecting one person should be easy considering he wasn't alone. He had Sif. With the two of them, he was still confident that he could pull this off. Turning another corner, Bell came to a stop, forcing Sif to stop as well and look up at him in confusion. Why had Bell stopped running? The reason was the streets he was now in brought memories of his previous self into his head, telling him what district he was now in. Deadless Street, one of the many districts here in Orario. A wide residential area for the poor class located in between Orario's east and southeast main streets. From the memories he's recovered, it was designed by an eccentric man known as Deadless, thus the name, and is complex due to the multiple planning done to it. It is even rumored that one will never find their way out once they enter, and is often called the Other Dungeon. The memories that Bell recovered told him of his experience here. He had gotten lost when he first arrived here in Orario, and it was only a miracle that he managed to get out of the complex maze. Damn it! I was trying to get away from people. From behind, the horde of monsters had finally caught up, forcing Belle to make a decision. But beggars can't be choosers. With that in mind, Belle took off again, followed by Sif. As he ran, Belle saw from the corners of his eyes people closing their windows and staying inside, having seen the monsters after him. Good. As long as they stay inside, little harm should come to them. Now, to find a place where he could swing his sword around. Here. Skidding to a stop, Belle ends up at an open area with enough room to even swing a great sword around. He guessed this place to be the heart of the district. There was multiple drawn arrow leading to different exits, no doubt made by the residents here, and up above were clotheslines with pieces of clothes hung up to dry in the sun. Hestia, I need you to hide, Belle said, setting down Hestia before handing the claymore sword in his hand to Sif. Sif and I will take care of the monsters. Are you crazy? There are too many. You can't take them all on. Hestia argued, and she made a good point. In the past, in Lordran, Belle had a lot of trouble dealing with multiple opponents, often dying due to being ganged up on. Stupid skeletons. Belle commented in his mind. But that was the old him, back when he was still coming to terms with his undead status. Don't worry, drawing his sword, he and Sif stood in front of Hestia as the horde of monsters finally caught up to them. It's not the first time I've dealt with bigger numbers. And with those words, both Belle and Sif shot off like bullets. Hestia couldn't believe the recklessness of her child. She had been by her lonesome, crying her sorrow out after what she saw earlier. Like, who was that girl anyway, and why was she so close to her Belle? There was no doubt in her mind that they were on a date, which wasn't fair. Not even she's had the chance to go on a date with her Belle. So completely forgetting about returning the gauntlet her child lent her and warning him about how priceless his armor was, she stuck to the alleyways to cry her eyes out when Belle had suddenly shown up and scooped her off her feet. A knight sweeping a girl off her feet, it was a textbook fantasy, except one, she was being carried around like a sack of potatoes instead of like a princess. And two, there were a bunch of monsters chasing after them. What the hell had her child even do to attract so many monsters to him? Not only that, when they entered the infamous Deadless Street, her child had boldly proclaimed that he could take care of all the monsters. She didn't believe him, why should she? Despite what his stats said, a part of her still couldn't believe her child had gained such power on such short notice. Not to mention all the monsters chasing after them looked incredibly strong, looking to be in a league her child wouldn't be able to handle. And she would be right, if it was the old Belle. BGM, Thunderbolt Fantasy Ost, Thunderbolt Fantasy. With one swing of his sword, Belle took the head of a troll. Spinning around, he swung his sword and sliced two imps in two. From behind him, a battle boar was charging towards him, but Belle simply turned and kicked the monster back, actually sending it flying back where it crashed into a liggerfong. Holding up his shield, he stopped a fist from an orc before slicing it in two just like the imps. From the air, a sword stag was charging towards him, but Belle simply reached up, grabbed one of its pincers, and slammed the monster down on its back before stabbing his sword into where its magic stone was located, killing it instantly. Removing his sword and holding it in a reverse grip, he spun around and threw his sword at another troll, hitting its head and killing it instantly. Seeing the armored man without his weapon, the monster grew bold and went to charge in to swarm him, only to forget that he wasn't alone. Like a whirlwind, Sif came in and sliced the monsters that tried to attack her master. The boar and liggerfan from before were sliced into pieces, an orc was cut straight in half, the head of an infant dragon came off, and a bugbear was missing its arms before its head was then sliced off. It was a whirlwind of blood and death, and the cause was Sif, holding the claymore sword in its mouth, and glared down the other monsters, daring them to approach. A lizardman and a mad beetle stepped forth, attacking with claws and fangs. Sif held her ground, ready to defend her master, only to then jump up, allowing the monsters to pass. The two monsters looked confused, until they felt the heat. Whoosh! A short burst of flame caught the monsters by surprise. Before they knew it, they were burnt to a crisp, dead and unrecognizable. Such was the strength of great combustion. With the same hand that summoned flames, Belle conjured a whip of fire, known simply as Fire Whip. Using it, Belle ran forward, sweeping through foes as he went and retrieved his sword he had thrown earlier before joining up with Sif and facing the remaining monsters. What had once been many were now only a few. There were only 15 monsters left, including that silverback, and they all looked hesitant in attacking. Bell was fine with this as he once again summoned flames to his left hand. The flame in his hand grew larger until it was slightly bigger than his head before he proceeded to throw it at the remaining monsters. The great fireball struck true, striking a sword stag which died instantly along with those around it, for the fireball exploded, catching others in its area of effect while others that weren't so close to the sword stag suffered severe burns, crying out in extreme pain as their skin melted off of them. The people that were hiding in their homes and watching had to turn their eyes away from the flash the fireball created when it struck the monsters. It also came as a surprise to those living on higher ground when they could feel the heat of the flames from where they were at despite being a distant away. Such was the strength of Bell's pyromancy when augmented by the Lord of Cinder skill. It had not only powered up the flames, but it had also widened its AoE, taking down more than half of the monsters. Seeing the remaining monsters in pain, Bell and Sif didn't fail to capitalize on the opportunity as they both rushed in. With a swing of their swords, the two proceeded to make mincemeat out of the monsters until all that was left was the silverback, who was now staring at the two in fear. In an act of desperation, the silverback used one of the chains attached to its wrists and flung it at them like a whip. As if not even trying, Bell raised his shield and deflected the chain whip away from him before reaching out and grabbing it. He then proceeded to use his sword and stab it through one of the openings and into the ground, preventing the monster from running. Without a word, Bell pointed forward and Sif knew what he wanted. With speed matching a first-class adventurer, Sif immediately covered the distance and used her sword to slice the silverback in two. The monster couldn't even let out one last cry as its body exploded into black smoke, leaving behind only its magic stone, which Sif, dropping her sword, proceeded to eat. As the smoke from the defeated monsters cleared, the only ones left standing were both Bell and Sif, both picking up their swords before standing triumphantly. The people hiding within their homes couldn't help but be in awe as the rays of the sun shined down on Bell's armor, as if seemingly declaring his victory and ordering others to praise him. And praise him they did. Cries and cheers erupted from the people, shouting out their amazement, surprising Bell and Sif, who both jumped in surprise at the cheers of the people around them. As for Hestia, she couldn't help but look on, eyes widen with both awe and disbelief. Too strong, she thought. The way he swung his sword and fought, the fire he had conjured, it was all too much. And to further her disbelief and awe, the entire battle had taken only 2 minutes. Too much. It was all too much. A part of her was amazed at the power her child displayed, a bit proud even, but it was still too much. That strength, that magic. Those flames, was that the pyromancy she had read about? First class. Her child really was a first-class adventurer now. Titanite reinforced armor worth billions. Strength and magic that was unheard of. Hestia couldn't take it anymore. And so, she fainted in order to save her mind from overloading. BGM end. / With one swing of her sword, Ace easily defeated the monster before her. The sword in her hand wasn't the same sword she had been given to by Gobniu, as that had broken. That god was going to kill her, when she had faced a mysterious plant-like monster earlier. It was a bit difficult as the sword wasn't the same as her desperate, but thanks to her friend, Lefia, she and her friends had managed to pull through. After that strange meeting with goddess Freya, she and Loki had been walking around, going on a love-dovey date, though she ignored that part and focused on trying to enjoy the festivities. That was until they had gotten news that the monsters the Ganesha familia had captured had escaped and were now rampaging around. Quickly, she went into action, killing monsters along the way until she saw her friends fighting those strange plants, and here we are. The sword she was wielding was something Loki had found somewhere. It was a simple straight sword, but it'll have to do until the crisis was over. Was that the last one on this street? Ace asked a guild worker who nervously nodded, probably dumbstruck at how fast she struck down the monster. Already? That's lame, her goddess, Loki, commented. It feels like someone was toying with us. Ace agreed with her goddess. From what she saw when going around exterminating the escaped monsters, they caused very little damage. In fact, it was like they were searching for something. So, was that the rest of them? Loki asked the guild worker. And no, he said, still a bit shook but calmed himself down enough to speak properly. I heard word that there was a horde of monsters at the eastern street. Really? Then we better get over there quickly. Come on, Ace. Loki gestured for Ace to follow and she did. It didn't take them long to reach the eastern main street. When they got there, there was a lot of commotion but no one was panicking like she had expected. It's quite noisy over here, Loki pointed as she looked around. Is it already over? Ace wondered the same thing as Loki approached an old woman for information. Excuse me, young lady, where are all the monsters? I heard there was a big horde of them here. Oh, well, you see, I heard a young man already took care of the monsters. Eh? All of them? By himself? No, the old woman said. The people from the Deadless district brought the news. Said he had a wolf with him that aided him against the monsters while protecting this girl. They said he finished the monsters off in a matter of minutes. Huh? A wolf? Loki raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ace, on the other hand, had a feeling as to who this young man is. You don't know? It was an adventurer lad covered in full body armor. He was like a knight, really. It is him. Ace thought. To hear that he took care of a horde of monsters without any trouble came to no surprise to her. What she was curious about, though, was how he fought. Whoa! Came the cries of people. Turning around, Ace was forced to quickly move out of the lest she gets run over by a familiar-looking wolf. It was Sif, running and making a path as following close behind her was Bel, carrying Hestia in his arms. Oh! That was him. The lad in the armor. The old woman pointed out as Ace followed Bel using her eyes. Despite all the armor he was wearing, he still moved pretty fast. And there wasn't a single scratch on him, telling her that none of the monsters hadn't even managed to touch him. Though, for some reason, she smelled smoke and ash when he passed by. Clack! Ace blinked, feeling something touching her foot. Looking down, she saw something wrapped in cloth at her feet. Kneeling down to pick it up, she unwrapped the cloth to see a familiar-looking gauntlet. Isn't this? Speaking out loud, Ace got up and looked up to see that Bel and Sif were already long gone. No doubt, the gauntlet was a part of Bel's armor. She'll have to find some time and return it to him. Of course, the only problem is she doesn't know how to meet him. And so, the ruckus that took place at Monsterphilia calmed down. The rapid response of many familias and the guild helped to minimize damage. The culprit who released the monsters in the first place still hasn't been caught, and no clues as to their identity were found. With the culprit's intention unclear, the case was closed. Hostess of Fertility. Leaning against a wall while Sif simply curled up on the ground and took a nap next to him, Bel waited for news until Seer, back in her work uniform, came back from the room that Hestia was currently resting in. How is she? Bel asked, pushing himself off the wall. She's fine. It looks like she fell unconscious due to stress or something. A good night's sleep is all she'll need. Bel sighs in relief. That's good. I was worried when she suddenly fainted like that. To see you so worried like that when you came around greatly surprised me, Seer said as she giggled. It was kind of refreshing to see you like that. For as little as I've known you, you barely react to anything. I was starting to wonder if you even had emotions. Well, I'll have you know there are things even I'm afraid of, Bel said, crossing his arms as Seer giggled again and smiled at him. I'm glad you're alright, though. When I saw all those monsters chasing after you, I was really worried. I'm sorry to have made you worried, Bel said before spreading his arms out. But as you can see, not a single scratch on me. I can see that. Either this armor is that good at protecting you, or you're just that good a fighter, Seer said, knocking her fingers against the chest plate that hid under Bel's surcoat. There isn't a lot that can scratch this armor. I made sure of that, Bel said with a hint of pride. He had poured a lot of titanite into making this armor as defensive as it could go. Next to the Artorias set, the Elite Knight armor was a favorite of his, not only because it was the armor of the man who helped him escape the Undead Asylum but also because of the memories he had with this. He had worn this through most of his journey in Lordran until his adventures through Oalisal. You've caused quite the uproar, you know. Seer said. People are talking about the brave knight and his wolf companion. In fact, after Miss Ina left me to see if there was anyone she could help, I went to try and find you, and I saw you fight. From under his helmet, Bel raised an eyebrow. You did? Yes. The way you and Sif fought was amazing, I could barely keep up with you. And especially when you, Belle, started throwing fire around. It was just like the many stories adventurers tell me. You were truly amazing. You flatter me, Seer. I didn't do anything that amazing. Belle was quick to downplay himself. No, really, you were amazing. In fact. Suddenly, Seer got really close to Belle and whispered to where his ears would be under his helmet. I fell in love with you when I saw you face all those monsters. Belle's eyes widen in surprise before he turns to look at Seer smiling at him. She was teasing him. Well, I best get back to work, Seer said, pulling away and heading downstairs. Before heading down, she turned back to him and said, remember, you still have to make it up to me for leaving me all alone. You promised. And with that, she headed downstairs to work. Scratching the back of his neck, Belle only had one thing to say. What a strange girl. Sif let out a cry that told Belle she agreed with him. Kneeling down to his canine companion, he placed a hand on her head and rubbed it gently. You did great as well, Sif. Thanks for having my back. A faint smile can be seen on Sif as she wagged her tail in happiness. Belle let out a small laugh at this before going through his head, reviewing his day. He had plans to go to the guild for a quest only to get sent on a delivery quest by one of the waitresses here. After he found Seer, he went to go back only to get dragged along in the name of him taking a break and having fun. Soon after that did monsters escape and attacked, forcing him to fight them to minimize casualties. In short, he had plans, they got derailed, and he had to fight multiple monsters at once. Yep, sounds like another regular day for Belle, the chosen undead. Sigh, why can't things ever go his way for once? Grace 6, a supporter, jolly cooperation. Supporters. They are people who explore the dungeon along with adventurers. What set them apart from adventurers was clear in the name itself. They support adventurers, carrying many things on them ranging from magic stones dropped from monsters to spare weapons and items. New familia members can serve as supporters to older familia members to gain experience in the dungeon. In some cases, members of a familia may serve as supporters to the more experienced members. In short, supporters were just people who helped lighten the load of adventurers so they could focus more on fighting monsters. It was a job, one many did not like one bit. Despite their role, no one really had any respect for supporters these days. Because it was their job to carry items and equipment for other adventurers, they were seen as nothing more than pack mules, people who weren't strong enough to be proper adventurers. In short, a lot of adventurers looked down on supporters and thus it was a position no one wanted to fill in. This was especially true for one Lilyruka Arde, a supporter belonging to the Soma familia. Today was not a good day for her. But then again, since when has her life as a supporter ever been good? With chestnut-colored hair and eyes and reaching just past 100 centimeters, she was slightly smaller than the average Palom. Her petite and small figure made it almost hard to believe she was of age 15. Why me? Was the thought that ran through the head of the running Palom. Why was she running, you ask? Well, young Lily had decided to terminate her contract with her lastest adventurer. He was rude, crude, foul-mouthed, disrespectful, basically what most adventurers were like. She made it her point to not stick around these kinds of people for long. The results? Get back here you little shit. He didn't take it very well though she did try to secretly take more money than what was given to her only to get found out, so yeah there's that. With an enraged adventurer hot on her tail, she took to the back alleyways. Having lived in Orario for all her life, she knew these alleyways like the back of her hand. But to her misfortune, it seems the enraged adventurer knew these alleyways just as well as she did. Add in the fact that his build was more on the agile side and Lily knew she wasn't going to give him the slip anytime soon. Her only hope was to make it out to the open streets and lose him in a crowd, but as the setting sun signaled that the day was almost over, she doubted there was gonna be many people out right now. Quite nice of those villagers to lend us all this food. Perhaps now we can have more than potato crow dash. Lily didn't even have a chance to slow down or move out of the way. Someone had appeared from around the corner and when she ran into them, she fell down holding her face. It felt like she had run into a wall of steel. Ow! She groaned out, holding her nose and checking to see if it was bleeding. Thankfully, it wasn't. Ah, forgive me. I didn't see you there. Looking up, Lily saw who she had run into and stared in surprise. She also figured out why it felt like she ran into a steel wall. The person she had run into was wearing full body armor. He even had a helmet which hid what he looked like from her, though judging from the design, she guessed the person underneath was a human. The armor he wore was quite impressive looking, if not a little grimy. A straight sword and multiple pouches hung around his waist, and on his back he carried a claymore sword. In his hands was a bag filled with food. Another thing that surprised the Palam was that he wasn't alone. By his side was a wolf bigger than her, and from the way it glared at her, she was suddenly concerned for her safety from it than the adventurer chasing her. "Are you okay?" The armored man, whose voice informed Lily that he was quite young, offered her a hand to help her stand up. She never got a chance to take it. "Finally caught you, you little bitch." The adventurer that had been chasing her finally caught up. "Damn Palam, just stay right there." In his rage, he didn't register the armored man's presence until he came forward and stood in front of Lily, surprising both the adventurer and the Palam. She took note of the claymore sword that was seemingly floating on his back instead of being in a proper scabbard. As for the bag of food, it was now being held by the wolf. "Huh? Who the fuck are you, tin head?" "No one of concern," the man said in an almost dispassionate tone. To Lily, it made him sound tired for some reason. "Then move it. You're in my way," the adventurer demanded, but the armored man did not move. "Oi, are you deaf? I said move. I will not." "What?" Getting angrier by the minute, the adventurer reached for the sword hanging from his back. The wolf that stood to the side of Lily suddenly growled, baring its teeth and scaring Lily a little as she backed away a little. The wolf calmed down when the armored man gestured for the canine to stand down. "Who the hell are you? You a friend of that fucking bitch?" "Never seen her before." The man's reply was instant. "Then why are you protecting that little shit? It is obvious you mean to do harm towards her. As a warrior of sunlight, I cannot allow this." "Warrior of sunlight? What kind of cheesy title was that?" Don't even get Lily started in how cliché this moment was right now. In her time of need, a knight in not-so-shining armor had appeared to aid her. It was like something straight out of a storybook. "What the fuck are you saying?" Not understanding the armored man, the adventurer's anger had reached its peak and he drew out his sword. "Fuck it, I'll just kill you and the girl." With anger powering him, he swung his sword with both hands, aiming right for the man's head. Pow! It happened in an instant. Lily only blinked for a second and the scene in front of her had changed. The armored man's hands were up while the adventurer was on the ground, his sword clattering beside him. Holy shit! Lily thought to herself as she got a good look at the adventurer. He was holding his mouth, for his jaw was completely dislocated. Looking back to the armored man in front of her, one of his hands was balled into a fist, telling her that he had punched the adventurer and was the cause of his dislocated jaw. Thoom! Suddenly, a death-gripping pressure befell over Lily and the adventurer, making them both turn to the source, the armored man. She wasn't sure if it was Lily's imagination, but she saw a red glowing eye from under the slit of the helmet. "Leave! Or forfeit your life!" Due to how close she was, the pressure around the man was so intense, Lily considered it a miracle she didn't wet herself right then and there. Never before was she scared for her life until now. Letting out jumbled up words due to his mouth, the adventurer grabbed his sword and took off running. Once he was gone, the pressure from the armored man disappeared like smoke. Letting out a sigh, the armored man turned to Lily and asked, "Are you okay?" Lily could only nod dumbly as the man offered her a hand and she took it, being helped up to her feet. That was quite the spectacle. That was quite the spectacle. Making her presence known, Ryu stepped into the alleyway, carrying in her arms a bag of groceries. "You are, from the hostess of fertility." The armored man known as Cranel turned to her, tilting his armored head a little. "Ryu, correct." "Right," she never did properly introduce herself to the armored adventurer. "Ryu Lion." The elf's introduction was short and to the point. She bowed a little before looking straight at the man covered in grimy steel. Did he not bother to properly clean his armor? The faint smell of blood and dirt was evident on him, but it wasn't unbearable as it didn't bother her sense of smell too much. Cranel, the knight introduced himself before gesturing to his wolf companion. "I'm sure you've already met Sif here." "Yes. Ryu simply said, having seen it last week during monster philia. She'll admit that she was quite alarmed to see the knight being accompanied by what was obviously a monster. From what Seer has told her, the wolf was quite the fighter. Said wolf made her way over to Belle's side, bag hanging from her mouth as she spared the elf a glance and only that. Running errands, are you? Belle asked, gesturing to the bag in the elf's arms while also taking his own bag from the wolf. Yes. I was on my way back to the pub when I saw what happened. You handled that situation quite well, though dislocating that man's jaw was a bit much. Ryu said, though she wasn't one to talk. Had she been in the same situation, well, let's just say she always ends up crossing the line. Yeah, it seems I underestimated my own strength. Belle laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. I simply used the same strength I did against that werewolf that one night, but I guess the gap in levels was more severe than I thought. That werewolf that one night, he was obviously talking about Loki Familia's Fenrir, Bet Loga. To be honest, the fact that the knight didn't even remember the werewolf's name was kind of amusing to the elf. So what are you doing here, if I may ask? Ryu asked, having only seen the adventurer from before attack Belle only to get countered. From the way Belle was helping the Palom from before, she deduced that the knight was protecting the girl from the adventurer. Had it not been for Belle projecting his superior strength, the adventurer might have continued trying to fight. Well, Sif and I just got back from a quest when we ran into this girl, Belle explained, turning to the Palom girl only to see that said girl was no longer there. It seems during their conversation, the Palom had up and left. Quite the slippery one, that girl. I guess she must have left while we were talking, Belle said, coming to the same conclusion she did before turning back to her. Well, we best be on our way. You have work, and Sif and I must be returning home. You're not stopping by the pub? Ryu asked. Since last week, the knight had not been around the pub as often besides to pick up breakfast in the morning. Her friend Seer tried to hide it, but the girl was clearly upset about this. She even waits every night in hopes of the knight appearing. Personally, though, Ryu felt that this was a good thing. Despite her talking to the knight normally and what he did during Monster Philia told the elf that the knight could be trusted to an extent, Ryu still thought of the armored man as dangerous. While she trusted the knight enough to know that he wouldn't purposely hurt Seer, the elf still thought it was best if her friend didn't associate herself with the man often. These thoughts were shared with Mamma Mia and the other workers. Not to mention. Ryu glanced down at Sif. While she hasn't talked with the armored adventurer often, she would see him from time to time when she was running errands, and each time she saw him, he was accompanied by his wolf companion. It was obvious to see that the wolf went with Belle to wherever he went, which meant that if he ever did come by to the pub again, the wolf would follow and would thus raise a ruckus just like it did last week during the incident at Monster Philia. Of course, the monster and her armored master were already making quite the stir due to the fact that the pair that was Belle and Sif, an adventurer and a monster, was something no one has ever seen before. Unfortunately, no, the knight answered her, holding up the bag in his hands. As you can see, I already have tonight's dinner, so there is no reason for me to visit the pub. I see. Said the elf, slightly glad about this. However, the saddened face of Seer flashed in her head, and against her better judgment, Ryu spoke up. If you have the time, do try and stop by. Seer won't admit it, but she is quite saddened by your lack of presence. Is she now? Despite the helmet, Ryu could imagine Belle raising an eyebrow at her. Yes. She sometimes mumbles something about chasing you away because of something she said. Ryu would sometimes hear Seer mutter to herself, saying something along the lines of, I said too much and I scared him away. I believe it would please her greatly if you stopped by. The knight crosses his arms and hums to himself, contemplating on what to do before he looks back up at Ryu. Perhaps, I could stop by tomorrow night, so long as nothing comes up. I'll be sure to let Seer know, Ryu said, bowing before taking her leave. The knight did the same before the 2-3 counting Sif, went their separate ways. As she walked through the alleyways to get back to the pub faster, Ryu thought about her talk with the armored adventurer. Despite her feelings, she had gone and said all that. Was it an effort in order to cheer her friend up? That was the only logical explanation she could think of. Exiting the alleyway and coming upon the place she called home, Ryu looked down at her hand, remembering that small incident of Belle handing her the money for the repairs. She still could not believe such a dangerous man was able to touch her. It simply made no sense. Unique-looking armor, a strange personality, a monster companion, no matter how one looked at it, the one known as Cranel was a strange individual. The next day. You're going back into the dungeon. Ina looked at the knight who, much to her and her fellow co-workers' relief, came into the guild without kicking the door through. He was close to doing it again. He reined himself in. Making his way over to her, he simply said to her, "I'm heading back into the dungeon." "Yes." Bell nodded to his half-elf advisor. Looking down at Sif, he then explained. "I talked it over with Sif. We've been doing quests for a good week now and have been outside Orario for a good while, helping merchants and villages." "So I've heard," Ina said, thinking back to the past week. As the knight had just explained, he and Sif have been taking quests that always took them outside Orario. For the most part, it was simple escort missions such as helping merchants or even travelers get from one place to another safely. He then started to take quests from villagers, asking for someone to exterminate monsters that were threatening them. For this, Ina was quite reluctant to let Bell handle this, even with Sif by his side, but he reassured her and came back a day later, showing his results. Since then, he's taken a few more similar requests and came back safely. The villages he aided all said very nice things about him. Ina thought to herself, receiving reports from the villages that confirmed Bell's success in his quests. The contents were all quite positive about him, though she was a bit worried when she read that Bell almost caused a forest fire nearby. Nevertheless, the half-elf smiled at how much good Bell was doing, even if these mundane and small achievements went unnoticed as they happened outside the city. "I very much like doing quests, Sif as well, and I don't plan on stopping, but it's becoming clear that it's more beneficial dungeon diving than it is doing the quests I'm doing now." "Yes, that is true," Ina said. The quests Bell had all done up until now had all been fairly simple and easy, which is why the half-elf allowed her charge to do them. But because they were simple and easy, the pay and rewards he received from them were no doubt mediocre when compared to dungeon diving. "So, I talked it out with Sif, and it seems she's finally fine with going back into the dungeon." Bell finished explaining. "You're not planning on releasing her, are you?" Ina, as much as she doubted Bell doing what she just said, asked anyway. Afraid as she was at first, she had gotten used to Sif's presence around Bell, even if the wolf tried to bite anyone that tried to so much as pet her. She will never admit it out loud, but she found it cute how the wolf followed Bell around as it did since the day Bell brought her up from the dungeon. "What? No, never. Sif is my friend, I would never leave her in a place that tried to kill her before." Bell vocally expressed his denial at Ina's question. And the half-elf wasn't sure if she was seeing things, but she thought she an emotion flashed through Sif's eyes, one of happiness at Bell's words. Okay, calm down, I'm just joking," Ina laughed a little as she motioned for the knight to calm down. It seems she underestimated just how attached Bell had gotten to Sif. "Anyway, I came by just to tell you that Sif and I should be back around the afternoon." Bell informed his advisor before he and Sif turned to leave. "We'll be off now." "Ah! Wait a minute, Bell." Ina called out for the knight to stop, and he did, along with Sif as they both turned to the half-elf. "Yes. Just how far are you planning on going in the dungeon?" She never had the chance to call him out on this, but she was greatly displeased that her charge ventured down as deep as the 10th floor, a place rookie adventurers like Bell had little chance of surviving there without either the right stats or support. "Well, I met Sif down at the 10th floor, so probably there," Bell answered nonchalantly, causing Ina to sigh. "This guy. If you're worried about me, then don't worry. I've already made the necessary preparations," Bell said, patting his pouches. He still had that grappling hook he bought a week ago. The small signs of dirt and scratches told the half-elf he had been using it, though the rope looked new. He had bought a new aid kit and some potions from the guild a few days ago, and they had yet to be used. A few smoke bombs rested in their own pouches, and resting by the knife he used to cut out magic stones were a few throwing knives. Add in the straight sword strapped to his side and the round iron shield wrapped tightly around his left arm, and he was set. The claymore on his back was simply him carrying it for Sif through. He would use it himself sometimes if he felt like it. Seeing all this, Ina was unable to say anything back to the armored adventurer. No matter how she looked at it, the knight was well equipped and prepared for anything. Still, Ina thought to herself, eyeing the multiple pouches Bell had around his waist. "Don't you think you're carrying too much?" Ina said, pointing to Belle's pouches. You think so? Belle looked down at his belt of pouches before looking up and shrugging, not seeing the problem. You're well prepared, I will admit that, but won't those just weigh you down in a fight? Ina pointed out. It's no problem for me, to me these are as light as feathers, Belle said, hopping a few times to prove his point. The fact he was able to do that while still wearing armor reinforced his point. Still, I think it would be better to have a supporter help carry those for you. A supporter? Belle tilted his head with Sif mimicking the act. Cute. Ina thought before shaking her head. Focus girl, focus. As the name implies, supporters are people who aren't strong enough to be proper adventurers, so they support other adventurers by lightening their load and so on, allowing adventurers to focus more on fighting monsters. I see. Was all Belle said with a small nod. Since you're the only member of your familia right now, a supporter would be ideal to have when exploring the dungeon. As your advisor, I'd like you to have someone in your party that isn't a monster, Ina said before quickly looking towards Sif. No offense, Sif. The wolf's response was to growl at Ina, making the half-elf edge away from her desk a little. While she found Sif cute at times, she had to constantly remind herself that Sif was still a dangerous monster. Its origins were still unknown, which added to the worries Ina had with Belle keeping the wolf around. These worries lessened after a week, but they were still there. Belle hummed to himself, thinking about what Ina had said to him before looking up to the half-elf. I think I'm good. Having Sif with me is more than enough, and these pouches, he patted said pouches to emphasize them, are bigger than they appear to be. If you say so, but think about it more, okay? Ina asked and the knight nodded. Well then, we're off. Turning around, both Belle and Sif took their leave from the guild, ready to finally head back into the dungeon after so long. Ina watched the boy and his wolf companion leave the building and sighed to herself. Ever since the Minotaur encounter, Belle had changed somewhat. He was more reserved than he used to be, as his usual bubbly attitude Ina had seen from the day he became an adventurer was no longer there. He now wore armor he had gotten from who knows where, wearing it so much that she was slowly starting to forget what he looked like under that helmet, and he was a lot more cautious than he used to be, to the point of being paranoid. Of course, she didn't see all this as a bad thing. If anything, it was good. He was more careful and safe, which pleased her. Even if he did venture down to floors she didn't want him being at, he paid a lot more attention during their lessons where she would teach Belle, and recently Sif, more about the dungeon and monsters that laid within. He even started carrying around a book around where he would fill it with information about the monsters he encountered so far. He called it a monster book. Not only that, he always makes sure to do proper preparations before heading out. While the armor he wore was still unknown to her, it protected Belle quite well. All in all, there was little she could complain about. But I should at least find a supporter that could work with him. Ina thought to herself, but decided to do that later. Right now, she had work to do, and Belle wasn't the only adventurer under her care. There it is, Sif. The entrance to the dungeon. Belle spoke to his canine friend next to him, keeping a close eye on Sif, who eyed the entrance and stairs that would lead them down into the dungeon. After Belle had left the guild with Sif, the wolf had been silent as they made their way closer and closer to Babel Tower. Of course, Sif was usually always quiet, keeping to herself most of the time. But she was quieter than normal, and Belle knew why. Kneeling down, Belle placed an arm around Sif, making the wolf turn to him. I know we talked about this earlier, but I want to make sure if you're really okay with this, Belle asked. Sure, he needed the money for Hestia, but he also didn't want to make Sif uncomfortable and burden her. Over the course of the week, the two had grown close to one another to the point that they were inseparable. Belle had to wonder if the original Sif and Artorias had the same kind of relationship as they do. Probably, considering after the knight's passing, the great grey wolf guarded his grave against bandits and grave robbers that would defile the knight's tomb. And then he came along. There I go again, brooding. Belle thought as he shook away the feelings welling up inside of him. It seems Sif had sensed his earlier brooding as the wolf began to rub her head against his helmet. The undead couldn't help but laugh as he pushed the wolf back and stared right at Sif's face. I need the money for Hestia, but I don't want to force you into this. We can go back to the guild and take a quest if you want. Sif said nothing, but Belle could tell from her eyes that she was contemplating the choices given to her. But in the end, she gestured with her head towards the dungeon, saying that she was okay. Okay then. I just wanted to make sure, Belle said, getting up and turned to head towards the stairs that would lead down into the dungeon when he sensed someone approaching him from behind. He tensed up and slowly reached for his sword. Mr. You in the armor? A young, feminine voice called out to him and Belle turned around, coming face to face with, a backpack? Huh? Ahem. Down here. Looking down as told, Belle came face to face with that same Palom girl from yesterday, garbed in a slightly torn red and white hooded top, a red skirt, black tights and light brown boots. Of course, said clothes were hidden by the coat she wore. The backpack he had seen earlier was being carried by the small girl, surprising Belle a little as the big was bigger than her. Heck, now that he got a good look at her, she was smaller than even Hestia, a good 1 foot as the Palom's head barely reached his chest. Hello, Mr. Adventurer. This may be sudden, but would you be in need of a supporter? A supporter? Belle tilted his helmeted head at the girl, thinking back to his earlier conversation with Ina. Does this sudden offer confuse you, sir? But it's actually quite simple. The Palom girl said before explaining. A poor supporter who wants to pick through the leftovers of an adventurer is advertising herself. No, that's not it, Belle said. Are you not that Palom girl from yesterday? Yesterday? Have you seen Lily before? Lily doesn't remember it. The small girl said, apparently named Lily. Why is she speaking in the third person? Was what Belle thought, out of all things to point out. What do you think of having a supporter? The girl asks, bringing back the question she had previously asked. Oh, that's okay, I don't need one. The girl exclaimed in surprise at Belle's instant response. But like he had told Ina earlier, he was fine without having a supporter for now. If it's about luggage, then I'm fine carrying what I have on me, Belle pats one of his pouches for example. And you're from a different familia, aren't you? I'm sure you'd rather be with one of them than a complete stranger. But, Lily can't. Suddenly, Lily hangs her head down a little, her expression turning gloomy. You can't teammate up with your fellow familia members? Belle asks, raising an eyebrow from under his helmet. The girl simply nods her head. Why? Lily prefers if we talked somewhere else, Lily said as they were blocking the road with them just standing there. And so, the three of them walked over to a nearby fountain and sat down at a bench while Sif Simple sat down on the ground next to Belle. Allow me to first introduce herself. Lily's name is Lilyruka Arde, from the Soma familia. It's a very famous familia. I'm Belle Cranel, Belle introduced himself before gesturing to Sif next to him. And this here is Sif, my friend. Sif, for her part, simply spared a glance at the girl before turning back to the fountain, finding more interest in it than the girl. That's quite the big wolf. Lily has never seen someone like Sif before, Lily said. Where did Mr. Bell find him? She. Hi. Sif is a female. Really? Lily looked back at Sif in disbelief only to receive a glare from the wolf, making the small girl hide behind Belle who laughed a little. Don't worry, you're not the first to mistake Sif's gender and I doubt you'll be the last, Belle said before sighing a little. Was he going to have to do this every time people got Sif's gender wrong? Belle personally didn't think Sif looked that masculine. As for where I found Sif, it was in the dungeon. The dungeon? Lily blinks a few times as she looks over at Sif. A moment later, she exclaims out loud, wait, is Sif a dash? Yes. Belle quickly covered Lily's mouth before she blurted out what Sif is. He waited for a good minute for the Palom to calm down before he removed his hand from her mouth. She looks at Sif with newfound, but sensible caution before focusing back on Belle in an attempt to ignore the fact that there was a monster. Anyway, back to our earlier topic, why is it that you can't party with your own familia? Well, Lily is small and weak, as you can see, she gestures to her tiny body for emphasis. So they don't let a klutz like her in. She's shunned within her familia. Belle thought, finding that both surprising and depressing. Lily feels uneasy at home, so she moves from one into another, Lily explained. But she's run low on money, so, please. Suddenly, she latches on to Belle and shakes him a little as she speaks with teary eyes. Please, please. Lily wants to go the dungeon with you, sir. Lily doesn't want to sleep on the streets tonight. Okay, calm down, Belle said, pushing the girl off of him. I understand your situation, but can I check one thing? Sure, what is it? Are you sure you aren't that Palom girl I ran into yesterday afternoon? Bell asked. While it was a brief encounter, he doubted the girl would have forgotten about him. As much as he wanted to prevent drawing attention to himself, bumping into someone in armor was surely something not easily forgettable. I think Mr. Bell has Lily confused with someone else, Lily said as she reached up and pulled down her hood, revealing a pair of dog ears. Lily is a Chianthrope, not a Palom. For more proof, Lily lifted up her coat and showed off a tail, reinforcing the fact that she was a Chianthrope. Hi! Bell found himself surprised, and after his experience in Lordran, it took a lot to surprise, even if by a little. That can't be. Still doubtful, Bell went and grabbed one of Lily's animal ears without thinking, catching the girl by surprise as he rubbed his fingers against the animal ear. It was real and not an illusion. These are indeed real, but this doesn't make any sense. The appearance is uncanny and the height's the same. Something wasn't right. A feeling came over Bell. The same kind of feeling he got whenever he talked to a certain bald bastard. I'm Trusty Patches, the one and only. Yes, he was getting that very same feeling whenever he talked to Patches, that damned hyena. Mr. Bell. Ah. So lost in thought, Bell had forgotten about what he was currently doing, and that was rubbing Lily's ears. By now, the girl was a blushing mess. Quickly, he took his hand back. Forgive me, I got lost in thought. Touching Lily's precious ears as you please, take responsibility for it. I am truly sorry. Bell apologized, but as Lily was putting back on her hood he sent Sif a look through his helmet. Keep a close eye on her, was the message, and from the nod Sif gave him, she got the message. Anyway, what do you say, sir? Do you want to hire Lily? It would please me greatly if you did. Crossing his arms, Bell hummed to himself. As he had said before, he didn't really need a supporter right now, but there may come a time where he might need one. Perhaps if he brought Lily along, he could see why Anna suggested a supporter to him. Despite the feeling he got from the girl that reminded him of Patches, he sensed some truth in some of her words. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have one. Bell finally said before turning to Sif. What do you think, Sif? Looking up at her master, the wolf simply gave him a shrug, leaving the final decision up to him as she didn't care that much. Well, okay then, Bell said, turning back to the girl. But do I need to pay you some sort of compensation? We're having a trial run today, so we can just share the profits from the dungeon. Lily will be very happy as she gets just 30%. 30%, huh? Bell said, thinking about it more before finally coming to a decision. Okay then. You can be my supporter for today. Thank you, sir. Lily said, leaping up in joy as she grabbed her oversized backpack and slung it on quite easily. Then let us go, Master Bell. Master. Bell raised an eyebrow at that, noticing the girl switching from Mr. to Master. He decided to ignore it for now and got up. Yes, to the dungeon. Double-checking to make sure his equipment was secure, he, Sif, and now Lily made their way to the dungeon as a memory from long ago played in Bell's head. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But, use this, to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Cooperation. Glancing at Lily walking next to him, Bell thinks to himself, I wonder if this counts as jolly cooperation. Here she is. Back in the dungeon. After a week of being up at the surface, she was back here in this hellhole. Yes, she was born here, that was an undeniable fact, but she was born different from regular monsters here. Plus, she had more bad memories here than good ones. Despite her displeasure, Sif sucked it up. This was for her master, she reminded herself. While she didn't know much about the surface, that didn't mean she didn't learn anything during the week she spent on the surface world. She learned that not only can meat be made better by cooking it, but there were also different types of food she could enjoy, such as that spaghetti she ate at that one place with that seer girl. Her master said it was called a pub. She also learned that if one wanted something, they needed something known as money called valus in order to trade it for the item they wanted. Such examples were her master buying the sword and shield weeks ago, as well as his throwing knives and potions. She also learned that her master and that goddess/banshee of his were poor. She didn't exactly know what that meant, but she had a pretty good idea after living with the two for a week. Honestly, she didn't know why her master didn't just take what he wanted. She knew her master was very strong, so there was very little chance of him being stopped by anyone. But he didn't, for he was kind like that. And despite his situation, he made sure she didn't go hungry by giving her most of his food while barely leaving anything for himself. After a week of doing this, Sif expected her master to be dead tired, but instead, he was still fine. She was starting to wonder if her master even needed to eat to survive. Master Bell. Oh right. In her musing, Sif had forgotten about the small girl now accompanying them. A palam is what her race is and a supporter is what she was called. Apparently, from what the half-elf had said, they were supposed to support adventurers like her master, but she doubted such a small girl could be of any use to Belle. She was curious as to what was in that oversized bag she was somehow carrying. Perhaps she was stronger than she looked? Maybe that's why her master told her to keep an eye on the girl? Master Bell? You've been quiet for a while now, the one known as Lily pointed out as she followed her master through the dungeon. In direct contrast to how her master was on the surface, the second he entered the dungeon, his whole demeanor changed. Sword drawn, body tensed up, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for enemies, and completely closing his mouth, going completely silent. Sif had seen this side of her master a number of times during their quests. Apparently, he always got like this whenever there was danger in front of or around him. It was like that thing, what was it called again? Oh, right. A switch. It was like a switch had been flipped inside of Belle. Whenever he got like this, Sif couldn't help but think that he wasn't much different than the monsters down here. And judging from the nervousness on the Palam girl's face, she must have felt the same. Master Bell? Hello? Can you hear Lily? Sif wanted to say to the girl that it was useless talking to her master like this. It was next to impossible to get a response from him. But talking was a hassle, so she kept to herself, not like she could talk anyways in her current form. The Palam girl sighs, probably giving up in getting a response from her master only to perk up when they arrived at their destination. The 10th floor. Indeed, it was the floor where Sif had first met Belle at. Have you been down here before? Her master suddenly asks the Palam, catching her off guard due to having not spoken since coming down here. Huh? Yes. Lily has partnered with different adventurers before and has been down to at least the 11th floor. The Palam explains. I see. Has Master Bell been down here before? Just once. I met Sif when I first came down here. Her master explains, making the Palam glance over to her. A simple glare made the girl quickly turn away. Oink oink. Sif's ears pick up a familiar disgusting cry. She barks, getting her master and the girl's attention before gesturing with her head at two incoming orcs, both armed with clubs. Lilyruka, step back. Her master told the Palam girl and she did just that, keeping a good distance away from them as Sif stood by her master's side, who gripped the claymore sword in his hand, intending on using it instead of giving it to her like he usually did. He must want her to train more with her fangs and claws. She was fine with that. As much as she's grown fond of using a sword, she shouldn't get so used to it that she forgets how to use her natural weapons. Let's go, Sif. Baring her teeth, Sif goes on ahead of her master, roaring as she shoots forward like an arrow fired from a bow. Her teeth found the head of one orc and she proceeded to tear the head right off the shoulders of the monster, spine included. Such a bloody sight would have made that were not used to seeing such a thing sick to their stomach. Sif was not one of those people as she threw away the head in her mouth, spitting out blood. Orcs were disgusting, in both smell and taste, but Sif had tasted worse when she had been making her way to the surface. It wasn't something she couldn't handle, but she was reminded why she liked using a sword more. Now as for the second orc, it had already been dealt with by her master, using the claymore sword to slice the monster in half from the top to the bottom. Despite the condition it had been in when Belle had met Sif carrying it, whatever metal was used to make the sword was durable and the blade had been sharpened with the whetstone Belle had bought long ago. Screech. Her ears picked up a familiar screech which her master and the Palam girl heard as well. Turning, she saw a small group of imps and bats heading their way with another orc acting as leader. Master Bell! The Palam cried out in alert, but her master was already acting. Going for his belt of throwing knives, he grabbed two and threw them, his arm snapping like a whip. One knife found itself in the head of an imp, killing it. The second knife lodged itself in one of the orc's eyes, causing it to scream in pain as it fell to its knees. With the leader down, for now, Sif sped forward, closing the distance as she used the orc as leverage, using its body to climb up and jump towards the battle bass in the air. With her claws, she tore through 2 bats. With her fangs, she bit through a 3rd bat, devouring its magic stones in the process. From within herself, she could feel the magic stone making her stronger, but it was by a huge margin, rather the increase was quite weak. She didn't know why this happened every time she ate a magic stone from monsters, but if it made her stronger, she didn't complain. It was how she was as strong as she is now. Flipping over, Sif landed gracefully on the ground, spitting out the remnants of the bat she had just bitten. The remaining bats, a low number of 2, set their sights on the wolf. The imps, numbering a decent 5, also turned to Sif and were soon joined by the orc, who finally got the knife out of its eye and directed its rage to the closest thing to it. Here she was, once again surrounded by monsters. Last time, she had been wounded and tired as she had previously fought a whole plethora of monsters while making her way up to the surface. Unlike then, she was fully rested and wasn't suffering from any wounds, but she did not have a sword on her. But that was fine, for just like back then, help soon arrived. Fruish! 2 fireballs struck the bats in the air, turning them as well as their magic stones to ashes. A second later, a sword erupted from the gut of the orc before the monster was bisected into 2, the bloody remains flying to reveal her master. Holding the claymore sword with both hands, Belle jumped forward and flipped over towards the imps before coming down with a powerful somersault smash, catching a few imps with his sword. Whether they were sliced or crushed, Sif did not know, nor did she care, for in the same instant, her master sent her a look through the slit of his helmet that told her one simple thing. Duck! Swoosh slice! Doing as told, Sif ducked down just in time as, with one hand, her master spun around like a hurricane and caught the rest of the imps around them, the sword slicing through flesh, bone, and blood. By the end of it, the only monster left standing was herself. Master B-. Before the one known as Lily could finish her warning, her master swung his shield arm out and struck an imp who had jumped out from up top of those tree-like clubs planted in the ground, hiding in the mist, and tried to surprise attack him. The edges of the shield had been whetted down and sharpened, making it as sharp as a blade as the sharpened edge sliced into the imp's head, striking through the skull and reaching the brain. The imp died before it knew what hit it, making its surprise attack end in failure and leaving both Sif and her master unharmed. Master Belle! You and Miss Sif were amazing! The Palom girl cheered, jogging over to them while her master shook the imp corpse off of his shield. Her master made no attempt to boast as Lily's compliment seemed to fly over his head. Instead, he placed the claymore sword back on his back and grabbed the knife he used to remove magic stones from monster corpses. Ah! Allow Lily to do that! Stepping forward, the Palom girl pulled out a knife and insisted she extracts the magic stones. If Lily isn't even allowed to do this, then there's not much point in being a supporter. Her master looked like he wanted to retort, probably thinking amongst the lines of "I can do it myself," but decided to hang back and watch as Lily quickly and expertly removed the magic stone from the monster. A hum was heard from underneath her master's helmet before he went over to another monster, the orc, and proceeded to extract its magic stone while Lily focused on another. Seeing as there was nothing she could really do, Sif decided to keep watch in case of any more monsters coming. Luckily, her master and the supporter got all the magic stones removed. Geez, I told you that Lily could handle extracting the magic stones. The Palom said as she stored the stones she extracted into her bag while Belle did the same, placing them into one of his pouches. I'm not very fond of people doing things for me that I can easily do myself, is what her master tells the small girl. Still, you are quite good at gathering magic stones. I'm hardly as impressive as you imply. This is all Lily is good for, Lily said. Master Belle should leave gathering magic stones to me and should focus more on fighting the monsters. This way you'll save more time and earn more money. I guess. Her master said, seeing the girl's logic. But can you not call me Master Belle? Just Belle is fine. The Palom shakes her head. Master Belle can call Lily whatever he likes, but Lily will keep an air of professionalism. After all, Lily is just a mere supporter while Master Belle is the adventurer. Her master made a noise of confusion, telling both her and the Palom that he was confused. Sif was the same but still made sure to keep an eye on their surroundings. Do you not get it, Master Bell? The support in supporter brings to the mind an image of an indispensable resource, but the job is, in fact, more similar to porters. In the eyes of honorable adventurers who risk their lives to fight monsters and earn fame, we supporters are only parasites trying to suck them dry of their achievements while doing nothing. We supporters would be deemed arrogant if we asked for recognition equal to that of adventurers. If Lily ever tried to, no adventurers would ever allow me to participate in quests. Please understand, Master Bell, that this is the way things are. If rumors were to spread that I acted impudently, any adventurer besides maybe you would refuse to do business with me. I may be forcing an unfamiliar philosophy upon you, but would you please accept it as a favor to me, Master Bell? Throughout the entire time the Palom had been talking, her master had been completely silent, taking in everything the girl told him. Finally, after a moment of silence that had the girl fidgeting a little, Bell spoke up. I think I'll call you Lily. Hi. Come Sif, we've got more monsters to fight. Grabbing the claymore sword, he tossed it over to Sif and she caught it with her mouth, swinging it around and adjusting it until she had a proper hold on it. Drawing his straight sword, Bell walked away with Sif following close behind. Hey, wait! Did you hear a thing Lily just told you? Master Bell? Master Bell! Completely flabbergasted, Lily quickly gathered her things and followed after the two. And so, the party of three continued to slay more monsters as Lily tried to talk with Bell only for her master to completely ignore the Palom. While Sif was still displeased about coming back to the dungeon, the presence of her master calmed her down. Add in the flustered Palom with them and there was a sense of humor amongst them. By the time the group returned to the surface, their bags were filled to the brim with magic stones. And much to the Palom's surprise again, instead of splitting the money 70-30, it was split 50-50 as her master once again left the Palom girl known as Lily flabbergasted. From then on, her master would continue to have the Palom girl accompany them during their dives into the dungeon and then later have her join them on the quests they take that took them outside the city. Of course, some complications would arise, but that is a story saved for later. Grace 7, a strange adventurer, more quests. You've already found yourself a supporter. Bell nods his helmeted head at his half-elf advisor, having told her about his partnership with Lily yesterday. I thought you were the only member of your familia. Did you get a new member? No, she's from a different familia, Bell explains. Her name is Lilyruka Arde from the Soma familia, and she helped me quite a bit yesterday. A supporter from a different familia. Should I have not accepted her aid? Bell asks, tilting his head. The half-elf couldn't help but notice that the knight made a habit of doing that a lot, mostly to express his confusion. No, it's completely fine, Ina said, waving her hands in front of her. It's just that, well, you said she was from Soma familia, right? Bell nodded. Yes, why? Is there something strange with Soma familia? I wouldn't say strange. Ina said as she opened a drawer and scrolled through its contents until she pulled out the information about Soma familia. The Soma familia is a typical case of dungeon explorers. Their levels are above average among major familias, being mostly filled with LV2 and 1s, but they differ from the others. They're also involved in commerce. Commerce. They sell liquor, Ina explained. They don't sell much and their selection is small, but it's reputed to have exquisite flavor. Oh! Bell made a noise akin to interest. Was he interested in the liquor? She knew people his age were curious about alcohol, having seen many others drink it, but he really shouldn't be drinking at his age. Wow, more importantly, they have quite a large member base. I didn't know about this, Ina said as she read more about the Soma familia. So this Soma is highly worshipped? Bell asked and the half-elf nodded. It seems so, even though no one knows much about this god, good or bad, at all. Now Bell made a sound that Ina that he was suspicious of something. He then asked, what can you tell me about this god? Well, I heard he's famous for having no communication with the other gods. It's said he's never shown up at a god's banquet. Even worse, they wonder if any other god actually knows him. And yet this god has so many people in his familia worshipping him. Bell pointed out. Yes. Ina said, starting to see why Bell was so suspicious. This god wasn't well known compared to others, yet he has so many in his familia. This contrast was quite extreme. There's nothing unique about the familia, but Belle repeated, prompting Ina to continue. This is only my personal opinion, Ina said before explaining. Adventurers from the Soma familia have this strange air about them. They say they compete among themselves against their own comrades, almost desperately. How can I put this? These familia members are for some reason desperate for something, and it's affecting them negatively. So you disapprove of me partnering with Lily? Belle asked. Well, not really, Ina said, surprising the armored adventurer. It's true the Soma familia is a bit mysterious, but you don't have to worry about conflicts between familias. No problems with Soma either. As long as you're careful enough to avoid irritating other members, it'll be okay. As I said yesterday, I want you to have someone at your side that isn't a. The half-elf glances down at Sif, who had been minding her own business while she and Belle spoke. Well, you know. For Belle's part, he simply nodded, understanding what Ina was saying. Anyway, the rest is up to you, Belle. You've made this decision on your own and thus you have to take responsibility, Ina said. Though, if I may ask, what do you think about this Lilyruka person? Well, she certainly isn't lacking in her skills as a supporter, and she seems like a good person. Although, Miss Ina, instead of answering, Belle brought up another question. Are supporters scorned by adventurers? Ina blinked at the sudden question but answered nonetheless, smiling sadly. Yes. Full-time supporters are deemed lower in status by full-fledged adventurers. I'm sure you know why without me telling you. The knight simply lowered his head, which told Ina all she needed to know. Not everyone can become infinitely strong, even with a blessing from a god. To be honest, such failed adventurers are likely to change to full-time supporters and become easy targets of contempt. Despicable. There was a faint red glow from under the slit of his helmet. While Ina didn't know if the feat was still her imagination or not, she knew that it was a clear sign that Belle was getting angry. Gulping, Ina tried to change the subject, and lucky for her, she had one laying right on her desk. Belle? I've got a quest for you. The red glow under his helmet faded, much to the half-elf's relief as Belle looked back up at Ina, who picked up the paper detailing the quest. This came in a few days ago, Ina said, handing Belle a leftover quest. Leftover quests were, as the name implied, quests that had been left over. The guild received quests from people every few days and were showed up on the notice board alongside the news. However, the guild had the decision to display what kind of quests that got to be displayed. Should there be anything left that wasn't deemed important enough, the workers were told to either hold onto them or throw them away. The one Ina was handing Belle was one such request, one of many she had shown him this past week. The knight had requested that the half-elf show him any leftover quests that he could do after learning about their existence a few days back. The quest she gave Belle went as followed. A village quite a distance away from the city was currently suffering from monster attacks, destroying crops and injuring people. From the description given, the monster that was plaguing the village seemed to be goblins. The reward was mediocre, probably why this quest had been overlooked by other adventurers until it was taken down, but she knew Belle would not care about such a thing. Reading the quest out loud to himself and Sif, since the wolf couldn't read, something the half-elf took relief in as she was still wondering how the monster understood them, the knight discussed with Sif whether they should take the quest. After a while, the knight looked back up at the half-elf. After a week of seeing him go on quests, Ina guessed. Anything else? Yep, he was asking for more quests. Hold on. Holding up a finger, Ina went through another drawer where she kept any leftover quests and pulled out one that, after a bit of thinking, seemed good. Here we go. She handed the quest paper to Belle for him to read. It's a simple request from the Machigatte familia. It says they need a certain plant to brew potions, but I suggest meeting them to get more details. I see. Was all Belle said as he read over the quest. Now I know I shouldn't be giving you personal request from other familia, but you're acquainted with Machigatte and the quest isn't that difficult, Ina said. Belle had a good relationship with the god and his familia as it was where Belle normally got his potions from. She didn't know why Belle had suddenly decided to get the ones the guild offers, but she didn't make a big deal out of it. Belle suddenly looked up at her and despite the helmet, Ina felt that the knight was staring at her confused. Then, as if remembering something, he said, "Why yet?" "Machigatte, yeah, it's been a while since I've last spoken with him." Ina raised an eyebrow at the knight's strange behavior but decided not to call him out on it and went back to explaining. Whatever plants they need, the location is close to the village in the first quest so you can knock out 2 in one day. Belle hummed in acknowledgement at Ina's words before finally making a decision. I'll take it. Sorry, I'm shoving this onto you, even though you just got back to dungeon diving. Ina apologized. Don't be, I was the one who asked to see any leftover quests that you have, Belle said, rolling up the 2 quests given to him and putting them away before turning to leave with Sif following close behind. I'll see you later. Good luck, Ina quickly said, and the knight simply held up his left hand before clenching it into a fist. Strange gestures aside, the half-elf, while confident that he would return unharmed, wished for the knight's safety. Belle Cranel was strange. That is what Lily thought about her current employer as she walked through the market area to restock her supplies. She was running low on bolts for her ballista as well as a few smoke bombs and poison bags. Just because she was a supporter doesn't mean she didn't know how to at least fight back against monsters, even if her way didn't work on every monster. She was a supporter after all. She didn't know why she was even thinking about the armored adventurer. Sure, he was kind to her and albeit strange, but she didn't exactly feel safe around the man despite his strength. She had thought he was some gullible, goody-two-shoes person. It certainly explained all the armor. She had approached the man in order to teach him a lesson, have reality slap him in the face as it did her. But the second they stepped into the dungeon, it was like he was a different man. What had once been a reserved, but talkative man had turned into a silent killing machine. As they made their way down to the 10th floor yesterday, he had mercilessly cut down any monsters that got in their way. Once they got to their destination, the speed and power he displayed were unreal to someone of her level. A first-class adventurer. Belle had to be a first-class adventurer. The abilities he displayed yesterday did not belong to a rookie. She probably should have guessed after he dislocated Ged's jaw when she ran into Belle the first time. But if Belle was a first-class adventurer, then why did no one know about him? With strength and armor like his, he should have been famous, but as she gathered information about him, people only knew about him due to the wolf he had by his side. Here you go. The store clerk hands her a bag of bolts which she took. After paying the man, she took her leave. Belle Cranel was strange and mysterious. He was an enigma. He was different from other adventurers, but an adventurer nonetheless. Just because he paid Lily 50% of yesterday's profit with her didn't mean she instantly trusted the armored man. She had to cut ties with him. That is what Lily decided. But on the other hand, that armored adventurer made really good money. Out of all the adventurers she's teamed up with, Belle made more than what a party of rookie adventurers could scrounge up. Of course, the magic stones they collected came from the 10th floor, but her point still stood that Lily was making more money than she's ever had before. If she stayed working with the armored adventurer, she should have enough money to finally leave her familia once and for all by the end of this year. But then again, staying by that man's side was not good for her safety. The man known as Belle Cranel hasn't done anything to her yet, but with how he acted in the dungeon plus the monster wolf he kept by his side, Lily didn't feel as safe as she should be. In short, the Palom girl was stuck in a bind. Should she cut ties with Belle, she would be safe. But if she stayed with him, she'd be free. Yes, it was quite a dilemma. Clack clack clack. Suddenly, she heard the familiar sound of clacking metal. It was hard to forget the sound as she had to listen to it constantly yesterday. Turning her head, she hoped it was just someone else walking around in full body armor, but such people were quite rare. Nevertheless, she prayed to whatever gods and goddesses were willing to listen. Oh? Is that you, Lily? But it seems the gods were much too busy to hear her prayer as she saw Belle wave towards her. And of course, by his side was his faithful companion, Sif. Making sure her dog ears and tail were still on, she turned towards the man she had been thinking of. Hello Master Belle, Lily had the guts to at least greet him before turning to Sif. And a good day to you too, Miss Sif. Said Wolf barely spared her a glance before it decided to look around the market area, finding the stores more interesting than her. She didn't know if she should feel relief or insulted. What brings you to the market area? Belle asks, his helmet hiding his expression. She had tried to get the man to take the helmet off so she could see what her employer looked like, and maybe try to steal the helmet later, but he stubbornly denied her request every time she asked. Lily is just restocking some of her supplies, Lily said, taking out a small bag simply called a poison bag. What is that? Belle asks, not recognizing the item in Lily's hands. In Lily's hands is a poison bag. Poison bag. As the name implies, its contents is filled with poisonous gas from a purple moth. The poison itself isn't deadly to most adventurers since the poison comes from such a weak monster, but it is effective to weak monsters, Lily explained. I see. Belle said as he eyed the bag in Lily's hand with interest. She wasn't sure because of the helmet, but it felt like interest from the way he hummed. If Lily may ask, what is Master Belle doing here? Lily asked simply out of curiosity. Same as you, I am here to restock on supplies, Belle said. I see, Lily said as she glanced down at the pouches and throwing knives hanging by Belle's waist. You sure do like to be prepared for anything, Master Belle. Of course, Belle said in a tone like it was the most obvious thing in the world. One can never be too careful. Well, Lily wishes you'd dialed it down, Lily thought to herself. His belt of pouches was strapped on tight as well as his armor, making it hard for Lily to steal anything from this man, not like she could though with how the man acted. Seriously, there was cautious, and then there's just plain paranoid. But, he did make a good point. True, Lily responded back to the knight, placing the poison bag back into a small shopping bag she was using. Well, Lily should leave you to your shopping. I'll see you at the dungeon, Master Belle. Oh, I'm not going to the dungeon today. Just as Lily was about to leave, she froze at Belle's words. Say what? Say what? Lily repeated her thoughts out loud as she turned to look at the knight in surprise. I'm not going to the dungeon today, Belle repeated to the palom. I'm doing a quest. Hey. A quest? He was doing a quest, but he wasn't going to the dungeon? How does that make any sense? Noticing the disguised palom's confusion, Belle then said, the quest I'm doing takes me out of the city. That's why I'm not going to the dungeon today. He was leaving the city? There were quests that actually let people do that? Why was she only hearing about this now? I see. Lily said, keeping her thoughts to herself. Well then, I guess Lily here will have to seek employment elsewhere. Sorry, I'm just now telling you this. The knight apologized and in response, she shook her head. It's fine. Lily still has money left over from last time, so she's good even if I don't find work today. Lily said as she turned to leave. Until next time, Master Belle. And maybe then, she can discuss the ending of their contract. Here's hoping he doesn't react the same as the last guy, though she had a feeling such a thing was highly unlikely. Then again, he was an adventurer. All adventurers were the same. Lily, wait. The palom did just that as she turned back to the knight. Please don't feel bad for Lily, Master Belle. Moving from adventurer to adventurer is normal for a supporter like Lily. You don't have to cancel your quest just so you can help Lily out. Go and do your quest. Really, no matter what she did, this knight would not stop acting kind. She had told him the consequences of doing that to someone like her, but he would just not listen. Though, if she were being honest, Lily was quite envious of Belle right now. She had been born in the dungeon city and had lived here her whole life. Meanwhile, Belle got to go outside of the city, something she had wanted to do for so long but knew that if she tried to run, she wouldn't get very far let alone survive. As much as she hated it, the city of adventures was the only life she knew. And after all she's done to survive, saving every Valis she could get so that she could finally leave her familia, leaving partway would seem anticlimactic, like all the abuse she had gone through would be meaningless. She wanted to run, be free, but only after she cut her ties with the Soma familia. Actually, Lily was brought out of her thoughts by Belle who then proceeded to speak to her something that would leave her shocked. If you're having difficulty finding work, why not join Sif and I on our quest? Lily's eyes widened at the proposition. He was asking her to accompany him on his quest. The quest that would take him outside the city. To the world beyond the walls of Orario. Lily needs to get her stuff first. And just like that, Lily accepted before she could stop herself. Sure. Meet me at the West Gates by noon. Okay. Lily, speaking in a voice filled with something she would later figure out as excitement, nodded her head before taking off. For the first time in her life filled with hardship, the palom felt excited. The Blue Pharmacy. It was a simple name belonging to the rundown store that was the home of the Machigatte familia. It had not always been like this. In the past, but circumstances out of anyone's control has led to the Irish god's current lifestyle. Machigatte, god and owner of the Blue Pharmacy, sighed to himself as he looked at his supply cabinet. He was starting to run low on ingredients used to make potions, the store's main source of income. It was a simple matter of going out to buy more and he had the money, but the business has not been going well as of late with few people coming in to buy the store's products. I wonder if anyone's accepted the quests Naza sent to the guild, Machigatte thought, remembering that his one and only familia member had sent a few quests to the guild in hopes of getting anyone to come by and do a few requests for them. It's been a few weeks since then and no one's come by, either meaning no one was interested or the quests had gotten taken down. I wonder if I should ask Hestia's child for help. Machigatte muttered out loud before shaking his head. Bell was a good kid, but he was still a rookie. He wasn't ready to take quests yet. Bam! The god jumped in surprise when the sound of the door being kicked open was heard. What soon followed was a loud, "I'm coming in, fo ha 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 ha." Great! A bitter expression made its way to the god's face as he walked out from the back and came upon the last person/god he wanted to see right now. A middle-aged old man with graying hair and beard wearing white robes with intricate golden embroidery. Machigatte immediately recognized the god as Deai. Deai Sect, god of healing, smiled at him mockingly. "Hey there, Machigatte. Thought I just drop on by and see if you've got the money for this month." To the side, Machigatte saw Naza send a glance his way and Machigatte motioned for him to handle this. "I'm sorry, Deai, but I don't have this month's money," Machigatte reluctantly admitted, keeping calm. "Ohreally." In a mocking tone, the god of healing stretched out his sentence while smiling. "I could have sworn I told you to have it by the end of this week. I'm sorry, but I just don't have the money right now. Business has been slow lately." "Has it now? I couldn't tell." Again, the god continued to smile mockingly at him. As much Machigatte wanted to shut him up, he refrained himself. Conflict between their familias would just end badly for him. "Well, since you don't have the money, I guess I can give some extra time, another few weeks or so," Deai said before smiling wickedly. "However, if you can't gather the money until then I'll evict you of your store." "What?" The eyes of both Machigatte and Naza widened in disbelief at the god before Machigatte spoke in protest. "You can't do that." "Yes, I can. After all, who was it again that helped your poor familia member when you came begging on your knees?" At Deai's words did one of Machigatte's eyes twitch while Naza visibly winced from behind the counter, rubbing her right arm. Machigatte had to use every ounce of his willpower to not tackle the god in front of him for that low blow. "Well, I better be going. If I stay here any longer, I might just get sick from how run down this place is. See ya later." And with that, Deai laughed as he left the shop. Following behind him was a familia member of his, Ermid Tzanare. The silver-haired doctor silently bowed to them before following after her god. How some as polite like her worked under Deai, Machigatte would never know. "Well, that's just great," Naza said bitterly, laying her head down on the counter as she glared at the door. Machigatte meanwhile simply sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He felt like one of these days, he was gonna deck that god right in the face, consequences be damned. "Any luck with anyone accepting our requests?" Machigatte asked, turning to the brown-haired Chianthrope. "Nope," Naza said, tone still bitter. "They've probably been taken down by now." "It can't be helped if no one's interested," Machigatte said. The quests they had posted requested adventurers to venture out of the city. But most adventurers today preferred to go to the dungeon instead, and there was more than one way to get potions in this city. "Well, I'm heading out to buy more ingredients and grocery. Mind the store until then, okay?" Machigatte said, placing a reassuring hand on the Chianthrope's shoulder before heading towards the door. "These were tough times for sure, but they'll make it through this, somehow." Ring. Suddenly, the store bell rung as the door swung open. At first, Machigatte thought Deai was back to make more useless banter, but to the god's surprise, it was a man in full body armor standing around the same height as Naza. The god was further surprised when accompanying the armored man was a wolf almost as big as Naza, who froze up at the sight of what was obviously a monster. Hello." Machigatte greeted the armored man, a bit nervous but tried to put on a brave face while he tried to unfreeze his familia member. "Hello," the armored man greeted back in a polite, but also dispassionate tone. How he pulled that off, the god didn't know as the armored man looked around before asking, "Is this the blue pharmacy?" "Yes, this is the blue pharmacy," Machigatte said while keeping an eye on the wolf by the armored man's side. As of right now, it was simply minding its own business, looking around the store. "I'm Machigatte, the owner of this store. How can I help you?" the god asked, and in response, the armored man took out a rolled-up piece of paper. "I'm here to do a quest." Machigatte felt himself blink at that, and he felt Naza unfreeze at the man's words. Oh. Machigatte shook himself out of his stupor and gathered back his nerves, trying to look professional with Naza trying to do the same. He then asked, "How can we help you?" In response, the armored man handed the quest paper to the god and he unrolled it to see which quest the man was taking. He recognized it immediately. "Ah, this one. It says to collect something called a blue mountain flower, but I do not know what it looks like," the knight explained. "And so you came by to see if we had any to show?" Machigatte said, figuring out why the knight was here though was slightly confused. Everyone should know what a blue mountain flower looked like. Nevertheless, turning to Naza, he asks, "Do we still have any?" "Hold on," probably still surprised that someone had come by to do a quest after they had just talked about it, the Chianthrope rushed to the back and a minute later came back with the needed plant. "Here it is," Naza said, showing it to the knight. "So this is a blue mountain flower," the knight said, looking down and getting a good look at the plant. The shape of it resembled a rose as the petals were, obviously, blue. Blue mountain flowers aren't that hard to find, they can be found almost anywhere, but they don't grow around here, Machigatte said, speaking about the whole city area of Orario as a whole. "It's quite a bit away, but there's a forest where you can find them. I'd like it if you could bring back at least 10 flowers." "I understand," the knight said, taking the quest paper back and rolling it up. "I shall return with your requested items. And we'll have your reward when you return," Machigatte said with an appreciated smile before quickly saying, "Thank you." The knight simply nodded as he turned and left the store, motioning for the wolf to follow as the door closed with a soft click. "Well, at least we don't have to worry ingredients anymore," Machigatte said to Naza with a smile. Of course, there was more that went into making potions, but he could get the rest later. Naza herself showed off a small smile before she made a face of confusion. He noticed this and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Well." Turning back to the door the knight had just left through, the Chianthrope said, "Didn't that guy sound kind of like Bell?" Blinking, Machigatte thought about Naza's words while thinking back to his conversation with the armored adventurer, and true to the Chianthrope's words, the knight did sound like the blessed child of his friends, Hestia. Thinking about it now, he hasn't seen the boy in quite a while. Looking back to the door the knight just left through, the god thought to himself. That couldn't have been him, could it? With a grunt, Bell got off the carriage, having finally arrived at his destination. Behind him, both Sif and Lily got off as well, stretching their limbs to shake off the sleep in them. The carriage drive had taken a good couple of hours. They had travelled quite far, Bell noticed. Depending on how things went, Bell estimated that he should be able to return to Orario by late night should no problems occur. "You okay?" Bell asks the supporter who was taking much longer than Sif to get her limbs back in working order. "Lily is fine, she just hasn't ridden in carriages often," is what she said as she finally finished her stretches and adjusted the giant backpack she was carrying. "You seemed to enjoy the trip here," Bell pointed out, remembering how the proclaimed Chianthrope was a bit starry-eyed as they rode in the carriage earlier. "Well, can you blame Lily? This is the first time I've stepped out of the city," Lily said, blushing a little. "Wait, this is the first time you've been out of Orario?" Bell asked, a bit surprised. "Yes. Lily has lived in the city all her life. This is the first time she's seen the outside world," Lily said. That certainly explained why the supporter had been so excited when he offered her a chance to join his quest. She was excited at the chance to go outside the city walls. "And? How was it?" "The outside world is a lot brighter than Lily imagined." Belle was just gonna take that as she liked it. Nodding, Belle began to look around the village they had arrived at. It was a simple place, fairly large compared to most villages he's visited in the past week. He could spot a well not too far from his position. To the far east of the village was a forest, fairly dense from what he could see and close to the fields the villages uses to harvest plants and vegetables. Due to how close the harvest fields and forests were, he could see how the monsters got close enough to destroy the crops and injure anyone that was near, no doubt farmers. First off, got to talk to the chief of this village. Belle thought, already walking through the village and towards the biggest house here. Ah, Master Belle! Wait for a Lily! Belle heard Lily called out as he heard the supporter following close behind, but Belle did not stop until he arrived at his destination. It seems word of his arrival had spread as there was already someone waiting for him. An elderly man wielding a cane to support him. He wasn't at an age where he would fall over without the cane, but he was approaching close to that age. Are you the chief of this village? Belle asks in an almost dispassionate tone, getting straight to business. I am. Are you the adventurers sent from the guild? Yes. Wasting no time, Belle pulled out the quest paper and held it to the chief. Here is the proof. The elderly man scanned the request paper in his hands before nodding. He then looked at Belle and who he had with him. Is this all of you? Yes. Short and fast was Belle's reply, already seeing the doubt in the man's eyes, so he made sure to appear confident. That's what people wanted to see when taking a quest. Seemingly satisfied, the man gestures with his head to follow him and Belle did so with Sif and Lily following close behind. Hey, is that the adventurer? Must be. Look at that armor he's wearing. Isn't it a bit dirty though? 'Bout time someone showed up. What's with that wolf he has following him? And how's that girl carrying such a big bag? Here's hoping he can take care of the monsters. Need to put food on the table, you know. Already, people from around the village were whispering amongst themselves. While he didn't exactly have super hearing, the villagers weren't exactly quiet in their whispering. Nevertheless, he ignored all the whispering and gestured Lily to do the same as the small girl looked a bit nervous. We sent out that request a week ago. I was beginning to think no one was going to come, the elderly man said, looking thankfully at the small group following him until he led them to the fields where men and women were already working on harvesting the crops. Are you preparing for a harvest festival? Belle asks, recognizing the signs based on what little memory he had left of his old self. Yes. We started around a few weeks back when one morning, we found all our crops ruined. The elderly chief explained. We had the guardsmen go out at night to investigate and discovered monsters, all goblins, eating all our crops. They chased them away and the next day, they set out into the forest to go take care of the monsters. But they never came back, did they? Belle asks and the man nodded. He thought as much. Since entering this town, there were very few guardsmen that were stationed around, telling Belle they were either understaffed, which was unlikely, or something had happened. Goblins were infamous for being the weakest monsters in the world and no doubt, the ones found on the surface would be much weaker than the ones found in the dungeon. Even without a fauna, a normal man should be able to take care of a measly goblin. And yet the quest had described that this village needed help against the goblins and wanted the source to be stomped out. That meant there is something else besides the goblins. This seems awfully suspicious, Lily whispered to him. No doubt coming to the same conclusion he did. Nevertheless, these people needed help and he would aid them. Turning to the forest, he saw it was neighboring a nearby mountain. To the left and right of it was nothing, but plains for miles and miles. After double-checking everything, he began to ask questions. How steep is that mountain? Hi. The village chief blinked at Belle in surprise before quickly answering. Why, you should be able to pass on horseback, so not that steep. Any caves? Belle's next question came in an instant, forcing the elderly man to respond quickly. Why, yes. One of our woodsmen found one. We think that's where the goblins are housed at. Are there any other caves? I don't believe so. I see. Belle hums to himself as he crosses his arms. A cave. It's not the first time Belle's been in one, but he suspected there was going to be very little room for him to swing his sword around depending on how big the cave will be. He could still stab things with it, but having short swords, knives, or even a spear would be better for him as it gave him more options in attacks. Perhaps when he got back to Orario he should buy more weapons for different situations. While he was more used to swords, he couldn't use it everywhere. Something to think about for later, Belle thought as he turned to Sif and Lily. Here's what we do. First, he turned to Sif. Sif, I need you to stay here. Immediately, the wolf sent him a look of disbelief before it turned into one of denial. Belle instantly had his explanation ready. I need you to guard the villagers should anything happen while I'm gone. Master Bell, you do realize you're having a monster defend people here, right? Lily said, pointing out the undead's absurd request. Then can you deal with a group of monsters alone should they appear while Sif and I are gone? Bell asked, and Lily instantly saw why Bell picked Sif and not her. Lily sees your point, the Chianthrope said before asking, but what should I do? You can either stay here with Sif or come along with me. I'm fine with whatever you choose, Bell said, and he spoke the truth. If Lily came with him, then he'll have someone to watch his back. If not, then that was fine too. After his experience in Lordran, he was quite used to fighting alone. Bell watched as Lily looked between himself and Sif, unsure of what to pick. After a while of going back and forth, she finally came to a decision. Lily thinks she'll come along with Master Bell. Bell nodded. All right then. Fair warning, you might have to leave behind your bag depending on how big the cave will be. Lily believes she will be fine. Her body is small, after all, Lily said in a matter-of-fact tone. All right, turning to his loyal canine friend, Bell gave the wolf specific instructions to watch over the village and its people in case of any monster attacks. Sif somehow managed to develop a sour look on her face, and in response, he gave the wolf a look that made the wolf relent. I know you don't like people very much, and I'm not asking you to get along. I just need you to protect them in case anything happens while we're gone. Can you do that for me? Reluctantly, the wolf gave a hesitant nod. Good. If it'll make you feel better, I can get you those barbecued ribs you like so much. At that did the wolf's ears perk up and her tail started to wag. It looks like the promise of food had gotten the wolf happier. Here's hoping my wallet survives. Bell thinks to himself as he turns to the village chief. We'll be heading out then. Where is the cave located? At the base of the mountain. Just cut straight through the forest and you'll find it there. You can't miss it. Got it. With a nod, Bell gave out a few more words before he departed. Come nightfall and neither Lily and I come back till then, assume we are dead and request for more help later. With that, the undead drew the claymore sword on his back, stabbed it into the ground next to him, and left it there for Sif to use later as he and Lily headed into the woods. Master Bell, you could have said something more encouraging than what you said earlier. It's better not to get their hopes up. Was the undead's response as he searched the ground while they walked. Eventually, he found what he was looking for. Footprints? All inhuman and tiny, no bigger than a child. No doubt these belonged to the monsters plaguing the village, which meant they were on the right track. Speaking no words, Bell motioned for the supporter to follow him as he led the way. After about a half an hour of walking, they finally found what they had been looking for. The cave. This must be it, Lily said. Bell didn't respond back as he drew his sword, held up his shield, and walked into the cave with the supporter following close behind. Igniting a flame in his hand, their surroundings were illuminated, allowing the two to see where they were going. The cave was big enough so Lily didn't have to leave behind her backpack, but there was barely enough room for Bell to swing his sword. He'll have to watch how he swings and stabs his weapon around. There were many times where he died due to his weapon getting caught in something. After the first few deaths, he learned his lesson. For the next hour, Bell simply walked at a calm pace with Lily following close behind, bringing up the rear as the flame in Bell's hand was their only source of light. In hindsight, maybe he should have brought a torch with him. That way, he could use it as a makeshift club if the wood was sturdy enough. He should keep that in mind the next time he went out on a quest. Ugh! Lily let out a noise of disgust as, after walking for more than an hour, they had come upon a dead body. The flesh of the corpse was shriveled up to the point where a few bones were seen sticking out, informing the undead that the body was about finished decomposing. Wounds that hadn't been tended to cover the body. From the looks of it, the man had been ambushed. His corpse was garbed in basic leather armor and armed with a round wooden shield and a spear. Judging by his armor, Lily thinks this is one of the missing village guards, Lily said, holding her nose as the corpse smelled of decay while trying to swat away some flies. Bell simply grunted in agreement. In contrast to the girl, Bell wasn't the least bothered by the smell as he inspected the corpse. After Blighttown, nothing was too smelly for him. There wasn't much on the corpse, barely anything really than what was shown, so Bell ended up taking nothing, but the spear which was still in good condition. In a place like this, it's better to use a spear. Bell thought to himself as he sheathed his sword and armed himself with his newly obtained spear. "You're just going to take that?" Lily asked, sending a questioning look at Bell as she stared at the spear in his hands. Sparing a glance at the dead body next to them, Bell gave out a cold reply. "He won't be needing it." With that, Bell continued forward, missing Lily's body shiver as she followed after him but with more distance between them than earlier. Bell had a feeling why Lily was further away from him, but he didn't let it bother him. Pillaging dead bodies had become second nature to him after his experience as an undead. He did it without thinking and with no hesitation, not bothered by disrespecting someone's body and more concerned about what he'll get from it. For the next hour, the two walked in silence, coming upon a few dead bodies along the way which Bell made sure to check to see if he could get anything from them. Most of them were armed the same way as the first corpse they found earlier with a few exceptions. From those exceptions, he acquired a hunting knife, a hand axe, and what he recognized as a light crossbow. It even came with a few bolts to use. As he took all these, he asked Lily to carry them as his hands were full. By doing so, while he had his back turned, he could feel the girl sending him looks of disgust. Again, he didn't let this bother him as he continued forward before stopping and extinguishing the flame in his pyromancy flame. Why? Because they had finally found what they had been looking for. Hiding behind a corner, both Bell and Lily peeked out to see the sight of 10 goblins, all sound asleep. Scattered around them were bones, no doubt the remains of what used to be the rest of the guardsmen. Peeking out further, the undead spotted another monster amongst the goblins. Like them, its skin was a green color but the creature was bigger than the average man, reaching 2 meters as it was built like a bodybuilder, and resting at its side was a club that looked like it had been carved right out of a tree. A hobgoblin, Lily identified the monster, pointing over to it wherein its mouth was a single piece of bone. Bell already figured what the bone came from. That's probably what killed all the guardsmen. So that's a hobgoblin. Bell thought, this being the first time he's seen one in person. He'll have to make note of this in his monster book later. No wonder none of the guards came back. Hobgoblins are found down in the middle floors. Even if this one is weaker than those in the dungeon, it still looks pretty strong, Lily whispered before asking the undead, "Master Bell, what should we do?" "Kill it, of course," were Bell's thoughts as he thought about what to do in this situation. He couldn't just blindly charge in there, that would only wake all the monsters up and he'd be swarmed. Even if they were weak monsters, Bell never underestimated a foe before him, always considering the chances of them killing him. He had been killed before by enemies he thought he could handle only to be proven wrong multiple times. What he had to do here was wipe all these monsters out in one fell swoop, or at least reduce their numbers, and his pyromancy would do the job nicely, but... "Master Bell, what is that you're holding?" Lily asked, having watched the armored adventurer pull out a round-like item. Bell's response was one word. "Firebomb." "Hi." Before Lily could process what Bell had just said, the knight summoned forth a flame from one of his fingers, lit a loose piece of string until it caught fire, and then threw it over at the sleeping hobgoblin. Boom frush. Gray. Upon contact, the firebomb Bell had thrown struck the hobgoblin's face and exploded. The in-pain monster cried out, awakening the other monsters as it held its face to elevate the pain. But with most of its face and head blown off, the hobgoblin soon fell and died, crushing 2 goblins under its weight. Bell had expected more out of that. "Perhaps we should use more black powder next time." Bell silently acknowledged the voice in his head, making a mental note for later before focusing back on reality. All the awakened goblins let out cries of alarm and confusion, searching left and right to find who had killed their leader. Taking advantage of their confusion, Bell stepped out from his hiding place, a great fireball already in his hands as he wasted no time throwing it, killing all 8 remaining goblins as the AoE consumed all of them before they knew what had hit them. Soon, the cave was filled with painful cries, intense heat, smoke, and embers, all of which did not bother Bell in the least. Cough cough cough, the same could not be said for Lily as the small girl teared up and started coughing when the smoke hit her eyes and entered her lungs. Realizing his blunder, Bell quickly produced a piece of cloth from one of his pouches and handed it to Lily, who looked at it in surprise. "Cover your mouth and nose with this," Bell said as Lily hesitantly took the cloth from the undead and quickly wrapped it around so her nose and mouth were covered. "Is it already over?" Lily asked, still coughing a little, but not as much as before. Bell didn't respond back as he held up his spear and walked forward into the smoke den. What remained of the monsters were nothing but tiny piles of ashes, not even a magic stone was left behind. Disregarding these, the undead stepped on and over the piles of ashes and searched the premises. Besides the ashes, all that was left were the bones of the guardsmen, ruined equipment that no doubt used to belong to the now dead guardsmen, and to the right was a pile of dung, slightly charred. Ugh! Lily expressed her disgust when she laid her eyes on the dung pile. Couldn't the monsters have done their business in a separate place where it wouldn't pile up? Bell didn't respond back as he approached the dung pile and knelt down to it. Master Bell? What are you? Ugh! Again, Lily let out a cry of disgust when the undead unhesitantly dug his hand into the dung pile. Master Bell, what are you doing? Lily cried out in surprise and disgust, her face morphing to match the latter feeling. Again, Bell did not respond as he picked away at the dung pile, not in the least bothered at the smell and what he was doing. It wasn't the first time he's picked through shit. This was one of many habits Bell's formed during his experience as an undead. One was the kicking of doors, much like he had done constantly at the guild's door. To him, every door had a hidden trap behind it, though he's managed to rein in this habit as of late. The second habit he's formed is after he took care of any enemies attacking him, he would search the area constantly for anything, whether it be hidden items or secret passages. Thus the reason why he was literally going through shit. Finally, after picking through the pile of dung, he found something. Wiping away the literal shit covering it, in Bell's fingers was a black ring with a small red jewel in it. A ring. And one I've never seen before. Wonder what it does. Bell made a mental note to test out the ring later to see if it had any special effects. Most rings he found had special effects, though considering he already found a plethora of stuff to take back with him, maybe he should give the ring to Lily? With that idea in mind, he turned to the supporter and presented the dung-covered ring. Want it? Hell no! An instant reply came from the supporter, who backed away in disgust. That is disgusting, Master Bell. Shrugging, Bell pocketed the ring and stood up. If she didn't want the ring, then it was her loss. Even if the ring didn't have any effects, he could still sell it for some money later. Let's head back. Already ahead of you. Without waiting for the undead, Lily bolted out the den with the intent of getting out of here as fast as possible. In contrast, Bell followed after her at a calm pace. Ah, but wait, he should probably bring back proof to the village to show he had completed their quest. Putting his spear on his back where it just floated there, he grabbed what remained of the hobgoblin's club and carried it over his shoulder. Walking forward, he soon found Lily waiting for him, no doubt realizing that without him to provide light, she would get lost in these caves. Let's go. And with that, after making it out of the cave and returning to the village, the quest came to an end. It was official, the adventurer known as Bell Cranel was strange. These were Lily's thoughts as she rode in the carriage that would take her back to Orario. Riding with her were both Sif and the adventurer she had been thinking about. Adventurers were all the same. They were selfish and greedy, something Lily has come to see time and time again under the constant abuse she received from time to time. After living in Orario for her entire life and being a supporter on top of that, Lily firmly believed this, so it made things a whole lot easier when she betrayed those that have treated her wrongfully. But Bell Cranel was different. She had thought, at first, that he was the same as any other adventurer she's met before, greedy and selfish. This feeling was backed up when he pillaged the bodies of the dead guardsmen. Lily knew she wasn't one to talk considering what she did to survive, but she at least made sure her victims stayed alive when she took from them. But right after he killed all the monsters with that strange fire magic of his, seriously, where was the chant? He offered her that piece of cloth to help her prevent inhaling any more smoke. And then she witnessed him stick his hands into that pile of shit. Literal shit. Who even does that? Sure, he found a nice-looking ring and all and even offered it to her, but there was no way she was gonna take anything found in monster shit. Not even members of her own familia, crazy as they may be, were that desperate. Not to mention the reward for completing this quest, a measly 5,000 valis. Now while that may sound like a lot of money to any normal person, an adventurer could make more than that by dungeon diving. She should know, she's worked with a number of them. In short, Bell Cranel wasn't like most adventurers. Was he greedy? She didn't know. Was he selfish? She didn't know that either. Really, the only thing Lily knew was that her employer was just weird. And a bit disgusting. Here, brought out of her musing, Lily looked up to see the armored adventurer handing her a bag that contained half of the reward. Laying on his lap dozing off was Sif, resting her head down on her master. Looking at the money offered to her, for the first time in her life as a supporter, Lily was hesitant in taking the money. Lily barely did anything today. Really, all she did was follow the armored man and threw comments here and there. True, but think of this as compensation for carrying everything, Bell said, gesturing with his head to the weapons he took from the dead guardsman hanging on her backpack. Lily still couldn't believe the village chief let the knight take them. Well, except for the hunting knife. Apparently, the dead guardsman Bell had pillaged from had a family back in the village and the knight had given it to the family when called out. Apparently, he wasn't as selfish as she first thought. With nothing to retort against Bell's words, Lily took the money from the knight and stuffed it away in her backpack. After doing that Lily went back to doing what she had been doing since getting on the carriage, looking at the world around her. A few hours have passed and the sun was already disappearing over the horizon. In a few more hours, the night would fall. But until then, the orange glow of the sun cast a warm glow over the trees, the grass, and the flowers nearby. Even a city girl like Lily could appreciate the beauty around her as it left her in a bit of awe. At least she had something to look forward to when she finally cut ties with her familia. Are you enjoying yourself? Belle suddenly asked. It still surprised Lily just how different the knight was when he was or wasn't fighting. Lily doesn't answer back, unable to form one. Was she enjoying herself? She certainly wasn't having fun while in those caves with the knight. Just what was that thing he used earlier? He called it a firebomb? She'll have to question the armored adventurer later. Right now, there was another question on Lily's mind that she had to ask. Master Bell. Lily has a few questions she'd like to ask. I'm not stopping you from speaking. What is it you want to ask? Taking a moment to herself, Lily asks her first question. Why did you accept this quest? The knight tilts his helmeted head. What do you mean? Why did you accept this quest? Lily repeated before explaining further. The reward is quite small if you compare it to how much we make when dungeon diving. And you received even less because you split it with Lily. So why do this? The knight goes silent, probably pondering how to answer the Palam's question. After a moment of thinking the knight wasn't going to answer her, he spoke. I didn't do it for the reward. His answer surprised Lily as well as his next response. I did it because I wanted to help those people. You accepted this quest, because you wanted to help those villagers. Lily asks and the knight nods. It isn't wrong to help people when they need it. Is what he said to her. Lily couldn't help but think the knight was being cliché. Is that seriously the only reason? Lily asked. That isn't very adventurer-like. The knight's response was a simple shrug of his shoulders. Okay, next question, why did you bring Lily along? Because I didn't want to leave you without work, the knight's reply was instant. Did I not explain this back in Orario? You did, but is that all? She asked. You just decided to bring me along out of pity. Maybe. For the first time, the knight sounded uncertain. It's just that, you looked envious when I mentioned I was going outside of the city, which made me think you don't get out much. I never expected to learn that you've never ever left the city until today. Did she look envious earlier? Lily thought she hid her emotions quite well. Just how perceptive was this man? It was kind of creepy, a little. Master Bell, do you do these type of quests often? Lily asked her third question. From the way he spoke with the village chief, the Palam got the impression that this wasn't the first time the knight went out to aid a village in need of help. I've been doing it for a week now, was his reply. Should I feel like not dungeon diving, I go to the guild and see if they have any quests, ones that take me and Sif outside of the city. Of course, I plan on going to the dungeon tomorrow so you don't have to worry about not getting any work. Lily actually prefers if she stayed out here. The Palam thought to herself. After Belle had dealt with the monsters and they returned to the village, the people expressed their gratitude which was immense. It surprised the Palam by how thankful they were to them. She wasn't used to getting such thanks before, but it was a lot better than the abuse she received from adventurers, that much she was sure of. Stop the cart. Belle suddenly spoke up, telling the coachman to stop the ride. The horses pulling the cart neighed as they came to a stop before the knight got off and walked into the nearby forest. "Master Bell? Where are you going?" Lily called out to the knight, but he was already gone, leaving the Palom girl all alone with the giant wolf who patiently sat. The coachman sent a look at Lily who gave an expression that she didn't know what the knight was doing. Half an hour later, the knight finally returned from the woods, carrying a bag as his gloves were covered in a bit of dirt. Getting back on the carriage, he motioned the coachman to resume driving. With a whip of the reins, the horses resumed pulling the cart. "Master Bell, what is that?" asked the Palom, pointing to the bag in the armored adventurer's hands. Opening up the bag, the knight pulled out what Lily recognized as a blue mountain flower. "I had another quest which asked for 10 of these. I had almost forgotten after today's fight," the knight said, putting the flower back in the bag and relaxing again. "A blue mountain flower, weren't those ingredients for low-quality potions? Who the heck would ask for those? You took a quest which asked for 10 of those?" Lily asked, considering they were still quite a way away from Orario. "Yes," came an instant reply. Did he not know what those flowers were for? Surely he must know. "You do know what those are for, right? Potions, correct?" "Yes, low-quality potions." "So? Master Bell?" "Yes." "You're weird." The knight's reply was to simply tilt his head before shrugging his shoulders. Really, what a strange adventurer. But, since he hasn't tried to use her as a meat shield, that already made him better than most adventurers. Tomorrow, Lily would be back in Orario and crawling through the dungeon with this strange adventurer. But as she basked in the warm glow of the setting sun with Belle's grimy armor reflecting some of the rays, a small part of the Palom felt that wasn't such a bad thing. Grace 8, Goddess Days, through the eyes of many. When the sun rises over the horizon and the day begins for the people of Orario, there wasn't a lot of difference in how people start their day. Some choose to head out and exercise. Others stay in bed until they were forced to get up. The most common was simply getting up, washing up, and getting ready for work. For gods and goddesses, this was no different. Ever since the Minotaur incident and Sif's arrival, mornings had started out different than what it used to be for the goddess, Hestia. As per usual, she got up from bed sometime around 5 o'clock, muttering incoherent noises as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. Today was another workday, so she forced herself to get up rather than get back into bed and sleep the day away, no matter how enticing the latter option was. Once her vision was no longer blurry, she looked around the underground room and spotted Belle already awake trying to wake Sif up. "Come on, Sif, wake up. We've got a big day ahead of us." Shaking the wolf up from her sleep, Sif let out a yawn as she stretched her limbs out before standing up, looking like she'd rather go back to sleep. There really wasn't anyone stopping the wolf from doing so, but Hestia noticed that if it was Belle who tried to wake the wolf up, said wolf would get up no matter what, ready to follow around and support her master as if it were an obligation she had to fulfill. On the other hand, if anyone else tried to wake the wolf up, they were most likely to lose a hand. Hestia herself experienced this once before. Really, it was a wonder as to why Sif liked Belle so much. It was obvious the wolf monster hated people, especially adventurers, and Belle was an adventurer. Yet the wolf follows wherever Belle goes and listens to his every word. Mentally sighing, Hestia decided to stash these thoughts away as she didn't want questions clouding her head so early in the morning. After stretching herself, the goddess went and greeted her one and only, literally in this case, blessed child. "Good morning, Belle." "Ah, good morning, Hestia." The goddess did her best not to show how happy she was when Belle called her by her name instead of just saying goddess. Turning her head, Hestia went and greeted the wolf next. "Good morning, Sif," she said. The only thing she got in response was a simple glance. The goddess wasn't bothered the wolf's rude attitude, having grown used to it by now. Getting out of bed, Hestia along with everyone else proceeded to head into the bathroom to wash up and brush their teeth. Now the act of brushing one's teeth was an everyday, normal occurrence that was hardly worth mentioning. However, with the added, albeit unofficial, addition of Sif, Hestia was treated to quite an amusing sight every day. Standing to the side while brushing her teeth, the goddess tried her best not to let her amusement show as she watched Belle brush Sif's teeth. She shouldn't be amused, especially since the wolf's razor-sharp teeth were in full view, but the way Sif looked uncomfortable with the whole process just seemed to tickle something within Hestia. If she had to compare it to anything, it was like watching a parent or older sibling giving a reluctant kid a bath. After that little show did Hestia and Belle get ready for their respective work, not that there was much to prepare for in her case. She simply slipped out of her pajamas, which had been given to her by Belle one day saying he had made quite the large sum of money and decided to buy one for her. She was very happy that day, and changed into her white mini dress accompanied by her signature blue ribbons. Now as for Belle, well, that was a different story. Greaves, shoulder pads, chainmail shirt, belts, there were just so many parts that made up her child's armor that it just seemed like a huge hassle to the goddess. Yet every time she finished changing, they change in separate rooms, Belle was already halfway finished putting on his armor, double-checking everything to make sure they were on securely. She didn't know how her child managed to put on a full set of armor so quickly, but she could help but frown when there was still a missing piece of the whole armor set. His gauntlet, the one she had borrowed from Belle in order to show it to her friend, Hepstos, only to lose it the next day. She had not stopped crying that day when she had apologized to her child. She cried, even more, when he said it wasn't a big deal and that he wasn't mad at her. Truly, she was blessed to have such a kind soul as her first familia child. Which is why she would not take advantage of said kindness and would find his missing gauntlet if it was the last thing she'd do. Which is easier said than done, Hestia thought to herself as she still had yet to find the piece of armor. Though considering the fact at exactly where she had lost the gauntlet, it came to no surprise as to why the goddess had yet to find the blasted thing. She sincerely hoped that no one had found it and sold it. Well, Sif and I are off, blinking. Hestia was brought out of her thoughts and looked up to see Belle finished his preparations as evident at the fact that he was now wearing his helmet, hiding his face from the world. Hestia would never say it out loud, but it always feels like, whenever Belle donned all that armor, the one standing before her wasn't her blessed child. Why yeah, have a good day, Hestia said, waving the now armored adventurer goodbye and wishing him good luck. The knight simply nodded before he and his wolf companion left the room, leaving the goddess all by herself, who then sighed. Reaching into her breast, she took out the paper that contained Belle's status. Belle Cranel level, 7. Strength, S999. Endurance, Resistance S999. Dexterity, S999. Agility, S999. Magic, Intelligence/Faith S999. Development abilities, Abnormal Resistance A, Hunter A, Luck D, Escape B, Magic Resistance B. Skills, Pyromancy, Sorcery, Miracles, Chosen Undead, Unkindled, Lord of Cinder, Soul of Cinder. Stats, Skills, Level, everything was still the same. Nothing had changed, not even after a week. At first, Hestia was suspicious. Now, she was worried. It wasn't that she was worried about her child still being so ridiculously strong, but more in the fact that there hasn't been a single change in his status. While he hasn't done anything to make him famous, with a status like this, by all accounts, her child should be ready to level up. Yet, not a single thing was different. Not even that strange question mark next to his level. Hestia sighs to herself again, folding the paper and stashing it away. She had been keeping it to herself, worried about what she might learn, but she could no longer keep her curiosity to herself. She would have to confront her child about this. But until then, Hestia had a job to do. And that was to manage her Jagameru-kun stand. She had to do her part in supporting the familia. It was another regular morning at the Hostess of Fertility. All those that worked there woke up, did their daily morning routine, got themselves ready, and prepared the pub for the day, moving and cleaning seats and tables. If they were short on food, they would send someone out to go buy some. That was how every morning started for Seer as she swept the floor. Come to think of it, that night guy didn't show up yesterday, Chloe, a black-haired cat person, suddenly said, rearranging the tables as she spoke. He'd usually come to return Seer's lunchbox full of love after finishing it. Naya. Lunchbox full of what now? Seer thought, freezing up a little as her face started to turn slightly red. Seer even bothered to go out in search of him. Naya, Anya added, leaning on her broom and causing Seer to become even redder. I didn't go out to look for him. Seer exclaimed. As if she had the courage to do that. If she did, she would have dragged the night here a long time ago. Seer, don't worry, Ryu said, joining the conversation. Mr. Cranel isn't a man who takes your feelings lightly. I'm certain he happened to come back from the dungeon late. Ryu, the way you're talking is equally. With how serious the elf always looked, it made it hard for one to tell if she was joking or not. Don't tell me. Anya, getting close to Seer, spoke up, speaking as if she just had a revelation. He dropped dead in the dungeon. I seriously doubt that, Seer thought to herself. Belle was strong, she had seen it herself when she had run back to see if he was really alright facing so many monsters during Monster Filia. And she had a feeling that what she saw that day was only the tip of the iceberg of Belle's abilities. No, you shouldn't say that, Naya. Chloe exclaimed, also getting close to Seer. There's no way Seer's shining knight would ever leave her behind, Naya. My what now? Seer mentally exclaims, suddenly picturing herself in Belle's arms, his armor clean and sparkling. The girl blushed even redder at the mental image she had conjured up and tried to wipe it away. Just what in the world was she thinking? Seer, do not worry. Mr. Cranel is strong, I am sure he is safe, Ryu said confidently, even clenching her fist. Exactly as Ryu said, Naya. Anya said with a wide smile. She's right, Naya. He'd never die, Naya. Chloe added, smiling teasingly at Seer, who was, at this point, already fed up with all the teasing. Geez, what's with you all? I thought you girls didn't like Belle. Seer pointed out. She wasn't ignorant to the stares everyone in the pub was giving Belle every time he showed up. At first, it was because of how they first met, what with him almost decapitating her, but after the incident involving Loki Familia's Fenrir, that stares had taken on a more cautious vibe. It's not that we don't like him, Chol began, trying to find the right words to say. It's just that he's dangerous, Ryu said, aiding and finishing for the cat girl. Yeah, what Ryu said. Had Seer not known what Chol's past was, she would have thought the cat girl was speaking nonsense. No doubt her experience as a former assassin are what is backing up her claim. Creak. Before Seer could speak further in order to defend her armored friend, the sounds of the pub doors opening stopped all talking as everyone turned and saw the man everyone had been talking about, holding up a small basket in his hands and with his wolf companion by his side. Noticing how quiet it had gotten, Belle asked, "Am I interrupting something?" No. Seer noticed how fast she had said that and cleared her voice while also trying to calm down her beating heart. While the girl was quite the teaser, she herself had no defense against those who teased her. I mean, ahem, it's fine. Please come in. The knight tilted his head at her before shrugging and stepping into the pub, handing her the basket while Sif went over to a random corner and sat down, getting comfortable. Seer couldn't help but feel like she should be more concerned at the fact that a monster was getting quite familiar with the pub. I was unable to return this due to how late I returned from the dungeon last night. I hope I didn't trouble you. Oh no, it's fine, Seer insisted, taking the basket from the armored adventurer. I wasn't bothered, though I was a bit worried since you didn't say anything beforehand. Forgive me, I'll try and be more careful, the knight said, his tone honest. Seer smiled at that. She hardly ever sees the knight except during mornings, and that's only because they had built a routine where he would stop by to pick up her homemade lunch. But if that's all their relationship is, a girl giving a passing by adventurer some food out of the goodness of her heart, then she didn't want that. She wanted to talk more and get to know the man known as Belle Cranel more. He rarely comes to the pub at night, where it's the busiest, so they hardly get a chance to just talk. Would you like something to eat? I can whip something up real quick, Seer offered to the knight. Oh no, you don't have to, Seer gave Belle a look that made him pause before sighing. But, if you insist. Seer smiled. Great. I'll be right back. Turning around and heading to the kitchen, she did her best to ignore the looks the two cat girls were giving her as she got to making simple sandwiches for Belle and grabbed a big piece of ham for Sif. The girl then paused, remembering that the wolf was quite the big eater due to her size, and grabbed a few sausage links to cook. As the links sizzled, releasing quite the delicious scent, the girl grabbed a bowl and poured some milk in. Turning to see if the sausages were done, Seer grabbed a pair of tongs and placed the links onto both Belle and Sif's plates. With her preparations complete, she loaded everything onto a platter and carried them out to where the knight and his wolf were sitting at. Sorry for the wait, here you go, Seer said, placing Belle's plate down first before kneeling down and placing the plate and bowl for Sif, who spared her a glance before quickly digging into her meat. Seer couldn't help but giggle as she got up and turned just in time to see Bell move the bottom portion of his helmet up, revealing his mouth and nothing else. "Am I ever going to see what you look like under that thing?" Seer couldn't help but ask, pointing at the helmet. Despite being a rookie adventurer, or so Bell claimed to be, Seer had her doubts. Bell was becoming quite infamous for being the only person who walked around in full body armor. While there were others here and there in Orario, Bell was the only one where people didn't know what he looked like under the helmet. It had gotten to the point where there were bets placed on what Bell looked like. Some say he wore a helmet to hide away an ugly scar, others claimed that he wasn't even a human under the armor, but of a different race. There was even one who bet that Bell was a female. "I keep this on for safety reasons," Bell reminded the girl as he ate his sandwiches. "Oh please, this pub is possibly one of the safest places here in Orario," Seer proclaimed. With most of the workers here being former LV4 adventurers and with Mia being LV6, it wasn't a lie to say that this pub was indeed one of the safest places here in the city of adventurers. "Tell that to those girls," Bell said, pointing over to Ryu and the others who all jumped in surprise at being mentioned. Seer blinked in surprise as Bell spoke over to Ryu and the two cat girls. "I am not so ignorant as to not notice the looks you and the other workers send at me whenever I am here." Bell finished one of his sandwiches, swallowing before speaking again. "You all think of me as dangerous." It wasn't a question Bell spoke, but more of a statement. One that Ryu stepped forth to confirm. "Yes, we do." "Ryu." Seer turned to the elf. She knew how the others felt about Bell, yet she didn't think her friend would come right out and say it when called out. "You are a mystery, Mr. Cranel, an unknown," Ryu said without stuttering, looking straight at the armored adventurer. "You possess great strength, yet you are barely known. You say you are a rookie adventurer, yet your strength belies your claim. While you may act kindly and somewhat harmless, the minute you sense danger your first reaction is to attack. Once again, in short, you are a mystery. And that makes you very dangerous." It was hard to tell what Bell's reaction is to Ryu's words, but from the way his mouth was a simple straight line, Seer could see that the knight wasn't the least bit fazed at the elf's words against him and simply responded with, "I see." Silence soon reigned over the entire pub. Seer stood awkwardly as she looked between Ryu and Bell who were practically having a staring contest. Even Chol and Anya were looking at the two nervously. However, suddenly, breaking the silence, Ryu spoke up. "Despite all this, you can be trusted." "Oh." Seer couldn't see it because of the helmet, but she got the feeling that Bell was raising an eyebrow at the elf. "What makes you say that?" "While we have had little interaction, I know and have seen from your actions that your kindness is genuine. Back during Monster Philia, according to Seer, you led the monsters away as to not endanger the lives of civilians. And back in the alleyway, you protected that palom without asking for any rewards, you just did it. That shows you are a kind person." Bell doesn't say anything back, at first. He just lowers his head and his mouth forms a small frown. "I'm not as kind as you think." "Perhaps," Ryu said bluntly. "Someone of your strength appearing out of the blue has made us all wary of you, but I now know enough that you would never try to harm anyone intentionally unless provoked. In short." "In short," Bell repeated, waiting for the elf's conclusion. "You're strange." Ryu opened her mouth, but she did not speak those words. Turning her head, Seer and everyone saw Mamma Mia walking down the stairs, already dressed for work. Walking over to Ryu, she crossed her arms and looked down at the armored adventurer. "You wouldn't know this since you barely come to our pub at night, but there have been a few merchants talking about you." "About me?" Bell pointed to himself and Mia nodded. Bell looked over at Seer and she nodded as well, confirming what Mamma Mia said. "They all talked about how kind and generous you are for taking on their quests when most adventurers would rather be in the dungeon. They also talked about how reliable you've been acting as their bodyguard when moving between trade posts." Seer nodded at Mia's words. "It's true that there have been a few merchants stopping by their pub for a quick drink and a bite to eat." Imagine her and everyone's surprise when they started talking about a certain armored adventurer and his wolf companion. Being the curious person she was, Seer wanted to hear more and learn it about how the knight defended merchants from monsters when on the road, always making sure not even a single beast got close to the merchants and their cargo. There had even been talking of an armored adventurer going to villages and helping them with problems involving monsters. That part seemed to have caught Ryu's interest, Seer noted. "Seems you've been doing a lot of good, Mr. Knight, Mia said, giving Belle an amused smile. I just do what I can, Belle said with a nonchalant shrug before getting up, having finished the sandwiches Seer gave him. Looking down, it seems Sif was done with her breakfast as well, finishing up the bowl of milk soon after. Heading off to the dungeon. Mia asked before saying, try not to die in there, or else Seer will cry. Mamma Mia! Seer exclaimed, blushing in embarrassment. I will try, was Belle's response as he pushed down the bottom portion of his helmet, once again hiding his face from the world as he and Sif made their way to the door. But just as the knight was about to leave, he stops and turns to everyone in the pub. So. Seer repeats after the adventurer, wondering what was the matter. If you all trust me, then does that mean I can still come here? Belle asks in a somewhat innocent tone. Seer would never admit it out loud, but it made the knight sound cute. With a bright smile, Seer said to the armored adventurer, of course. Come on by any time. Sif too. Said Wolf glanced over at the girl and just stared at her for about a minute before turning away. Noticing the fact that the canine monster had looked at her for more than a second, Seer's smile seemed to have brightened even more. Perhaps she was finally starting to get past the wolf's walls. Sure, Belle nodded and turned to leave before stopping once again and turning to Seer. He then said to her. Let's talk later. If before Seer's smile was bright, now she was practically beaming. With a big smile accompanied by a blush, Seer gave the knight her response. Yet. After saying that did Belle nod and finally took his leave with Sif, as always, following close behind. He's a strange one he is, truly, Mia said with crossed arms, standing next to Seer. Yes, but I think that just makes him all the more interesting, Seer said, still smiling. Oh ho 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 ho. Even without having to turn around, Seer could tell Chloe and Anya were smiling teasingly at her. Not one word. We didn't say anything, with hands up in surrender, the catgirls smiled to themselves even in the face of Seer's threat. Alright, enough standing around. This place isn't gonna set itself up. With a few powerful claps, Mia ordered everyone to get back to work. With a bit of reluctance, Seer and the others did as told and got back to work, setting the tables and chairs where they needed to be. As Seer worked in silence, her mind was accompanied by a single thought. Let's talk later. Talk later, he said. That meant there was a possibility that the knight might stop by the pub later at night. Smiling to herself, Seer was looking forward to tonight. Let's see, I'll have an azuki bean cream, 3 matcha and an original please. Azuki, 3 matcha, an original, there you go. With a smile, Hestia gave the customer his order after receiving payment and waved him goodbye before turning to the next customer in waiting. Jagamaru-kun, or simply potato croquettes if you didn't want to be fancy, was quite a popular street food. Costing a measly 30 to 40 valis, the street snack was quite popular among civilians. Hestia had been quite surprised by this at first when she started working out but has since gotten used to working here and was glad the fried potato treat was so popular. It certainly helped when making money for her familia. Depending on sales, the goddess could earn in a week half of what an average party of rookies could make down in the dungeon. One might find it amusing to see a goddess, a being of high power, working at a food stand, but in the age where gods mingle with people of the lower world, it had grown to be quite a common sight. That was especially true for small and low-ranking familias, as gods and goddess alike had to work in order to support the familia. Only familias of high ranking didn't have to worry about working to support their familia, as their members alone could do all that. Of course, this did not mean gods reluctantly did business. Besides exploring the dungeon, some familias dealt into business such as industrial and even medical. An example would be the Demeter familia, who dealt in business and agricultural as its many members, which outnumber even the Ganesha familia if one included non-combatants, work the fields in harvesting fruits and vegetables. Their produce is well liked and considered high quality across the city. It's no wonder considering they are in charge of the city's food. Back to Hestia, the goddess waves goodbye to a kid, thanking the goddess for the treat. At first, Hestia had been quite negative about working this friend potato stand, but in time she's grown used to working here. One thing was for sure though, this was one of many things she didn't expect to find herself in when she descended from the upper world. But as mentioned before, she's grown used to it and has even come to enjoy it, somewhat. Now if only the manager would stop insisting she'd be the food stand's mascot. She needed money, yes, but she was still a goddess and would not lower herself that far. Yo, Chibi! Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out to the goddess, and Hestia, who was on break, turned before flinching. Guh? What is she doing here? Hestia muttered to herself as her longtime enemy, Loki, was walking over to her food stand waving her hand. I see you're still working at this food stand here, truly you are an existence that transcends the world, Loki said, her mocking tone obvious to all. Loki! If you just came here to annoy me then leave. I'll throw salt at you if you don't. Hestia exclaims angrily, reaching for a bag of salt from under the stand. Oi, what do you think I am? An evil spirit? Can't a goddess like me come over once in a while to laugh at another goddess so poor she can't even get others to join her familia? Loki said before laughing. Grr. Are you trying to pick a fight? Because I'm serious about the salt. Hestia said, taking out the bag of salt mentioned earlier to prove her point. Now, let's not get violent here, Loki said, crossing her arms and leaning on the food stand, staring face to face with the short goddess as her mocking smile vanishes and is replaced by a serious frown. Such a fast change from the red-headed goddess surprised Hestia and made her tense up. Jokes aside, I'm here on a personal matter, Loki said, getting right down to it. What can you tell me about that bastard? Who? Hestia raised an eyebrow, confused as to who Loki was talking about. You know, the bastard calling himself Marvelous Chester, Loki said, saying the name with spite that was clear to Hestia, who finally understood why Loki was so serious. She must still be trying to look for the person using her late child's name, the goddess thought. For the first time, Hestia felt sympathy for the goddess in front of her. To know that there was someone going around using her late child's name must have infuriated the redhead. Really, who could be so low as to walk around using a dead person's name for themselves? Sorry to say, but I can't tell you much. All Bel, my child, ever told me was his name and barely anything else, Hestia said, having no info to give to the trickster goddess. There's got to be something you can tell me. I'm going out of my just coming here to talk to you, Loki said, looking desperate. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing I can tell you, Hestia said. Have you tried asking around for any info about this marvelous guy? Why the heck do you think I'm here? Loki said. I've asked around just about everywhere in Orario, from the casino to the goddamn entertainment district. No one's ever heard of the guy. So basically, I'm the last person she came to, Hestia thought. Look, I want to help you, much as I am reluctant to, but there's nothing I can give you that'll help. Well, what about the child of yours? Loki asked. From the way you've been talking, it sounds like he's probably the only one who knows about the bastard. True, Hestia thought. From the looks of it, Bel may be the only one who knows anything about this marvelous Chester person. Of course, considering this guy was going around using not only Loki's child's name but also her emblem, that begged the question as to how Bel knew such a person. Bel didn't seem like the type to associate with such a person. Then again, he has been acting different since the Minotaur incident, Hestia thought to herself. Oi, where's your kid right now? Loki asked, her tone casual, if not a bit disrespectful. Hestia decided not to bring it up and let it slide. She wasn't petty that she demanded respect. At this time he's probably in the dungeon already, Hestia said. I can't tell you when he's coming back because it's always different. Sometimes he comes back early, other times he's late. Well then, can you tell him that the goddess Loki wants to talk to him? Loki asks. Yeah, sure. I'm serious, Chibi. This is important for me. I'll tell him when he gets back, I promise, Hestia said. While she may not like Loki, she wasn't heartless as to deny the goddess' request. It was clear to anyone just how important this was for the redhead. This Chester guy must have been really important to her, Hestia thought to herself. She might not fully understand, but she could somewhat guess and maybe even sympathize with the trickster goddess. After all, if she lost Bel and someone was going around using his name, she'd probably be on a manhunt herself. Okay, thanks. Loki said before standing up and walking away, leaving Hestia alone and stunned. In her mind, she was processing the fact that Loki, her longtime enemy, had just thanked her. Geez, I knew descending to the lower world changed her, but by this much. Hestia said before sighing. After hearing that, she had to tell Belle about meeting up with Loki later. While she didn't like the idea of her Belle getting anywhere near the trickster goddess, she also knew that the way Belle is right now, he could handle himself. "Excuse me? Can I order?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Hestia looks up to see some customers waiting. Looks like her break was over. Time to get back to work. "What would you like, sir?" She watches him. Leaning comfortably in her chair with a wine glass in hand, Freya looks through her newly brought god's mirror and watches the person of her interest, Belle Cranel. The goddess of beauty twirls the wine glass in her hand around absent-mindedly as she smiles at what the mirror was showing her. There he was again, sword and shield in hand, and wearing that grimy full-body armor of his. It almost brought a frown to her face to see armor reinforced with titanite having been cleaned half-heartedly, but the war goddess aspect inside of her had figured out that the adventurer had done this deliberately. Many forgot this due to the fact that they were always fighting up close or afar, but most monsters had keen senses such as hearing and smell. The fact that the armored adventurer left his armor in such a state was so that he masked his own scent, enabling him to hide from a monster's keen sense of smell. It certainly explained how the knight got the jump on most monsters, as no doubt the smell of blood was a scent monsters had grown used to smell. It was quite ingenious if one thought about it. Now if only he could take off that helmet of his, Freya thought to herself. If there was one thing she was quite peeved about, it was the helmet that Belle always hid his face under. While she wasn't that bothered by it, just once she'd like to see what the boy looked like under all that armor. From her encounter with Hestia back during Monsterphilia, the only thing she knew was that the knight had white hair and red eyes hidden under that helmet of his. Of course, this didn't help the goddess in picturing what the knight may look like. Lady Freya, it seems she's accidentally neglected her champion while lost in thought. "Forgive me, Otter, I was just lost in thought." The champion Otter, captain of Freya's familia, shook his head. He wasn't bothered by Freya's lack of attention to him. Unlike so many in the familia, he understood that Freya's love was like the wind, ever-changing and free. It could not be tied down. Though in this case his goddess right now was just really interested in this person known as Belle Cranel. Whether he receives his goddess love has yet to be seen. Freya smiles at the Boaz. Really, why couldn't all her children be as understanding as Otter? Though that didn't make them any less adorable to her. Turning back to her mirror, Freya continued to watch her person of interest battle the likes of hellhounds, small groups of Almirach, battle boars, and many more. To any experienced adventurer, they would have recognized that the knight was currently in the 13th floor of the dungeon. That also meant he was in the middle floors, a place only LV2s and higher-leveled adventurers were supposed to be at. Had she not known about Belle's true strength, or at least a fraction of it, she would have been quite surprised. Add in the fact that his party only consisted of a supporter and a wolf monster, anyone who didn't know the knight would have thought him crazy for being down there. "Otter," Freya spoke, watching in amusement as she witnessed Belle slice off the tail of a wyvern. She couldn't help but notice the knight tended to always go for the tail when facing dragon-type monsters. "Yes, Lady Freya. Tell me, what do you think of this Belle Cranel?" Freya asked, wanting to get the opinion of someone else on their thoughts about the knight. "He is a mystery," Otter said, looking at the armored adventurer through the mirror. He watched as the knight took out a black, sphere-shaped object and threw it into the mouth of a dungeon worm. Seconds later, the monster exploded from the inside. The way he holds himself suggests one who has seen much in his life. He is strong, yet he insists on holding himself back. To be frank, he is a strange one, Lady Freya. Freya smiles at her captain, liking his honesty. She takes a sip from her glass before speaking again. "Yes, indeed, he is a strange one. But that just makes him all the more interesting. Even now, through this mirror, she could see it. That flame-like soul of his, gentle 1 minute before wild the next." She was still quite upset about no longer being able to witness that clear, transparent soul of his, but the way he is now was just as interesting. Suddenly, the knight stops moving. Seconds later, he turns his towards her and Freya in response quickly deactivates her mirror, not wanting to lose another one after what happened last time. It would be some time before Freya could use the mirror without alerting the armored adventurer. But she could wait, she was a goddess after all. She had all the time in the world. "Otter," Freya spoke up. "Were you and the others able to learn what I wanted?" "Yes," Otter nodded. "It was Alan who brought in this info. Apparently, Belle Cranel's sudden growth in strength seems to have stemmed from an encounter with a Minotaur down in the upper floors. Ah, yes, she heard about that. Apparently, there were a few Minotaurs that had appeared on the upper floors and that Loki's kids had taken care of it fast enough to avoid any major casualties. Without having to be told, Freya could already guess that those same kids were probably responsible, or at least had some part in the incident, or how else were they able to react so quickly. I see, Freya simply said, taking the info and going over it with what she knows so far. With some research done by her wonderful children, her person of interest, Belle Cranel, had arrived in Orario about a month ago and, after being rejected by multiple other familias, became an adventurer under Hestia who had recently descended from the upper world. Which means, by all accounts, the boy should still be nothing more than an LV1 rookie. Of course, with what she witnessed back in Monsterphilia when she released those monsters, the strength she saw was anything but the strength of an LV1. Sure, the fauna that gods and goddess alike grace to people didn't account for past experiences before receiving the blessings. It was unbelievable for a person of Belle's strength to have gone unnoticed for so long, especially by her, since her discerning eye would have immediately picked up on someone of Belle's strength. Which just made it all the more confusing as to the boy's sudden transformation. A Minotaur, hi! Freya mutters to herself, taking sips from her glass while she does so. Minotaurs were bull-like monsters found mostly around the middle floors of the dungeon, located in the 15th to 17th floors. For LV2 adventurers they were considered one of the strongest monsters to face. It was basically suicide for any LV1 adventurer to face one, and they'd be lucky to just escape with their lives. If an encounter with a Minotaur was the cause of Belle's newfound strength, then obviously something had happened. Freya looked back at the god's mirror but did not activate it. Instead, she pictured the armored adventurer and imagined him transforming into that ghastly, flaming figure. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Otter, Freya called out to her champion again where he awaited his orders. Yes, Lady Freya. I need you to do something for me. She had to know. She had to see exactly just what this new Belle was capable of. Only then will she know if this person will merely become a passing interest, or deserving of her love. Today was a very rough day, Ace thought to herself. Yes, even a first-class adventurer like her had her rough days every now and then. Though with the way she usually acted, one would find it hard to believe that she almost died today. Are you sure it was okay to leave that drop item with Boris? Riveria asked. The drop item the jade-haired high elf was talking about was the large, black sword used by Odious, the monster Rex of the 37th floor. Ace had just battled it not too long ago, alone might she add, and barely managed to come out on top. The quick, but not so professional patchwork to the swordswoman's armor could tell all that Ace had not come out of that fight unscathed. Really, it had taken nearly all of the elf's willpower not to jump in and assist the blonde beyond casting support magic. She, of course, made sure to properly heal Ace once the battle was over. The girl had been bleeding all over the place. Yet, Ace nodded. It wasn't like she could have used the sword anyway, what with how big it was. Plus, she didn't really use large swords in the first place with the way her fighting style is. Besides, if someone begs like that. Both Ace and Riveria think back to what happened on the 18th floor. The scene of Boris, the one in charge of Rivera, begging for the Odious drop item had been quite the spectacle. Just thinking about it made the high elf sigh. Weird incidents out of the way, Ace felt pretty proud of herself. After the incident involving the red-headed tamer, the blonde had truly felt just how weak she still was and how much she still needed to grow. But after today, after defeating that monster Rex all by herself, Ace truly felt she had gotten stronger. But until she made it back to the Twilight Manor and have Loki update her status, she would have to wait and see just how much she's grown. Clang clang whoosh. Ace blinks when the sounds of battle reached her ears. There were still adventurers down here at this time? While she didn't have a watch on her, Ace could make a guess and say that it should be night time up on the surface currently. Is something wrong? Riveria asks and Ace shakes her head. If adventurers were still down here then they must be farming for money if not more experience. If one was low on money then it should be no surprise that adventurers were still down here at this time. She herself has had a few late nights in the dungeon whenever the familia was running low on funds. Adventuring down to the deep floors required adventurers to stock on a lot of items and maintain their weapons constantly. In short, adventuring as they did wasn't cheap. Walking up the stairs, both women made it to the 13th floor, and by that time, the echoes of clanging steel had ceased. Ace didn't like that, but since there wasn't any screaming, it told her that whoever was down here had simply stopped, probably to take a break. Master Bell, Lily thinks we should head back up now, it's getting late. From up ahead, a young girl's voice speaks up. Ace instantly picks up a familiar name in that sentence. MMM. A hum was heard, the sound of someone in thought before there was the sound of clanking metal. It was a familiar sound. Ace. Riveria called out to her as unknown to Ace. She had sped up her pace, walking fast until she soon came to a stop. Turning his head, a familiar helmet turns towards her. She could hardly believe it. There he was. Crouching down to pick up magic stones while still donned in that same armor of his was the boy known as Cranel. She hasn't seen him since she saw him run past her back during the incident at Monster Filia. Accompanying him was that same wolf, looking suspiciously at her as if she would attack at any moment, and a palom she had a tail so itchy and thrope. She was quite small, and the huge bag behind the small girl told Ace that she was a supporter. You are. The knight began, standing up, but soon gets interrupted by his supporter. Ace Wallenstein. The small Chianthrope expressed surprised at her. What's the sword princess doing here? Ace didn't respond back simply because she didn't know what to say. She didn't expect to run into the knight down here on the 13th floor. Though given his strength, it came to no surprise to Ace that he was fine down here despite his party lacking numbers. Still didn't help that she didn't know what to say right now. Thankfully, Riveria had finally caught up with her. Ace, what's the matter? The high elf asked until she noticed the knight and his companions. You are. Now it's 9 hell Riveria. The supporter exclaims in surprise again, shaking now. Ace wondered if they were the cause. They weren't that scary to them, were they? Calm down, miss. We were just passing through, Riveria said until she blinks, noticing the wolf by the knight's side. Sif was her name if Ace remembered correctly. Isn't that a monster right next to you? The high elf asks the knight, pointing out how close the wolf was to the armored adventurer. Ace soon realized that this was the first time the high elf has seen Sif. The knight doesn't respond right away as the wolf bares her teeth and growls. In response, Riveria grips her staff as to the side, the supporter starts to grow even more nervous. Quickly, Ace steps in to intervene, grabbing Riveria's hand and shakes her head. Meanwhile, Bell calms his wolf companion down by placing a hand over her head and waits until the canine monster stops growling. Once that was done, does the knight turn back to them. Sif here means no harm, he said in a dispassionate tone which surprises Ace. She doesn't remember the knight talking like that before. It made her think back to the incident at the pub. It still made her shiver just thinking about it, which was surprising considering what she's been through these past few weeks. Forgive me, I meant no trouble, Riveria apologized, bowing her head a little. It's fine, Sif always acts like this towards people, adventurers especially, Bell said, scratching behind Sif's ears. From the way the wolf's tail wagged back and forth, she liked it. Why are you two down here this late? The knight suddenly asks. Our party was on its way back to the surface when this one here, Riveria directed her gaze to Ace, who flinched a little. Decided it was a good idea to fight a monster Rex all by herself. You fought a monster Rex by yourself? The supporter exclaims loudly, looking at the blonde swordswoman in surprise. Monster Rex? Bell tilts his head, confused. What's that? He doesn't know what a monster Rex is. Ace thought, surprised. Even Riveria was surprised, no doubt thinking how someone of his strength didn't know about the most powerful monsters in the dungeon. It's just like that time where she helped the knight at Babel Tower, a lack of common knowledge. Master Bell, you don't know what a monster Rex is. The knight shakes his helmet-covered head. How can you not know about a monster Rex? The knight simply shrugs his shoulders in response. This causes the supporter to sigh. A monster Rex, the one who spoke up was Riveria, taking the lead in explaining to the armored adventurer what a monster Rex is an especially powerful monster that only appears on certain floors. Unlike common monsters, it takes a monster Rex much longer to respawn due to how powerful one is, with timing being different depending on how powerful a monster Rex is. We tend to call them floor bosses because of this. I see, was Belle's short reply to the High Elf's explanation. I see. Riveria repeats after the night, probably having expected a different reaction. She shakes her head before looking suspiciously at the armored adventurer. How is it that you don't know what a monster Rex is? Ace wondered that too and looked at Belle, waiting for his answer. I have simply never heard of them until now, was his response before he mutters to himself, something about talking to someone later. I see, Riveria said, having nothing else to say than that. What are? Ace suddenly spoke up, getting everyone's attention, which caused the girl to pause for a moment. She had simply spoken because she didn't want to be left out, having been silent for the most part while Riveria did all the talking. Composing herself, Ace spoke again, her words directed towards the night. What are you doing here? The armored adventurer tilted his head in response, confused by her question. Ace didn't have an ulterior motive behind her question, she simply wished to know what the knight was doing here. That was all. To compare, it was like she was asking someone, how was your day? Of course, no one could have known that what with the way she asked. But instead of questioning her like she expected, the knight went and answered her question instead. We're simply trying to make some extra money. He patted one of the many pouches hanging around his waist, no doubt full with magic stones if the sound it made was any indication. We were just about to head back to the surface. I see, was all Ace said, having no further response than that. Silence soon settled in, making everything awkward. Come on. Is that all you can say? Ace thought to herself, imagining a younger version of her saying that to her. It wasn't that she was airheaded like most people claim, but it was just that the blonde was mentally young. Course, if people were to look into her mind and see this, some would probably question her sanity. We should probably take our leave now, Riveria suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence as Ace turned towards the High Elf. We best not keep the others waiting any longer. Come on. We should do the same, Master Bell, the supporter said to the knight, who nodded in agreement. Ace looked back and forth, not knowing what to do or say. She had wanted to talk longer with the armored adventurer, but the sword princess really didn't know what to say to extend the conversation as she had nothing to go off of. Really, just why did she want to talk to the knight so badly? She barely knew him and vice versa. So why? Let's just say the gods screwed me over. Ah, that's right. Back then, she sensed something from the knight. Something similar, yet also different. The embers of a flame. A flame, similar to hers. She didn't know what it was, but it was enough to make her curious of the one known as Belle Cranel. Just as she and Riveria took their leave, Ace stopped and turned back towards the knight and his group. She spoke up, getting everyone's attention, but her focus was on the armored adventurer. Her eyes moved all over the place, trying to find anything she could talk about. And luckily for her, she found one when her eyes landed on Belle's left arm. Your gauntlet, I have it, Ace said, remembering the piece of armor she had picked up back during Monsterphilia. With the incident involving that red-haired woman back on the 18th floor and fighting Odious, she had completely forgotten about it. The knight looks at his gloved left hand, which used to be covered by a gauntlet the last time Ace met him, before looking up towards her and asked, You have my gauntlet? Ace nodded. I picked it up, back at Monsterphilia. I see, came Belle's short response. How do you know it's mine? During Monsterphilia, I saw you running, Ace explained. I heard something fall and saw the gauntlet at my feet. So I picked it up. I see, the knight gave another short response. This confused Ace a little, as she remembered the knight being much more talkative the last time they met. He then asks, Do you have it with you? Ace shakes her head. She had left the gauntlet back in her room at the Twilight Manor. She already had her own set of armor, and there was little to no reason in carrying the piece of metal around. I see, was the armored adventurer's short response, again. Is that all he can say? Ace couldn't help but wonder. The knight seemed to be saying that a lot. And once again, just like their last meeting, Ace felt like she had spoken the most between the two of them. Don't stop now. Keep going. Her thoughts, which took the form of a younger Ace, said to her. Mentally nodding, she spoke up again. I can give it back to you, if you want. Of course, he wants it back. It's his. Ace practically screamed in her mind, berating herself for asking such a thing. I do, Belle responds back, prompting Ace to come out of her thoughts and focus back on the conversation right now, if you can even call this a conversation. Then, we can meet up at the guild tomorrow, and I can give it to you then. Sure, came Belle's instant reply. Ace was kind of jealous at how calm Belle was while she was here being awkward and all. Then. Nevertheless, Ace found herself smiling for some reason. I'll see you tomorrow. Instead of answering with words, the knight responded by nodding his head. Nodding back, Ace turned around and left with Riveria, who had been waiting until Ace was done. You seem happy, the high elf said, getting Ace to turn to her. Do I? She asked, and the elf nodded. Ace hummed to herself, having nothing to deny Riveria's claim. She touched her face, checking to see if she was still smiling. Swoosh! A small sound slicing through the air. A rookie adventurer might have missed it, but Ace heard it coming a mile away. Reacting quickly, she drew her sword, desperate, and deflected a stone axe barely the size of her headgear. Looking up ahead, she saw a small group of Almirach, 5 in total, with all but one of them wielding landform weapons, all the form of hand axes. Once upon a time, these rabbit-like monsters may have been a threat to Ace. But that was all in the past. As a high-class adventurer, these monsters stood no chance against the likes of her and Riveria. As she readied her sword, Ace guessed it would only take a second to finish off these rabbits. Whoosh! Just as Ace was about to spring forth, she felt heat wash over her entire body. She blinked in surprise as a fireball the size of a person's head struck the group of Almirach and killed them instantly, leaving behind nothing but ashes before those two disappeared into thin air. Not even a magic stone or a drop item was left behind, having been destroyed by the flames. Ace blinks again before she slowly turns her head towards the one who had thrown the fire earlier. With his left hand slightly steaming and stretched out, the culprit was none other than Cranel. From within the slits of his helmet, Ace could make out an ominous red glowing eye as a certain pressure seemed to surround the knight. But a second later, both the glowing eye and the pressure around him disappeared as soon as they appeared, making Ace wonder if it had been her imagination. Of course, considering she had seen the phenomenon before. Are you all right? Belle asked, lowering his hand and turning over towards them. Yes. Ace said, sheathing her sword. She turned to Riveria to, unsurprisingly, find her completely fine as the elf lowered her staff. Haven raised it just in case Ace needed help. While it was undead, it was the thought that count. Good, Belle said as he and his group walked past them. We shall go on ahead. Be careful on your way back. Aide simply nodded as she watched the knight and his group leave, going up the stairs that would take them to the floor above, and watched until they were gone. Now alone, she turned to Riveria. You noticed it too? The high elf asked, and the blonde responded by nodding. They both turned back to the spot where the group of Almirach had been practically incinerated by Belle's fire attack. And what an attack it was! Despite its size, the spell was powerful, releasing a heat wave which completely washed over Ace, making her feel as if she were standing in front of a fire. But that's not what had gotten her attention. There was no chant, Ace pointed out. When she and Riveria were attacked, they were not that far from Belle's group. If the knight were to use a spell in order to deal with the rabbit monsters, they would have heard the chant. But as she pointed out before, there had been none. A no-chant magic spell? It was certainly possible, since her magic only needed her to call its name in order to activate it. But the problem was that not even the name of the spell had been spoken by the armored adventurer. Even if he had a magic spell that required no chanting, there should have at least been a need to call out the name of the spell. But she and Riveria had heard none. The fire that Belle had conjured up had appeared as if he were simply snapping his fingers. To people who used magic like her and Riveria, it was unheard of. Ace, Riveria spoke up, turning to the stairs in which Belle and his group had taken not too long ago. What was that man's name again? I'm afraid I never quite caught it. Cranel. Ace mutters the name as she too looks towards the stairs the armored adventurer had taken. She didn't think it was possible, but the man had become even more interesting. If the swordswoman wasn't interested in the night before, now she was. Slam. A big plate of fish was slammed right in front of Belle, said food practically jumping off the plate when it struck the counter table they were sitting at, making it look like as if the fish were still alive even with all the sauce and herbs covering it. Lily couldn't help but flinch from how loud the slam was. Looking down at the fish placed in front of him, Belle soon looked up at the girl, Seer was her name as Lily had been told earlier, who was smiling rather sinisterly. I didn't order this, Belle said, pointing down to the plate in front of him. Next to him was a small stack of empty plates, having been previously filled with food similar to the one in front of him right now. Oh Belle, you're so funny, the girl Seer laughed with that same twisted smile of hers. Lily would admit that the girl was beginning to scare her. And with their earlier meeting with the Sword Princess and Nine Hell, Lily had to wonder just why her employer knew so many intimidating people. A strong man like you needs to eat big, or how else are you going to charm other women? Tilting his head in confusion, Belle said, I don't follow. Of course, he didn't, Lily thought to herself as she drank her mug of ale, taking small sips. She needed to go home later, so she couldn't drink much, unlike the knight next to her who had already gone through 5 mugs of ale which had come with the earlier plates. While she didn't know what her employer looked like, she knew he was young from the sound of his voice. The fact he wasn't even drunk yet surprised the secret Palom, more so when he was able to go through his earlier dishes with little to no trouble. Belle lifted up the plate in front of him, looking at it as he hummed before he looked down to where Sif was sitting right behind his seat as she chewed away at a piece of steak. It greatly surprised Lily how the pub allowed a monster into the building, though seeing how Belle knew the people here, they were probably familiar enough with Sif to let her in so long as she didn't cause any trouble with the other customers here. Sif, hearing her name, the wolf stopped eating and looked up at her master where he presented the plate of fish to her. Do you want this? Idiot! Lily and all the other maids of the pub plus the owner all looked at the armored adventurer as if he were the greatest fool in the world, which may not be that far of a stretch in Lily's opinion. Glancing awkwardly to the side, the Palom saw the Seer girl was seething right now, though one probably couldn't tell due to the not-so-innocent smile on her face. It got even worse when Sif took the plate from Belle and dug into it with no hesitation. Lily gulped down nervously when she saw Seer beginning to bend the metal platter in her hands. Excuse me, can I have another ale? One of the many customers here suddenly called out, completely oblivious to the current situation. Coming. As if flipping a switch, Seer sang in a benevolent tone as though she hadn't been about to start a bloodbath earlier. And to the Palom's amazement, Belle looked like he hadn't noticed the bloodlust spewing from the girl. I wonder why Seer was so mad. Scratch that, it seems he did notice but didn't know the reason why. Somehow that still amazed Lily. I knew you were strange, Master Belle, but I didn't think you were an idiot. Lily didn't hold back in her insult towards her employer, knowing full well that he wouldn't react negatively towards her comment. Off to the side, the maids of the pub all nodded in agreement with her. Shouldn't they be working right now? What do you mean? Belle asked, tilting his head. Lily couldn't help but notice that he did that a lot. Of course, with his helmet covering his face 24/7, he probably did it just to convey his confusion to others. Nothing, Lily sang as she took a bite out of her dish. The food was good, she'll gladly admit, but she wished it wasn't so expensive. Good thing she and Belle had gained a lot in today's dungeon diving. 50,000 valis total. That's how much they made today. Lily could still hardly believe that the adventurer next to her had earned more than what 2 parties of rookie adventurers could make in a day. She had been quite hesitant when her employer suggested they go down to the middle floors of the dungeon, but if it reaped this much cash, Lily couldn't complain. Really, if it wasn't for how strong Belle and Sif were, the Palom would have suggested they'd increase their party members before tackling the middle floors, even if it was just the entrance. To celebrate earning so much money, Belle had invited Lily to go eat with him and Sif to a pub they know of. Seeing no problem as the night was treating her, Lily accepted. Though, if Lily knew she was going to be a homewrecker, she would have declined, Lily thought to herself as she took a small sip from her mug. Really, the knight had promised that Seer girl he would come by tonight, and he goes and brings her along. And here she thought her employer was smart. Master Belle really is inconsiderate. Lily casually threw that out before taking another bite of her dish. How so? Belle asked. The fact he even asked that made Lily want to facepalm herself. The maids of the pub all looked like they were on the verge of doing that themselves. Lily is surprised you can even say that, Lily said, sighing in sympathy for poor Seer. You made a promise to Miss Seer that you would come here tonight, right? Lily thinks she was looking forward to being alone with you. But we would not be alone, Belle said, gesturing down to Sif, who had long since finished the fish he had given to the wolf earlier and was back to chewing on her steak. Sif is here with us. Lily felt like sighing again but chose not to. That's not the problem. The problem is you brought another female here with you. Once again, Belle gestures down to Sif. Sif is a female. This time, Lily and the rest of the maids here did not hold back and face-palmed themselves, getting confused looks from all of the patrons here. Even the owner went and face-palmed herself. It's like every word Lily says just bounces off that helmet of his. Lily thought in agitation, growing frustrated with the knight. Technically speaking, what he had said had been all true, but still. Master Bell does not know the way to a maiden's heart, Lily said as she finished her mug of ale before placing a few val on the table. Here. Lily will call it a night. You're leaving already? Belle asks as the palom stands up before looking down at the valise she had placed on the counter. And I said it was my treat tonight. Lily doesn't want to impose more than she has right now, Lily said. Besides. Slam. Lily nearly jumps when the owner of the pub, Mia was her name if she recalled correctly, slammed a plate of huge steak in front of Belle. The palom had thought the counter would have collapsed due to how hard the dwarf woman had slammed the plate down. Lily believes you will need it, Lily finished saying. Belle looked down at the plate in front of him before looking up at Mia and said, I didn't order this. What are you talking about, Mr. Knight? Seer told me you ordered this, so here you go. Eat up. As soon as the dwarven woman had finished saying that did she then slam down another mug of ale next to the plate. That was Belle's sixth mug if Lily was keeping track correctly. In that case. Slowly looking away from the dish forced upon him, Belle turned to Lily and said, Have a good night, Lily. Lily blinked in surprise at that before a bashful blush made its way to the palom's face. Yes. Have a good night as well, Master Bell. The knight nodded at her before he turned his attention back to the big plate of steak in front of him and got to work cutting it down with a knife. Lily took that as her cue to leave. To the side of the front entrance where other adventurers' gears were being kept in check, Lily grabbed her things before leaving the pub. Once outside did the small girl sigh to herself again as she cancelled out her magic, getting rid of her dog ears and tail. Really, that Master Bell is hopeless, Lily said to herself, running a hand through her now dog-earless hair as she made her way home. Well, she said home but it was more of a safe house to her really. She didn't trust staying at the Soma Familia home and spending money at inns was counterproductive to what she was trying to accomplish. Have a good night, Lily. Lily found herself pausing as those words spoken from the night echoed in her head. When was the last time she had those words spoken to her? Lily honestly couldn't remember. But somehow, those simple words, they were nice. She liked the way they sounded, more than she thought she would. Just what is going on with me? Lily thought to herself, adjusting the huge bag she was carrying before she remembered something and dug into her coat pocket. She then took out a familiar-looking ring, the same ring Belle had found during the quest that took them outside of the city, the same one the knight had dug out from a literal pile of shit, only now it was cleaned up. To a common civilian, the ring may have looked normal, if not a bit extravagant due to the way the ruby gem embedded in the ring looked. But if one tried on the ring, they would soon find out that it was no normal ring, but a magic item. As the name implies, magic items were items imbued with magic or magic-like properties. A few examples would be salamander wool, cloth imbued with a salamander spirit's power, and undine cloth, cloth imbued by the powers of an undine spirit. The former had the ability to protect its wearer against fire-based attacks and the cold, while the latter does the exact opposite with the added bonus of enabling a user to swim better in water and reduces water resistance and water pressure. The ring in Lily's hands, according to Belle, simply increased one's health. The palom herself, while reluctant due to where the ring was found, tried the ring on to see what the knight had meant and felt the results instantly. Now it wasn't that Lily wasn't healthy, she was perfectly fine, it's just that by wearing the ring it was like there was more energy inside of the girl. It was very hard to describe due to feeling like this for the first time, but Belle decided to call it a life ring due to its effects. Somehow, Lily thought the name fitted the magical accessory. And that guy just went and gave this to Lily, Lily thought to herself, holding the ring up to the sky until it was under the moon. Inside the head of the palom, the small girl was debating whether to sell the ring or not. Due to its magical properties, she could get some good cash out of this, but then again, the knight went and gave this to her, saying it would help during today's dungeon diving. Wait, Lily stops walking, pausing to herself. Was she really hesitating in selling this ring? This same ring which had been found in a literal pile of shit? Shit that came from monsters, goblins might she add. Why the heck was she even thinking about this? I'll. Lily began shaking the damn thing in her hands before she raised it up, and proceeded to put it back in her pocket. I'll just take this to Cornwall later, Lily thought to herself as she continued walking, confused with herself. This has never happened to her before. She knows full well that this ring could sell for quite the amount of cash which would bring her one step closer to her goal. Why was she so hesitant about sealing it? Belle was the one who gave it to her, so she could do whatever she wanted with it. Yet, it was hers now, not Belle's. He found it himself, cleaned up it, and yet he gave it to her. So really, why was she? Lily stopped walking, pausing once again as a thought ran through her mind as if she just received a revelation. Am I growing attached to that guy? And when she meant by that guy she meant her current employer, Belle Cranel. No. No way. That's no way that's true. Lily screamed in her mind. There was just no way she was actually growing attached to that strange adventurer. Sure, he may have treated her more nicely than others, always shared half of their entire profit with her, treated her to nice food when others would leave her starving on the street, and brought her outside of the city where she witnessed just how beautiful the outside world is. Lily had to slap herself in order to stop her train of thought from going any further. By the gods in heaven, it was worse than she thought. God damn it, screw it. Taking out the ring again, Lily gave the small item a determined look before she went and changed directions, her destination now set towards Cornwall's shop. She was going to sell this thing to the gnome and prove to herself that she wasn't growing attached to that stupid and arguably nice adventurer. Damn it, she was doing it again. Focus, Lily Arde. Just sell the ring, collect the money, and go back home and have a nice, long sleep, Lily mutters to herself as she navigates through the alleyways. The gnome's shop wasn't too far away from her home, so it shouldn't take her too long to sell the ring and get back home. Then, once she was fully well rested, she'll meet up with Belle and Sif tomorrow and continue on just like every other day. Heck, maybe the night would take her out of the city to go on another quest like last time. Well. Lily snaps out of her thoughts and freezes up, eyes widening in horror at who she had run into. It was a small group of men, just 3 people in total, as the one leading the group was a slightly chubby, short middle-aged man with red-brown hair and yellow eyes along with raccoon ears and tail. Fancy running into you here, little Miss Supporter, Canoe smiled wickedly, as did the rest of his group as they began to surround her. Lily already knew what they were about to do. Canoe and his group were adventurers from the same familia as her, the Soma familia, who would come around regularly and take whatever she had that was worth something. They did this in order to collect enough funds to taste the grand prize of the familia, wine made by the familia's god himself. She could have run, but they would have caught her before she got far. The only thing she could really do was grin and bear it like she's always done. They could beat her up all they want, they wouldn't break her. After all, you can't break what's already broken. We were just on our way to visit you, but this works out perfectly. Canoe said as he got a little too close for her comfort. She tried to back away, but the raccoon man grabbed her by her coat and pulled her close to his face. She was really tempted to punch it, but she knew that would only result in a more severe beating, so she held back. Though she wished the man's breath didn't smell of booze. Then again, she just had a mug of ale earlier, so she really wasn't one to talk. Tell me something, Canoe said, smirking deviously. You're friends with that armored adventurer, right? Lily thought they would have pinned her down and just take her stuff like they always did. She certainly didn't expect that. What do you mean? Lily said, her voice cracking a little, which surprised her. There's no way they were talking about Belle, right? It's not like he was the only adventurer walking around in full body armor. You know, the one with the wolf. There was a certain glint in the raccoon man's eyes when he mentioned the wolf, no doubt talking about Sif. Lily didn't like it. She didn't like it one bit. And she certainly didn't like what she was told next. Hestia sat by herself on the old sofa that doubled as Belle's bed. She had already eaten her dinner, some leftover Jagamerican that consisted of prototype flavors the shop had been working on, and a glass of milk. After brushing her teeth and changing into her pajamas, Hestia should already be in bed by now, but instead chose to wait for her child to come home. Not only did she have to tell him about meeting with Loki, but also discuss his current status. He sure is late though, Hestia thought to herself, bring her knees up to her chest as she patiently waited for her child and his wolf companion. To keep herself from being bored, she had been reading a book she had borrowed from Machigatte. Said book was currently placed to the side and had been left there. Hestia couldn't focus, too restless. How do I even ask him about this? Hestia thought, looking down at her child's status sheet laid down on the table in front of her. Just looking at it made her even more nervous. What should she say? And what would her child tell her? She was scared to find out, provided her child would even tell her the truth. Of course, as a goddess, even with her powers sealed away, no mortal could tell a lie to her, for she would know instantly. Clack clack clack. She heard the sound of metal clacking against metal way before she heard the sound of the door opening. Her child was finally back, and that made the nervousness inside of her even worse. Forget butterflies in your stomach, it felt like she had bees buzzing around in hers. Walking down the stairs, both Belle and Sif appeared before her as the former spoke. I'm home. Putting on her best smile, Hestia stood up from the sofa and faced her blessed child. Welcome back, Belle. You too, Sif. The wolf gave the goddess a snort as it went and placed down a bag on the table. Judging from the smell of food inside, the two must have gone to that pub Belle once talked about and brought back leftovers. Have you eaten yet? I brought back leftovers, Belle said while in the process of taking off his helmet. So the leftovers were for her? How nice of her child to do that. She really was blessed to have such a kind soul as part of her familia. Still, don't know how I feel about this one though, Hestia thought to herself as she glanced over at Sif, who was already in the process of making her bed, preparing to turn in for the night. Of course, calling the wolf's bed a bed was a bit of a long stretch. It was makeshift at best, made by Belle himself, who used a combination of hay and spare sheets and pillows the young man had bought a week ago. It would have been a simple matter of buying a dog bed for the wolf, but considering her size it would have been futile. Seriously, just what kind of monster was this wolf? Focus, Hestia. Don't get distracted now, Hestia thought to herself, berating herself for getting off topic as she turned back to Belle, who was already halfway through of taking off his armor and hanging the pieces on the mannequin where they would await their wearer to be put back one for another day. The goddess took a glance at the status sheet on the table before taking a deep breath. It was now or never. Belle. In the process of taking off his greaves, the white-haired young man looked up at her. It was only times like these where Hestia got the chance to see her child's face when it wasn't hidden under that helmet. With his white hair and red eyes, he was like a rabbit. We need to talk, Hestia said, sitting down and gripping her pajama pants. About what? Her child asks, raising an eyebrow. Well, Hestia spared a glance at the paper on the table again before looking back at Belle. I got a visit from Loki this afternoon. Loki. A look of confusion made its way to Belle's face, no doubt recognizing the name of the one who is in charge of one of Orario's most powerful familia. Yet. She wanted to know about that Chester guy who gave you that armor. Chester? Why does one of Orario's most influential goddesses want to know about him? Well, besides the fact this Chester guy is going around using her familia's emblem, he's also supposedly using the name of one of her late children, Hestia explained. She's been going around all over Orario to find any info about this guy with no luck. So she came to me for any information and I told her about you. I see. Belle said, humming in thought. Is it a problem for you to meet with Loki? Hestia asked. She had been told her child had gotten into a fight with one of Loki's children once before and wondered if meeting the goddess would be awkward. Her child then shook his head as he finally took off his greaves and placed to the side. It is no problem. If the goddess Loki wishes to speak with me about Chester, then I see no problem with meeting her. I'll meet with her before I head into the dungeon. I see. That's good, Hestia said. She was still reluctant to have her child meet her arch-nemesis, but the goddess had seen for herself how important this was for Loki. So just this once, she'd set aside her feeling in order to help a fellow goddess. Still didn't mean she wasn't miffed about this. Is there something else you wish to speak to me about? Belle suddenly asks, making Hestia jump in surprise. How did he dash? Just as Hestia wondered how her child knew, she saw him not looking at her, but at the sheet on the table. He must have put two and two together. Just when had her child gotten so sharp? Just as Hestia was about to reach for the status sheet, it was suddenly snatched away from her by none other than Sif, having grabbed the paper with her mouth and brought it over to Belle. "Hey! Give that back!" Hestia exclaims, but it was already too late. Taking the sheet from the wolf, Belle read what was on it and soon, his passive face morphs into one of confusion. Hestia, normally, hearing her name coming from the mouth of her child would have made the goddess happy. But as she stared at the unnerving passive expression on Belle's face, Hestia felt the courage she had been trying to build up fade away. Holding up the status sheet, Belle asks, "What is this?" Gulping down her building nervousness, Hestia tried to recollect any courage she could manage and spoke. "Your, Stas," she managed to get only 2 words out, but it was better than nothing. Belle doesn't say anything in response to Hestia's answer. He just goes back to looking at his status sheet, looking at his current level, stats, and skill for the first time. Meanwhile, Hestia starts to fidget nervously, wondering what her child would say to her. But after a few minutes of waiting, nothing came. The white-haired adventurer just kept on looking at his status sheet, his expression passive and unchanging. While this worried Hestia greatly, it gave her the chance to calm her nerves, gather back the rest of her courage, and break the silence. "Belle." As if he had been in a trance, Belle blinked before looking up at her. Finally, he spoke to her. "Hestia, when was this?" Pointing to the sheet in his hands, Belle was asking when had his status been like this and how long. The goddess answered with honesty. "When you came back on the day you encountered that Minotaur." "I see." Belle looked back down at the paper in his hands. Before he went into deep thought, Hestia quickly spoke up. "Belle." Said man looked up at his goddess as Hestia wasted no time in asking what she wanted to ask. "This jump in your status, it's unbelievable, impossible even. You were an LV1 just a few weeks ago until that Minotaur encounter you told me about. Belle, is there something you're hiding from me?" She looked straight into the eyes of her blessed child, waiting for an answer she might not want to even hear about. "I guess I can't just say it's nothing, can I?" Belle asked, and Hestia shook her head, already knowing that such words were a lie even without her powers as a goddess. Sighing as if resigning himself, Belle, who looked no older 16, suddenly appeared much older to Hestia's eyes. It wasn't his appearance that changed, but rather the way he held himself that made him seem older. Then, Belle went and reached his hand behind his neck and touched a small, circle-shaped scar Hestia had noticed a few weeks back but dismissed it as an injury her child had received down in the dungeon. Oh, how wrong she was! The second Belle's fingers touched the scar did his whole appearance change. His lips turned slightly blue and his eyes turned sunken. But that was only the beginning as Belle's skin started to shrivel up like meat being left out in the sun for too long. It soon turned worse when Belle's skin, which had been quite pale, started to gain color to the point it looked burnt. No, it was burnt, his entire skin was burnt. By the heavens above, his entire body looked like he had been dipped into a pot of fire and was just left in there for who knows how long. And even them, such burns somehow failed to hide the scars. By the gods and goddess still up in the upper world, they were everywhere. Even with the black shirt and pants covering most of his body, and his socks covering his feet, Hestia could clearly see the scars decorating his hands and face. The palm of his hands, his fingers, the ears, nose, no part of his body had been left untouched. She could even make out one across his neck and was scared to know what laid hidden underneath his clothes. The only thing that remained the same was Belle's white hair, but that didn't help one bit as Hestia raised a hand to her mouth, feeling nauseous just looking at what her child had become. Even Sif herself looked surprised as the wolf had stepped back in shock. By the time Belle was done transforming, what sat in front of the goddess was what could only be described as a burnt corpse covered literally head to toe in scars. "Not a pretty picture, huh?" Belle sarcastically said with a bitter smile. "Belle, what is?" Hestia couldn't find the words to describe what she was feeling, nor did she have the ability to, too shocked at what she was seeing. What in the world had happened to her child? "You wanted to know what I was hiding, well, here it is," Belle said, gesturing to his new appearance. "Belle, what happened to you?" Hestia managed to speak the one thought that was plaguing her mind right now. Even then, she was afraid of what she would hear. "What happened to me?" Belle repeated, looking down at himself and taking a moment as if trying to steel himself for what he was about to say. He looked like he was about to break down crying, Hestia noted. But then, suddenly, Sif walked up to Belle, surprising the undead as the wolf raised her nose to Belle's left hand, the hand she had bitten when they had first met, and sniffed it. After doing that, did the wolf look at Belle, staring into her master's sunken eyes before she went and sat right next to him, unafraid and refusing to move. This single act alone caused Belle to smile as he placed his left hand on the wolf's head and proceeded to stroke her as if silently thanking the wolf. "You ask me what happened," Belle said as he turned back to Hestia. "Where do I even begin?" With a grim look on his face, Belle told Hestia everything. He told her of what he is. He told her of his escape from the Undead Asylum. He told her of his journey through Lordran. He told her of the people and teachers he befriended and learned from. He told her of the covenants he joined and worked under. He told her of the many enemies he made. He told her of the people who killed and backstabbed him. He told her of the many creatures, abominations, knights, demons, dragons, and gods he fought against. He told her of the many times he's been killed only to come back alive soon after. He told her of his quest, his mission to link the first flame. He told her everything. Hestia sat there, looking on and listening in awe and horror as she was told the story of Belle, the chosen undead. And like she thought, she didn't like what she learned. Grace 9, Liliruka Arde, Trust. The sound of clothes and gear moving was all that was heard in the tiny underground room that acted as the home for the Hestia familia as one Bell Cranel finished fastening the last of his equipment before grabbing his ever so important helmet. Putting it on, the undead once again hid his face from the world around him as he made sure to tighten the strap of his helmet so that the piece of equipment wouldn't fall off. Once he was done with that, did he look down to see Sif ready herself, ready to aid him as always. Smiling under his helmet, he reaches down and strokes the wolf's head, getting a cute but quiet cry from the canine monster. Standing back up, Belle then turns towards Hestia, who was still in bed. "I'm off." Hestia barely gives a response back, barely moving in her bed. "I'll inform your boss that you can't come to work today," Belle said, and again, Hestia Bear gives a response back. Having said all he needed to say, Belle and Sif take their leave for the day. Once they were gone though, did Hestia slowly get up, slightly tired as her eyes were red from crying. Looking towards where Belle left, Hestia felt more tears threatening to break out. "Belle." Hestia covers her eyes, trying to stop the tears from falling as she recalls what her child had told her last night. "Last night, when I came to, I was in a prison," the undead began his tale, all the while stroking Sif's head as he spoke to the goddess sitting in front of him. "I don't know how I got there nor why. It was only after spending a year in that damned asylum did I later learn that I was cursed." "Cursed?" Hestia repeated, confused. In response, Belle pointed to the circle-shaped scar on his neck which glowed faintly like embers from a fire. "The dark sign. Triggered by death, those branded by this mark are reborn after death and become what is known as an undead." "Undead?" Already Hestia did not like the sound of that. "So, what? Are you some sort of zombie or something?" Because looking at her child's current form, he certainly fit the bill to some extent. "Basically," said Undead shrugs. "I didn't want to believe it at first, denied it with every fiber of my being. But as the years went on by, deprived of food and water to the point where the most delicious thing I've eaten there was the dirt on the ground, I was forced to come to facts that I was no longer human when my body changed into what you see now, minus the scars of course." Hestia found herself speechless at what was just the beginning of Belle's tale, already horrified. And much to her displeasure, Belle took her silence as a go-ahead to continue. "I don't know how long I was trapped in that prison, I lost track of the time and somewhere down the line, I had stopped caring. All I know is that when I finally got out of there, I was an adult. Of course, that was only after Belle got some humanities to use so that he didn't look like a shriveled-up corpse and saw what he looked like." "An adult?" Hestia raised an eyebrow at that. "But you're... I don't know why is it that I look no older than 16, but believe me when I say that I was much taller than what I am now," Belle said, honestly confused as to why he had de-aged. "Okay, but how did you escape that Undead Asylum?" Belle helped finish for Hestia before continuing. "I had help." At this did Belle suddenly smile, as if recalling an old fond memory, except he was doing just that, Hestia noted. Hestia also noticed that the smile seemed somewhat sad. "I was just sitting in the corner of my cell like I always did, minding my own business when suddenly, from out of nowhere, a body fell in from the roof. Surprised, I looked up to see a knight through a hole he made. So this knight was the one who helped you escape? Hestia asked. In a way, Bell said, suddenly appearing sheepish as he scratched his cheek. Shortly after dropping the body into my cell did the knight just take his leave. I was confused understandably when I noticed that the body had a set of keys on him, keys that would open the cell I was in. So, wait, Hestia spoke up, realizing what Bell was saying. He just dropped a body into your cell containing the keys to your freedom and just left? He just left you on your own to fend for yourself. Basically, yeah, Bell said, having no reason to refute the goddess' claim for they were true. Of course, I didn't really care that he didn't help me or not as I was more focused on the fact that I finally had a way out. So I grabbed the keys, took the armor the body was wearing, and finally... Hold it, Hestia held up a hand, stopping Bell. Did you just say you took the armor off from a dead guy? I had outgrown the clothes I wore long ago. I was practically naked when I was finally out of that damned cell, Bell said, giving Hestia an image she would most likely dream about during any other time than this. Anyway, I made my way out of the asylum though it wasn't easy. There were undead soldiers who had turned hollow and traps everywhere, not to mention there was a literal demon guarding the exit. What now? Hestia spoke up in disbelief. A demon, Bell repeated. It was big, fat, ugly, and the only thing standing in the way between me and freedom. Of course, the first time I fought the giant monster, I was heavily outmatched as the armor I took barely withstood one strike from the thing. So I ran from it, exploring more of the asylum where I obtained better equipment to defend myself. It was only after triggering a trap did I then meet the person who helped me escape. His name was Oscar of Astera. Once again, Bell smiled sadly when he spoke the knight's name. He was an undead like me, though he was at the asylum for a different reason, to fulfill a prophecy. A prophecy? Hestia raised an eyebrow, interested in what this prophecy could be. Thou who art undead, art chosen. In thine exodus from the Undead Asylum, make the pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Bell perfectly quoted what Oscar had told him that day word for word. It was an old saying in his family and the reason why he was at the asylum. He believed that if he could escape from there, he'd be this so-called chosen undead. Chosen undead? Hestia muttered, remembering one of Bell's skills having that name. Having seen his status sheet, Bell knew this too and continued to explain. Oscar always said he was searching for a purpose, it was the one driving force that pushed him to do, well, anything. I do not know how he ended up at the Undead Asylum, but even then, he wasn't confident that he could fulfill the prophecy himself. So he started releasing undeads out from their cell, such as he did with me, in the hopes of at least one of them could fulfill the prophecy. But as it turns out, we both escaped from there. The both of you? Hestia said, surprised. From the way Bell was speaking, she was under the impression that Bell was the only one who had escaped from the asylum. I found him lying against the wall, injured and dying, Bell continued as he went and grabbed his ever-trusty Estus flask and showed it to the goddess. He gave me this in the hopes that I would carry on for him. But... Hestia repeated, wanting to know what happened next. Despite not meaning to aid me as he did, he was still the one who helped me escape my prison. I could not just leave him there, dying, Bell said as he lightly shook the flask in his hand. So I used the very Estus he gave me to heal him and we both worked together to take down the demon guarding the exit. And you both escaped, Hestia said, smiling and relieved. To hear her child going through such a thing and escaping made her sigh out in relief. The two of us escaping together greatly confused Oscar since only one undead was to escape the asylum, but I could care less. I was free. I dare say that that was the happiest moment of my life, Bell said, smiling happily as he recalled the memory. Said smile soon dropped as he said, but sadly, that was only the beginning. Hestia blinked, almost jumping in surprise. There was more? Hearing what had happened to Bell was already hard enough. Just what more was there to add? In my joy, I had forgotten about the prophecy Oscar had spoken of, Bell said before quoting, in thine exodus from the Undead Asylum, make the pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. I escaped the Undead Asylum, and was brought to those very lands, the land of ancient lords, Lordran. Lordran. Hestia repeated the name, confused. I've never heard of such a place. Neither had I. When I arrived there, I couldn't help but think I had either gone back in time or was in a different world altogether. The technology there was very old, as there wasn't a single use of a magic stone incorporated into anything. When I spoke to the people there, those that could and would talk to me, they had told me that they hadn't an inkling of terms such as the dungeon or orario. Not only that, but the land itself had gone to hell, for a lack of a better phrase. Most of the land was in ruin and all manner of beasts and monsters crawled the once great kingdom. I spent many years there and I can confidently say that I would rather die than return to such a place. It sounds like a horrible place, Hestia said. It was, Bell stated, his tone leaving no room for argument, not like Hestia could argue with anything Bell said so far. Oscar and I arrived at a place known as Firelink Shrine, possibly the only safe place in all of Lordran. The only safe place? Hestia repeated, finding it hard to believe that there was only a single place in an entire kingdom that was considered safe. There have been a few incidents there, but Firelink Shrine, to me, was truly the only place where I felt safe, Bell said. Once I arrived at the Land of Lords, did Oscar and I went our separate ways, off to ring the bells of awakening. Wait, bells? As in plural? Hestia said, catching that small detail. Yes, Bell nodded. Another resident of the shrine told me how the prophecy Oscar had spoken of was nothing more than a hoax. There were others before me and Oscar who came to Lordran following the same tale. He was also the one who told me that there were actually 2 bells of awakening that needed to be rung. And getting to those bells was not easy. Somehow, Hestia could tell that Bell was putting it mildly. So she asked, what happened? I died. She just didn't expect that answer. What? I died, Bell repeated. After I went my separate ways with Oscar and was informed by that crestfallen warrior, did I set out towards one of the bells of awakening. As I had no idea when or where I was, I figured following the prophecy Oscar spoke of, fake or not, would at least yield me some answers. But getting to the bells themselves proved to be the hardest part of my quest. Death. It came in all forms, and Bell had the pleasure of experiencing most of it. Stabbed by either sword, spears, and slash or knives. Shot by arrows. Ambushed by skeletons where he was cut to pieces or run over. Hestia gave Bell a look of disbelief when told that a skeleton lodged into a wheel was what ran him over. Crushed by enemies standing taller than him. Being burned alive by those that threw fire at him or falling into pools of lava. Drowning in poisonous swamps or to poison itself. Eaten alive by horrific monsters disguised as treasure chests, Hestia found that to be the most terrifying. Cut or beaten down by those more powerful than him. Electrocuted to death by those able to use lightning. Cursed to the point where his body just gave out. Blasted away by spellcasters, humongous giants and dragons alike. Falling off from great heights which resulted in his death, Bell was embarrassed to admit that he died the most this way. The list went on, and Hestia grew more sick the more she listened. I once caught an infectious disease which made my head all bloated. It was a very nasty experience. Bell. Finally, Hestia couldn't take it anymore and leaped from her seat, forcing Bell to quickly catch her as she hugged the chosen undead while bawling her eyes out. Hestia. Please, calm down. Bell said, trying to calm down the crying goddess. How could she be calm? Her child, her precious Bell, had died so many times. Sure, he later revived thanks to a bonfire of all things, she's still trying to wrap her head around that, but the fact still remained her child had to suffer a literal cycle of death and rebirth, and she wasn't there to comfort him. The shock of actually dying must have been so much for Bell, and she hadn't been there for him. Hestia. Slowly moving her arms off and away from him, Bell faced Hestia eye to eye. I think we should stop for tonight. What? No. Hestia immediately protested. She wanted to know, had to know more about what had happened to her precious child. Hestia. Bell exclaims, nearly shouting out her name, which made the goddess jump up in surprise. Calming down, he gently held her hands and said, "You're shaking." Blinking in confusion, Hestia looked down at herself and saw that her hands were shaking. And it wasn't just her hands, her entire body was shaking. I have barely told you my experience and you're already shaking this much, Bell said, his tone filled with worry. Get some sleep. It's late and you have work tomorrow. As if I can worry about work after hearing what you told me. Hestia thought to herself, but Bell's eyes told her that there was no room for argument. So she sighed and got up, where she was guided to her bed by Bell. She was still shaken, but that didn't mean she wouldn't keel over. Nevertheless, she appreciated the thought as she slipped in her bed and pulled the sheet up to her head. "Good night, Hestia," Bel said as he moved to go turn off the lights, but was stopped when Hestia grabbed his sleeve. "Bel," said Undead turned towards the goddess. With a blush on her face, Hestia asks, "Can you sleep with me?" The undead raised a hairless eyebrow at that. "Don't give me that look. After what you told me, I'm afraid that you'll disappear," is what she wanted to say. After what she had been told so far, she feared that when she woke up the next morning, Bel would be gone. As if realizing this, Bel went and placed 2 fingers on his brand. In a matter of seconds, his shriveled-up appearance turned back to what it was before, making him appear human again. After doing this, did Bel give her a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, Hestia. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here by your side," he said as he moves back and leans against the wall. "But, you need to sleep too," Hestia said, clearly wanting the undead near her. "No, I don't." "Hi." Scratching his cheek sheepishly, Bel said, "I do not require sleep. Or rather, I am unable to sleep at all." "Hi." Present. She had watched him. All night long Hestia had watched Bel, who stayed up all night long watching over her, and Sif, who had turned in for the night after she got into bed. She watched all night long, crying all the while, as Bel kept watch over them while keeping himself busy. Apparently, he knew how to wood carve, having made very good wooden carvings of a lion, a wasp, a hawk and a wolf overnight. Said carvings were currently on the table right now. But those didn't matter. What mattered was how Bel stayed up all night long and didn't look the least bit tired. He truly didn't require any sleep at all. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep, but when she had woken up, Bel was already putting on his equipment alongside Sif. Having died and resurrected who knows how many times, as well as being unable to sleep like a normal person. Once again, more tears threatened to spill out from her eyes, only this time she was unable to stop them even as she covered her eyes. "Oh, Bel. Why? Just why did such a thing have to happen to her precious child?" Despite having been told what was only the beginning of Bel's entire experience, she could already see that whatever had happened to him had destroyed the once pure and innocent boy she loved. And worst of all, because of the fact that what she was told was only the beginning meant that there was still more to his story. Hestia laid back in her bed and cried herself sleep, her thoughts filled with worry for one Bel Cranel. With Bel. After informing Hestia's boss of her inability to come to work today and visiting the hostess of fertility to pick up his lunch for the day, which he planned to give to Sif later, though he wondered why all the waitresses including Mia gave him weird looks, the knight and his wolf companion walked together until they arrived at their destination. "So, this is the Twilight Manor, home to the famous Loki familia," the voice in Bel's head spoke as he and Sif looked at the huge structure which had been built on a small area of land. Multiple tall towers overlap and support each other, with the middle tower being the tallest, all connected to a castle-like mansion. With how the buildings were structured plus with the red roofs, Bel couldn't help but think the entire structure had been carved out from flames, though they had nothing on Anna Orlando. Lowering his head away from the impressive buildings, Bel looks ahead and sees a few guards, no doubt Loki familia members, guarding the gates to the manor. "Stay close to me," Bel said to Sif, who nodded as the two made their way to the gates. "Halt!" They were immediately spotted as one of the guards, a human with brown hair, told them to stop, which they did. "Who are you? Is that a monster?" The other guard said, pointing at Sif, who merely narrowed her eyes back at the guard, easily identified as a cat person due to the ears on the man's head. Noticing the monster, the human guard narrowed his eyes in suspicion at Bel, readying a spear with his partner doing the same. "What is your business here?" "I am here to see your goddess." Bel got down to business quickly, his left hand ready to bring up his shield to defend against any possible attacks while he flexed the fingers of his right hand, ready to draw his sword and defend himself if he had to. "Tell Loki that a Bel Cranel is here to see her." Still staring at the knight in suspicion, the human guard motioned for the cat guard to go inform their goddess, leaving just the three of them together. The fact that the guard was okay with sending off his friend told Bel that he must be at least a LV2 adventurer. Course, with the knowledge of his actual level, such a thing wouldn't matter against someone like Bel. Nevertheless, the undead chose to remain quiet as to not provoke the guard. Not a single word came from Bel nor a cry from Sif as the former stood perfectly still while the latter simply sat down, both of them completely silent. In contrast, the guard was clearly tensed, cautious of the two in front of him as he tightened his grip on his spear. Finally, after about a couple of minutes, the cat guard came back and whispered something into the other guard's ear. Soon after did the guard lower his spear and the two of them opened the gates. "Please follow me," the cat guard said, motioning Bell to follow, which he did as Bell and Sif followed the guard onto Loki familia grounds. Clack clack clack. Bell's armor clanked as he moved, his steps bold and confident as the noise his armor made was starting to attract attention from nearby Loki familia members who were all outside either training or checking supplies and equipment. "Hey, who's that? Never seen him before. What's with his armor? It's so dirty. That's a big wolf next to him. Is it a monster?" Some members whispered to one another while others simply silently watched him. Bell didn't let the stares and whispers bother him as he was brought to the main building and entered a sort of lobby room. To his left and right were a set of stairs that lead upstairs to a row of rooms and further up, no doubt to house the many members that made up the familia. Across the hall were doors that lead to the dining room, the faint scent of food cluing him on this as the sound of chatter informed him that there were still people eating their breakfast. Chandeliers hanged up above situated right in the center of the building, meaning somewhere around the 3rd to 4th floors. All in all, the place was huge and slightly fancy. Had Bell not been acquainted with places such as Anna Orlando and the Duke's archives, he would have been both intimidated and in awe. "Loki is currently busy dealing with some business, so please wait here," the cat guard said, and Bell nodded. With that the guard took his leave, leaving Bell and Sif all alone. Silence soon descended upon the two as Bell gave a few curious looks around the place before he went over to a nearby couch, no doubt used for waiting visitors, and sat down. Sif walked over, sat down, and rested her head on Bell's legs, closing her eyes to nap as she had lost interest in their surroundings. Bell placed his gloved left hand on Sif's head and gently stroked the wolf, getting a blissful moan from the canine as the two sat in silence. "Bell." Suddenly, hearing his name, Bell turns to his right and sees upon the stairs was the blonde sword princess, dressed in her casual clothes with her hair tied into a ponytail and carrying her sword, which was strapped to a belt around her waist. "Miss Ace, good morning," the knight went and greeted the swordswoman. Sif opened one of her eyes and looked up towards the blonde before closing it a second after. "Gee, good morning," Ace greeted back, having not expected to see the armored adventurer first thing in the morning. As she walks down the stairs, she asks, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to speak with your goddess." "Loki?" Bell nods. "For what?" "It seems Loki wants some information that only I have," Bell said, his answer a bit vague. "Sif and I are just waiting for your goddess to finish whatever business she is dealing with currently." "I see," Ace said. "In that case." The swordswoman then ran back upstairs, leaving Bell and Sif alone once again for about a minute until she came running back, carrying a familiar-looking gauntlet. "Here," Ace said, presenting the gauntlet to the knight. "This is yours, right?" "Yes," Bell nodded, taking back his missing gauntlet, slipping it on and completing his look. Of course, with how grimy the rest of his armor was, the gauntlet stuck up as being the only piece of equipment that looked properly clean. "I made sure to properly clean it every night," Ace said awkwardly, trying to start up a conversation but could only come up with that. In her mind, she was berating herself for sounding weird. "Thank you," Bell said, his tone sincere. "For holding on to it until now. And for maintaining it." "It was nothing," Ace said, looking away to hide a small blush forming on her face, having been caught off guard by Bell's genuine gratitude. She didn't think she did that much, she simply held onto the piece of equipment knowing it was his. Still, she felt happy nonetheless. She wondered why, though. "Heya!" Suddenly, appearing from another door came the one and only head of familia, Loki, waving at the two as she walked over to them. "Sorry for the wait, didn't mean to take so long. And good morning to you, my lovely Ace." "Morning Loki," Ace greeted her goddess back casually, completely ignoring Loki's attempt at flirting. She then turned back to Bell, bowed, and then left to go get breakfast. "Ehehe, as cute as always," Loki commented, smiling at the blonde swordswoman before turning to her guests. "So, you're the brat's child, huh?" "Bell Cranel." Bell got up, introducing himself before gesturing to Sif by his side. "This is my friend, Sif." "I know about you," Loki said. I was at the pub that night when you socked Bet right in the face. Who? Bet, Loki repeated, yet the knight simply tilted his head in confusion. You know, the werewolf. Oh. The chosen undead slammed his fist down on an open palm, realizing who Loki was talking about. That guy. You seriously didn't know who you punched? Loki asked, surprised as her little Fenrir was quite famous/infamous as was most of her children. I never got his name, Belle said, shrugging. Oh, Bet is going to be pissed, Loki thought, knowing that the werewolf has been holding a grudge for what happened that night. If her eyes weren't seemingly closed most of the time, Loki would have blinked as she suddenly recognized something about the knight in front of her, or rather the fact he had a wolf by his side. A knight traveling around with a wolf by his side. Loki hummed to herself, looking at both Belle and Wolf together. I see, so you're that wolf knight that's been getting pretty popular recently. Belle titled his head in confusion, with Sif doing the same. Wolf knight. You don't know? Word's been going around about a knight with a wolf by his side going around and helping people around the areas of Orario, Loki explained, looking at Belle's armor from top to bottom. Never thought it'd be Hestia's kid though. Heh, small world. You wished to know about Marvelous Chester, did you not? Belle asked, bringing the topic back to why he was here in the first place. At the mention of Chester's name did Loki's expression turn serious, losing the smile she had been sporting since showing up. Follow me, the goddess motions for the knight to follow her. There are some people who want to know what you know too, not just me. Not saying anything, Belle and Sif followed the tricker goddess down the halls of her home base, passing by more familia members who gave the armored adventurer and his companion curious and confused looks. Some even cried out in surprise at the sight of Sif, a monster who was basically roaming around freely in a familia home base. This, of course, ignited some whispers between members, but Belle drowned them all out as Loki led him into what is obviously an office as the desk filled with papers and bookshelves surrounding the room was a dead giveaway. Stepping inside, Belle saw that there were already people here. The first he noticed was a tall high elf, the longer than normal elf ears told him as much, with jade-colored hair tied in a tail that reaches to her waist and the same colored eyes. She wears a green outfit with yellow borders, a white cloak over it, a black belt, a yellow sash, black leggings, and long brown boots. Belle immediately recognizes this person to be the elf from during his previous meeting with Ace back in the dungeon. The next person Belle noticed was a man who could be described as short and a stout wall of muscle. A dwarf the undead quickly identified as the man wears a battle cloth and boots, and has brown eyes and long brown hair along with facial hair of the same color that is long enough to form a beard. The third and last person was a very short, young-looking man that could be mistaken for a child, a Palom Belle quickly identified as the small man stood just under 4 feet tall and sat at the desk, telling Belle that the room belonged to the Palom and was someone of high ranking if he had an office to himself, probably a captain if Belle had to guess. He has medium-length scruffy blonde hair and blue eyes with a fair skin tone. He wears a yellow vest over a purple long-sleeved shirt and trousers. Despite the Palom's small body, Belle knew that he was stronger than he appeared to be. They look important, the voice in his head commented. Belle ignored it, as always, but he couldn't help but feel like he should know these people, at least by reputation. Probably more of his younger self's memories that have yet to resurface. Closing the door, Loki went over to the desk and sat down on it as she and everyone else in the room directed their attention towards Belle who was standing at the center of the room under the gaze of every person here. Loki, the dwarf was the first to speak, pointing at Sif who stood by Belle's side. Did you just let a monster into the office? It's fine, it seems docile enough, Loki waved off the dwarf's worry, but then turned to Belle and asked, it won't start biting people, right? As long as you don't provoke her. Well, that's reassuring, Loki said sarcastically before gesturing to the people with her. Anyway, before we begin, I might as well introduce you to the three here, though I'm sure you already know who they are. I do not, Belle answered instantly, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. The three looked towards Loki who shrugged before gesturing them to introduce themselves, silently telling them that Belle was being honest and that he really didn't know who they were. Clearing his voice, the Palom went first. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm captain of the Loki familia, Findium. Gareth Landrock, nice to meet ya, the dwarf introduced himself next with a nod. I am Riverieljo's Alf, the high elf went last. We met each other in the dungeon the other night. Belle Cranel, Bell introduced himself, bowing before gesturing to Sif. This is Sif. The wolf gave a single bark in response. You named it? Loki asked, raising an eyebrow at that. Her. Excuse me. Bell gestures to Sif again. Sif is a female. Everyone blinks at him at that before looking down at Sif and then going back up at Bell. Loki opened her mouth to speak but then closed it. You know what, I'm not even going to ask how you know that, Loki said as her expression once again turned serious with the others matching her expression. Bell did the same, though no one would be able to tell due to his helmet hiding his face. That armor you have, Loki began, pointing at the very armor Bell wore. The person who gave that to you, what can you tell us about him? You mean Marvelous Chester? Bell asks. Yeah, that guy, Loki said, seemingly becoming angrier at the mere mention of Chester's name with the other three having similar reactions. My kids and I have been running around trying to find any clues about this guy, but it's like he doesn't even exist. However, according to the chibi, it seems you're the only one who knows anything about this marvelous bastard. So tell us, what do you know about the guy? Bell doesn't answer right away. Instead, he was looking at everyone in the room, studying their faces. It seems the mere mention of Chester's name ignited anger from the four people here. But why? Bell thought before speaking. Before I answer you, allow me to ask, why do you wish to know about Chester? If you must know, when you received that armor, this marvelous Chester character was using our familia emblem, Finn said, gesturing to a nearby banner which depicted the familia emblem. To use the emblem of a familia when you're not really a part of them is an illegal act and cannot go unpunished. Plus, Riveria spoke up. The name Chester is the name of a late member of ours, one who has passed away some time ago. A moment of silence descended onto the room once the elf gave Bell that info. From under his helmet, Bell raised an eyebrow at each and every one of them. You don't think Chester is his real name? Bell asked, bring up that point. Sure, he would be the first to admit that Chester was a crafty bastard who cheated him out of his souls by overpricing his products, and his last meeting with the masked stranger was him trying to kill the knight. On second thought, perhaps he should sick the Loki familia after him. A form of payback if you will. Chester isn't exactly a common name, Loki said. Plus, we already checked to see if there were anyone else who's named Chester. As far as we know, the only Chester we know passed away years ago. I see. Bell said, slightly impressed that they didn't jump to conclusions and did some prior investigation. Guess they weren't one of Orario's strongest familia for nothing. Now then, what can you tell us? Loki asks once again. Of course, we plan to recompensate you for this info, Finn added in. We're willing to give you anything within our power. They really want this info, Bell thought, seeing just how much they wanted to know about Chester. You don't need to give me anything, Bell said before holding up his gauntlet. One of yours, Miss Ace, found my missing gauntlet and returned it to me. I will give you the info you seek to express my thanks. Well, that certainly makes things easier, Finn commented with a small smile. Ah, my precious Ace. Ever so helpful even when you're physically not here. Loki gushed over, blushing and smiling as she thought about the blonde swordswoman. Ignoring the goddess antics, Bell began to speak, holding back and tweaking some info as to leave out the parts like where he basically traveled to the past and the fact that he was an undead, obviously. In truth, I don't know much about him either. It was during my journey to Orario when I first met Chester. He was selling products at an overpriced range, but I was low on supplies and thus had no choice but to buy from him. So he's a merchant, or at least masquerading as one, Finn said. I wouldn't call him a merchant, really. He's fully capable of defending himself, Bell said. He was armed with knives and a crossbow. He also had a sword on him, but I never saw him use it. I wouldn't put it past him to have other items hidden on his person. A crossbow and knives. Loki mutters to herself, though Bell noticed that the redhead looked slightly surprised for some reason. Is that all? Riveria asked. Surely there must be more you can tell us. When was the last you seen him? Gareth asked. That last time I saw him, he was trying to kill me, Bell said, surprising the four. I had just gotten done dealing with some monsters attacking me when he snuck up from behind. He tried to kill me and take my stuff, the arrogant bastard. Even with the mask, I could tell he was smiling mockingly at me. Mask. Finn said, catching the word. Ah, right. While I can't tell you much about Chester since I barely know him, I can tell you what he looks like, Belle offered. That's more than enough, Finn said with a small smile. If they knew what this marvelous Chester looked like, it would increase the efficiency of their search. So, what exactly does this guy look like? Gareth asked, curious as was everyone else. Hold on, Belle said, reaching into his pouches and produced a roll of paper and a pencil. He had been intending to use these to map the dungeon, but still had some paper on him and wouldn't be bothered with discarding one. Walking up to Finn's desk, he unrolled the paper and began to draw, causing the four to lean in order to see just what the knight was drawing. The four pulled back once Belle was done, allowing them to see he drew. Belle wasn't the best drawer, but he wasn't the worst either, he was adequate. On the paper was a slightly cartoonish depiction of a man. He wore a high collar, black duster coat over what appears to be a suit with a cape over the shoulders and a rose clipped to the right side of his breast. He wore equally black pants with multiple belts wrapped around the legs as what appears to be a set of crossbow bolts were tucked away in custom-made holsters. No doubts the bolts were for the crossbow. Belle mentioned earlier as being equipped to the legs was a design that allowed the man to reach for them quickly. A black top hat was worn over his head, leaning down so that it hid the top portion, specifically hiding the eyes, of a smiling mask. I'm sorry if my drawing skills are lacking, Belle apologized. Oh no, it's fine. You got most of the important bits down, so just this alone is enough, Loki waved off Belle's apology, picking up the drawing and slightly glaring at it. So this is what the bastard looks like. Will that be all? Belle asks. I don't mean to be rude, but I have a party member waiting for me at the dungeon end. Oh. Yeah, Getting off of Finn's desk and standing up, Loki offered out her hand to Belle for a handshake. Thanks. You've really helped us out. I do not think I did much, Belle said, grabbing and shaking the offered hand. But you are welcome. And if you do happen to find Chester, would you mind informing me? He's currently in possession of items that belong to me. Sure thing, we'll let you know when we find the bastard, Loki promised as she awkwardly took her hand back. She was truly grateful for what the knight was able to give them, but knowing that the armored adventurer was the child of Hestia meant she now owed the short goddess. I'm going to have to thank her later, Loki thought. No matter how reluctant Loki felt, she wasn't ungrateful and knew when to repay favors. So who here wants to escort Mr. Knight out of here? Loki asks Finn and the others. Her home base wasn't exactly small and it was easy for newcomers to get lost in here. You don't need to do that, Belle said. It's a simple matter of retracing my steps. The last guy who said that ended up lost in 2 seconds flat, Loki said, thinking of said newbie who was currently acting as one of the supporters here. I've got this, Finn said, opening a drawer and pulling out a small bell wrapped with a small ribbon and heart. From under his helmet, Belle raised an eyebrow at the item in the Palam's hands as he shook it a few times, letting the bell ring, and as if waiting by the door this whole time, an Amazoness woman burst through the door, surprising the knight and Sif who had been minding her own business up till now and almost bit the Amazoness on instinct. Did you call, Captain? Said the long-haired woman. Like all Amazonesses, she has chocolate skin and wearing revealing clothes that made Belle question how the woman was able to walk around without feeling bothered. For someone who's worn armor for who knows how many years, seeing such a thing rubbed Belle the wrong way, but he chose not to comment. She's barefooted, the voice in his head pointed out. Looking down, Belle saw that the Amazoness was indeed walking barefooted. It took everything within his power to not comment on it. Shin, can you please escort our guest here out? Finn asked, putting away the bell he had used while looking rather embarrassed. Leave it to me. The Amazoness now identified as Tiona saluted before turning to Belle and Sif, jumping in surprise at the latter. Before the Amazoness could ask questions, Belle said, Sif is a good girl, do not worry. Said Wolf let out a bark in response. Right, Tiona said, not sure what to think as she gestures for the two to follow her. If you'll please follow me. And with that, the only ones left in the room were Loki and her 3 executives. Well, that was certainly informative, Gareth sarcastically said, arms crossed as he sighed, dissatisfied with what little they had been told. It may not have been much, but it's better than nothing, Finn said. At least we now know just what our little copycat looks like. A crossbow and knives, the same weapons as Chester, Riveria said, listing the weapons Belle had said Marvelous Chester used, which had been the same weapons their Chester had used long ago. He even mentioned a sword that was barely used, Gareth added. Their Chester had always been a fighter that preferred to keep his distance, but that didn't mean he wasn't defenseless up close. Quite the opposite in fact. As the three talked with each other, Loki was busy staring at the drawing that depicted the smiling unknown that was Marvelous Chester. He's wearing a mask, just like Chester, Loki thought to herself as she continued to glare down at the drawing in her hands. Finn. The palm turns to the goddess. How goes the preparations for our next expedition? Loki asked. I already talked things over with Hephaestus. She said she was okay with us taking the blacksmiths with us so long as we share any and all drop items from the lower floors. In that case, things are going fairly smoothly. With the blacksmiths, we can continue to use our main weapons, eliminating the need to use spares. This will also allow us to carry more magic swords with us, Finn informed the goddess before turning over to Gareth. Gareth, how are the arrangements coming along? I have them all done, said the dwarf. Had to stop at about 30 stores in the city. They're all first-class items and we should be getting them today. All that's left is getting Durandal weapons ready for our main forces. Magic swords and Durandal weapons for everyone, ha ha ha, Loki laughed both awkwardly and nervously. I knew we'd be spending a lot of money, but geez. Sorry, Loki, Finn apologized to the goddess, but she eaved it off. It's fine. I'm leaving everything up to you, so do what you want. Besides, whenever I'm gambling, I prefer going all in, Loki said with a smile. However, gripping the drawing in her hands until she completely crushed it, Loki's smile dropped as a murderous look appeared on her face. Should you happen to find that marvelous bastard, I want you to bring his sorry ass to me, alive. I don't care if he's missing a limb or two. Sweating a little at how angry the goddess was but understood the source of it, Finn could only nod and say, right. Back with Belle. You're that guy from the pub, right? Belle turned to his guide, Shinhiriut she had introduced herself as. Yeah, you are the guy who sent Bet flying that one night, Shin said, recognizing Belle, or rather his armor. I'm sorry, Belle apologized, causing Shin to blink in confusion. Why are you apologizing? I mean, he's your friend, right? Belle said. As fellow Loki familia members, shouldn't it be natural to worry when seeing one of their own hurt? He would certainly be angry if anyone tried to hurt Sif. I wouldn't call Bet a friend. Shin said, thinking about the werewolf. Why she certainly didn't get along with the loner from time to time, her twin sister being the one who got into fights with the werewolf more often, she knew that Bet was someone who she could trust as a fellow adventurer. He's a reliable comrade, Shin decided upon her opinion on the werewolf. Plus, he brought it upon himself picking a fight with you and all. She would not forget the image of the giant knight standing ominously over the knight next to her. All the members that were there that night probably felt the same. Shin then glanced down towards the bigger-than-average grey wolf walking next to the armored adventurer, having never seen anything like it. If you don't mind me asking, what's with the wolf? Shin asked. She got the feeling the knight wasn't a tamer of the Ganesha familia, for the wolf that was obviously a monster had no form of restraints on it to keep it in check. And besides the occasional glances and glares the wolf sent to passing by members, the wolf was quite docile and kept to itself. I saved Sif here from the dungeon about a week ago, Belle said, looking down at Sif who looked back. Ever since then, she has been a reliable friend. She sticks close to me due to still being new to the surface. You brought it from the dungeon? Shin said, surprised. Not including the Ganesha familia, wasn't the purpose of all adventurers preventing monsters from reaching the surface? Hi. Belle gestures down to Sif. Sif is a female. The Amazoness raised an eyebrow at that. And how do you know that? I checked. You checked? I checked, Belle repeated as to the side. Sif gave the armored adventurer a look of annoyance. It understands us, Shin thought, noting how the wolf's expression shifted from time to time. The shift was small, almost unnoticeable due to how unchanging the wolf's face was. Somehow, finding out this discovery made her forget the implications of exactly how Belle knew Sif's gender. Hey! A familiar voice to Shin called out. Looking up ahead, Shin saw that they had arrived at the front entrance of the mansion, where standing by the said entrance was Ace, donned in her gear, along with two familiar faces. The one who called out to Shin was an Amazoness like her. Like all Amazonesses, she wore revealing clothing consisting of only a strip of cloth around her chest and a pareo around her waist. And like Shin, she has brown hair and eyes and was barefooted. Shin easily recognized the girl as her younger twin sister, Tiona Hiriat. The other person was a young female easily identified as an elf from her pointed ears. Her golden yellow hair was tied into a ponytail with her bangs hanging over her blue eyes. She wore a rosette pink cape on top of a white shirt with a purple bow hanging from the collar and pink corset dress. This was fellow familia member, Lefia Virides. Ace, Tiona, Lefia, Shin addressed the three as she walked up to them. Where are you all heading off to? Dungeon, Ace answered with a single word. We caught Ace here trying to go out on her own, Tiona explained. So Lefia and I are going with her. She must want to test out her new strength, Shin deduced. While it hadn't been made public yet, Ace had leveled up to LV6. Loki had made a big deal out of it and planned to throw a feast in celebration later. Nevertheless, everyone was happy for the blonde's achievement as those closest to her knew how much her lack of progress had been bothering her, especially after her battle with the red-haired tamer. By the way, Lefia spoke up as she turns to the armored adventurer standing next to Shin, as well as taking notice of the grey wolf beside said adventurer. Who this? Ah! Before Shin could speak, Tiona exclaims in surprise as she points at the knight. You're the guy who socked Bet at the pub that one night. I'm sorry, Belle apologized. Why are you apologizing? Tiona asked, tilting her head a little. He's your friend, isn't he? Whoa, déjà vu, Shin thought to herself, recognizing the situation in front of her. Oh, it's fine. Bet's a big boy, he can take a punch or two, Tiona said, waving off Belle's concern. So, what brings you over to the Twilight Manor? I had info that your goddess wanted, Belle said, having no need to hide anything. I also came here to get back my gauntlet. Gauntlet? Belle raised up his gauntlet in response. That's the gauntlet, Miss Ace. Lefia began, recognizing the piece of equipment, having seen it from Ace's room. Shin had seen it too, having seen Ace taking extra special care of it. So the owner of that gauntlet was this guy? The gauntlet is his, Ace explained. I just picked it up. I see dash. Ah! A loud voice spoke up just as Lefia finished speaking. Turning, everyone saw coming from the dining hall was a glaring Bet pointing straight at Belle. You're that bastard from the pub. Belle Cranel, nice to meet you, Belle politely introduced himself, seemingly not noticing the fierce glare the werewolf was sending at him. I don't give a damn about your name. Bet shouted as he stomped on over to the knight and glared down at him, standing over a few inches at best. The armored adventurer didn't seem the least bit intimidated, though it was hard to tell due to the armor and helmet. Seeing the hostility the werewolf was showing towards Belle, Sif let out a growl and looked ready to pounce. But before she could do just that, Belle gestures for her to stand down, which she reluctantly does. Who's the mutt? Bet asked, noticing the monster. The said monster glared at the werewolf and Bet glared back in response. Like you're one to talk, Tiona said, pointing out how Bet and Sif were both wolves. What was that? Bet exclaims, now glaring at the Amazoness. I should get going, Belle said, turning to Ace and the others as he said that. He couldn't keep Lily waiting forever. Ace nodded in understanding. They were all adventurers after all, minus Sif of course. Hold it right there, before Belle could even reach the doors, Bet went and grabbed his shoulder. You're not going anywhere, tin head. I've got a score to settle with you. If this is about that night at the pub, I apologize for spilling that drink on you. It truly was an accident, Belle was quick to apologize, but the werewolf would have none of that. Forget the drink, I'm not letting you walk away after the potshot you gave me, Bet said. His pride would not allow some no-name wannabe knight to just walk away unpunished. Me, in the courtyard right now. I refuse. Came Belle's instant reply, surprising everyone at how fast his response was. What? Bet shouts in both anger and surprise, having not expected the armored adventurer to refuse so quickly. I have no reason to fight you, it would simply be a waste of time to do so for both you and me, Belle said, having absolutely no reason to fight the werewolf. In his mind, such a fight with no benefits besides stroking one's ego was a complete waste of time for both him and the werewolf. Thus, the sooner he refused, the sooner both can get back to their own lives. Unfortunately, Bet did not share the same thoughts as Belle, focusing on a part of what Belle had said earlier. Waste of time. What did you say? Bet practically roared as he tried to attack Belle, only for the Hiriot sisters to quickly grab and hold him down. I think it's best if you leave right away, Lefia said, looking nervously at the very pissed off werewolf. This was probably the angriest she's seen Bet be since joining the familia. Belle simply nodded in agreement. Gesturing for Sif to follow, the knight and the wolf soon took their leave, promptly ignoring the angry werewolf cursing for the knight to come back and face him like a man. The undead never looked back. It was official, Lily thought to herself. This was the absolute worst. You got it, supporter. Canoe said, he and his usual posse +2 surrounding her. Just drag your tin-head friend down to the 10th floor and we'll handle the rest. Got it. Got it, Lily said, trying not to let out how much she didn't want to do this. Lily knows what she has to do. Good, Canoe smiled that same punchable smile as always. The raccoon person just had one of those faces one wanted to punch in. And don't worry, we promise to help you before things get too hectic. Liar, Lily instantly thought, already knowing that the raccoon person was lying through his teeth. Canoe was just like every other adventurer she knew, looking down at her just because she was a supporter and thus didn't have the strength to oppose him. And because she couldn't oppose him, it made her stuck in this situation. She didn't have to do this. Despite what little pride she had left, she didn't have to listen to them and could have just run to Belle for help. But, Lily thought as she nervously glances over to the two adventurers accompanying Canoe's group. She didn't know them personally, this being the first she's ever seen them, but apparently, they were the reason behind this whole setup. The only useful information she could get was that the two were from the Iclos familia and that alone was already setting alarms in the Palam's head. While she didn't know much, she's heard that the Iclos familia dealt with some shady business. Some even said that they dealt dealings with the black market, though there wasn't any proof to support such a claim. Even then, it didn't take a genius to see that these two members were bad news. The quality of their equipment also told Lily that they were also high-class adventurers. He's late, Lily mutters under her breath as she waited by the entrance of Babel Tower. Canoe and his gang plus the two Iclos familia members had long since gone ahead into the dungeon, so she was just here waiting for Belle and Sif. While annoyed, she was happy. The longer she waited meant the longer she didn't have to do this. Wait, why am I worried about that idiot? Lily thought to herself before shaking her head of such thoughts. Get a hold of yourself, Lilyruka Arde. He's just another adventurer. It's his fault for attracting the wrong attention. That's right. Belle Cranel was an adventurer. And all adventurers looked down on supporters like her. I knew sticking with him was bad news. I should have ended our contract as soon as I had the chance. Lily thought to herself, but what's done is done. Right now, she has to focus on how she'll get out of this situation alive. Really, it's his own fault for attracting the wrong kind of attention, him and that stupid mutt of his, Lily mutters to herself again as she thinks about to do. Lily, said Palam, raises her head up to see just the person she was just talking about waving at her. And as always, by his side was that canine friend of his. You're late. Lily exclaims, trying to act natural. Hee, sorry. There was something I had to do this morning, Belle said, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. Really, with the way this man acted, it was hard to believe that he was an actual adventurer. You could have at least told Lily beforehand. Sorry, it just suddenly came up last night, so I had no way of informing you. Lily sighs. Well, at least you're finally here. You really shouldn't keep a lady waiting, Master Bell. Sorry, apologizing once again, the knight gestures towards the dungeon. Shall we get going now? Lily nodded and the three soon entered the dungeon. As they walked down, the Palam steeled her nerves and spoke. Master Bell, the knight turned to her. Lily suggest we stick to the 10th floor today. While I don't doubt you and Miss Sif's abilities, I still feel uneasy going to the middle floors with so few party members. Lily mentally crossed her fingers, hoping for the armored adventurer to follow her words. Okay, the knight said after a moment of thinking. It is better to be safe than sorry. Yet, Lily said unenthusiastically whilst looking away, glad that the knight had agreed to her words, yet at the same time wasn't. The rest of the trip down was uneventful and silent. Any skirmishes then encountered were swiftly taken care of by Bell, having gone silent the second he entered the dungeon, as he always was, with Sif providing support here and there. It had barely been half an hour when they finally reached the 10th floor. Lily mentally wished it had taken them longer to get here, something she noticed. Why am I so reluctant to do this? Lily thought to herself as she looked around, trying to spot any signs of Canu and his gang. Just why was she so hesitant to go through with this? The armored adventurer was an adventurer. All adventurers looked down at supporters like her. And just like any other adventurer, it was dangerous for her to stick close to one. She knew since the first time she met the knight that he was dangerous. She just simply stuck around because of how much money he made. Yes, that's the only reason why she was still with this armored adventurer. Lily wasn't just a supporter, she was a thief. No, more like a swindler. Ever since that day the elderly couple running that flower shop rejected her after an incident with her fellow Soma Familia member, she did what she had to do to survive. As a supporter, she targeted high-income adventurers and stole whatever was worth money from them. She used whatever she stole, money or items, in order to make her own life a little easier. In her mind, she didn't see the wrongness in it. Ever since she was young, whatever earnings she made herself, other adventurers would simply take from her. So it was completely justifiable to steal from them. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, they say. Despite the act she displays, it was not hard to see that Lily hated her life, she despised being a part of the Soma Familia which she had been born into. She barely remembered what her parents looked like, having been quite young when they died in the dungeon, but she didn't care. Her only concern was raising enough money to leave the Soma Familia and she did whatever it took to achieve that. She wasn't like the others, intoxicated by the godly liquor that the god, Soma, created. Perhaps back when she was younger, she too had craved for the heavenly beverage, but as of right now, she despised it just as much as she did her fellow Soma members. She wanted nothing to do with it. But she was powerless. She didn't have what it took to be a proper adventurer and thus led to her fate as a supporter. But that didn't stop Lily from trying to achieve her goals. And so she stole, lied, played dirty tricks, she did whatever she had to do to survive. She did whatever it took so that one day, she could leave the Soma Familia and finally be free. And yet, why is it that I can't bear the thought of Bell getting hurt? Lily thought as she watched the knight and his wolf companion take care of a group of orcs. It didn't make sense. All adventurers were greedy backstabbers that care little for supporters like her. Bell was no different as he even had the audacity to take items from corpses. Not to mention the situation she was currently in was all the knight's fault. Lily had no doubt that if Bell knew her secret, he would betray her. So in turn, wasn't it better to do the betraying than being the betrayed? So why? Why was it that she can't stop worrying about the knight in dirty armor? Why was she so reluctant to betray him like this? Just what made him so different from other adventurers? Lily. Slash. The sound of metal rending flesh snapped the secret palm from her thoughts as she blinks and sees a slain imp at her feet. Looking up, she sees the person she had been thinking about standing over her, brandishing his sword to get rid of the blood on it. In the back, Sif was alone dealing with the monsters. Bell had separated from the wolf in order to help her. Are you okay, Lily? Ah. I think I'll call you Lily. So that's it, Lily thought as it finally made sense to her. Just what made Bell Cranel different from all the other adventurers she usually knew? Such a question was stupid for the answer was obvious. As the words Bell had spoken to her back when they first worked together, the Palom thought back to her experience with the armored adventurer. To their strange meeting. How he easily dislocated that man's jaw. How scared she was when the knight emitted such killing intent. How unnerving it was when the knight went silent whenever there was danger nearby. The adventurer known as Bell Cranel was mysterious and dangerous, someone she was better off cutting ties with. And yet, if you're having difficulty finding work, why not join Sif and I on our quest? And yet, she didn't. By sticking with him, the knight showed her the world beyond the walls of Orario, something she had dreamed about doing once she was free from the Soma Familia. She recalled how beautiful the outside world was, and how the knight seemed to bask in the rays of the sun. She recalled the quest she went on with the knight and how grateful the village was to them for killing the monsters threatening them. She recalls the many times how kind the armored adventurer was with her, aloof as he was. How he split their earnings 50-50 when others would leave her with little earnings, how he treated her to delicious meals when others would simply give her sloppy leftovers, how strange he was whenever he wasn't fighting. And most importantly, have a good night, Lily. You're too kind for your own good, Lily says mostly to herself. Bell tilts his head at Lily, confused by her words. Taking in a deep breath before breathing out, Lily looks up at the knight in grimy armor. As much as she wanted to deny it, she had to face the facts. She, Lily Ruka Arde, had grown to like this strange adventurer. Really, why couldn't you have been like every other adventurer, otherwise this wouldn't be so hard, Lily thought to herself before resolving herself. Master Bell. You need to take Miss Sif and run. Hi. Like Lily expected, the knight was confused by her sudden words. Those guys, they're after Miss Sif. They made Lily take you down here to lure you into a trap. Lily, too panicked to explain properly, looked around frantically to spot any signs of Canoe and his group. Lily, calm down, Bell motioned for the Palom to calm down. What are you talking about? Lily is sorry, Master Bell, Lily apologized, lowering her head in shame. I didn't want to do it, but they forced me to. What do you mean? Bell asked, still confused. Members from Lily's familia, the Soma familia, are planning on capturing Miss Sif in order to sell her to the black market. Lily explained before grabbing Bell's shield arm. Quickly. We have to grab Miss Sif and run before dash. Lily didn't get to finish as the sound of Sif barking drew both Lily's and Bell's attention. Sif, who had been fighting monsters while Lily spoke with the knight, now stood against a small group of 5 orcs. But such a thing wasn't what alerted them. No, it was the fact that more orcs were soon appearing, surrounding the group. We're surrounded, Bell stated the obvious but didn't seem that alarmed as he looked around cautiously. Lily on the other hand. Why are there so many orcs? Lily looked around, confused as to why there were so many monsters converging to their location. And that's when she saw it. From the corner of her eyes, she spotted what looked like a clump of meat which spewed out a foul scent. Lily quickly identified the thing as an item used to attract monsters. As soon as she knew that did she realize that the current situation was Canoe's trap. Now! A voice spoke up as coming out from behind one of the trees of the floor was the raccoon person, soon followed by his gang as they all appeared from their hiding spots. We can't have you informing the metal man here about our plans now, Little Miss Supporter Canoe said, smiling arrogantly as usual. Not like it matters now since you're already caught in our trap. Canoe! Lily exclaimed, identifying the raccoon man. She took note of how the orcs seemingly ignored him and his gang. Must be the work of some sort of item. You know him? Bell asked while making sure to keep an eye on the orcs surrounded them. He's the one who set this all up, Lily said while looking around, trying to look for an escape route. It's no use running, Canoe said as his boys threw out more of those clumps of meat to the ground. These sacks of meat are by now attracting the attention of every monster on this entire floor. Soon you'll be completely surrounded. Damn it! Lily cursed under her breath, wishing she had made up her mind about helping Bell much sooner, then they wouldn't be in this situation. She knows Bell is strong, but she didn't know if he was strong enough to take on a whole floor of monsters, even with Sif's aid. KH. With a grunt, Bell clocked a club strike from an orc before pushing the monster back and quickly beheaded it with a quick swipe of his sword. After doing that did he then turn over towards Canoe and his men. Why are you doing this? The knight asks. Don't take this personally, oh fellow adventurer of mine, but we were hired by some guys to snatch that wolf from you, Canoe arrogantly explained, confident that there was nothing the knight could do as, behind him, his men were preparing equipment used to capture monsters. I don't have a clue as to what it is, but the guys paying us for this offered us quite a large amount of money. We just couldn't refuse. The raccoon man then turned his head over to Lily. And I do apologize for getting you caught up in this, supporter. But be happy that you died for the sake of a fellow familia member. This son of a dash. Lily didn't get a chance to finish her thoughts as she was forced to jump in order to dodge an attack from another orc. In retaliation, she fired a bolt from her ballista and watched as it pierced the orc's eye. Its cry of pain seemed to echo throughout the entire floor, which somehow spurred the others into further action, becoming enraged. Because she was so small, Lily didn't see that in the distance, more monsters were beginning to appear from imps, bats, and even a couple of infant dragons. Is this really the end? Lily couldn't help but think as the number of monsters appearing kept growing around them. To be killed by a horde of monsters while caught in the trap of an adventurer, perhaps this was karma finally arriving to take what's due from her. Perhaps this was payback for all the adventurers she's tricked over the years. Lily knew she wasn't a good person, so maybe this is what she deserves. At least, Lily glances behind her where she sees Belle continuing to fight against the horde of monsters in order to get to Sif, who had become separated from the group due to how many monsters there were. At least, in the end, Lily wasn't a liar. Ever since that day where her world became much duller, she lied and stole in order to survive. But in the end, at least she didn't lie to the one person who showed her genuine kindness. The situation was bleak, but for some reason, Lily had confidence that Belle would make it out of this just fine. But first, at the very least, Lily has to help Master Belle save Miss Sif. Lily said as she reached into her coat and pulled out a magic sword she had stolen from a previous adventurer long ago. She kept the thing for emergencies only since magic swords didn't last very long, but if she could help Belle then losing such a thing was worth the price. Master B. Lily. Duck. As soon as Lily heard those words did her instincts take over and she ducked just as a flash of steel flew right over her head followed by a rain of blood from 4 dead orcs behind her. Looking up, the Palam saw Belle now wielding the claymore that should have been in Sif's hands mouth. Looking over to the wolf herself, she saw the canine monster now weaponless as she used her claws and fangs to fight back against the surrounding monsters. It took a moment for Lily to realize that Sif had thrown her sword over to Belle for him to use. Immediately after the knight dispatched the orcs behind the Palam did he run over to Lily and handed her a roll of cloth and what Lily recognized as charcoal. Wrap this up and place it over your nose and mouth. If you got any herbs on hand, add those too. Belle's instructions were swift as he placed the items in Lily's hands. Master Hurry, Belle interrupted her as he summoned forth a flame in his left hand. Confused as to what the knight was planning, Lily did as told and quickly wrapped the cloth around the charcoal before wrapping the whole thing around her mouth, making sure she had her nose covered too. Once Lily was done did she see Belle hold up the flame before clenching it, seemingly dispersing the flame. This confused the Palam as she thought the armored adventurer was about to execute one of his chantless fire spells, until he suddenly breathed out what could only be described as a dense poison mist. Compared to the stuff Lily used in her poison bags, the stuff Belle was spewing was so dense that it was practically a dense fog as Belle breathed the stuff out like a dragon breathing fire. In a matter of seconds, the monsters surrounding them were enveloped in a dense poison fog. What the fuck? Lily couldn't help but think as she zeroed in on the fact that Belle had breathed out poison. As in the thing that kills people when it gets into their system. On a side note, Lily finally understood why the knight had told her to cover her nose and mouth. She also figured out that the charcoal was used as added protection. Though, as she saw monsters dropping dead by the second around her, she wasn't sure the piece of cloth would be able to protect her. Had Lily been a part of a high-class familia, she would have noted that Belle's poison was even deadlier than what was found on the lower floors. Wah! Lily let out a cry of surprise when Belle, who had stopped breathing poison, had suddenly run up and grabbed her, carrying her plus her bag over his shoulder as if she were a featherweight. Close your eyes and hold your breath, Belle said to her before he charged into the poison fog he created before she could let out a word of protest. Doing as she was told again, Lily squeezed her eyes shut and held her breath. Looks like even Belle wasn't confident that the cloth and charcoal could fully protect her from the poison. Cough cough cough. What is this? Through the dense poison mist, Lily could make out the sound of Canoe and his group coughing, no doubt having inhaled the poisonous mist. She honestly wished she could see the condition Canoe was in right now, if not just to tickle her sadistic side, but was held back due to the very poisonous mist surrounding her as she felt her skin starting to itch, telling the Palam that not only was the poison mist highly poisonous, but also acidic. And this all came from Belle. Lily thought, wondering just how was the armored adventurer was still able to talk after breathing slightly acidic poisonous mist. We're out, open your eyes, she heard Belle said and she did just that, gasping for air as she saw that she and the knight were out of the poison fog. Coming to a stop, Lily was then set down by the said knight before being handed what Lily easily recognized as an antidote. Looking up at Belle, he said, better safe than sorry. Seeing what the knight was implying, Lily practically tore off the cloth covering her and was about to chug down the antidote when suddenly, Bell held up his shield and blocked an incoming arrow, surprising Lily as she cried out in alarm, nearly dropping the antidote. Cough cough, appearing from the poison fog which was quickly dispersing were the men from the Iclos familia that accompanied Canu and his group. One of them was holding a bow and arrow, telling Lily just who had shot earlier. And those are? Bell asked, readying his sword. Those are the guys who made Canu and his men set up all this. They're the ones after Miss Sif. Lily informed while hiding behind the armored adventurer. I see. Be bastard. What the fuck are you? One of the two rudely asked, holding up an impressive-looking broadsword fitting for someone of his level while his companion readied his bow. But that's as far as they were able to do as they dropped to their knees and started coughing again. It got to the point where they even started coughing blood. Bell didn't answer the dying man as he instead said, Sif. From the remaining poisonous mist appeared the wolf herself, jumping the Iclos member with the bow and proceeded to tear his throat apart with her teeth. The pained cries of the man seemed to echo through the entire floor as he tried to push Sif off to no avail. You damn dash! The other Iclos member stood up and raised his sword, attempting to aid his fellow familia member. Stab! Only to let out a shocked cry as Bell appeared behind man, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, and plunged his sword straight through his back and out his chest. It was a well-executed backstab, one that would make a professional assassin proud. The man tried to say something, but his mouth was too filled with blood as Bell proceeded to free his sword by kicking the man off. He was dead by the time he hit the ground. As for the other Iclos member, his head had long since been torn straight off and thrown away as Sif's mouth was a literal bloody mess. Lily would never admit it out loud, but she may have slightly pissed herself. Sif, are you okay? Completely ignoring the dead bodies on the ground, Bell went over to the wolf to check her condition while pulling out another antidote in case the wolf needed it. While he did that, Lily swallowed down the bile gathering in her throat before looking around and was greeted with the sight of a sea of dead monsters. To the far left was Canu and his men, they too dead. You killed them, Lily spoke up, getting Bell and Sif to turn to her as she let out her disbelief. Holy shit, you actually killed them. Yes, Bell nodded as if it were nothing, sending a chill down Lily's spine at how casual the night sounded. He then titled his head after placing the broadsword on his back and asked, was I not supposed to? To even ask that? Lily shook her head in disbelief at the armored adventurer as she made her way over to Canu's dead body. The life had faded from the raccoon man's eyes as blood was spilling from his mouth, eyes, and nose with his men and the many monsters around them being in the same condition. Seeing the man who had constantly abused her for years like this. You know what? No, this is fine. This is good, Lily said as feelings of sick satisfaction and anger bubbled up inside of her. Before she knew it, she was kicking and stomping on the man's corpse. This guy deserved what he got. Good fucking riddance. She didn't know what had come over her. She knew what she was doing was wrong, but her body continued to move on its own. Perhaps she was trying to cope with what had just transpired, but seeing the man who was one of many that abused and wronged her for years like this caused the years of frustration and anger she had kept bottled up inside of her to come bursting out. Stomp stomp stomp. Years of treating Lily like trash and look at you now. Lily shouted as she angrily stomped on Canu's dead body, grinding her boot against the corpse's face. Stomp 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 stomp. You're nothing to Lily. You hear me? Nothing. Lily. Just as the Palom was about to kick the literal deadman's face in, an almost monotone yet gentle voice spoke up, making Lily pause and slowly turn over towards Bell and Sif, the two watching her. She didn't know what kind of face the armored adventurer must be making right now, but using Sif as a reference, Lily guessed his current expression would have been passive. That's enough, Bell said, his tone monotone yet gentle. It somehow was enough to extinguish the anger inside Lily as she slowly started to calm down. Sparing one last look at Canu and his now dead gang, Lily made her way back to Bell and Sif, making sure not to trip on the many dead monsters on the ground. If Lily didn't know any better, she would have guessed that the knight might have killed every monster on this floor with that poison mist of his. Sorry, you had to see that, Lily apologized once she made it back, lowering her head down in shame. Lily kind of lost control there. It's okay, Bell said. Perhaps it was because there was no longer anything threatening them that Bell was more talkative now despite still being in the dungeon. Crossing his arms, Belle looked at Lily and said, "You knew about this." Unable to say anything out of guilt, Lily settled on simply nodding her head. "You led Sif and me here into a trap." Once again, the Palam nodded her head, afraid to look at the knight in the IR, slit. Off topic, just how did the armored adventurer even see through that helmet of his? There was barely enough room to slide a coin in. Lily should have told Master Bell from the beginning, Lily said, head still lowered. Despite having feared for her life if she so much as argued against Canoe, Lily should have trusted Bell more to perhaps help her. At this point, she would make no excuses in order to get out of this. Lily is willing to accept any punishment you give to her. A punishment, huh? The knight hummed to himself, looking down towards Sif where the two began to have a silent conversation. How was it they were able to communicate so well together despite only knowing each other for less than half a month? Lily would never know. "I'm not going to punish you, Lily." Huh? Lily looked up at the knight in surprise, having not expected him to say that. "Why would I punish you?" Bell asked with a title of his head. Because Lily led you down here to trap you." "I led you down here without saying a word until the last minute." "But the fact that you did end up telling me is a fact," Bell said. "Honestly, if you hadn't told me about this, I would have punished you. If there's one thing I cannot abide, it's betrayal." For a second, Lily thought she saw a red glowing eye appear from the slit of Bell's helmet when he said that last word, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. She didn't know if it was her imagination or not, but the Palam got the message that the knight did not tolerate betrayal. "However, it's because you spoke up that those that planned this trap exposed themselves earlier than planned." A trap is only effective if one has the element of surprise. Somehow, Lily got the distinct impression that Bell was speaking from experience. "You chose to help me instead of them. So, I'm not going to punish you, Lily. It's thanks to you that Sif is still safe." Lily can't accept that," Lily said, shaking her head. In her mind, the fact that she didn't speak up sooner left lingering guilt inside of her. "I lied to you and got you into this mess, Master Bell." Lily insists that "My decision is final," Bell interrupted her. "If you're so adamant about receiving punishment, then you should talk to my goddess." "Your goddess?" Lily repeated, confused. Why would she have to speak to Bell's deity? "I mean, were you planning on returning to your familia after?" Bell trailed on as he looked over towards Canoe and his dead group. Following his gaze, Lily let in, understanding what the knight was saying. Canoe and his group, fellow members of the same familia, had just been killed. No doubt her captain would take notice of their absence and send others to investigate in the future. Something she obviously didn't want to be involved in. "I think it would be best to lay low for a while," Bell said, and Lily simply nodded in agreement. He then asked, "Do you have a safe place to hide? If not, then I can help." "Lily has a safe house that only a few know about," Lily said, as the few she mentioned about did not include a single Soma Familia member, meaning she was safe for now. "Lily's burdened Master Bell enough for today. I'll be fine." "I see, good," Bell said before slowly turning over to the dead monsters around them. "Perhaps we should get started extracting all the magic stones from these monsters." "Ah!" Lily let out another noise as she took into account the number of monsters around them. She can already feel her hands cramping at how much work she had to do. "Well then, best we get started," Bell said as he went over to one of Canoe's men and flipped it over so that the body was face down. "Master Bell, what are you doing?" Lily asked as a sense of déjà vu came over her. "Pillaging the bodies," Bell's answer came out so casually that it threw off Lily, who looked at the knight in disbelief. "You go ahead and start extracting all the magic stones. Don't worry, I'll dispose of the bodies once I'm done." Not once looking away from what he was doing, Bell proceeded to take out bags of coin, potions, and anything else Canoe and his men had on them, stashing them away in his many pouches. As for any weapons they had on them, he set those to the side. Lily had the faintest feeling that the knight was going to make her carry all the weapons in her bag. Lily just stood there, watching in disbelief as the knight continued to defile the bodies of Canoe and his men. She then turned to Sif to see what the canine's reaction was, but found the wolf dragging the bodies of the two Iclos members over to the knight, no doubt so the said knight could loot them too. Just as the Palam was about to call out to the armored adventurer, her mind suddenly remembered something. "You're just going to take that?" Lily asked, sending a questioning look at Belle as she stared at the spear in his hands. Sparing a glance at the dead body next to them, Belle gave out a cold reply. He won't be needing it. The adventurer known as Cranel was a strange, but kind man. Really, sometimes he was just too kind for his own good. She sometimes wonders if his kindness was how he befriended someone like Sif. And yet, that same kind man had so easily killed people without so much as batting an eye, not that she could tell in the first place because of the helmet and all, and was now looting the bodies without a care in the world while his wolf companion assisted him. Finally turning away from the night, Lily got to work on extracting the magic stones from all the monsters around them, doing her best to ignore the sounds of Belle gathering the bodies. It wasn't easy as the entire floor had gone oddly silent, making even the tiniest of sounds sound louder than it should. Even as she moved her knife around, tearing through the flesh of monsters, did not help as she moved with surgical precision. She knew she was good at removing magic stones from monsters, but the silence of the floor made her more aware of it as she hardly made a sound. Whoosh! Seconds later, the sound of fire followed by the scent of burnt flesh filled the air. She already knew just what the night had done, yet she still couldn't help but stop what she was doing and turn her head around. There Belle stood with Sif by his side, standing impassively over the burning pile of dead bodies, watching as the flames consumed everything. The clothes were the first to go, followed by the skin melting off, revealing bones. Not even a second later did the bones start to break down so fast that Lily hardly noticed it had been over half a minute when the only thing remaining before the night was a pile of ashes. The process had been so fast that Lily wasn't even given the chance to feel any form of disgust or sickness. Only now did Lily question just how strong those flames of his were. Not even giving the ashes a second glance, the knight pulled out a knife and went over to a random monster, digging out its magic stone. From then on, the armored adventurer helped the Palom extract every last magic stone. It was a silent process with neither of them speaking up. Before she even realized it, the last of the monsters had disintegrated into nothing, leaving no evidence at what had just transpired here. Lily couldn't help but feel like they had just gotten rid of a crime scene. Let's return to the surface, Belle said once he was finished putting the last of the magic stones and pillaged weapons into Lily's bag. Now the Palom couldn't help but feel like she was an accomplice to a criminal. I just witnessed my employer kill members from my own familia as well as 2 men from an infamous one, and now I'm lugging in my bag the only pieces of evidence that could pinpoint what exactly happened, Lily thought to herself as she walked behind Belle and Sif, staring at the back of the former. Cranel was a strange man. There was no doubt that the kindness he displayed was genuine, yet he doesn't even bat an eye to killing and pillaging corpses. The contradictory between the two was so vast that Lily had a hard time wrapping her head around it. Kind yet didn't hesitate to commit questionable actions. She couldn't help but wonder just what exactly happened to make Belle the way he is now. Lily, said girl was brought out of her thoughts, looking up to Belle who was facing her. Yes. Lily responded, a bit awkward. She was walking with a murderer after all. She would have been more bothered if the people Belle killed hadn't been a part of Soma familia. It just goes to show how much she hated her familia. I don't think we'll be having money problems for a while with this, Belle patted one of his pouches which contained the wallets of Canoe and his men. How such a small thing could hold so much coin, Lily would never know. So, I was wondering if you would like to accompany Sif and me on another quest. A quest? A quest to the outside world, beyond the walls of Orario. Thinking about it now, the way Lily viewed Belle all started when she accompanied him on that previous quest before. And now, here he is, doing the same thing as last time. Cranel was far from the nicest person, Lily had seen that firsthand. He was no naive young man seeking fame within the dungeon, unlike most of the adventurers here in the city. No, he was the exact opposite. While adventurers sought out the dungeon, Belle seemed to long for the outside world. At least, that's the impression Lily has of the knight. Really, what a strange person he is, Lily thought as she pulled down her hood and dispelled her Cinderella skill, getting rid of her dog ears and tail, revealing her true race to Belle and Sif for the very first time since partnering up with them. While the helmet hid what Belle looked like, Lily had the feeling that the knight wasn't at all surprised to see her like this. Lily would love to, the Palom girl said with a smile. A part of her still didn't know if sticking with Cranel was safe, what with his strange, and sometimes scary, demeanor and confusing set of skills. But if there's one thing Lily was sure of, it's that being with Belle was way better than working with any other adventurer. Hestia heard the door of the underground room opening and closing as she sat on the sofa reading. Marking the page she was on before closing the book, she sets it down to her side and turns her head in time to see Belle entering the room along with Sif, both slightly covered in blood, more so with Sif as it was all over her mouth. "Welcome home, Belle," Sif, Hestia said, trying to put on her best smile. She had been mostly cooped up inside all day, trying to reorganize her thoughts and has calmed down since then. "Rough day today?" Hestia asked, gesturing to the blood on them which no doubt came from monsters. "I'm home," Belle said before looking down at himself and Sif. "And, you can say that?" Why did it feel like there was more to what Belle had just said? "I probably shouldn't think about it too hard," Hestia thought to herself. After all, tonight was going to be another long night. "You must be hungry," Hestia said, gesturing down to the table where a plate of potato croquettes as well as some cheese and bread she had managed to obtain sat. Not long after she finished speaking did Sif grab one of the croquettes and ate it. "Sif certainly is," Belle, taking off his helmet, smiled with a small laugh. "As for me, I am fine." "No need to be shy, there's enough for everyone," Hestia said, having made sure that there was an equal amount of food for everyone. While she wasn't a perfectionist, her anxiety for what she was about to learn later had affected her actions. She just couldn't sit still as she wondered just what gruesome info she would hear from Belle soon. "No, it's fine," Belle said while in the middle of taking off his equipment. "I do not need to eat." "What do you mean?" Hestia asked, confused. Surely her child must be hungry after a long day in the dungeon. I guess I never told you," Belle said, putting aside his greaves before going over and sitting down by the table. "Just as I do not require sleep, I also do not have to eat." "Sorry, I'm just now telling you this." "What?" And so began another long, stressful night for Hestia as she once again listened to the tales of Belle Cranel the chosen undead while also trying to come to terms that her poor child could no longer eat. Meanwhile, in the dungeon. The dungeon was, as it has always been, a mysterious place. It was common knowledge that the complex labyrinth that laid under Babel Tower was the birthplace of monsters. Before the gods had descended and sealed the nest, monsters would roam the land and wreak havoc. It was only through the actions of heroes and gods that those dark times were long gone. Any monsters found on the surface were merely descendants of monsters that had managed to stay alive and remain on the surface while the rest remained trapped within the underground labyrinth. It was well known that Orario City was the place in the world with an active dungeon. Because of this, people from all over the world would travel to the dungeon city seeking fame and glory. Thus were adventurers born, and with the gods was familias formed. But even to this day was the dungeon an unknown mystery. Thanks to familias of old, it was known that the dungeon had 59 known floors, and possibly many more still left unexplored. Beyond that, people knew next to nothing. Not even the gods knew just what exactly was the dungeon. But, what many choose to ignore, was that the dungeon was alive. It would spawn monsters from the walls and ceiling and would repair itself should it sustain damage. Not only that, but it had an immense hatred of the gods, which was why gods of today didn't venture alongside their children, unlike how it was during the times of Zeus and Hera familia. Nevertheless, the underground labyrinth was alive and held many secrets. And currently, one of those many secrets was trying to break free. Boom, boom, boom. From within the walls of the dungeon in an unknown floor, the sounds of something banging against the walls were heard. It's common knowledge that monsters spawn from the walls, yet whatever was trying to break out was having difficulty. Almost as if the dungeon itself was trying to hold back whatever was trying to break free. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after a while, the banging stopped. Whatever was trying to break out had given up. If it were possible, the dungeon would have sighed in relief. Many secrets laid within this underground labyrinth, but not all of those secrets were its own. It had felt it once again. A spark. A spark of the flame. A flame from an old and forgotten age. A flame of chaos. No doubt the thing that laid hidden within the walls of the dungeon had sensed it too and reacted to it. But it would not allow it. It would not allow that thing to be set free, lest it endangers its children. It didn't know just where or what were causing these sparks, but in its current condition, it could not take care of it. All it could do was leave it alone and focus on keeping this monster from escaping its clutches. Many secrets laid hidden within the dungeon, and sometimes, it's best to let those secrets remain hidden.